This is Audible.
He is Mine. Guns and Boys Book 2. Written by K.A. American. Narrated by Nathan Kelly. Chapter 1. Seth. Seth's palms were wet as he reached for his glass of red wine. It was chilly outside, but with his body heat too high and the designer suit Dom got him to buy, sitting in the garden wasn't a bad idea. Lucrezia Bruni, his future wife, was to arrive today, escorted by Santo, the consigliere's son, and her father. If Seth could have his way, he would stop time and never face her. Father was teasing him and wouldn't even show him a picture, thinking it was all a great joke. Not so fucking much. Leave that, muttered Domenico, scooting down next to Seth, the ever-present cigarette dangling from his lips. You don't want to be drunk when you meet them. Seth scowled and pushed the glass away. It's just wine. He knew Dom was as happy as he was with this arrangement, but it didn't show much, and the disengaged facade was just making Seth more agitated. Not your first glass, and it's homemade. It'll go straight to your head. Domenico sighed and offered him a cigarette instead. His eyes were barely visible behind the black shades, and it gave him that emotionless, cyborg-like look. This will be such a fucking disaster. Seth groaned, but was happy to take a cigarette. Nothing happens today. It's just formalities. I saw you being comfortable with women. Just act as you always would, advised Domenico, slowly getting to his feet and towering over Seth in his immaculate dark blue suit. I had female friends in the U.S. I just never... You know what I mean. There will be expectations. Seth reached out to Dom with his fingers, sure that he wouldn't be allowed to touch him. And sure enough, Dom didn't move by an inch, standing there like a statue. I know. Just go with the flow, Dom said, eventually stuffing his right hand into his pocket. Why doesn't Vincenzo marry her, huh? He's older. The wine looked all too tempting again, so he lit his cigarette. Domenico shrugged. He's not groomed for your future position, he said flatly, and Seth knew very well what that tone carried, that Seth wasn't good enough to be a future Don, that he would be shit at the job and she would be disappointed, and oh, how funny that was. It would be even funnier if he got killed and she went down with him. Hilarious. Seth sucked in a big breath of smoke, and his body froze when he heard the sound of a vehicle approaching over the driveway at the front of the house. There was no point in complaining. As impossible as it seemed, Domenico straightened even more. They're here, he said, reaching out his hand to help Seth up. His calm was chilling, and it seemed the longer Dom was on the Villani grounds, the more distant he became. Soon enough, whatever it was they had would be just a distant shadow. Dom would find himself men who weren't married, and Seth would settle into a relationship he would never be satisfied with. Seth got up and slightly pushed Dom's hand away. I'm fine. Domenico took a step back and said nothing. With those damn shades, Seth didn't even know if he was being looked at or not. Seth, where are you? They're here! Father yelled from the villa, so Seth picked up his pace, all too aware of the steps behind him. He took one more cloud of smoke into his lungs and put out the cigarette in a flower pot as they passed through the rooms. Father appeared at the turn of the corridor, with a big smile threatening to break his face in two. It was in such stark contrast with the void in Seth's chest that for a moment he didn't know what to say. Ready to meet the bride? Couldn't wait since you told me, he said, and hoped his lack of enthusiasm could be interpreted as nervousness. You could have at least shared the photo. Father waved his hand and scooped Seth with his arm. I want it to be a surprise. She is a fine young woman, though. You will not be disappointed. Is her father coming today as well? Seth asked with cramps in his stomach. Make sure to greet him. Father patted Seth in the chest, all smiles. No wonder. It was his plan unfolding, at the cost of Seth's misery. The Brunis held a big chunk of the drug trade pie in Calabria. After initial conflict, Father and the old Bruni managed to strike a deal on consolidating their business, all cemented by Seth and Lucrezia's marriage. Then you'll get to spend some time with your lady and you get to put the ring on her finger. You have it, right? He added after a moment of thought. Yeah. Seth patted his suit jacket's inner pocket. He hadn't even looked at the damn thing. Come on, don't be so gloomy. Father grinned as they neared the entrance and the sound of many voices. People had gathered in the mansion, eager to see Seth's bride. It's not the end of your freedom. You can still live a little, right? I sure hope so. He laughed nervously and dared to look back at Dom, who followed them with a face that could as well be a mask. At least the shades were gone. Seth's palms were sweaty, so he shook his hands to calm down. They entered the hall where several men stood, discreetly looking through the windows and through the wide-open doors. Seth could see a black limousine with tinted windows. His knees went so soft he almost stumbled over his own feet. Father let him go and went outside first, moving like a man half his age, but it left Seth alone with menacing eyes that studied him for any weakness. He had to straighten up and deal with this marriage because it wasn't going away any time soon. Dom wasn't about to elope with him, so that matter was sealed. Without Dom on his side, escape was not an option. Seth followed his father, his heart pounding at the sight of 3 black cars on the driveway. Like on command, some of the doors opened, and men started emerging from the first and third car. Only then 2 of them rushed to the limousine in the middle and opened its back doors. In the same moment, Santo exited from the front seat, buttoning up his black suit jacket as if he were conditioned to do it. His hair was tamed with some product, slicked back to emphasize his strong jaw and pronounced cheekbones, and his shirt was open at the top, revealing an ugly scar across his throat. He shut the door behind himself and nodded at the middle-aged man who appeared on the other side of the car. Seth's nerves were stretched over capacity, and they broke the moment a slim, high-heeled foot peeked out. Santo gave Lucrezia a hand and helped her out of the car. With his face completely frozen, Seth watched the girl, because he could hardly call her a woman. She couldn't be more than 20 years old, and was light-skinned with blonde hair arranged into an elegant, conservative bun. The lilac pencil dress fit her delicate frame perfectly, the whole look finished off with a pastel yellow jacket with elbow-length sleeves and a pair of long, white gloves. When Lucrezia looked up the stairs and smiled at Seth, his heart sank. He didn't want to be a monster who lies to his wife. Before he could dwell on it any further, the middle-aged man he noticed earlier appeared in front of him, his steel-gray eyebrows bushy over lively eyes. The man had a jovial face with a pale scar running across the side of his lips and a cleft in his chin. He was shorter than Seth, with thick hands and the figure of an aged bodybuilder. Seth didn't even consider extending his hand in greeting when Father came along and did it for him. So this was his future father-in-law, possibly the man to kill him when he found out that his daughter's husband fucked men. With hands like that, it would be a piece of cake to twist Seth's neck. Seth swallowed and wasn't sure if he should go down to Lucrezia, but while he was still trying to decide, Santo already led her up the stairs. Each careful step of her pretty shoes pushed Seth a mile farther away from what he had with Dom. He licked his lips, hoping his lack of a smile would make him look mysterious instead of unhappy. Despite being in high heels, her head only reached his chest. Even Peter was bigger, but comparing her to his ex-boyfriend was the last thing Seth should be doing. Lucrezia looked up at him with big blue eyes, and Seth bent to kiss her hand through the glove. They were very thin, and he could feel her warmth through the fabric. "Told you they'd like each other," boasted Father from the side, but Seth was too distracted by his bride's wide-eyed look to comment on that. Lucrezia's soft mouth moved to form a smile, which combined with a smooth flush to make her look doll-like. Hi, was all he managed without having his voice tremble. Seth tried to compare the situation to fighting an assailant who had a knife instead of a hand, which did give him a different perspective on this meeting. "Would you care to come inside?" he asked when he figured his voice could handle it. Her eyes lit up, and her other hand slid from around Santo's arm to curl around Seth's. "Thank you. I would love that. It's quite chilly outside, isn't it?" She was no longer an immaterial concept. Now she was a person he could talk to, a human being whom he couldn't blame for this situation. Her hand on his arm was all too real. Father walked up to them with Luciano Bruni, who eyed Seth as if he could read his soul. Fortunately, he couldn't, or else Seth would be a dead man. They exchanged some greetings and all headed inside, followed by Santo and Domenico at the end of this funeral procession. It was the death of Seth's freedom. The house seemed even livelier than it had earlier, with men drinking wine and smoking cigarettes in the corridor and hall as the family headed to the living room where Seth was supposed to get to know his bride before popping the question. Lucrezia was keeping up the small talk, but Seth felt completely out of his depth, and the fact that all eyes were on him again didn't help. As they all sat down around the coffee table, Seth ended up awkwardly close to Lucrezia on the only sofa. "It feels like I've been waiting for this day forever," Lucrezia said, looking at Seth with a bright smile. He didn't know what to say, but then his eyes briefly met Domenico's. The dark, handsome figure didn't join everyone at the coffee table and stood by the wall where Seth could spot him. How was Seth to ever focus with Dom's presence overwhelming all of his senses? "Don't look so nervous, Seth. She doesn't bite." Luciano laughed at Seth, and Father patted his knee. "I am very happy to finally meet you," she added, making Seth want to howl. "Would you like some wine?" asked Father, gesturing to one of his men, who quickly made his way to a large globe which contained numerous bottles of alcohol. Within 2 minutes, the coffee table wasn't empty anymore, and as Lucrezia picked up her glass, Seth wondered if he should do the same. "They do look good together," said Luciano with a wide grin, which stretched the scar on his lips. Seth definitely needed that wine if he was going to get through this day. "Seth has spent a few years in America, and he seems to have only benefited from it," Father added. "Cheers to the approaching bond between our families." He raised his glass, and all others followed. Luciano drank up his wine with a smile. "We have some things to discuss, Dino. Maybe the young couple should go for a walk, get to know each other." Seth's stomach plummeted, and he picked up the wine, despite Dom's disapproval burning a hole in his hand from across the room. Father nodded. "That is a good idea. I don't want to bore your daughter to death." He smiled and acknowledged Lucrezia with a gesture. This was Seth's cue. He got up, and only a moment later remembered he was dealing with a woman, so he gave her his hand and helped her up. He was to officially pop the question in the garden, even though the whole ordeal was already agreed to anyway. "The weather is especially nice for a walk today." Seth said the only thing that came to his mind. What were they supposed to talk about? Swap recipes? "Quite chilly, though. I'm happy I took my gloves. My fingers get cold easily," she said, gently brushing them over his arm as they moved toward the French doors. "You look very elegant. My mother always liked to wear gloves to formal occasions. She was even buried in them, actually," he said before realizing that his mother's funeral was probably the worst topic of conversation he could ever choose before proposing. And sure enough, Lucrezia's eyes widened, and she stumbled over the threshold, saved only by Seth's arm. The other men must have missed it, because all Seth heard from inside was, "Acerbi, get back here, we're practically family anyway." Seth couldn't help but look over his shoulder, even though he and Lucrezia were already leaving. "I'm sorry to have brought that up," he muttered, catching a glimpse of Domenico retreating into the shadows. It felt odd to leave him behind, as if he were going out into the wild without his trusted guard dog. In this case, Lucrezia was the wilderness. If he slipped and said the wrong things, she could be just as dangerous as any spy. She sighed and patted Seth's arm. "Don't worry about it. You must be as stressed as I am." Seth took a deep breath and managed to smile. "Yes, I wasn't expecting all of this when I came back from the U.S., but the moment I saw you, I had no regrets." The words came out of his mouth so smoothly he wanted to rub his tongue with bleach in an act of self-punishment. Predictably, Lucrezia bit her lip, blushing. "Thank you. I'm not disappointed either. The pictures didn't do you justice," she said as they walked through a peaceful vine tunnel in the garden. It seemed that the gardener had a day off, as there was no one around. She was as sweet as a fresh meringue, and made the conversation flow all the way to the grand old gazebo at the end of yet another alley made out of shrubbery. When Seth got down on one knee, he wished he would have drunk more wine. Chapter 2. Domenico. Domenico was standing next to Vincenzo and the other men, still unsure what to think about being included in the bonding activities. Meanwhile, Seth, the future boss and groom whom they were supposed to be celebrating, sat on a rock and was clearly separated from the rest of the men. Dom, on the other hand, was all of a sudden treated like one of the boys, and he didn't like Vincenzo's change of heart one bit. Santo was also invited to the entertainment, and he did quite well with a gun, which wasn't all that surprising considering how much he'd grown as a man during the last few years. Yet another slap to Seth's face that he didn't even realize, sitting there and watching others shoot the rabbits when he should be the one exuding power. It wasn't that he wasn't invited either, but Vincenzo clearly chose this type of entertainment, hoping it wouldn't be to Seth's liking. The day was going all right so far. Bruni was happy with his future son-in-law, and it was a good thing he was engaged with the Villani boss and couldn't see how bad at shooting Seth was. The girl was pretty, Dom supposed, a sweet, blushing virgin his own mother would have loved as a daughter-in-law. But that didn't really matter since she made Seth as pale as a sheet. He had been a shadow of his usual self since they returned home, and Domenico wasn't sure how to talk to him either. He couldn't possibly stand him walking around with that woman, possibly kissing her back then in the garden, even if there was no feeling behind it. When Seth looked toward them again, Domenico discreetly winked at him, though he doubted it would make his lover's day any better. There was a loud bang, and Domenico's hand immediately curled around the grip of his gun. But he was not in danger. It was just one of the other men who scared the animals, and in some cases let out caged ones. He raised his hand, watching the sprinting rabbit as it ran through the grassy field, desperate to get away from the sound. It wouldn't get away. The moment Domenico pulled the trigger, the animal tumbled through the air and fell to the ground, dead. Seth made a face, as if that rabbit were a personal acquaintance, but someone else was already fighting for Domenico's attention. "Good job, Acerbi. That's what I call a shot." Vincenzo laughed and patted Dom on the back. "You should learn from this man, Seth. Get some shooting practice. Your wife's not going to be happy if you shoot blanks." He shouted with a wide grin, probably proud of his tasteless jokes. Seth rolled his eyes. "I save my bullets for better targets." Seth's learned quite a lot, considering his age and the time available. "He will be a fine shot," said Domenico, unwilling to tolerate what was both criticism of Seth and himself as a teacher. Though he was pretty sure Vincenzo didn't intend the latter. The man was curiously friendly all of a sudden. After years of treating Domenico like a lesser man, it was bound to raise suspicion. "I suppose so. Even a master baker can only do so much with poor flour." Vincenzo sighed theatrically and Santo smirked, aiming his gun at yet another rabbit. At least Seth wasn't sitting close enough to hear this comment. This family reunion wasn't going well at all, and the late November sunshine wasn't helping anyone's mood but Vincenzo's. "That's not what I said." Domenico narrowed his eyes, but wasn't intent on protecting a grown man's honor. "What do you mean, then?" Vincenzo asked, and only continued after yet another bang rolled through the air. He is making remarkable progress. We're both working hard for that. Domenico gave Vincenzo as sincere a smile as he could muster. Seth didn't even look up at them as he got up from the rock. But just when Dom was hoping that the moody, blushing groom was coming over to do some shooting, Seth began a slow walk down the meadow. The men froze, still ready to shoot rabbits as the star of the day casually gun-blocked them to smell some daisies. Domenico wanted to howl, but with everyone's nerves close to snapping at Seth, he didn't want to be the one to start, especially not with an audience. He cleared his throat. "And how are things going with your woman?" he asked Santo, as it was the first thing that came to his mind as a distraction. Everyone around here liked to discuss the ladies. Santo finally pulled his gun down from the invisible target on Seth's back and looked up at Dom. "She's good for now," he said with a thoughtful expression. "Party's too much for my liking, if you know what I mean." Domenico stared at him and snorted, genuinely surprised. Santo really had changed since he was this kid who couldn't do his own kill. "Absolutely. So it's nothing serious? It's been going on so long I was thinking about the presents already," he said, watching Seth scoot down in the grass and pick up the dead rabbit. "It used to be, but we've known each other too long. She's changed, I've changed." Santo shrugged and cocked his head as they all watched Seth. "You, Acerbi? Gonna bring a bride from Ukraine or something, or are you sticking with Italian blood?" Vincenzo asked. Domenico laughed out loud. "Why? You want to be my best man?" he joked. "I do better than Seth," Vincenzo said with a smug smile. "I know how to wear a suit properly." Domenico snorted. He'd take Seth's tight t-shirts over Vincenzo's suits any day. "There's this one Italian girl across the pond, but we'll see how it develops." It seemed to catch Santo's attention, but he didn't say anything. Instead, Vincenzo babbled on. "Oh, go on! Do tell!" "There's not much to tell yet. I'll bring her over one day, but I might have hit the jackpot. Training does pay off, gentlemen," said Dom as he watched Seth return with the rabbit dangling close to his knees. Vincenzo sighed and checked his magazine. "I'm sure I could still use a few pointers, by the way." Vincenzo wanting to be his student? The world was going insane. "I'm sure we could work something out as well, if you wish." "You don't think you're good enough?" Seth snorted, joining them at the small hill. Dom wanted to howl when he saw him put his gun on the ground with the safety off next to the rabbit, but he couldn't let anyone else know. There was a chance no one would notice. "I think everyone has room for improvement. If you stick around the right people, you develop, rise in the ranks," Vincenzo said and smiled at Dom. Domenico nodded, increasingly chilled by the oddity of the situation. "I will keep that in mind." He then gazed at Santo. As unwilling as he was to associate with the consiglieri's son of all people, he asked, "What about you?" "I don't think I have much chance to rise in the ranks." Santo smiled at them, his full lips stretching over pearl-white teeth. "I'm happy where I am. Not everyone has the capacity, and it's a virtue to know your own limitations." That had to be exactly what Vincenzo wanted to hear, because his eyes lit up at the declaration. Domenico smiled as well and nodded. He did appreciate intelligence and strategy. Santo's father had taught him well, and it was clear to most that the consiglieri's goal was to have Santo replace him. With Vincenzo not cut out for the job, it was bound to happen. You never know. "There is one thing I hope to be," Santo said and pulled up his sleeves. "Useful." Seth put the gun back into the holster under his arm, and Dom was itching to go up to him and put the safety on, but he couldn't shame Seth like that in front of the others. "I wouldn't just assume your position won't change. I was in the U.S. for 5 years, and now here I am, training to be the future Don." Dom hated to see him put a target on his own back, and with that gun in his holster, Seth was even a target for himself. It was hard not to notice the growing tension in the air. Even the cool breeze wouldn't change that. Everyone zipped their lips, waiting for Vincenzo's response. Vincenzo narrowed his eyes and nodded. Exactly. No one can predict what will happen. My little brother's doing so well, but who knows how soon he'll have to put his skills to use. Hell, Santo. Vincenzo patted Santo's shoulder with a laugh. You could end up being the future Don for all I know. Circumstances change if you work for it. Isn't that what Father taught us all those years ago? This time he looked up at Seth and bewildered Dom by briefly sliding his dark eyes across Dom's face as well. Domenico forced a smile. I'm sure your father has a lot more up his sleeve. That's for sure. Vincenzo looked into his eyes before turning to the fields and taking another shot. Seth got up and started walking away without a word, but his brother wouldn't let him off the hook. Hey, Seth, don't go yet. I know Father arranged a wife for you, but you can't have Acerbi shooting your rabbits for you as well. Domenico swallowed, keeping neutral silence, though all he wanted was to grab Seth's arm, force him into the car, and drive. Seth did turn back, though, and Dom paled. He knew that look all too well by now. Seth was about to lash out, and it wouldn't be pretty. It's Acerbi's job to have the rabbits dead, so that's what he'll be doing. What is your fucking problem? Making sure no one but Seth could see it, Domenico mouthed, Stop. Vincenzo gave a theatrical sigh and approached his brother. I'm just kidding, Seth. No need to get violent, he said, absent-mindedly patting Seth's cheek. Dom saw the tension rise in Seth's arms, but in the end, the younger brother showed Vincenzo the finger and walked off. Domenico swallowed the need to follow him and smiled at Vincenzo. Someone needs chastising. He predicted Vincenzo's reaction perfectly. Oh yeah? You want to go and teach him a lesson, Master Baker? Vincenzo asked with a bloodthirsty grin. Domenico pulled his feet together and saluted. With pleasure. Am I excused then? Go on. You shot enough rabbits for today. Vincenzo shook his head. See you later, brothers, said Domenico, nodding at the whole group, and followed Seth, making his walk as nonchalant as possible. He had been wrong. Seth was pus-brained. Didn't he have any sense of the gray clouds that were gathering around him, ready to turn into a tornado? Seth made his way through the field without turning back. He eventually disappeared behind an old wooden barn, which was now used mostly for storage. Domenico rushed after him, and as soon as he too was no longer visible to the men they left behind, he ran the last few steps. His hand squeezed Seth's arm with much more force than he had intended. Are you insane? He growled through his teeth, immediately reaching for the gun hidden at Seth's side. Huh? Seth turned around and instinctively grabbed Dom's wrist, his eyes wide open. The gun. It could fire any second. What's wrong with you? Domenico pulled it out and showed him the firearm. Oh, Fuck. Seth paled and rubbed his hands over his face. I didn't notice. You can't ever miss that, growled Dom, shaking the gun in front of his face, even though it did nothing to calm the turmoil in his chest. This is a matter of life and death. You can't miss something like this. Seth swallowed and took a step back, leaving the gun in Dom's hands. I'm sorry. I know. I'll be more careful. He was deflated like the dead rabbit he'd left back at the hill. And what was that, anyway? Domenico put the safety on and pointed the gun in the general direction of where they left the others. Don't you see you're a bird in a snake nest? Seth pouted and furrowed his eyebrows. I had to say something. Domenico took a big gulp of air and balled his hands into fists, unsure what to do about this stubborn goat. No, you should have kept your mouth shut if you can't do it properly. He moved closer, knocking on Seth's chest. Vincenzo really wants to be the Don. Don't provoke him on his grounds. It's not my fault. Seth took a step back, and then just turned around, continuing his walk toward the villa. Domenico wouldn't have it. He yanked Seth back and dragged him toward the doors of the barn. His temples were pulsing with barely withheld anger. Doesn't matter. Hey, he's been nasty to me. I can't just take it. Seth looked into his eyes and reached for the gun in Dom's hand, even though he didn't put real effort into getting free. You said you wouldn't leave me alone in this. Domenico pushed him into the barn and shut the door behind them, leaving them in darkness thick with a strong smell of dust. I'm the fucking bastard son, in case you don't remember. I can hardly argue with Vincenzo. All I can do is warn you, but you're behaving like a child instead of listening to my guidance. Seth took a few steps back. Oh yeah? You seem to be having fun. A new fondness for Vincenzo? He hissed like a teased cobra. Domenico followed him and pushed at his chest. How do you think I managed to get where I am, huh? It's all in here, he growled, poking himself in the temple. You should try it sometime. Seth slapped his hand away without much enthusiasm. I've been to university. They don't teach how not to get killed now, do they? Rasped Domenico, shaking him in frustration. He didn't know how to get to this knobhead. Seth bit his lip and looked away. No, they don't. I suppose I'll just keep quiet. Domenico dragged his hands down his face with a low sigh. If it were him in Seth's position, he'd know what to do. You need to understand that your life is hanging by a thread. It could be poison, a push from the cliff. You can't tease the lion. Seth looked up at him, eyes wide and face paler than usual. But he's my brother. He's been cranky, but come on. Domenico shook his head, resigned. Don't take anything from anyone but me, unless it's from a container everyone is using. Do you understand? What if it's you who is the danger, huh? You're a good actor, after all. Seth shrugged, turning to look into the darkness. He couldn't really mean it. All he wanted was a promise that Domenico would not betray him. Right, that's why I'm trying to keep you alive, Dom muttered, pulling Seth close by the collar of his shirt. His smell alone was enough for Dom's gums to tingle, especially now when it was so dark, and his attention wasn't occupied by that gorgeous body. This time Seth looked up into his eyes. Why wouldn't you just push me off a cliff if I'm too stupid to live? Domenico let out a sharp breath and pressed his lips together, watching Seth's face in the shadows. I promise not to. I think it's what I deserve. Seth looked up at him with such utter sadness, even the darkness couldn't conceal it. A push. Domenico frowned, unsure how to respond to that. Why? Because I will fail at this no matter how hard I try. Domenico stepped back, watching the slouched, defeated figure of his lover. It's not your world, he said and pulled Seth even closer, sliding an arm around his waist. The musky aroma at the base of Seth's head was better than Xanax. I wouldn't be a good ballerina, for example. That seemed to cheer Seth up, even if only slightly. Are you saying I'd be a good ballerina? He leaned in for a hug. With his bulky body, he was to a ballerina what a bull was to a swan. We could try, chuckled Dom, pushing his nose under Seth's neck. He pulled on one of Seth's hands and raised it along with his own, starting a gentle turn in the middle of the barn. Seth's smile melted, and he parted his lips in surprise, but followed Domenico's lead. His thick fingers were slightly sweaty in Dom's hand, but curled around it as their eyes locked. There was no music, but the rhythm pulsing in Dom's temples. Ever dance the waltz? He asked, suddenly light-hearted. Seth chuckled. No, I'm more of a placebo fan, you know. How do you dance that? Muttered Domenico, squeezing his hand and leading him through the barn. Dancing had always relaxed him, and this old barn was perfect for a love scene of their own, where no one could see them. Seth wasn't the best dancing partner. He was clueless about the waltz, but he did follow well. This could work, he said, working hard not to stumble in the dirt. What do you mean? Domenico smiled at him. What are the steps? Seth never tore his gaze away. There are no particular steps, so this could work. He followed Dom's lead, It was clumsy, but Dom's skill made up for both of them. Domenico chuckled and rose to his toes, kissing Seth's soft mouth. He loved the ever-present stubble that never failed to scratch him. "Trust me and do what I ask you to. Understood?" Seth gently kissed him back, calm and collected again. "I will. Don't betray my trust." It was more of a plea than a threat. "I'd have to exchange you for someone else then." He smiled, never letting Dom's hand go. "I'm a man of my word," whispered Domenico, looking at him with a growing smile. He was tempted to turn Seth like a ballerina, but that wouldn't do with their height difference playing against him. Besides, you'd have him on your conscience. "Oh, would I?" Seth raised his eyebrows. "You'd kill a man just to have me?" Domenico grinned and moved them to a pile of jute stacks. He pushed Seth back, making him fall down with a silent yelp. An alpha knows to keep intruders away from his herd. Seth furrowed his eyebrows, spread out on the sacks. "Oh, so you have a whole herd?" He didn't sound impressed. It only made sense for someone as attention-seeking as him. Domenico grinned and spread out next to him. The bags were quite soft, filled with some dried straw or weeds, so he closed his eyes for a moment, enjoying the relaxed atmosphere. That was a first since they came back. "It's a small herd, just one other animal." "Seems like enough, right?" Seth said as the weeds rustled underneath him. The large, warm hand ran over Dom's chest. It was much nicer to have Seth like this than watching the pouty-mouthed Don-to-be try to shoot a rabbit and fail miserably only to sulk on a rock nearby. How could an ass like that not be enough? Domenico bit into Seth's shoulder and slid his hand to the round buttocks. They were so perfectly shaped he wanted to cry that he couldn't bite into them now. "Hey!" Seth punched Dom's arm without much force. "Don't say that." "Why? It's a compliment." He leaned closer and kissed the tip of Seth's nose. "You're so different with your flushing cheeks and lack of experience." Blood ran up to Seth's face as if Dom had pushed a button. "I'm all kinds of experienced," he muttered, avoiding Dom's eyes. Not like the hundreds of sluts Dom left behind. No, Seth wasn't like that. He wouldn't just give it to him in a back alley on the night of their first meeting, and Dom appreciated that. "Oh, come on. My mother would be happy if she knew I'm dating a virgin. She doesn't have to know that the relationship has already been consummated." Seth's eyes opened wider. "Pig! I'm not a virgin, and you damn well know that." Domenico sighed, looking at him not without pride. "Of course, thanks to me." "Because of you. Anyway, I had lots of sex before. You know that since you spied on me," growled Seth, rising on one elbow. "Oh, did you now?" Domenico beamed at him and nestled his head on Seth's bicep, the sweetest of pillows. "I want to know their names and addresses." Seth opened his lips like a fish and spoke only after a few seconds. "Peter Meridew, Brooklyn." "So what should I do about him?" asked Domenico, slowly moving his hand lower, between Seth's legs. He liked how the scent of dust mixed with Seth's. "Why would you do anything about him?" Seth stirred his hips, watching Dom with a frown. Domenico slipped his hand beneath Seth's t-shirt, smiling when he felt the already familiar body hair. "Because as long as he's alive, you will not be completely mine." Seth's lips parted. "Wow." Dom nodded, amused by Seth's reactions. "I know." But jokes aside, he had to think of a way to get the lamb out of this nest of serpents. His thoughts were interrupted by a soft, warm whisper against his lips. "I really like you," Seth confessed as if it weren't obvious. He had that shy smile on his face and didn't chase Dom's hands away this time. It made Dom yearn to get on top of him and fuck him in the secluded darkness of the barn. He should always carry lube around. From now on, he would. "Prove it," he teased, wiggling his eyebrows. He reached down to his own fly and unzipped it with a loud zapping noise. Seth snorted and slid his hand down the front of Dom's pants. "You're such a prick. I can't tell you anything. You always use it against me." "Yet you still want me." Domenico leaned back, ignoring the stems of hard hay digging into his flesh through the sacks. They could return here one night and go all the way without anyone ever noticing their absence. Seth started slowly massaging Dom's cock through the fabric, but his gaze was intense, not going anywhere. "I have horrible taste in men." "You do. That girlfriend of yours was a horrible choice," muttered Domenico, pulling Seth's hand deeper into his fly. He loved how the dark hair on the back of Seth's forearm felt on his skin. Stop fucking offending him all the time. The aggression made Seth squeeze on Dom's cock all the sweeter. Domenico groaned, hugging Seth's body tighter. "Can't help it." Seth pulled his hand away and raised his eyebrows. "Oh, look, my hand made its way back on its own. I can't help it." "Don't be a dick and suck my cock," moaned Domenico, pushing at the stubborn head. With his body already tingling with readiness, he wanted more of that hunky body. He wanted Seth serving him. But when his fucking phone rang, Dom knew that was it. Seth looked up at him and bent to kiss his cock through the fabric. Dom wanted to howl at his ringtone, as shivers of pleasure trailed all the way to the tip of his cock, but he still gently pushed his lover away and picked up the call, already zipping up his pants. "Acerbi." Seth sat back on the sack, looking as if he was going to cry if he didn't get to suck cock. But Luigi Tassa wasn't someone who would wait till Dom was done with this romp. "Where are you, Domenico? We need to talk." Dom sat up and pulled Seth close, patting his back. "I'm on the Villani grounds. Why?" "What do you mean, why?" This wasn't good. Luigi sounded annoyed. "I have new information I need to share with you. If you're on the grounds, come over to the terrace." Domenico closed his eyes as all hope of white streaks on Seth's dusky skin dispersed. "I'm on my way." Seth immediately stood up and shook off the dust without a word. Luigi disconnected. Domenico followed Seth to his feet and looked up at him, squeezing his hand. "I'm sorry, but I've been summoned. Will you walk with me?" Seth shrugged. "No worries. I'll find another cock to suck." Domenico frowned and grabbed at Seth's collar, as heat flooded his face and made him see white. "Don't you dare." Seth didn't fight it, just gave him a silly grin that shone in the semi-darkness. "You're wasting time, Dom. You've been summoned." Domenico groaned, briefly brushing off some stray hay. "We're going." Okay, Mimo." Seth smiled, all relaxed as if he hadn't spent the afternoon sulking. Domenico shook his head and pulled him in for one last kiss before walking up to the doors. "I will nail you while we're here. Just wait." Seth followed, just like during the brief dance. We'll see. You can try. Considering you get those phone calls all the freaking time, it might be hard." They walked out into the road covered in orange light from the setting sun. "It can't be helped. I'm not my own man." Domenico reached into his pocket to retrieve his ever-present cigarettes and lit one. He was already plotting how to respond to Seth's challenge. Seth looked like he wanted to say something, but then closed his lips and just held out his hand for a cigarette in that ever-present needy gesture. Dom didn't put the cig in his hand, instead pushing one more between those perfect lips and reaching up with the lighter. Seth didn't seem to mind and bent toward the flame. "At least I got something in my mouth," he teased as they walked. "Believe me, if you find an excuse to invite me to your room for 20 minutes, you will get much more." Domenico inhaled the smoke, already feeling its calming warmth spread through his body. It was exactly what he needed. They could see the villa's terrace from afar, and Luigi's lone figure at a table with a parasol. "I have to be careful then, and never invite the big bad wolf." "We'll see how long you last without feeling my breath on your nape." Dom said with a grin. As much as he admired Luigi, loved him like a father, he still couldn't get over the fact that it was his fault he couldn't fuck Seth. If Seth sucking in so much smoke he started choking was any indication, Dom had hit the nail on the head. It took a while for Seth to compose himself and wipe the tears away. "We'll see," he choked out, but it didn't sound like much of a threat. Seth's self-control had a lot to live up to. "Just remember what I told you. Don't get killed while I'm not with you. Can you promise me that?" Seth took a deep breath of smoke and kicked some rocks. "I'll drink only bottled water. You can't have me dead before that blowjob, right?" "Good thinking," said Dom, but he was already wary of Luigi overhearing them, so he raised his hand in greeting as he approached his mentor's stocky figure. "Good evening, Mr. Tassa," Seth said as they got closer, and Luigi scrutinized them both, his squint making his face more wrinkly around the eyes. "Good evening. Mr. Villani?" Domenico nodded at Seth with a polite smile, already turning his body toward Luigi. Seth just gave them one more curt nod before walking off, the back of his bulky body covered in dirt. Domenico wanted to slap himself for not reminding Seth to clean himself, but it was already a lost cause. Luigi sat in a white cast-iron chair by the table and grabbed himself an apple from a bowl of fruit. Domenico didn't waste his time and joined him. "You summoned me?" "Something interesting in the barn?" Luigi leaned closer and picked a bit of hay off Dom's shoulder before returning to peeling his apple. Domenico cleared his throat and smiled at the memory of his almost blowjob. We were wrestling." "Good. He's big but lacks the skill. Though I can imagine he's learned a lot in Berlin." "Yes." Domenico looked at the door where Seth entered the house and sighed. "Though he is still rather hopeless, he keeps forgetting how to properly handle the gun, so he needs much more training." "I suppose that's only fair." Luigi shook his head. "I didn't think it would be the case with Seth's wedding coming up, but you'll both be shipped off to New York soon. At the beginning of December, most probably." Domenico's head emptied, and there was a slight tingling in his temples. Might have been because most of the blood flew south at the mere thought of being alone with Seth again. "I believe that is a good start. He will have enough time with his wife later, but it's crucial that he knows the business. I doubt there will be much to do at first, but it will be a good time to keep him training for the future. There might be a hit coming in New York City that you'll need to take care of, but generally, I thought you could use the holiday after Berlin, even if you'd have to share the time with Seth." "With the rat eliminated, that shouldn't be a problem," said Domenico. He'd advised Seth not to mention the Chinese to anyone, and he didn't do it himself. Not even Luigi knew. Something was telling Domenico those matters weren't yet resolved. Luigi looked up at him as the peel slowly came off the apple. "Oh, he's not eliminated. We've only caught Angelo yesterday. Guess where we found him?" He raised his eyebrows, and for some reason it seemed like a challenge. Domenico shrugged, leaning back in the chair and pulling out his cigarette. "No idea. In a gay bar in Palermo. Not only a rat, but a fag as well. 2 birds with 1 stone, eh?" Domenico froze, forcing his face not to move as his eyes met Luigi's over the innocent fruit. But he could still breathe, so he took a slow gulp of air and shook his head. He couldn't believe Angela would be such an idiot. "I didn't see that coming." No one did, though afterward many claimed they had suspicions. I've been in this job for too long to believe you can spot a homosexual so easily. My advice, Domenico? You can spot a fag if you find him in flagranti with another man. Then you know. Luigi bit into one of his neatly cut-up apple pieces. "That's very true, unless one tries to flirt with you," said Domenico, willing to unwind the tension. It worked, because Luigi burst out laughing. "Are you speaking from experience?" Domenico grinned back and made an overinflated gesture against his cheek, imitating a flamboyant man. I can't help having this face, Luigi. Ladies aren't the only ones to notice, unfortunately. You should have a nickname. Domenico the Face Acerbi. If you keep letting Seth bruise you like that. He pointed to Dom's chin where he still had a reminder of the Chinese. You'd lose the privilege, though. I'm happy he's picking some things up. My face doesn't matter. Dom lied to complete the bluff. I suppose better you than him on his wedding day. The Dom wouldn't be too happy about that. But you're distracting me. I must be getting old. Luigi shook his head. If anything, his age was a good disguise for his strength and skill. Angelo is talking all about his arrangement with the Triad, so he's not dead just yet, but he will be. Was there anything else the girl said that we should know? Domenico shook his head and reached for another cigarette, caressing the familiar shape between two fingers. No, she was just a greedy bitch. How did Seth kill her? With a knife through the heart, said Domenico without a second's hesitation. It was the most probable version. Luigi nodded. Good. He needs to toughen up. I saw he didn't take part in the shooting. You need to make sure he knows staying away could be a death sentence. And we were having this discussion just now. He will learn, said Dom, though he wasn't so convinced himself. On to more pleasant topics, then. Do you have a girl for Seth's wedding yet? Luigi smiled. Domenico sighed, putting the cigarette into his mouth. It wouldn't stop him from talking, no. I can't make promises to local girls, but I'm sure Mother will suggest someone suitable. I still remember seeing you lead the waltz with Miss Avery in Vienna all those years ago. I was proud to see you grow up so well. Domenico couldn't help but smile at his mentor. Luigi was like the father he never had. I'm glad I had you to teach me all I needed to know. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. Loyalty and respect, Domenico, are the key. Whatever happens, yes? Luigi looked into Dom's eyes as he chewed on his last piece of apple. Domenico nodded. As always. Chapter 3. Domenico. It was a long walk along the dark vineyards to get to the old, unused well. The stars shone brightly in the sky above Domenico, and the smell of fresh, damp grass made him happy to be breathing. This place always reminded Dom of a more innocent time, when he would come here with Angelo and hide in the darkness. The chill was prominent at night, but in the summer, an evening in the vineyards was heaven. He could even hear the waves of the sea crashing against the cliff in the distance, where the fields ended so close to the water. The Villani estate had a private beach, and if one was up for a long walk, they could reach the seaside, never leaving the family's land. As he ventured deeper into the field, he made sure no one followed him, roaming the area like he had no purpose whatsoever. But when he finally noticed the old well, his legs carried him down a grassy field as if something was forcing them to run. The structure, made of ancient-looking stones, was hidden by bushes that served as a border between two types of crops. Dom sighed and let his hands rest on the cold, rough surface before tipping his body to look into the black shaft below. It smelled of dust. There couldn't have been much rain in recent days. Weeks, maybe. With all the yellow flowers growing behind the bush, it was a nice place to be, especially at dusk, when insects became less of an issue. He could see Seth enjoying an evening here, but that wasn't why he came. Domenico dropped the duffel bag with supplies to the ground and pulled off the rope he had hung over his chest and kneeled by the nearest tree, carefully fastening one end of the rope to its thick base before throwing the other end into the well. It wasn't him who had been betrayed this time. But when he put on the protective gloves and dove into the darkness below with just the rope and wall for support, it felt personal. He slid down the wall, and soon enough his feet hit the dry dirt bottom of the well. Dom's nostrils filled with dust. Not many people knew about this passage, and the thick layer of grime suggested no one had used it in a long time. He didn't think this place would still give him chills, but the shiver going down his spine was undeniable. Facing the wall, he put his hands on the cold stone and looked up into the circle of light over his head. Way back, he had tried to climb up with his bare hands and feet, only to fall back down, and he wondered if it would be any easier now. He was tempted to switch on his cell phone and use it as a flashlight, but there was no need to. He still remembered every single stone in here. Slowly, he dropped to one knee and found the one he was looking for. His fingers traced the lines scratched in the hard rock, all 57 of them on one stone. There were small drawings, too, including a big cross scratched over the entrance to a low tunnel, which was now behind Domenico. Even now, somewhere deep in his brain, he feared that there was something unholy hiding in the pitch-black channel. That's why during those 57 days he had only slept during the day. It was hard to be ashamed. He had been only 10 after all. It had taken a wild storm and hail to make him crawl in there, with his soul desperately yelling for him to stay in the light. He had chosen darkness. The tunnel and the well ended not long farther down, with heavy iron bars. But as soon as he'd become comfortable in the cold black space, he had learned to find peace in there. It protected him from rain. No one could throw things at him or taunt him as much as when he stayed in the well itself. And then he figured out how to open the bars, and the 57 days were over. Domenico moved across the bottom of the dry well and didn't hesitate this time. He dove right into the tight tunnel, low enough to force him to crawl on his hands and knees. The earthy smell became damp as he ventured deeper into the hidden tunnel he knew so well. He'd never calculated how long it took for him to reach the mansion from the well, but he supposed it was at least 20 minutes of a quick crawl, a journey he wouldn't be able to make were he claustrophobic. It felt like diving into hell. He got to the first set of bars and found the rusty contraption used to open it. He didn't even have to use a modified belt buckle like he did all those years ago. Now he came prepared with the proper screwdriver. He was beginning to wonder if this tunnel hadn't been forgotten altogether because it was littered with rocks and grime. Dom even brushed his hand over a rotten mouse carcass. It took strength to force open the bars, but he wasn't 10 anymore. If he could carry a guy like Seth, he could pull out rusty iron. It opened with a squeak of hinges that sounded like the screech of a demon. It wouldn't be the last he was about to confront. He was shutting down his thoughts as the tunnel became even narrower and colder. There was no reason to think much. All that counted was to progress through this black hole, all the way to the second set of bars. Dom's weight didn't fluctuate, but he could never know. And getting stuck in a place such as this would mean his death, as there was no cell phone signal down here below the ground. His breath came in slow, careful inhales, but as his fingers brushed over the familiar piece of metal, he couldn't stop himself from sighing in relief. One more gate into hell, and if he remembered correctly, it would be less than 5 minutes before he reached the lowest level of the wine cellar in the Villani mansion. There was no light for him to see, but when he reached a plastic barrier, he knew he was there. The corridor was hidden by a fake ventilator, which Dom carefully unscrewed before jumping down to the stone floor. Putting the cover back on was easy enough, and he listened to the sounds of the house. It was too late for anyone to be up, and he knew for a fact that there were no cameras in the cellar, so he didn't try to hide. Without turning on the light, he walked along the huge barrels with fermenting wine, using his hands and feet for direction. The tip of his sneaker eventually bumped into a stair, and he carefully walked up all 6 of them before taking a turn to the right into what he knew was a magnificent room with several barrels, one of which did not contain wine. Domenico switched on the tiny flashlight in his phone and walked up to the right barrel, which, lying on its side, was taller than him. He rushed to open its front, which even had a tap like all the others. But if you knew the right combination of twists and turns on it, you could open the huge round door. It reminded Dom of a hobbit house, like in a movie Seth had made him watch in Berlin, but its insides were much more sinister. The moment Dom stepped into the barrel, a white, laboratory-like light switched on in the other end, revealing an ancient fresco of Jesus on a cross. It had too many cracks to count. There were bits missing, but the image, and the raw, bloody realism of it never failed to make Dom choke up, even if for just a second. He crossed himself and walked straight into an old holding cell, still in use, still furnished with iron shackles fastened to the wall. There was a jangle of chain as the prisoner looked up, face so bruised and bloody Dom hardly recognized Angelo's handsome features. His neck was adorned with a thick iron collar chained to the wall, and his hands were cuffed. All the man wore was a pair of dirty jeans. He opened his eyes but didn't say a word, just staring at Domenico with a silent question on his smashed lips. Dom folded his arms across his chest, fighting a sudden clench in his gut. This was the man who had presented Seth to the Chinese on a silver platter, like a roasted pig with an apple in his mouth. This was the man who had betrayed Domenico a long time ago. It seemed a lack of loyalty was in Angelo's blood. "I'm not here to help you get free." He could see the spark die in Angelo's eyes with a long exhale, but it had to take a while for the information to seep in, because he only managed an "oh" after the longest pause. "Are you here to torture me?" he rasped. Domenico slowly made his way closer, step by step. For what Angelo did, he wanted to put another fracture in that formerly straight nose, but he wouldn't take any pleasure from tearing Angelo's flesh or crushing his fingers. "Why would you think that?" "Just an assumption. No one wants to see Domenico Acerbi in their cell as they're waiting to have their fate sealed." Angelo sneered, but it looked like it was the speaking, moving his face, that hurt him, not the words themselves. Domenico glanced at a pitcher of water to Angelo's side and reached into his pocket, retrieving a small piece of paper wrapped around 2 pills. He walked close enough for his foot to dig into the flesh of Angelo's knee and showed him the opiate painkillers. "It'll make you feel better, for now." Angelo scrambled forward, his formerly sleek black hair now in a mess with clots of blood. "Why did you come here? You know what I did," he said, but opened his mouth wide and held out his tongue. Dom slowly squatted between Angelo's thighs, close enough to smell every bit of blood, sweat, and fear. He picked up the pitcher and carefully placed the pills on Angelo's tongue before giving him some of the water to drink. It was a sorry sight. "Why did you do it?" he asked. "Was the money really worth the risk?" Angelo swallowed greedily, water dripping down his chin and naked chest as he drank. Dom's gaze followed the droplets, but it quickly focused on the dried blood Angelo was sitting in. His stained jeans suggested a violation Dom wasn't all that keen on imagining. Angelo leaned back against the wall and closed his eyes. "You wouldn't understand. It was more than money. The opportunity fell into my lap. I gambled, and I lost." "Like the opportunity of gambling with me?" asked Domenico right away. Angelo's eyes shot open, and he let out a raspy laugh. "I'm all out of fucks to give if that's what you came for." Domenico smiled, shaking his head as anger bubbled up deep inside his chest. He kept it well hidden. "You're gonna die one way or another," he said without any satisfaction. "What do you want from me, then? I was 16 and threatened by Federico Villani of all people. Was I supposed to fight him for my one true love?" Angelo pouted in the most unpleasant way. "That wasn't even a gamble." Domenico sighed and reached out, brushing some of the clotted hair out of Angelo's face to uncover his bright eyes. He would have back then. At 15, he was definitely mad enough to take on the whole family if need be. But now the flame that used to burn for Angelo was merely a flicker. So why? "I'm not like you. The family stifled me and my needs." Angelo spat. "I wanted out." He whispered the last words, his eyes more intense. Domenico shook his head. "Your needs? The ones you were out satisfying when they found you in a gay bar in fucking Palermo? Who fucks this close to home?" "Everyone else but us." Angelo pulled on the cuffs on his wrists with a rattle of chain. This has always been my life. In fear, on a chain, and in a puddle of blood. I didn't get to go to fucking Paris or New York on family money. I was always here. Always too close to home. Never able to let go. Shh, that's not gonna help. Domenico slowly massaged the top of Angelo's head, trying to calm him down. And how was this stunt gonna help you? Who'd want Seth dead? Angelo's breath trembled. There is a man who goes by Mr. Tropico. I don't even know if he's a part of our family, or if he's from the Triad or what, but he wants Seth dead. He offered me a one-way ticket to a nice cozy home on an island in Indonesia if I helped organize the hit. I gave it my best shot. He shrugged and leaned into Dom's hand like a beaten pup, hungry for any affection it could get. Domenico leaned in, pulling him close, and letting Angelo's head rest on his shoulder. Angelo was burning up with fever. No idea who it might be? Domenico whispered, petting him gently. No one knows. Vincenzo doesn't have the brains for it, and Federico would wait with shit like this until Santo was older. I thought Seth would be an easy target. Angelo babbled, taking deep breaths. He's under my protection now, whispered Domenico, slowly pulling away even though he still kept his hands on Angelo. He won't die. You better have eyes on the back of your head then. Domenico exhaled, looking at the dried blood on Angelo's torso. This man would take all his secrets into the grave with him. He was a virgin, you know, he whispered, looking up into Angelo's eyes. He gave himself to me, and I can't let him down. Angelo's face was becoming sweaty, but his eyes went wide in disbelief. You fucked Seth Villani? I always knew you'd go far, but this is just priceless. You don't have the gene responsible for common sense, do you? Domenico frowned and looked at the shackles on Angelo's hands. It was all about playing one's cards well. I am fucking him a lot. How long is that gonna last, huh? Even you're not gonna keep your head if the Don finds out. He's not gonna find out. Dom sat down between Angelo's legs and stroked his hand down his torso. Too bad he couldn't kill him now. It would have made it easier for both of them. Regardless of all the spite he still felt after being abandoned, he didn't want to think about Angelo waiting here for his death. He's his son, Dom. Angelo's lips trembled, and Domenico noticed a missing tooth. He sighed, cupped Angelo's face, and pressed on his bottom lip to expose more of the damage. It was a shame Angelo would go this way. I think he loves me. Angelo flinched but was quickly back for more touch. It will end in blood. Domenico swallowed and leaned in to press a brief kiss to Angelo's temple, tasting salt and copper. Perhaps. Don't all bad things feel good? You of all people should know. A wide smile, followed by a chuckle, bloomed on Angelo's lips. The opiates had to be kicking in. They do. Oh, God, they feel so fucking good. It felt so good to take the Don's son. But you know what's even more wrong? Dom sat down with his head on Angelo's shoulder. What can be better than a tight virgin hole? Angelo nudged Dom with his broken nose. A slight shudder went down Domenico's back at the memory. A blanket underneath his knees and elbows, Angelo's weight on top of him, his hands so grabby, possessive. It hurt so good to just let go and take the man he loved. Dom kissed Angelo's cheek again. The Don's my father, he whispered, somehow overcoming the almost physical barrier in his throat. Angelo frowned slightly. That's not true. The devil himself is your father. That is so nasty. You really don't have any morals, he said, but it didn't sound like a slight. Dom sighed. His hole didn't feel nasty, though. He sat and closed his eyes, savoring what time he had left with Angelo's warm, breathing body. Fucking your virgin half-brother, the son of the Don, and making him fall for you, you handsome devil." Angelo's breath was deep and raspy. Domenico looked up at him with a slight smile. "Is that what I am?" Angelo wore a sad smile as he watched Dom with half-lidded eyes. "Yeah, I sometimes wished you would have talked to me again." Dom swallowed hard and scooted even closer. "I wouldn't have trusted you again." "I know, but I won't let you down now. I'll keep my mouth shut about you and Seth. I only told you about Tropico." Angelo's lips were dry again, and he spat blood to the side. "I know they'd kill me anyway." Domenico quickly reached for the pitcher and raised it to Angelo's mouth, helping him drink. He came here expecting to not feel much. If anything, he'd expected to spill the anger he had been holding back for almost 10 years. But the moment he faced Angelo again, heard his voice, all he wanted was to hold him close and snap his neck when he'd be least expecting it. But he couldn't afford mercy. Chapter 4. Seth. Seth rummaged through his mom's pantry to see what was left of the preserves she made before she died. He was trying to find the recipe book she had for jams and pickles, but it wasn't going his way so far. The room was cluttered, dusty, and the ceiling was so low he had to stay on his knees while looking through the shelves in the semi-darkness. This was the moment when being big and tall wasn't all that helpful. At least he was alone here, and could spend some time in peace and quiet. But if he were honest with himself, this whole looking for preserves thing was just an excuse to get his mind off the matter at hand. He was falling for Domenico Acerbi. It wasn't moths in his stomach anymore, but full-on butterflies and other shit. He was fucked. Not in the literal sense, though that was an aspect of it. He was fucked in every other conceivable way. His bad taste in men had reached new heights. It was okay to play around with Dom, but he couldn't be really getting attached to him. Dom didn't care for him. Dom had a mission, and entertained himself with Seth in the meanwhile. Being the hot stuff he was, Seth was hardly surprised. After a few days back in Italy, Seth could barely sleep and wished Dom was by his side. Everything would be better that way. Yesterday, when Dom had led him in a dance in the barn, Seth was so mesmerized he didn't know what to do. He actually felt embarrassed he'd done the girl's steps, but only pondered on that later. When Dom led him with so much ease, everything seemed easy. Having feelings for Domenico Acerbi was the worst idea on the planet, though. The guy would use it to his benefit the moment he spotted an opening in Seth's defenses, and Seth would be beyond fucked. He'd be on a sea of fucked, with only a pancake spatula for a paddle. He crawled in farther, behind another row of shelves and jars, hoping to spend the rest of the day here if no one noticed he was gone. Fortunately, after the initial proposal and an afternoon with Lucrezia and her father, Seth was not to see her until the wedding day. She seemed like a perfectly nice girl, which only made the whole thing so horrendous. She was 18, for fuck's sake. What did she know about what she wanted in life? The pantry was hot and stuffy, but being here was still better than the pressure he was under outside. Seth took off his t-shirt and put it on one of the shelves. He could even lie down on it later and have a nap. Maybe that would help him forget all the shitty things that kept happening in his life. He'd even called Peter in the morning, wanting to let him know he was fine, tell him that he was sorry for the sudden breakup, and all he got in return was anger. There was even a new boyfriend in the picture. Good for him, but still, why couldn't Seth's life look better? Peter even told him not to call again, so he clearly got over their 2-year relationship quickly. There was a clang of the door opening, and Seth froze with tiny hairs standing up on his nape when he realized he couldn't face the person who entered as easily as he'd like. "There you are. I've been looking for you forever." Domenico. Seth sighed, though his heart instantly raced at hearing Dom's deep voice. Fuck. He quickly dismissed the idea that maybe if he stayed quiet, Dom wouldn't notice him. He obviously already had. "Yeah, I was looking for stuff." "So, you free? I'm done with my report, so I thought we could get some air." No, you could have texted me. I'm looking for this thing. Seth raised his voice, peeking at Dom's silhouette from behind the shelves. To his dismay, Domenico walked deeper into the pantry, no doubt to force Seth to follow him. He even had his hair down. The bastard. What? Maybe I know where it is. Seth crawled a bit closer on all fours. Yeah, if you know where my mom's fig marmalade is, then you can help. Domenico snorted. Nah, but I have something good for you too. Seth rolled his eyes and came over closer. Is that the euphemism for your cock? No, I have homemade focaccia with pesto. Domenico squatted in front of him and showed him a canvas bag. My mother made it. Oh, that's nice. Seth plopped down on his ass and took the bag, more confused than ever. Dom shared his mother's food with him? The man had the appetite of a wolf. How is she doing? Dom scratched his neck and started slowly rocking back and forth. She's fine. Told me to pass her greetings. We had a very happy reunion. That's nice, Seth muttered and tore off a piece of focaccia. All he wanted was to lean closer and smell Dom's hair, though the bread was almost as tempting. You did anything interesting? Domenico played with the sleeve of his casual beige shirt. Not really. My brother's all nasty, everyone's stiff around me. I thought I'd just do stuff on my own. All my friends are back in New York. Domenico startled him by snapping his fingers in front of Seth's face. What about me? Seth blinked and put the bread in his mouth. I kinda thought you'd be busy with your own friends and stuff. To be honest, he didn't assume Dom would want to spend much time with him other than some training and maybe getting a quick blowjob. It was pretty depressing. Domenico went silent, pulling on his hair. I don't like what's going on here now. Let's go outside. Okay. Seth grabbed the t-shirt from the shelf and put it back on. I'm just cranky. Why? You still want to blow me? Seth squinted and passed him on all fours. Yeah, I've been upset about it since yesterday. All I could think of since then was sucking you off. I couldn't sleep because of it. I thought about it in the shower, and then when I was making breakfast, I imagined the banana I was having was a big fat cock. He looked back at Dom. That's a no. Domenico whistled, but started moving back toward the door. That was harsh. I can be harsh, so stop prodding me. Seth went down the tiny wooden spiral staircase and into the kitchen, where Dom was already waiting for him. Handsome in a slightly rugged way, and elegant at the same time. Who could possibly resist that? Not him. We could grab some wine, Dom said, gesturing toward the appropriate cabinet. Seth gave up and moved close enough to smell Dom. The kitchen looked so empty without his mom around. Go on, then. It's just been a shitty day for me. Tell me about it. I could only see my mother for half an hour because of other obligations. I now hardly spend any time with her, even when I'm here. Domenico shrugged and retrieved a bottle of red wine. Seth gave him a small smile. It was nice to see a human face to Domenico. I hope to find some of my mom's preserves or the recipes so I could make them myself one day. No one wants me here in this house, so I called Peter, but even he gave me the cold shoulder. Domenico stopped on the way to the door and turned to Seth, his face blank. What? I know, right? I finally get to safely talk to him, and all I get is call me in a year? Seth groaned. Why the fuck did you even contact him in the first place? Growled Domenico, whose eyes opened wide, dark as two pieces of coal. His displeasure was obvious, despite the lack of any grimace on his face. Why not? I wanted to let him know I'm safe. Though he wasn't all that safe, now was he? I don't want you to contact any past girlfriends or boyfriends, hissed Domenico, walking up to Seth with his shoulders tense, as though he was prepared to fight. Seth took a step back, unsure of what was happening, or if that bottle of wine was about to end up on his head in a matter of seconds. So Dom didn't care about Seth getting married, but here he was throwing a fit because of a phone call? What's your problem? And I didn't have any girlfriends for your information. Seth frowned. Domenico snorted and spread his arms. Well, that bitch you called today is no man. Seth's eyes went wider, and he took a deep breath. How can you say that? Maybe I'm a bitch for you as well, he added as blood turned bitter in his veins. Domenico rolled his eyes and stepped back, moving his hand up and down to indicate Seth's whole body. Don't be ridiculous. Look at yourself. You're more of a bear than a bitch. Seth tensed up even more. Peter is no bitch. He is the way he is, and there's nothing wrong with that. No. Domenico blinked at him with disbelief. A man should not make himself look like a woman. I have no sympathy for some stupid fairy. He stepped back, pacing around the room with the bottle in his hand. You've been away from home for too long. I thought it was kinda cute, Seth mumbled. Whatever, he doesn't want to talk to me anyway. Happy? Domenico exhaled, the pent-up aggression clear in his tone. Don't do it again. I won't. Seth pouted and looked away, leaning against the counter. He was hardly surprised Dom, despite being gay himself, thought that way of Peter. Fucking internal homophobia. Domenico opened the door. Shall we go? Seth walked outside into the chilly air. Yeah, I just wish I could have my New York life back. With you. If he only could live with Dom in some nice neighborhood, even if just for some time, before Dom lost interest. Domenico followed him with a sigh. We'll see how it all unravels. I'm gonna get married next week. That's what's gonna unravel. Seth whined and brushed his hand against Dom's. His warmth was the comfort he needed, even though he knew he wouldn't get it here. Domenico looked at him and nodded toward the northern part of the estate, starting to walk already. The sun was setting, and the red light made the shadows of the trees in the garden unnaturally long and sharp. The last rays of sun were pleasantly warm on Seth's skin, and it made him glad that he agreed to come out. Don't think about it. It can't change anything. You're right. Pass me that wine. Seth sighed as they walked past the first trees on their way to the vineyard. You don't want to wait till we're seated? Domenico walked effortlessly next to him, long legs carrying him up the hill. Why? Are you planning a romantic picnic? All in love with me already? Seth teased, but watched Dom closely for his reaction. Unfortunately, Domenico seemed more interested in the landscape that lay in front of them than anything else. His face looked softer than usual, but that might have been the light. I have fond memories of this vineyard. Seth's face lit up with understanding as he looked down on the fields. Oh, I remember. Is this where you had your first time? Domenico nodded, but Seth couldn't miss the way his Adam's apple bobbed at the question. We could go to the same spot, if you'd like. Yeah, go on, show me. Seth looked around, but noticing no one, he entwined his fingers with Dom's. The slight evening chill had him feeling fresh and aware after that hour in a dusty pantry. Domenico didn't react at first, but eventually stroked his thumb over Seth's hand and led him down the hill, into the vineyard. It was empty by that time of day, but they kept walking lower as they traversed the hillside. Only after they reached a small, secluded spot where the ground formed a natural hideout did Dom stop and sit down in the grass. Seth joined him, but took the chance to steal a kiss, briefly sucking on the soft lips. So, this is where Domenico Acerbi bottomed. He whistled and looked around. It was quite cozy, with bushes on one side and the cliff hiding them from prying eyes. Domenico snorted and produced a Swiss Army knife with a corkscrew. Among other places. No one can see you here. Seth raised his eyebrows with a grin and leaned back on his elbows. Among other places? Hold on there, 'cause I'm getting hot. He laughed and pretended to let the heat out from beneath his t-shirt. When Dom's gaze strayed to his exposed skin, he knew he'd reached his goal. I didn't do it only once, obviously. So you did like it? Seth tried to challenge that no-bottoming attitude. Was this his golden ticket? Domenico opened the wine with a popping noise and gulped down some of it straight from the bottle. The sun shining through the dark green glass shed a sickly, purplish light on his neck. Why are you so interested all of a sudden? I'm always interested in you bottoming. For me, preferably. Seth's smile kept widening, and he felt a pleasant tingling in his body. He decided to move closer to Dom so that he could smell him, feel the heat of his body. The cool grass beneath them was slowly heating up, and the earthy smell of the ground seeped into Seth's senses, giving him the impression they were alone in the world. Domenico snorted. I see. If you need to know, I was young, in love, and I wanted it then. Seth took the bottle from Dom's hands and had a few gulps. Huh? He knocked on Dom's chest. You mean you have a heart, Tin Man? Domenico chuckled, spreading out on the grass. He used one of his arms as a pillow and looked into the pink-tinted clouds above them. Seth wondered what shapes he was seeing in them. Spilled blood? That's one of the places where you can kill me. Seth slowly lay next to him, on his stomach, lifting up on his elbows so he could look at Dom. Did he kill you? For a brief moment, the skin around Domenico's eyes tensed, but then closed his eyes with a small smile. He did. Seth was surprised to see Dom bear so much, but he wouldn't use it against him. He wouldn't use it to betray him. Is that why you stopped bottoming? He laid his face on Dom's chest, listening to the rapidly quickening heartbeat beneath that fragrant skin. Domenico swallowed again, remaining silent for longer than usual. No, he gave me up when someone else got interested in me. Seth frowned and inhaled the smell of Dom's cologne, grass, and dirt. He could stay here for a while. Why would he do that? Federico Villani. Seth didn't comprehend it for a longer moment, but his suspicions got the hairs on his forearms bristling. What about him? He asked my boyfriend to never speak to me again. Dom shrugged, blinking at the sky. He found me attractive, so he invited me over to his study, and so it began. Seth's lips curled in disgust. His uncle, the consigliere? He's what, 20 years older? What the fuck? And he's gay? Seth sat up, unable to comprehend this. And your ex? What the fucking douche? Federico's not that bad looking, muttered Dom, refusing to look at Seth. But I wouldn't have chosen him. He's your fucking uncle! Seth gritted his teeth and crossed his arms on his chest. He didn't act like one. Ew! I think I'm gonna puke! Seth put his hands over his face. What a fantastic fucking family. How old were you? 15. Domenico's hand rested on Seth's head, petting it gently. Did he hurt you that you never wanted to bottom again? Seth couldn't help the frown under his hands. He felt so sorry for Dom, and there was nothing he could do. What are you asking about? Dom groaned, tensing up. I mean... He dared to look up at Dom. Did he cause you pain? Domenico laughed. Come on, Seth, this was going on for years. Don't make a victim out of me. I wouldn't be here if it weren't for his support. Why'd you stop then if it was so good? Seth pouted and looked away. It wasn't good, but that was the only way I could be a part of this family. I had to be agreeable, so I was. Domenico shrugged again. That's all it was, but I'm not going there again. Did you just compare bottoming for me to getting fucked by my uncle? Seth groaned, heat rising in his body. I didn't say that. I just don't want to bottom. Seth watched Domenico pull grass out of the ground time and time again, as if he wanted to have them all out in the open, roots and all. Dom cleared his throat. I don't want anyone to control me like that. I don't want orders in my bed. This is good, he insisted. Seth crawled up higher to kiss Dom's lips. There was a new closeness between them that he couldn't quite yet grasp. "When I become Don, you won't have to follow orders like that," he said, and it was the first good thing he found in his position to be. That maybe he'd be able to give Dom protection. Domenico chuckled. "No one would dare to do it to me anymore, but thanks." He pressed a brief kiss to Seth's cheek. "How did it end with Federico, then?" Seth curled his arms around Dom's waist, hugging him close. Oh, God. He could melt into this man whenever he inhaled his scent. Domenico's hands slowly closed around Seth in a loose embrace. "I did him a favor and made him promise to break it up in exchange. He wasn't happy, but he did honor our agreement." "You're like this iceberg, and I have to work my pickaxe for every block I chop off. What favor did you do? Did you kill someone?" Seth whispered. Domenico looked down at him with a smile, as if the topic of murder was familiar enough to relax him. "Yes. Boy Santo didn't have the guts, so I did the job, and he got made." Seth licked his lips, trailing his fingertips over Dom's stomach. "He seems to have grown out of it, but at least you got to, get out of the arrangement with Federico." "Yeah. No offense, but your uncle is more of a bastard than I am." Domenico chuckled and leaned forward to kiss Seth's forehead. He was Dom's uncle as well, but Seth thought it was better not pointed out. "Maybe now you just need to find the right guy to bottom for." Seth looked into his eyes. It wasn't about pushing for power anymore. He just wished he could make Dom feel good about it again. Dom sighed, looking into the sky. Seth hadn't even noticed when it became darker. He slid a finger through the gap between the buttons on Dom's shirt and touched the naked skin. It was pleasantly warm and inviting. "Sometimes it takes a while, but finding the right guy for the job is worth the wait." With a gentle swipe of his fingers, Domenico pulled Seth in and met him halfway for a slow, languid kiss. "You waited for me," he whispered. Seth crawled over him, with all his senses already on fire. "I suppose I did," he said, looking into Dom's eyes. His skin showed goosebumps, his hairs were bristling, and when Domenico swirled his thumb over his ear, cupping his jaw, the tingling in his body became almost unbearable. "You could never possibly forget me now," mouthed Domenico, with hardly any sound present. His dark eyes shone in the last rays of daylight. Seth ground into him with a groan. Of course he wouldn't forget a guy like Dom. His life was changed forever since they met, and it wasn't only because of Father's decisions. "Dom?" he whispered into those hot, soft lips. They pushed against his, already fueling his hunger. "Yes?" whispered Domenico with a softness he rarely voiced. Seth licked Dom's top lip with the tip of his tongue and ground his hips into Dom's again, sliding his hands down his body. "Is there anywhere more private we can go?" Seth could feel the sigh going through Domenico's body. "You want to bottom again?" I don't know if we'll have the right space, but I could give your dick some attention, and you could return the favor." Seth's nostrils flared as he feasted on his lover's masculine scent. "I miss you." Domenico sat up, taking Seth with him in a firm embrace. "Yeah, there is somewhere." "I don't feel that safe when you're not in my bed," Seth blurted out to make it sound teasing, but he meant it with all his heart. He kissed Dom once more, straddling his lap, but a sudden pull kept him in place as Domenico parted his lips aggressively. His teeth scratched Seth's lips as he ate them, as if he wanted to devour Seth whole. Breathless, Seth wrapped his arms around Dom's neck. He never wanted to leave this position, their bodies entwined, with Seth's thighs spread to accommodate Dom's hips. The mere thought made his skin tingle and his cock harden. He opened his mouth for his lover's tongue, inviting him into penetration. The chill in the air did nothing to cool him down. His heart was thumping in his chest like for no man before. Seth even fantasized about Dom lately, not some random hotties, when he lay in bed at night, staring at the ceiling and wishing Dom would come and slide underneath the comforter. He was so immersed in the moment, the kiss only ended after Domenico pushed him away. He was holding Seth with both hands and taking deep, calming breaths. "Let's go," he muttered as he moved his hips, raising Seth with them. Seth followed, like a lovesick pup, his lips still burning with the kiss. "What secret hideout do you have, huh?" Domenico smiled at him and got up from the grass. "Maybe you know of it already." "Just take me there. I'm freaking horny." Seth moaned and squeezed his dick through the jeans. He wrapped his other arm around Dom's waist and went for his lips again. Dom's eyes twinkled and he grabbed Seth's hand, climbing back up the hill. "I've got lube," he muttered, as if it required praise. Seth licked his lips. Maybe they could go all the way after all. It had been over 2 weeks, and his memory was blurring. Seth needed to sharpen it up. "If there is a place to wash, I suppose." Domenico groaned, pulling him closer. He easily kissed Seth on the forehead, and it took Seth a moment to realize things like that didn't happen to him all that often. He was taller than most of his lovers, but Dom, being Dom, took the chance when he stood higher up. "Who do you fuck around here otherwise?" Seth asked, trying to sound casual. It all felt so intimate it was freaking him out. Domenico's hand immediately tightened on his. "I don't want you hooking up with them." "You worried I might like them better?" Seth bent to nudge Dom with his nose. He didn't want Dom's ego to explode. "I don't want a slut," growled Domenico. Seth rolled his eyes. "Watch it." "Watch what?" "Watch what you say to me." Seth frowned. "You can't do that." "What do you expect?" Domenico threw his arms to the side with a frown. "A fair warning." Seth wanted to answer, but in the end he just pouted and pushed his hands into his pockets. He didn't know where he stood with Dom. Was he a temporary piece of meat? Was he a friend in the making? Was he someone Dom wanted to wield power over? The lack of sufficient light didn't make it any easier to read Dom's intentions. Domenico let his head fall back in a gesture of helplessness. "Time's too precious anyway. Let's go." Seth opened his mouth, but then Dom's phone rang. It was starting to become Seth's least favorite sound on the planet. "Oh, for fuck's sake, will we ever get to fuck?" he groaned. But Domenico was already answering despite the scowl on his face. "Yes?" Seth's cell phone vibrated in his pants, but he wasn't about to answer it when he fished it out and realized it was Vincenzo. Dom immediately walked away, quietly talking to somebody on the other end of the line. His pale shirt was moving with the breeze, and so was his hair. It was such a picturesque sight, it was making Seth uneasy. His brother wouldn't stop calling, so Seth gave in and finally picked up the call. It looked like the possibility of sex would be snatched from him yet again. "What?" There was a snort that croaked at the other side of the line, but then Vincenzo spoke up. "Are you out shooting rabbits that you can't answer on time?" I was busy." Seth took a long breath, slowly walking up to Domenico and touching the soft ends of his hair. He wanted to be all sorts of busy with Dom, and for a second or two it looked like he would be. Domenico put the cell back into his pocket and gestured for him to finish talking to Vincenzo, who was sounding smugger with each word he uttered. "That's new. I thought you're enjoying your extended holiday." Seth gave Dom a confused look. "Well, yeah, but I have stuff to do, before the wedding and all." "Father requires you in the house as soon as possible. I will be waiting for you in the living room." Seth groaned. "Okay," he said and disconnected, looking up at Dom. "There goes your blowjob." "I've been summoned too." Domenico sighed and reached into his pocket, retrieving a black hairband which he immediately used to gather his hair into a neat ponytail. "Where to?" Seth shrugged. He wasn't impressed by this turn of events. "Vincenzo wants to see me in the living room." Domenico bit his lip, looking toward the sea before turning his eyes to Seth again. His brows were gathering to form a deep valley above his nose. "I'll go first," Do all they ask you to." Seth nodded and watched Domenico walk off. It was like a snippet from a new Dolce & Gabbana ad campaign. A single elegant figure walking down the dirt road, the sun setting over the villa on the hill, flooding the surroundings in blood-red light. Seth waited to see Dom disappear between the trees and followed, watching his lover make quick, sharp strides from a distance. When Dom crossed the villa's inner fence, which dated back to at least the turn of the century, Seth stopped to look at two birds chasing one another in a tree, before eventually walking into his mother's flower garden himself. He frowned, suddenly realizing that there was an eerie silence about the house. Usually it was a time for evening business, but not today. His brother stood there, tapping his foot against the marble tiles. "I was out for a walk," Seth said, still not over the fact that his dick could have been down Dom's throat right now. Vincenzo rolled his eyes. "Watching the sea, maybe?" He was already walking into the house. More like jumping off a cliff. "Yeah, something like that. Are you gonna tell me what father wants?" Vincenzo snorted, walking through the empty drawing room, which was a customary spot for the family's women to have a drink and cake at approximately this time. Today, though, it was empty. "I think he wants to give you the happy news himself." For a moment of grim humor, Seth wondered if the happy news was his fiancée eloping with another man. That would have made his day. He scowled at the white and blue flower ornaments that had been wrapped around the railing of the stairs in preparation for the wedding reception. Vincenzo walked through the main living room and down an empty corridor. It was like a stroll through an empty hotel, and more like the one from The Shining than the Marriott on a slow day. It had Seth uncomfortable, but the real chills came when Vincenzo led him to the back of the building and opened the thick steel door to the cellar. "What is it?" Seth asked, all hairs bristling on his nape when he got the first sniff of cool air coming from below. "After you." Vincenzo gestured toward the darkness down the stepstone stairs, and Seth could swear his brother's smile was like a wolf's to a lamb. Now that the door was open, it was clear where everyone had gone. There were noises coming from the narrow staircase, which already filled Seth's nostrils with the damp smell of a cellar. His stomach clenched. Going down these stairs never amounted to anything good. This place was no wine cellar. The memory of his uncle's murder crept out from a dark part of his mind, as if Massimo's cold hands were down there, ready to grab him and drag him into the dirt. But when he got down to the stone blocks of the corridor and faced the darkness, his heart stopped at the words "faggot," echoing in a cacophony of thuds and groans. He could feel the warmth of Vincenzo's body behind him, but as he listened to even more obscenities, his feet refused to move, stiff as if someone had screwed them to the floor. Was Domenico here as well? What if someone saw them together, found out about them, and he was now walking to his own execution? The cellar was so cold steam formed when he breathed, but it was another scream that had him move. What if it was Dom tortured down there? This was exactly the reason Seth stuck to jerking off and never looked for partners in Italy. A slight nudge between his ribs almost had him yell out his surprise, but it was only Vincenzo. "You're blocking the way." "I'm going." Seth's voice was hoarse, and when he started walking, prodded by Vincenzo like a calf, his strides became longer and his heart beat faster with every sound of a breaking bone and every grunt of pain at the end of the never-ending underground corridor, too uncomfortable for a man his size to walk through with haste. A glint of light coming from a partially open room made him quicken his stride and push at the heavy door. He needed to stoop down to get through, but even holding his breath wouldn't keep him from tasting the aroma in the air. There was blood on the raw stone floor, but all Seth could think about was that the victim's legs were encased in blue jeans while Dom's pants were black. A sense of relief washed over him, though it came back up in the form of bile in his throat just moments after. The man on the floor was battered into a pulp of breathing, bloodied flesh. A single light bulb hung from the ceiling, casting an eerie yellow light on all the men in the room. Seth swallowed when Vincenzo entered behind him and closed the door. He looked around, desperate to know what was going on. There was father, Santo, the consigliere, a few men he didn't recognize, and most surprising of all, a pale teenage boy who looked everywhere, but not at the victim. And Domenico, resting against the wall in a way that was clearly meant to appear casual, but to Seth, it looked like he was a column about to crumble under the weight of the house above them. With his hands in his pockets, Dom kept his eyes on the beaten man, raising them to Seth after several seconds of hesitation. His face told Seth nothing. Domenico was shutting him out for the benefits of all the big men cramped under a low, barrel-shaped ceiling of old brick. It was Father who broke the silence, welcoming Seth with a broad gesture. "We have the traitor." Seth swallowed and slowly walked up to his father, numb. Could this be Angelo? Why did he hear so much homophobic slurs then? Seth tried not to look at Domenico. He couldn't get any help from him here. The smell of blood was making it hard to focus, but he refused to look into the smashed face. Chances were, he wouldn't be able to stomach what was going to happen. "Oh," was all he managed, and regretted it the moment he saw Vincenzo snigger. Father frowned, crooking his head at him. "Is that all you have to say? This faggot sold you to the Triad." Before Seth could open his mouth, one overeager soldier stepped closer to the immobile body and smashed his boot into its side so hard it tumbled around 2 times, landing on its back. If it weren't for the broken sound of pain, Seth would have successfully convinced himself it was just a training bag. Cold sweat covered Seth's back as he tried to work out what was the best course of action. Fuck. This was a shitload worse than falling for Domenico Acerbi. This was truly fucked. No, I mean... Seth got distracted by the spots of red on his father's shirt and lingering in his short beard. Serves the fucker right. He didn't want to dwell on the faggot aspect. Maybe it would all blow over. His hairs bristled when he noticed all eyes were on him, expectant and carefully blank with just a hint of tension looming behind the calm demeanor of the men. This room might as well be his crypt if he didn't do something. Seth braced himself when Father patted him on the back. "Good. You can thank him properly then." Seth looked to Angelo, curled up on the floor with his hands tied behind his back. A pool of blood already surrounded the man, and for a surreal moment Seth wondered who would clean this place later. His father spoke again. "What is it, son? Ask him what he's done." The chill in Seth's body was freezing him to the floor, and he had to focus on not gagging. "Someone wake him up," the Don urged when Angelo stopped responding. Consigliere gently pushed the teenager forward, and though pale, he prodded Angelo's chest with his foot. The pained moan was a clear sign that Angelo was conscious. Seth stole a glance at Dom, who kept his fist against his chin in a gesture of thoughtfulness. He gave Seth the tiniest nod, but that didn't help Seth make any kind of decision. Even if Angelo conspired against him, all Seth wanted was out. He didn't want to be a part of this world. He didn't want to have to step into this cellar ever again. The silence became so heavy he was afraid to look up, focusing on his polished leather shoes instead. It was Vincenzo who broke the silence. "You need anything?" He got closer to Angelo, yanked his head up by the hair, and then forced the man to his knees. Seth looked into the battered face, the smashed, crooked nose, the blood covering Angelo's lips and chin, dripping all the way to his torso. Yet still, he opened one eye in that mask of pain and looked at Seth. "What did you do?" Seth whispered. Angelo's lips, beaten so badly they would make nice pieces of schnitzel, opened, and a red bubble expanded at the man's nostril as he tried to speak. Seth wasn't certain he even knew this man, but with a face as battered as this, there was no telling how much it resembled its original form. Angelo's breath came in raspy gurgles, but he eventually managed to speak. "I needed the money." Seth's insides curled in a dance that was bound to end in him throwing up. Everyone expected him to hit the man for this confession. It was so obvious it almost felt like a surge of telekinesis. "You shouldn't have done that, Angelo," he said quietly, but a harsh slap on his arm got him out of focus. "Seth, is that everything you have to say?" Father didn't sound all that happy, but Seth was too numb to read much into his frown and the streak of red across his cheeks. Vincenzo stepped closer and pulled out a gun with the grip turned towards Seth. "Won't it be easier without having to touch him?" "Vincenzo," Father pushed the gun away. "This is not your decision." Seth wanted to crawl into the wall and forget all of this ever happened. If he could just stand behind Domenico, hide his face in his nape and slide his arms under Dom's. "This abomination," Father pointed at Angelo, "we found in a faggot club in Palermo. He betrayed us and lied to us. Now he will get what he deserves." He pulled out a long, serrated knife and held it out to Seth. The whispers of appreciation rang through Seth's empty brain, but Angelo just hung his head, devoid of hope like a sacrificial lamb baring its throat for the knife. The teenager stepped back to the wall, his big eyes watching Seth's every move like it was him the knife was for. Seth gripped on the handle with goosebumps all over his forearms. It made sense for the cellar to be cold as a tomb. This was a place of death, and this murder would just be one of many. He could barely breathe. "Father, I can't. He's nothing without the family. Exclusion would be worse than death. He's learned his lesson." Angelo's one eye opened, and his breath got raspy, blood bubbling up on his lips. All his hope was stifled by Father's growl. Seth stepped back when he saw the Don's teeth baring like a rabid dog's. "Slit that bitch's throat!" Seth's world was becoming hazy around the edges, the men around him turning into faceless creatures waiting for blood to spill. Only Domenico was crisp in the back of the room, still and focused on Seth. He took a step toward Angelo, gripping the knife so hard his knuckles hurt. The man's eye closed as if he wanted to make it easier. Seth swallowed, looking to the exposed neck that was already covered in blood from Angelo's nose and mouth. The knife hovered in the air, and Seth hated how badly his hand shook. He refused to look up to see the ridicule that had to twinkle in the other men's eyes. Angelo was still as death when Father's voice almost caused Seth to drop the dagger. "Domenico, did you waste your time in Berlin?" Seth opened his eyes just in time to see Dom walking toward them with a carefully guarded expression. "No, I did my best to—" Father stepped forward with youthful vigor and smashed his fist into Domenico's face. His head bounced back with the impact, but Dom composed himself within a second and looked at Father again, without even a shadow of displeasure on his handsome face. "I did my best, but all failure is indeed my fault. I am sorry to have displeased you." As he spoke, Seth was horrified to see blood trickling out of his nostril. He wished his own face could now be a mask of indifference as well. He forced himself to grip the knife with new determination. It had to be better to kill someone who betrayed the family, who sold him into the hands of the Triad, than to watch Dom be humiliated in front of everyone for no fault of his own. Seth's cowardice was his own problem, and he needed to deal with it. "We didn't cover all weapons," Seth muttered. "Doesn't mean I can't do it." He circled Angelo as if on autopilot, his mind fast asleep, only his body moving. He stooped behind Angelo and pulled at his hair to force the man to expose his throat. A pained moan coming from beneath his fingers made his knees shiver, but he fought that reaction with all his might. The hair was slick, and for a moment Seth tried to fool himself that it was just some kind of melted hair gel, but no, his fingers became red. "So do it," said Vincenzo from behind Seth like a vicious hornet threatening to sting as soon as Seth lost focus. But Seth wouldn't let him win. He only wished he could look up at Dom instead of watching the bloodied hair of a man taking his last breaths. Seth remembered seeing a goat killed when he was younger, and that was what he imagined when, in one precise move, his knife tore into Angelo's flesh. The body convulsed next to his, and he had to almost hug it to finish quickly and hold his victim in place. One thing Seth didn't lack was strength, and it was useful when dealing with cutting into such a big chunk of meat. Blood ran down his forearms and started dripping from his elbows. He imagined this man's soul would never know peace, trapped in this cellar's walls forever. Angelo stirred, just like that poor goat, but he soon went limp as life ran out of him, along with the blood, to sink into the floor. The body started moving lower as Angelo's knees slid apart. It was enough that Seth loosened his grip on the hair for the body to slump to the floor in a graceless heap, neck half severed so the head lay at an unnatural angle. For a moment, the silence was so deep Seth could hear his heartbeat. But then came the approving grunts, the friendly pats on the back, even a kiss to his cheek. It was all happening through fog. His father smiled, and when Seth wanted to give the knife back, he'd told him to keep it. So Seth did. He stood there in silence with the knife still in his hand, and finally dared to look up at Dom. Their eyes met, and the carefully neutral face lit up with a smile that didn't quite reach Dom's eyes. He stepped forward and touched Seth's arm, but it was the briefest, gentle squeeze, so unlike the other gestures everyone else showered him with. Was he now like Dom? Was he really a part of the family? Seth looked away, all his muscles stiff. Someone passed him a piece of cloth so he could clean the knife and his hands, but it wouldn't be enough. He needed to scrub his arms clean. He only broke out of the stupor with a hiss when Vincenzo patted the side of the arm that still had the stitches in. He could swear the fucker did that on purpose, as they were visible from under his t-shirt. "Well done. Someone clean up this piece of shit," Father said and walked out into the corridor without looking back. For him, matters were settled, and it was now up to some poor lowlife to clean up the mess. Seth gazed at the body once more. It only seemed fair not to avoid acknowledging what he'd done. People were passing him by, one so uncomfortably close their bodies touched. It was only then that he recognized Domenico's scent. He looked up, but when their eyes met, Seth rushed out into the corridor, and then all the way to the stone stairs leading up. What was he to say? In the background there was cheering, laughs, and the sound of glass clinking, so he took a turn in the other direction. The corridor he was once so familiar with now seemed to elongate with every step, as if he were walking through a nightmarish landscape. He grabbed a towel on the way through the kitchen but didn't stop, afraid someone would want to talk to him if he did. As ferociously as he rubbed his arms, only some of the blood came off. He didn't want to be here. He needed out of the family, off this hellish, claustrophobic island. Through the empty backyard, he went straight for the garage. The sooner he grabbed a car, the less chance there was that someone would stop him. He went straight for the black Lamborghini he was using while at home. Like in a dream, he opened the door and crawled inside, only to realize there was someone sitting in the passenger seat. His heart stopped. He half expected to see the tenderized face of Angelo, but as he looked up, it was Domenico's amber eyes that looked back at him. Neither of them said a thing. For a moment, Seth considered taking another car, but that wouldn't work. He threw the knife wrapped in a bloodied towel to the back seat and sat behind the wheel. Without hesitation, he started the engine and backed out from the garage in a swift move. The guilt, the feeling of humiliation, crushed him from the inside, and he hated to have someone witness that. He didn't even know anymore what a normal person would do in a situation like this. Would they turn to the police for help? Domenico reached back and fastened his seatbelt as soon as Seth made it out into the courtyard and sped for the gates. He made no comments, though Seth was happy to notice Dom wasn't bleeding anymore. Seth drove out of the property, and the trees around them blurred as he worked his way down the hill from the villa. He only slowed down when they got closer to the village below. The sun had long set, and they traveled in darkness, lit up by the occasional lights in people's houses and Seth's car lights. Finally, they passed the village as well, speeding down a narrow road by the sea. "You want to talk about it?" asked Domenico, with his eyes still fixed on the road ahead. Seth sniffed and rubbed his nose, only to realize he just stained his face with Angelo's blood. "No. It's normal, right? Everyone does this," he rasped, slowing down at a turn into a narrow road, which led to a small rocky beach. "Does what?" Domenico leaned back in the seat and looked at his wristwatch. "Never mind. No one told you to follow me." Seth clenched his fingers into fists at how calm Dom was and hit the steering wheel. I know. I'm here in my time off. Seth's eyes went wide in disbelief, and he stopped the car dead, making them both jerk forward before falling against the backrests. You asshole! Get out! Get the fuck out! He leaned over Dom and opened the passenger side door before unbuckling Dom's seatbelt. But Domenico didn't move by an inch and stared at him unblinkingly. No. Seth shivered with the threat of violence his body was willing to dish out. Okay, just sit in the fucking car then. He got out himself and slammed the door behind him. His legs instantly carried him down the winding road to the beach. There was nowhere he could possibly go from here. He'd reached the end of the line. The wind blew right into his face, getting into his nostrils, so he bowed his head and picked up his pace, almost jogging toward the dark waters of the sea. Ignoring the crunch of stones under his feet, he walked to where he spotted a big flat rock and sat down with a long sigh. He could hardly believe that even though he wasn't trying to escape this time, Dom still followed him to make sure. And on his time off, at that, when all Seth wanted was to be alone. He pulled up his knees to his face and lowered his head when the first tears came like another wave crashing against the beach. Was he really such a despicable human being? He curled into a tight ball as the wind blew into his flank time and time again, as if it wanted to throw him off into the dark water by the shore. What are you doing? Domenico's voice sounded rough and unrefined in contrast to the sounds of nature all around them. The prick, of course, wouldn't stay in the car as he was told to. Oh my God, I told you to go away! What is fucking wrong with you? Seth held out his arm, still hiding his face, and pushed Dom away without looking toward him. He couldn't help the deep breaths his body kept forcing him to take. I'm worried. So don't be. All in a day's work, hissed Seth, but his back shivered with another sob. Suddenly, fingers gripped his hair and pulled his head back. Above him, Domenico's stern face was half hidden by his wild, floating hair. He looked like some demon from a folk tale. Don't you dare insult me. I wasn't the one who told you to kill. Seth looked up at him in disbelief and rubbed his face before getting to his feet. It's not about you. Not everything revolves around Domenico fucking Acerbi. He pushed at his chest, infuriated by having someone watch his meltdown. Dom looked down at Seth's midsection with a frown. You're all dirty. A man is dead, and I couldn't do anything about it if I wanted to keep my own head, and all you have is reminding me I'm dirty? Seth yelled at him and took off his t-shirt in one swift move. He threw it to the ground and spread his arms to the sides. Happy? Domenico's nostrils flared, and he squeezed his hands into fists like a beast ready to attack at any given moment. You killed my lover. Seth stared at him, dumbstruck, but the annoying tears wouldn't stop coming. Great. Just fucking great. Though at least it started to make some sense now. You came after me for revenge? He asked in a weak voice. When he looked into Dom's eyes, it dawned on him. Your first lover? Because how many gay men could there be at the Villani estate? It made sense. Domenico sighed and slowly nodded. Fucker turned out to be a traitor. Seth couldn't care less about the cold wind hitting his body. It seemed as though he deserved it. He didn't tell them about you? Domenico bit his lip and shook his head as his body slouched. I should have been the one to kill him, but there wasn't a way around it. Seth lowered his gaze to the rocks beneath their feet. I didn't want him to hit you again. Does that make it any better? He knew it didn't. Nothing made it fucking better. He flinched when Dom cupped his face and lifted it so that they could look at each other. Dom's irises seemed unnaturally light in the darkness when he turned his face toward the moon. A Don shouldn't get his hands dirty. There are people who do it for him. Would you like that? Seth sniffed, and for a moment he couldn't speak, too choked up with emotions he couldn't even name. He nodded when he could finally utter a few words. Does that make me a bad person? Seth's lips quivered, but he wouldn't look away from Dom this time. His lover's hands were steady on his skin. They held the world in place. Of course not. Domenico sighed, stepping closer. God will know your true heart. Seth held on to that thought as if it were a lifeline. I didn't want to do it. When I was going down those stairs, I had the feeling it would be you they were torturing. I was so scared, he admitted and wrapped his hands around Dom's neck. Domenico stirred next to him but tightened the hug. Me? Why? Because they were yelling homophobic stuff, and I was taken by smug-faced Vincenzo, and I panicked that someone could have seen us. I tried to think of something I could do. I'd have had to do something. Domenico raised his hands as if to silence him. His eyes widened in dread. That is absolutely out of the question. Never try to stand up for me against men more powerful than you. I can stand a lot, but what if they try to get the truth out of you? Seth had to rub his eyes again, but kept looking into Dom's eyes. I wouldn't betray you. I'd find a way. Domenico sighed. People crack. I promise I'll try to keep you away from getting your hands dirty from now on. Don't I have to learn how to deal with this shit? Seth swallowed. All he wanted was to have this burden taken away. Domenico bit his lip and looked into the sea. I don't think you do. If I don't, how would I take care of you? Seth slowly stroked Dom's hair. His nose was so blocked he had to breathe through his mouth. Domenico laughed, pulling hair away from his face. The moon made his skin pale, almost white. I don't need taking care of. Don't worry. Seth licked his lips. Of course Dom didn't need anyone. It was just him who was upset and needy. I wouldn't do to you what I did to Angelo. I'd find a way out. He needed Dom to know that. Domenico frowned, his fingers climbing up Seth's sides. Why? You're the only person I care for here, the only one I can trust, the only one who can actually see who I am. Why did he even have to explain this? Wasn't it obvious? Seth leaned closer and kissed Dom's lips. Even if Dom did have other lovers, they could work something out. Seth was sure of it. Domenico stared at him for a long moment, his intense eyes frozen in one position, as if his eyes were made of glass. But he eventually nodded and squeezed Seth's shoulders. You can trust me. And with that he moved his hand to indicate the sea in a gesture much like an invitation to sit comfortably on a sofa. Seth swallowed and nodded. It was chilly, but the water should still be warm enough for a short swim. He pushed off his shoes, got rid of the jeans, and cool stones rattled under every step, but he didn't mind, looking only at the dark waves. Have you ever bathed at night? Asked Domenico from the shore. No. There's a first time for everything, right? Seth looked at him over his shoulder when the first gentle wave hit his feet, making him stir. He needed to be clean, and didn't mind the goosebumps. He could stand a bit of a chill if he could slit a man's throat. From the corner of his eye, he could see Dom following in just a pair of black trunks. Apparently, meditating in cold water is good for the mind, he said, walking into the sea. Seth followed Dom, smiling slightly at the Armani logo on his trunks. It was only when the water reached his thighs that the realization hit him. You don't scare me anymore. The smile that appeared on Dom's face was so bright, for a moment Seth forgot all about the dead body left in the cellar. There was a playfulness to it, and before he knew it, Dom stuck his hand into the water and splashed it all over him. What about now? Seth's smile widened, and he splashed Dom right back, ignoring the dry blood on his hands. Still not scared. When did that happen? Domenico scowled at the icy spray, but joined Seth waist-deep in the water. I don't know. Maybe you're getting soft with old age? Seth took a deep breath before going in deeper in a few quick steps. When the water covered his tainted arms, he finally felt better. He looked at the white reflection of the moon in the pitch-black waters and listened to Domenico's approach. The water was gently rocking back and forth, and now that he got used to its temperature, even the slick rocks underneath his feet were a welcome sensation. Give me your hands, asked Dom as he joined Seth, lowering himself in the water. Seth held out his hands without question. He wished today had never happened. Maybe except for this moment when Dom turned Seth to face him, gently spilling water over one of the bloodied forearms. After he got both wet, he held onto one and started slowly massaging the red hue out of Seth's skin. It was as if all the sin dissolved into the sea, meaningless in the vast waters. Seth couldn't remember the last thing that calmed him down this much. Domenico was making it all better, making it all disappear. He was now washing the other hand, carefully massaging Seth between the fingers, around the nails, pushing his fingertips in every nook and crook. When Seth looked up and met his soft, pale gaze, it was as if all the horror of earlier that night had been a bad dream. Tears stopped pushing at Seth's eyes, and his breathing slowed down. Relief washed over him with every gentle wave and each touch. He could be with this man forever, have his care and trust, be the only one that Dom lusted for and only one he needed. Seth knew it was just a dream. After all, he was getting married, and judging by Dom's words about Angelo, Dom had other lovers. What they had would have to suffice. Domenico's cool, soothing touch climbed up Seth's torso, massaging all the meaty bits. Rough skin teased Seth's nipples, and there was nothing he could do to stop himself from dreaming about Dom taking him in the back seat of the car to warm him up. "Just relax," whispered Domenico into the wind, leaning forward to kiss the little valley between Seth's collarbones. His hair tickled Seth's chin. "I'm relaxed." Seth nodded and ran his fingers through Dom's hair, always so silky and soft. He sometimes wondered how he managed to keep it in such fine shape. Domenico kissed him on the lips and pushed on his arm to make Seth go deeper into the sea. Seth took a deep breath and dove under the water with his eyes closed, the chill giving his blood a rush. The water swallowed him whole, providing a safe space where no sound or touch existed, where he was free, clean, and detached from the family. His knees hit the sand, and he let his head resurface, straight into Domenico's palms. The way Dom held Seth was strikingly similar to the fashion he used to break people's necks. But Seth wasn't scared. He just looked up at Dom and stroked his shins underwater. Seth wondered if maybe the lack of fear came from knowing how deadly Domenico was. There was no point in fearing something he couldn't fight. If Dom wanted to kill him, he could do so without much effort, so all that was left up to Seth was putting himself in Domenico's care. If death would someday come at Dom's hand, that would be the end of it. Domenico's face was lit by the countless reflections of moonlight on the water. Dozens of little irregular shapes were dancing across his features as he smiled. One of his hands shifted, stroking over Seth's ear, all the way to the back of his head, while the other washed Seth's face in soothing circles. These gestures not only cleaned his face, but got each muscle in Seth's body to relax. His heart started pounding at the touch of Dom's rough fingertips. He could only imagine how much it had to hurt to remove the fingerprints. He turned his head to kiss Dom's palm in appreciation of his strength. "You will be all clean when you go out. Leave the rest to me," said Dom, and Seth realized Dom was submerging himself as well. Seth put his head under the water once more before standing up with a deep breath. He did feel better. Cold? Domenico was squeezing out water from his long hair, shiny rivulets still cascading down his body and beating on his chest. It was a mouth-watering sight. Seth moved closer for a kiss. "Not anymore." Dom smiled and closed his eyes, crossing himself with a whisper. But Seth didn't catch the words. When Dom looked at him again, he reached out to pull Seth back toward the shore. Seth entwined his fingers with him, shivering as the cold air hit his wet skin. He felt clean, body and soul. Chapter 5. Seth. "One more for the groom," laughed Vincenzo, refilling Seth's glass with homemade limoncello. It was surreal to see him so smiley and pleasant, all eager to serve Seth. If it weren't for the fact that he and Santo were drinking from the same bottle, Seth wouldn't dare to taste the liquor. "It's happened fast, but maybe it's for the better," Santo said, wrinkling his nose and nodding in that serious manner, as if he were an old man and had any reason to claim to know shit. Yeah, father is pick and all. Seth muttered and enjoyed the drink. At last, something nice in his horror of a life. The world was nicely blurry, making the concept of marriage distant and less real. Only the people rushing around the house and preparing the decorations reminded him of what was about to happen tomorrow. "Did he show you her picture before?" asked Vincenzo, leaning back in the leather-covered armchair. "Don't be stupid. You know when I first saw her. She seems nice." Seth held out his glass for more alcohol. The one he had just moments ago was curiously gone. "Pretty, too. A bit thin, but she's good enough, I suppose. Nice ass." Vincenzo grinned and took a whole glass of limoncello in one go. Santo followed, melting into the armchair. True. Seth's gaze went after one of the staff, though his mind drifted off to the memory of Domenico's ass. The guy was so freaking lean. Not too slim, but proportional, like a Greek god, and so utterly grabbable. The way his ass looked in those Armani boxers was what wet dreams were made of. His attention was back to the conversation at hand when he heard Domenico's name. Santo was grinning. "What a woman! Gorgeous!" "Huh? Where?" Seth looked around, but there were no female figures in sight. From the mezzanine where they were all sitting, they could see a bunch of young men building decorations and a low stage for tomorrow's wedding. Some of them were pretty hot, but none could be mistaken for a girl, despite their nicely sculpted butts. "Acerbi's girlfriend. He showed me a picture, and she's prettier than Angelina Jolie." Vincenzo chuckled into his glass. "I'm sure she sucks at giving head, though. He's been like a dog with a cock ring on since he's been back to Italy." That got Seth's attention, and he frowned, sipping his limoncello. "He's got a girlfriend?" He didn't even consider Vincenzo's crass joke worth commenting on. Santo and Vincenzo looked at one another. "He never told you about her?" Seth straightened up in his armchair, trying to fight the tension in his arms. What fucking girlfriend? Did Dom not only have casual lovers, but a girlfriend on the side as well? "No, he hasn't. What's she like?" "Good looking," said Vincenzo with a grin. "He's a jealous fucker, that Acerbi, and with a woman like that, no wonder." "Oh, come on, good looking? That's all you've got?" Seth groaned and fell back into his armchair. Santo was bound to have some insider knowledge, so Seth gave him an expectant look with raised eyebrows. But Santo only spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "Must be serious about her. He's only said she's from the U.S. I imagine his mother's happy there will be grandchildren coming her way soon." Was this for real? Seth certainly didn't feel it was, but from the looks on their faces, he gathered it wasn't a new thing that just came up now. "Yeah, should have considered the double wedding." He grumbled and started texting Dom already. "Why didn't you tell me you had the fucking girlfriend? WTF!" And he should have predicted Vincenzo would pick up on his annoyance. "What, you afraid she's nicer than yours?" He snorted and poured Seth another generous glass. "She is nicer than his," uttered Santo as he looked at the builders below, though he did not specify which of the women was actually better looking. Vincenzo rolled his eyes. "Not that it matters. He can have another one on the side." "Yeah, it doesn't matter, does it? She's just a fuck, after all." Seth lashed out, and when he stood up, he had to hold the back of his armchair to steady his stance. "Might as well enjoy your life while you can," he finished grimly. Both men looked at him from their armchairs, briefly stunned into silence. Santo sighed. "I think you had enough, Seth," he suggested, slouching forward with a pleasant smile. "I need some food," Seth grumbled and walked off without looking back. Fucking girlfriend. Fucking wife. Fucking fuck. He could hear Santo and Vincenzo's short laughs behind him, but he couldn't care less. He sped down the stairs, holding on to the railing. His world had become a bit hazy after all that limoncello, but he didn't wobble all that much. He just wanted to be alone, so he let his legs carry him toward the kitchen, but pretty soon he realized he couldn't get what he needed. Catering staff were busy preparing food and stashing it in fridges. When he entered the kitchen, the buzz of many voices, combined with the sounds of cooking, made Seth slouch in resignation. He grumbled with a frown and sneaked through by the wall, trying to find something he could eat. "Do you need something, sir?" It was a soft, slightly boyish voice with a clear foreign accent. Seth blinked and glanced at a bright, wide smile on a well-sculptured, boyish face. Judging by the uniform, the guy had to be one of the catering assistants. He was quite attractive, slim and thin-boned like Peter. Yeah, I wanted a sandwich or something." The guy grinned at him. "Are you one of the guests?" "I'm the groom." Seth smiled back, feeling that pull of attraction. He was willing to check it out. If Dom could have lovers and a girlfriend, he could have some fun as well. Especially with how freaking hard it was to find spare time with the fucker. Always fucking busy. Maybe he had to run off to Skype with his girlfriend. The guy stepped back, blinking, and it was as if there was a wall between them all of a sudden. Only now did Seth realize the guy had been standing unusually close for a polite conversation. He couldn't help a sheepish grin. Bingo. Fucking too close to the family wouldn't do, but a fling with a waiter? That seemed safe. Seth leaned against the counter. "You want to make me that sandwich?" The guy swallowed, playing with his fingers, though his eyes followed the line of Seth's body. "If you wish, sir." "My name's Seth." He held out his hand to the guy, who hesitated but eventually squeezed Seth's palm with a small smile. "Brian." Seth licked his lips. The smaller hand really was a bit like Peter's. "Brian? Are you in Italy for a summer job or something? Where are you from?" "I'm studying abroad in Italy. Made in France, raised in Britain." Brian laughed, stepping slightly closer to Seth again. "This is a way to get some extra money in." "We're here talking, and that sandwich isn't gonna make itself," Seth teased, already feeling the guy's body heat. He gently nudged him farther into the back of the kitchen, away from the other staff. "Oh, sure." Brian looked back with a flush to his cheeks. "If you could show me where I can find some bread, I'd gladly make it for you." Such a bottom, no question about that. "Yeah, and there's some jam I want in the pantry." Seth led Brian around the corner, to the narrow corridor which led to the spiral staircase in the pantry. "What about some meat?" dared Brian, looking back to Seth in the narrow, semi-dark space. His large eyes were already glinting with excitement, and for a moment the sexual spark became so intense, Seth considered doing Brian right there. But no, it was far too risky, so he urged his short-term date up the stairs. "I think there's some Italian meat to be found upstairs." Seth grinned, already feeling that mix of alcohol and adrenaline pounding in his bloodstream. He couldn't wait to get Brian down on that dusty floor and relax with the help of his lips. "I'd love to try that," teased Brian, already breathing quicker. The door to the pantry creaked as they entered, and Seth had to bend almost in half to be able to follow. It was still bright outside, so Seth didn't turn on the light and bit his lip, stepping closer to Brian in the cramped space that smelled of spice and comfort. "It's a delicacy." Brian backed away, biting his lip as he touched the wooden shelf on his side. "So, where is that famous sausage?" Seth grinned and pushed the guy a bit farther from the door, into the depths of the narrow room. There was a familiarity and safety to the playful, naughty banter with Brian. "Just down here." He laughed, already unbuckling his belt and trying to work out the best position for what they intended to do. Brian surprised Seth by brushing his fingers over Seth's cheek. He then slid them lower, down Seth's torso as he went down to his knees with a small smile. "I hope I won't get some pay deducted for having too much fun. All in a day's work, right?" Seth smiled down at him, feeling that flush of excitement. In the end, he decided to just hold on to the shelf next to him for comfort. "Happy to serve," replied Brian, gingerly opening the fly of Seth's pants, only to pull them down slightly. Seth took a deep breath, relaxing into the guy's touch. This was what he needed before this ungodly wedding. The limoncello was rushing in his veins and pushing him into bliss like a yellow dragon, carrying him far away from the altar. Brian pulled down Seth's briefs, and when the hardening cock sprang free so close to his face, Seth's arousal skyrocketed. This was so much more entertaining than an evening with Santo and Vincenzo. "You like that? A taste of Italy?" he panted. Brian chuckled and looked up at Seth while moving his hand over Seth's cock at a slow, languid pace. "I already like the taste of Italy. What do you have to offer?" "Authentic flavor of Sicily?" Seth looked at how big his dick looked in that slim hand and grinned even wider. "Sounds good to me." Brian leaned forward and closed his eyes as he took the head of Seth's cock into his mouth. His tongue went straight for the slit at the top, exploring it in teasing strokes. Seth let out a long breath of satisfaction and slid his hand into Brian's hair, encouraging him to experiment. Slide his lips farther down the length while tugging at the scrotum at the same time. "That's good." Seth slowly moved his hips, forcing his dick in and out of those plump lips. But his heart froze, along with the rest of his body, as he saw the door open from the corner of his eye. He almost stumbled forward, but forcibly pulled Brian's head away. Domenico stared at them from the door, a bulging vein in his forehead only a prelude to what had to happen within seconds. But the counter in Seth's head couldn't prepare him for the growl of rage that came out of Domenico's mouth as he moved forward. "Dom, what? I mean..." He didn't know what to say, confused by Dom's sudden presence and stunned by the staccato in his ears. "Who is that slut?" growled Domenico. Before Seth could as much fasten his belt properly, Dom pulled Brian up and shook him like a rag doll. The boy squealed like a newborn pig, struggling to keep his pants up. "He's Brian," Seth uttered, backing off into a corner, but his throat tightened so hard no sound would come out when he saw the glint of a gun in the darkness. Brian started frantically crawling for the door as soon as Domenico released him. Seth wanted to follow on his own 2 feet, show Domenico what he thought of his attitude, but he ended up hitting his head on the low ceiling. "The fuck are you doing?" Seth hissed and plopped down to his ass. "The fuck are you doing?" The growl coming through those perfect teeth was like the promise of a painful death. Domenico grabbed Seth's hair, yanking him forward to stare into the barrel of a gun that could easily blow his brains all over the place. Seth was sobering up by the second. "Let me go!" He grabbed Dom's wrist, but it wouldn't budge. Within a split second, his world turned to its side when Domenico slapped his face against the floor. "You fucking slut!" "Don't you dare call me that!" Seth groaned, inhaling the dust from the wood as he stumbled up to his elbows. "No, the minute I'm not there, you're off to screw some shit-brained sissy." With a sharp pull, Domenico yanked Seth's pants down, and the shock of cool air hitting Seth's skin sent his senses into overload. "You're the one with the fucking girlfriend I've never been told of and other secret lovers. And what the fuck are you doing? Get off!" Seth tried to push Dom's face away and pull his pants back on, which ended up in him stumbling back headfirst into the floor. There was a sharp pain at his anus, and it took a moment of pure shock for him to realize he had Dom's finger up his ass, and that it was making his tense muscle throb in pain. "I'm gay, you idiot." Domenico pushed Seth's cheek into the floor with a low growl. His hand was sweaty and unpleasant. It just wouldn't budge. "You cock-hungry slut!" Seth squealed, shocked at the sound of his own voice. He couldn't believe this was happening to him. "It hurts! Get off, you pig!" His heart pounded against the floor, and he struggled to his knees, trying to slip out of the grip, but it was as if Dom's arms were made out of concrete, and his finger moved in the unlubricated passage in a way that was bound to hurt, given the circumstances. "Now you're crying," whispered Dom into his ear. "You didn't care what I'd think about your little escapade behind my back." Seth squirmed in his grip, but there was nowhere his ass could escape the intrusion. No one had ever treated him with such utter disrespect. Except for Domenico, of course. Of course. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he did his best not to cry, just rasping for breath. Any memory of an erection was now long gone. He grabbed one of the shelves, but nothing could help. It was as if the walls of the pantry closed around him, ready to bury any glimpse of free will and comfort forever. "Are you sorry now that you're getting punished?" whispered Domenico, keeping Seth completely still. "I'm sorry," he uttered. All he wanted was for Dom to stop. This wasn't fun or sexy at all. He didn't understand. He thought Dom had other lovers. Why was he not allowed to? The answer came without him having to voice the question. "Have you forgotten you're mine? How dare you?" rasped Domenico, all tense on top of him. Seth didn't even notice when he pushed a jar off the shelf, only reminded of it when he heard a sharp sound of glass breaking. How could the fucker be so strong? Seth thought they were past fucking for power. The Dom wouldn't hurt him this way again. "You fuck around as well! How can you do this to me?" A harsh laugh teased his nape, and with a last flash of pain, the finger was out. "I don't want to stick my cock into your slutty hole. Who else did you fuck behind my back, huh?" Seth's face was red with embarrassment as he tried to pull up his pants. He had foolishly believed this sort of fighting was behind them. "No one," he whimpered, annoyed at the sound of his voice being so shaky. Domenico wiped his hand with a paper handkerchief and slouched forward, arched like an aggressive cat. "You cheating pig." Seth turned around under him, zipping up his pants, and pushed Dom's knee without much force. "It's a fucking misunderstanding." With his pants up, he could breathe again, try to assess the situation. Limoncello wasn't helping. "Oh, yeah?" growled Domenico, moving to sit a few inches away from him. "It looked all too clear to me." Seth wished there was somewhere he could move away as well. The way Domenico treated him just now made him numb all over. "I didn't know we were exclusive. I thought I'm sorry," he said, hiding his face in the shadow when it occurred to him that Dom might be, in fact, treating him more seriously than he had imagined. Yet Domenico had no right to violate him this way. "You were what?" snapped Domenico, looking back at him with a scowl. His face looked unreal, with the glow from outside sharply dividing his face between light and shadow. "I told you you're mine. I take care of you. Can't be more explicit than that." Seth swallowed, barely breathing, with a face so hot he could fry eggs on it. "You want only me?" he whispered, more confused than anything else. Domenico groaned, looking at the floor. "You wouldn't find me getting sucked off by another man, that's for sure. I'm known for my loyalty." "I was confused. Santo told me your girlfriend was like the second coming of Angelina Jolie or some shit. How was I supposed to know? And that guy was there, and I was sad." Seth wished he had more of that limoncello right now. Domenico slouched, his fingers sliding into the long hair. "What the fuck? Of course I pretend having girlfriends." Seth sucked his lips into his mouth, feeling like an idiot. "I don't know what got into me," he said, though the pain in his ass reminded him of how badly he got treated. Not to mention the gun in his face. Dom promised not to do that ever again, and yet he broke that promise. Could Seth ever truly trust him? "I'll tell you what got into you." Domenico crawled closer to Seth and looked into his eyes, still sharp like a serrated dagger. "You wanted to come, and I wasn't there." Seth couldn't stand that gaze, so he looked away, hugging his own knees. "Dom." "What?" Domenico dropped to his ass, scratching the wooden floor with his nails. "Do you still like me?" Seth managed after a longer period of silence. He didn't know what to say about this whole fucked-up situation. "Would you like someone who hurt your pride this way?" Domenico stretched out his legs, staring at the rows of preserves in front of him. Seth leaned his temple against the wall and hugged himself. His pride had been thoroughly violated. How could Domenico not see that? He flinched when Dom slowly rose to his feet and moved toward the door. He left without a word, but each slow, heavy step on the stairs outside spoke volumes. Seth stayed in the darkness and couldn't comprehend what had just happened. All he knew was that his muscles hurt, and a jar of fig marmalade lay broken next to his feet. Instead of whetting his appetite, it made him feel queasy. Chapter 6. Domenico. Domenico looked into the bright lights of the Villani house from his quiet place on a bench in the shadow of the trees. He liked this garden, even on a day like this. He didn't feel like leaving yet, pulled close by the smells and sounds of the people who made him who he was. He would have amounted to nothing without them, without those walls, even without the horrible weeks in the cellar. He caressed the lacquered wood and stared at the stray leaves on the ground. There weren't all that many with gardeners working around the villa every day, but it was November after all. He wished he wasn't alone. But then he wasn't. The touch of fingers on his shoulders made his muscles tense up. It spoke of familiarity, so he didn't try to push the other man away, instead raising his hands to touch Seth's warm hand. He closed his eyes when fingers slid lower down his torso, but something wasn't quite right. They were long and slim, so unlike Seth's thick, rough digits. Bile rose in Dom's throat, and he spun his upper body around, ready to fight. "No need to get so tense," the consigliere said, his narrow lips spreading into a smile that looked decidedly wolfish in the weak light. His face was just inches away from Dom's, and he never pulled his arms away, keeping them all too close to skin. "We have an agreement," said Domenico, in a voice as calm as he was able to produce. "I don't like the way you touch me." The consigliere pulled back with a sigh and placed his hands on the backrest of the bench. "Dom, always so hurtful." He sighed and pulled out a cigarette. "But I suppose you do prefer the beefier kind." "I'm surprised you still notice me with that new twink around." Domenico moved away under the pretense of having to face him properly, but all he wanted was to be out of the bastard's reach. The consigliere lit his cigarette with a smirk. He's nothing like you, Dom. Soft as butter." Domenico kept a small smile on his lips, but his stomach convulsed. He had been anything but soft throughout the time of their so-called relationship. "Good for you. Too much stress isn't good at your age." The consigliere laughed. "So much spite. Watch out or you'll get wrinkles yourself from that sour attitude." He walked around the bench and sat down next to Dom, much too close for his liking. "I would still be handsome." Domenico leaned back, praying to God to give him a reason to go without looking like a coward. He didn't want that man anywhere near him. "Of course you would, with a queue of admirers. You were getting too hairy for me." Federico sucked in some smoke, glancing at Dom's profile. It was hard to keep himself from taking a big fat drag of a cigarette, but Domenico didn't want to seem weak, so he endured the temptation, watching the white swirls in the air. "It doesn't seem to deter you from touching me." "We had a long time together, after all. I saw you here all alone, thought you needed some attention." "I don't need the attention of an old man," muttered Domenico, pretending it was a joke, though he knew Federico understood his words were meant to hurt. If he could hack off Federico Villani's head without suffering any consequences, he would not hesitate. "I suppose so. Especially now with my nephew around, right? I bet you two had fun in Berlin. He left quivering and came back following you like a puppy. Curious change, don't you think?" The consigliere watched Domenico's every move. A hungering vulture, ready to strike the moment his intended victim turned his eyes away. Dom made himself frown, even though his gut clenched as if it wanted to hide deeper in his body. "You're thinking too much." The consigliere inhaled more smoke. "As you said, I'm an old man. I wasn't born yesterday. Just look at Seth. Yet he never had a girlfriend. I have eyes, Domenico." Domenico snorted, though his mind was going frantic. Why do you care? It doesn't change a thing who I fuck. The consigliere tisked and shook his head. I wouldn't want my nephew, the future Don, to fall into the hands of a predator. I only want his happiness. He's enjoying himself, nothing more. Domenico cleared his throat. There was no point to lying anymore. It's safer if he gets off with me than if he goes out looking for it after all that happened. I heard you're going to New York together after the wedding. I hope you will enjoy your honeymoon. Federico chuckled. Don't be ridiculous. It's just sex. Dom rolled his eyes, though this whole conversation was making him increasingly uneasy. Every word was like the consigliere's naked hands crawling under his shirt to caress his skin. Good. Keep it at that, then. I was talking with Dino the other day about a job in Minsk. How would you mind going there first? We're leaving in a few days. How could I possibly go to Minsk for a job? That would be a change of plans, wouldn't it? Domenico chuckled, even though his legs were turning to ice. Was this a way to keep him away from Seth? Would that be when someone struck and broke Seth's neck? As much as he tried to keep calm, sweat was slowly beading on his back. Who would be so important that you need me to do the Minsk job? You don't plan on assassinating the Belarusian president, do you? The consigliere smirked. Maybe. Their border control have been a pain in the ass lately. But nah, just messing with you, Dom. Go have your honeymoon, he said, offering Dom a cigarette. He declined it with a gesture. Don't you have a fresh-faced boy to fuck? I do. Cute, isn't he? Useful as well. Not just for my dick, he added. The consigliere was usually a player, hard to read, but Dom could clearly see that he was eager to tell him about the boy. And about that, Dom wanted to listen. I'm all ears. He's good with computers, not like this old man here. The consigliere pointed to himself with a laugh. He was making a joke out of it, but Dom knew it must have gotten to him. And fuck, was that satisfying. His family owed us a substantial amount of money, and when I saw that pretty face, I couldn't have him hurting like that. So you took him as your boy and canceled their debt? Guessed Domenico. That did sound like Federico Villani, always the romantic. Only need a white horse, right? The smile he gave Dom was full of teeth that could have been a shark's. And now Domenico couldn't stop thinking about those lips on his own, and that made him want a cigarette so badly he reached into his pocket to retrieve one. I hope he likes it. Federico stood up and patted Dom's shoulder. Enjoy, my nephew. He's a well-earned prize. Too bad nothing lasts forever. Some things should. Domenico forced a smile, unsure how to read that. The constant references to Seth only being a brief presence in Dom's life were giving him chills. Your marriage is as steady as ever. When are you getting married? The consigliere's fingers lingered on Dom's shoulder for too long, and he had to shake them off. When I find the right one, obviously. No rush. Tonight I'll be drinking for Seth's marriage. A lie. Federico never drank. Always wanted to be aware of what was going on around him. Same here, lied Domenico in return, slowly getting to his feet. I'm gonna toast with my mother. Remember, I'm on your side, Dom. The consigliere added before slowly walking off. The burning end of the cigarette was visible long after the man himself sank into the darkness that was just as black as his soul. Yeah, right, muttered Domenico once the consigliere was out of hearing range. He reached into his pocket and looked at his phone. Sad and empty. There was no point in waiting, so he started walking toward the parking lot. When he looked at Seth's window on his way there, the light was out. Domenico got off his motorbike as soon as he passed the ancient skyway in the town center. He pushed it through the empty street, beneath the flags of washed linen. The air was fresh and rich in earthy smells as he led his motorbike over the cobblestones up the narrow street where no car could ever get. He gazed toward the familiar window of the cream-colored building ahead. Framed by ivy, it was completely dark, but he was not surprised, considering it was 2 o'clock. He stopped by the green wooden gate and opened it, pushing his bike into the small courtyard. There were small trees, flowers, and vegetables planted in the garden on the other side of the house, but he'd had enough of cool air for the time being. He left his bike by the wall and slowly entered the house. The corridor was quiet, but it wasn't the dead silence of leaving an apartment after a job. It was homely. It smelled of fresh herbs and tomatoes. Even though his mother was still quite young, the decor was the reminiscence of her parents, with antique furniture and family photos on the walls. His shoulders relaxed, and he was happy to take off his shoes and enter the kitchen, going straight for the fridge, already anxious to eat something his mother made. The landscape inside was glorious. Mother knew he was in town, and the shelves were stacked with terracotta containers sealed with foil. Each one held a surprise, and there was homemade bread in a basket on the table. He groaned. "Thank you, Mother." With that, he switched on the kettle and started rummaging through the tea cabinet. But when the kettle started whistling, there were steps echoing down the stairs. "Domenico, is that you?" Domenico heard his mother's voice and his heart leaped. The pathetic conversation with the consigliere was but a memory. "Yes, did I wake you up?" he asked, going out of the kitchen. "It is you! I lost hope for today. With the wedding coming, I imagined you were busy and went to sleep in the end." He saw her running down the stairs, and before Dom could see her face, her slim arms wrapped around his neck, filling his nostrils with the flowery scent of her hair. She hugged him tightly and kissed his cheek. Domenico chuckled, all traces of the unpleasant encounter from half an hour ago forgotten, as he spun her slim body in his arms. "I'm sorry I couldn't see you earlier. I was kept on a short leash since arrival." "Don't worry, sweetie." She smiled at him when he finally put her down on the floor. Her long curly hair was out of order, and she wore a nightgown. "What can I make for you? You must be hungry coming back so late at night." She stroked his arm with such love that Dom felt a stinging in his eyes that he quickly dismissed. "Something nice. Surprise me," he said, entwining their fingers. Her bones were so delicate, so thin, he was sometimes afraid what would happen if she fell. "Sweet or savory?" she asked and gave the top of his hand a kiss before swirling into the kitchen with the energy of a kitten. Domenico found himself smiling as he followed her, getting rid of his suit jacket. Both? Savory first." "How was your day then? You look tired." Mother pulled out one of the bowls from the fridge and switched on the oven. She pulled back her pitch-black hair into a careless bun at her nape, and in the silk gown she was such a beautiful sight. She should be doing all this in the grand villa up the hill. Domenico swallowed, loosening his tie as he leaned back in the solitary chair by the small table. The kitchen was rustic and pretty. He renovated some of it himself last summer, and since she refused to move to a bigger house, she had all the equipment cramped in this small space. What mattered is that she was happy. There is lots going on at the Villani house." "Oh, I can imagine. Such a big wedding." She sighed and looked at Dom as she put the food in the oven. "Are you excited? You sure you don't want me to arrange a date for you? I know this one girl who would die to meet you." Domenico bit his lip, unwillingly remembering the moment he'd seen Seth in the arms of another man. What a sickening sight. "I do need a date for the wedding, but I don't want one that would mistake it for something more." His mother squealed like a little girl and clasped her hands. She had such lively, shining eyes. Dom knew he had his mother's features, and he despised their softness as a child. But when puberty hit, it proved to be a blessing. "I know exactly who to call. She'll be so excited she won't mind the short notice. Her name is Violetta, and she's a lovely girl. Why wouldn't you give her a chance?" Domenico cleared his throat, unsure what to tell her. Then again, who else could he tell of this side of his life about? "I met someone." That instantly got all of Mother's attention. "Oh, do tell. When did that happen? Why didn't you invite her? Oh, finally, this is so exciting." The smell of herbs and tomatoes already started filling the kitchen. Domenico shrugged and started swirling his finger over the waxed wooden counter. It's complicated. I'm not sure where I stand with her anymore.
But she is Italian?
Mother wrinkled her nose, which only made her look prettier. She is. Domenico leaned back with a sigh. Beautiful, with a good heart.
Why is it complicated, then?
She got some matches and lit up a few candles on the table before going back to the oven. Domenico pulled his hair loose. I saw her with another man.
Oh, honey, that's horrible.
A fork fell to the floor and she quickly picked it up.
If she can't be faithful, you shouldn't waste your time on her. You deserve better.
Domenico scratched his head, torn. It's not like that. She says she thought I was just playing her. He kicked the table.
She shouldn't be thinking about another man if she had you.
Mother frowned, putting the steaming lasagna on a plate.
You need a good girl, Dom, not some loose floozy.
She is a good girl. I'm so angry at her, but I still wish she was here with me. Domenico slouched, unhappy with both himself and the world.
Well, she shouldn't run around with other men.
Mother waved her fork at him before putting a whole bowl of food in front of Dom. But what if she really thought we weren't together? I assumed she knows, but how do I know what's in her head? She's a woman. He shrugged at the fact that it didn't really apply to Seth. Mother sat down opposite him at the table and poured herself a glass of wine.
So you have told her now, right? That you want to be with her? Tell me more about her. She's not too familiar with the boys, I hope.
Domenico couldn't stop the way his mouth curved up like a lucky horseshoe. She is now.
Dom, naughty!
Mother swatted his arm and giggled.
That'll do. A girl always remembers her first.
He nodded with a smile and curled his arms over the beautiful lasagna. She's a great cook, too. Mother narrowed her eyes.
When will I meet her? I'm sure you can work out the little details.
Domenico shrugged. You know, she's in New York, so I hope we can work out our differences while I'm there. We'll see.
Oh, in New York.
Mother slouched, the corners of her mouth weighing down.
So far away. Tell me more about her, then. What's so special about this girl? What's her name?
Domenico grabbed a fork and dug into the lasagna, already melting at the aroma it released. Sophia. She's in nursing school, loves children, though she's a bit disorganized. He smiled, adding this little bit of truth about Seth.
What are you waiting for, then? You have to make sure she knows you're serious. Dom, I was starting to think I'll never see the day you have a proper girlfriend. I was actually worried that it's because you turned out so handsome, that no one will be enough for you.
Domenico chuckled, filling his mouth with the fragrant pasta. It was just too good, and he let out a groan of approval. It is a challenge to find someone worthy of me.
How did you two meet? How did she charm you, then?
Mother sipped her wine with a smile. The candlelight made the meal almost seem like a date. Domenico poured himself some wine and ate more of the lasagna. He loved how it warmed him up from the inside. The question was a tough one. I started talking to her at a cafe because she was pretty, and then it just progressed so quickly. She pretended to be uninterested, but I knew how she felt. He told his mother, stroking her shoulder.
How long has it been, then? I can't believe you kept this a secret from me. Should I be expecting wedding bells soon?
She looked into his eyes in anticipation. Domenico stared at her, dumbstruck. It's still a bit fresh, Mother. She pouted at him and tapped her fingernails on the table.
Sometimes it's good to move quickly.
Domenico groaned, finishing up his meal. If I asked for her hand so soon, she'd think I'm joking. Seth seemed to think their whole relationship was a big joke.
I bet you can charm your way into her heart.
She gave him a pristine grin.
Just clear up the misunderstanding you two had, and that's that.
You think? He pushed the empty bowl away, eager to have something sweet now.
Sure, sweetie. You have everything. You're charming, handsome, cultured. You travel a lot, you have manners, confidence, and enough money to support your family. And you can dance as well, Mother added, already getting up to fetch Dom some dessert. You couldn't be more perfect. Domenico swallowed, looking at her with a smile. He was envisioning Seth's horrified face at the idea of getting engaged again. So you think she'd say yes? Just make sure you give her a nice ring, she warned him, cutting up a slice of cheesecake. Domenico sighed, already reaching for the teaspoon. What kind of ring would you like if you were her? I do have a soft spot for pink diamonds. She put a generously sized piece of cake in front of him. That does sound good, muttered Domenico, digging in right away. And how have you been recently? Anything interesting happened? I've been in Milan just before you called that you were coming back home. I'll show you what I got. A new pair of Louboutins. She rushed out of the kitchen, and only now Dom noticed she was barefoot. That's nice. Just for shopping? And I met up with friends, she said from the corridor and strutted back in a pair of black high heels, holding 2 more shoeboxes in her hands. Domenico chuckled, happy to see her so excited. He was proud she could live the lifestyle she wanted thanks to his hard work. I thought you mentioned just 1 pair, he said, already taking more cake. He could eat it all in one go. So good. I went a bit overboard. She giggled and put the boxes on the table, opening them quickly and showing off the shoes. I got these Manolo Blahniks from the new collection, and last but not least, a new pair of Dolce & Gabbana. Just look at that golden embroidery. Aren't they glorious? She sighed and kissed the top of the shoe. Domenico stroked her shoulder and leaned forward to give her a chaste kiss on the lips. They are. So, who are you with? Oh, just a friend. She dismissed it with a wave of her hand and took out her cell phone to show him some photos. Look, here I am in front of the Louis Vuitton in Gallery Vittorio Emanuele. It's so amazing. I bet Sophia would love to go shopping there. She winked at Dom. Domenico grinned and crooked his head. How about you show off those new shoes at the Villani wedding? He asked and knew he'd struck gold the moment her eyes lit up. I don't know if it's appropriate. Shouldn't you take some nice young lady? But then again, you do have Sophia. It wouldn't be right for you to take another girl. I'll go then, but only so that you don't feel lonely, she said and hugged one of the shoe boxes with a grin. It's settled then. I'm sure you have some amazing dress from Milan as well. Don't you worry about that. Do you want more cheesecake? He could already envision her roaming through her closet until the early hours in the morning. I'll just take this one to my room. They exchanged hugs, and Domenico watched his mother go back up the stairs. He listened to her soft footsteps on the floor above him until they stopped, and made his way to his own room, close to the kitchen. The door moved as he pushed on the handle, entering with the cheesecake in the other hand. In any other place, he'd half expect it to be stuffy, but his mother knew he was back in town, so she must have opened the window earlier. It was small, cramped, but Domenico liked to think about this room as cozy. It hadn't changed much since the time he started training at the Villani estate. He never had many toys, so their place was taken over by books on a shelf close to the window. He had a small antique desk with a chair, and between them and the single bed by the other wall, there was just enough room to walk through to the window. He never had a lot of decoration here, so he smiled at the picture above his bed. It was a pretty watercolor print commemorating his first communion. Domenico sat down on the bed with cheesecake in hand and looked at the cell phone again. There was a text message. He was so eager to open it that he never noticed the cheesecake sliding off his thigh and only caught it as it was close to falling on the floor. He groaned in relief and put the plate on the rug, quickly opening the message. His stomach twisted in tension. You lost your cufflink. You can pick it up tomorrow, if you want. Domenico frowned and quickly looked at his cuffs. Both were there. He swallowed hard, stroking his phone with his thumb before he started typing. Thank you. I was looking for it. He hit send and picked up the cake, digging the spoon into the middle because he didn't have to follow rules in his bedroom.
Chapter 7. Seth. Seth sat on his bed, looking into the mirror in the open wardrobe. So this was it. His wedding day. He felt numb. His suit fit perfectly, but he didn't feel all that handsome. All he could think about was the wedding night coming his way like the bumper of a truck. Having his first time with a woman made him queasy, so he didn't even have breakfast. But what next? Would he move in with her soon? Lucrezia Villani. He supposed it sounded nice. Seth just felt sorry for her ending up with a gay guy. All he could do was try to make it nice for her somehow. Be tough, he whispered, looking at his reflection, and ran a comb through the longer hair on the top of his head. The 0 hour was approaching, and he couldn't even tie his tie right. It was pathetic. A sudden knocking at the door did nothing to improve his mood. "Who is it?" His voice turned out harsher than he would have wished. The door opened, and Domenico's dark figure entered the room. It was as if he sucked in all the light inside, and Seth couldn't utter a word as he watched him lock the door. His stomach twisted, which made him glad he hadn't had that breakfast. He got up and went for the desk where he left the cufflink. It wasn't Dom's, and Seth knew it, but it was as good an excuse as any other. He wanted Dom around, but didn't know how to start a conversation about it. When he turned around, Domenico was already approaching. Silent, sleek like a panther, in a pitch-black suit that fit him so perfectly, Seth couldn't help but imagine him naked. When Domenico stopped, he was merely inches away, looking into Seth's eyes without a word. He cursed his heart, which drummed in his chest like mad already. It was as if he was conditioned to be drawn to the smell of Dom's cologne. Yesterday's violence was all too fresh in his memory, though, so he took a step back and hit the desk with his ass. He held over the cuff in his hand. Domenico blinked, and his jaw moved ever so slightly before he spoke. "You look good." Yeah, thanks. My wedding, after all," Seth uttered and pushed the cuff into Dom's palm. Wasn't his pride offended anymore? Domenico dropped the pin into his pocket and retrieved his ever-present pack of cigarettes. "That was thoughtful of you." "I don't think my bride will like me smelling of cigarettes." Seth slid farther away along the massive mahogany desk. As he made the distance between them bigger, a part of him wished Dom would pursue him. He wasn't proud of that part's existence, an ugly, lustful longing for a violent man who could protect him as easily as hurt him. "Is she a non-smoker?" asked Domenico, following him with the cigarette already between his lips. He lit it with a lighter, which he dropped back into his pocket. "I don't know. Whatever." Seth didn't even know how to talk to Dom now. Maybe she isn't after all. He reached into Dom's packet to get himself a cig as well. He stiffened when he saw Dom burning through a third of his cigarette in a single inhale. "You seem concerned about her well-being," growled Domenico, spitting the words along with the smoke like a mad dragon. "Lucrezia is in my thoughts day and night." Seth leaned against the table and lit his cigarette. Domenico's face went aflame. "So she has a name now? I thought we'd be gentlemanly and stick to calling her that woman, but it doesn't seem to be the case anymore." "I might as well call it as it is." Seth looked to him with a scowl. Even the smoke wasn't soothing his nerves. Dom looked too handsome, even when Seth was angry with him. The bastard. With that elegant suit, the sleek black hair, a slim tie that made him look like a fashion model, he looked good enough to eat. Domenico bit his lip, stuffing both his hands into the pockets of his slacks. The silence was getting so uncomfortable, Seth started thinking of leaving his room early. "I said I was sorry, but you didn't," Seth said in the end, with his gaze at his feet. Domenico's shoes were polished to perfection, but they didn't even move. "For what?" "What the fuck is wrong with you?" Seth snapped at him and pushed his shoulder. "You attacked me!" He couldn't believe how little meaning he had to Dom. "You know what? It doesn't matter. Just go. Enjoy the fucking wedding cake." Domenico grabbed his hand, yanking Seth closer as he hissed through his teeth. "I don't want your fucking cake." "How about a piece of Lucrezia's cherry pie? You up for that?" Seth pushed him away with a growl. Domenico shuddered, but his face froze in a fake grin, with the bulging vein on his forehead more pronounced than ever. Why? You want me to pop her cherry as well? Heat flushed all over Seth's cheeks. Asshole. No, I'd want her to have a pleasant experience, something you're not that good at providing. That must have hit home, because Domenico pushed him back with a low growl. The fuck does that mean? It means you shouldn't stick your dick in without lube and wear a condom when you're asked for it. Seth put out the cigarette on a plate, never looking away from Dom. Domenico drew in a sharp breath. I always use lube. How kind of you, Seth hissed and spread his arms to the sides. This was unbelievable. Domenico knocked his index finger against Seth's chest. You cheated on me, and now you're trying to make me look like the villain? 'Cause you treated me like shit. I don't know how to deal with you anymore. Seth grabbed his hand in annoyance. Domenico snarled at him. You were quite enamored just 2 fucking days ago, and now what? Looking for an excuse to run off with someone else again? Better fucking not. He rummaged through his pocket and raised his hand, holding up a small, sealable plastic bag. Seth gasped, letting go of Dom and stumbling back a few steps. There was a human ear in the clear plastic. Clean, without even a trace of blood, it looked like a well-made prop. But deep down, Seth knew it wasn't. He could now take back everything he said before. He was fucking scared. What the fuck is that? Domenico's face tensed into a mask of anger. Brian sends his regards. He decided he needs a change of career. Seth covered his mouth, bile rising in his throat. What did you do to that poor guy? He whined, pushed out of balance. He should have known better than to stay in town after yesterday. Found him in the fucking grocery store. Spat Domenico, his teeth clenching so loudly Seth could hear them grind. I bet he'll take the next flight home. Seth just stared at him. Was this the man he wanted to be with forever just 2 days ago? He had always joked about having poor taste in men, but this? How the hell was he supposed to know better? You can't do that to people. Domenico crossed his arms on his chest, but seemed more pleased with himself than moments before. It was as if the knife moved on its own. Seth looked to the bag again. If a cat brought mice and little birds, it only made sense this was what a panther would bring. It was one of those unwanted gifts you threw away, and forgot your sweet kitty could ever do such a thing. Only it didn't. You were the one to move it. Domenico rolled his eyes. You keep clinging to details, whereas the bottom line is one move of his ass, and you went after him like fucking Hansel about to lick the witch's cunt in the gingerbread house. The last thing Seth wanted to hear about today was licking anyone's cunt. He looked away from the ear, chilled. You didn't have to bring this here. I said I was sorry. What more do you want? He pointed to the bag in horror and moved behind the desk to have something between them. He wanted that thing out of his sight, and he was done suggesting to Dom that he should apologize. Seth was physically incapable of explaining to Dom how violated he felt yesterday. He'd have to talk about freaking feelings and fear and shame. He was so not going there. The question seemed to have confused Domenico, who looked at his feet and promptly put the ear back into his pocket. The same one he carried the cigarettes in. He shrugged, pressing his lips together. Should have given that piece of meat to the dogs. Seth swallowed, trying not to think about the poor young waiter. He crossed his arms on his chest. Should have. Sometimes it's good to think before you do things, you know? Before you hurt someone you claim to care about. Domenico looked at him from below a stern frown. Sorry, I'll get rid of it, he said eventually. There was no getting through to him. Seth rubbed his forehead. You don't respect me much, do you? Domenico opened his mouth. Why would you say that? Because you just do whatever you want without regarding me at all. I still don't even know what I am to you. The silence became so thick, Seth felt like he was about to suffocate when Domenico cleared his throat, shifting his weight. "You're my lover, of course."
"And what? You'll get another one next month? Will you get married as well? I don't know."
Seth moaned, unwinding the mess of a tie he had under his collar. He didn't notice when Dom circled the desk to stand in front of him. Domenico knocked his hands away, tying the dumb piece of cloth with precise moves. "You are either blind or stupid." Seth let out a deep breath, looking into his eyes. "See, no respect for me." He played with the signet on his hand, and for a moment struggled to pull it off. His chest was so heavy, so maybe getting rid of the ring would help at least a little bit. "Would you take this?" he muttered. Domenico froze with his hands still at Seth's tie. Clear amber eyes looked straight at him. Wide, with long dark eyelashes like that of a fawn. "You want me to?" "Yeah, just take it, okay?" Seth licked his lips, unsure what else to say. He rubbed Dom's elbow with his fingers. Domenico sighed, stepping even closer so that his breath tickled Seth's neck. He looked straight at Seth with a strange mixture of surprise and contentment as he moved the signet between his fingers. "Give me your left hand," he eventually said, brushing his fingers over the front of Seth's shirt. Seth slowly held out his hand to Dom in resignation. The pull was impossible to fight. Like he was a freaking magnet, and Dom was the fridge. Domenico caught his hand, gently holding it up as he tried to slip it on Seth's ring finger, but the stubborn piece of metal wouldn't fit, so it ended up on the little finger. The silver felt warm, strangely comforting, and it was as if all the anger evaporated out of Seth, leaving only a deep longing. Domenico didn't look at him, watching Seth's hand as muscles played underneath skin at the sides of his jaw. He swallowed hard and then bowed his head to kiss the ring. Seth watched him in silence, stunned by the quiet display of affection. Domenico's chin nudged his fingers, but then the soft lips trailed higher, gently caressing the back of Seth's hand. He kissed Dom as soon as he could, pulling him close. "I love you," Seth whispered against Dom's mouth. Shivers were coursing through their bodies as if their nerve endings connected. Domenico's body melted into him. His arms were tight around Seth, and that hair smelled so good just under Seth's nose. He didn't know when they leaned on the desk in a tight embrace. "Put it on me?" asked Domenico, holding up Seth's signet in his left hand. Seth kissed his hair and grabbed Dom's elegant fingers. He tried to put it on the ring finger, but it was much too loose. He smiled and ended up putting it on Dom's index finger. Dom wiggled the digit with a small smile and pulled Seth in for a kiss again. All traces of tension were suddenly gone as their mouths met. "I want you all for myself." "We could still elope before the wedding," Seth whispered without much real hope. Dom wouldn't leave the family. "You could kidnap me in true Sicilian fashion." Domenico's mouth fell open and his nostrils flared. "They would find us, Seth. You know they would." Seth half closed his eyes. "I know. Just saying." He wrapped his arms around Dom's neck, unable to imagine how the next month of his life was to look like, not to mention a year. Domenico was there to answer it for him. "But I am taking you for a honeymoon tomorrow." "Oh, yeah? To the bottom of the sea?" "No, to New York." Domenico leaned back and gave him a wide smile. "How do you like that?" Seth straightened up and rubbed one of his eyes. "Huh? Really? Oh my God, I miss New York City so much. Just us?" "Yes." Domenico leaned forward and Seth felt a flush trailing up his neck when those familiar fingers unzipped his pants. He gasped, but wouldn't have backed away even if the desk weren't behind him. That surge of electricity between them went straight to his groin. "I like that." The atmosphere was so different than yesterday that he couldn't resent the touch. Maybe he was just a greedy bastard. "Just so that you don't get an embarrassing erection at an inappropriate moment," whispered Domenico, slowly going down to his knees, without ever looking away from Seth. His eyes shone in the daylight coming through the window, and so did his lips as he traced them with his tongue.
"We wouldn't want that,"
Seth rasped, still drunk on the news of going to New York with Dom. He slightly parted his thighs and leaned against the desk for comfort. Domenico Acerbi was only his, and it was all that mattered. Domenico chuckled and pushed off his suit jacket. He then removed the tie as well before eagerly pulling down Seth's pants. His fingers were burning the skin on Seth's thighs, but there was no greater treat than that skilled, wonderful mouth. "I want you," whispered Domenico against the underside of Seth's dick. Seth gasped, sliding his hands into that glorious black hair.
"You can have all of me."
His cock was already on high alert, getting harder by the second. Dom's lips were so soft he couldn't decide what was better, having them on his dick or kissing them. Domenico drew in a sharp breath, the cool air brushing around the head of Seth's cock where it moved against the hot lips. "That's my wedding gift. Are you ready to take it?" whispered Domenico, slowly massaging Seth's thighs, softening and relaxing the muscles.
"Fuck yeah, since you can't afford a better one."
Seth let out a raspy laugh. So much sneaking around, and they end up doing it in his room? He couldn't even care anymore. "I can, but we'll think about it tomorrow," whispered Domenico, closing his hand on Seth's cock and pushing it up its length to meet that luscious mouth. Seth knew Domenico loved cum, and he would give him plenty.
"New York with you will be amazing,"
Seth babbled, slightly pushing his hips forward, eager for entry into that mouth. He never stopped stroking Dom's hair, the wedding forgotten. Domenico never let him top, but he had no issues with having his throat fucked, so his lusty groan was a response Seth expected. Moving his hands back to Seth's thighs, Domenico opened up wide, looking up at Seth in that clouded, pre-orgasmic way. Seth wished to see that look one day when he was nestled between Dom's thighs. He grinned and slid his other hand into Dom's hair as well, pulling Dom's head closer onto his stiff dick.
"Such a good mouth,"
he whispered, starting to make gentle thrusts in and out of Dom's lips. So hot, wet, and eager for him. Domenico mumbled something into his cock, but he didn't move away, so Seth took it as a token of appreciation as he pulled his lover even closer, sliding his dick over the soft bed of his tongue, and then deeper between the ridges of his throat.
"You take it so well,"
he groaned, quickening his moves. This was a hot, lusty heaven. Dom's hands on Seth's hip bones only got him hornier. His cockhead was squeezed in that tight passage, taking his excitement close to orgasm already. Domenico always got him going in no time. Seth tightened the grip on Dom's hair, keeping him in place as he fucked that mouth with a vengeance, only giving Dom enough slack so that he could take a deep breath before corking his mouth shut again. His balls kept slamming against Dom's chin, which was already a bit rough, only adding to the excitement. In no time, Seth was reaching his peak as waves of hot, sticky pleasure erupted from his body.
"Oh, fuck. Hold it like that. Swallow it all,"
he muttered, keeping Dom's head close and looking down at the sight of beauty as shudders of orgasm ran down his body, leaving him relaxed and lightheaded. Domenico held him close, hugging his hips and clawing his fingers into Seth's ass. This time, Seth didn't mind in the slightest. They clung to one another until Dom's throat contracted, and he started pulling away with a cough, dropping straight to his ass. Seth's cock was already going soft, but he could still barely catch a breath. He didn't know what to say. Thank you? Nothing could express how much emotion Dom stirred in him. And there he was, sitting in front of Seth with a huge erection tenting the front of his pants, wetness on his mouth, hair all over the place. He was panting hard, but made no move to pleasure himself. "I want more than that," he rasped, hypnotized by Seth's eyes. Seth slowly got to his knees and then to all fours to give Dom a long kiss. He'd never liked tasting himself on another man's mouth, but he'd even licked ground jalapeno peppers off Dom's lips.
"Oh yeah? Like what?"
He was already unzipping Dom's pants and sliding in his hand. Domenico shivered but took his hand away with a pained groan. More, he repeated with more force as his eyes searched Seth's.
So needy.
Seth laughed but bent down over him and kissed the bulge at the front of Dom's pants. Not that, moaned Domenico, pulling Seth up and holding him in place. His cheeks were dark, mouth swollen from sucking cock not that long ago. Seth was stunned to feel Dom's knee brushing against his hip. More than that, repeated Domenico, staring at him like he knew no word for what he wanted.
Huh?
Seth's lips parted and he wasn't sure anymore what they were talking about.
Do you have lube? I don't quite grasp it.
He'd be willing to let Dom top him even after orgasm, but it was still so new. He wasn't sure he wanted to do it under such pressure. What if someone came knocking? Not now. After. Domenico pushed Seth down to the carpet and leaned over him, gasping. His long hair slid over Seth's cheek like the sweetest caress. I will have it.
Everything will work out, right?
Seth wrapped his arm around Dom's waist and kissed him, trying to remember how that warm body fit against his. Why did he have to get married? Couldn't they just go to the garage now, drive away, and never look back? Domenico snorted, but his voice had a higher pitch than usual. I sure hope you like my ass better than Lucrezia's cunt. All of Seth's attention zeroed in on Dom's eyes. That was what he was suggesting? Seth's heart picked up a steady pace. Hell yeah. Just thinking about it will be the only thing getting me through the whole thing. He couldn't help a silly grin and pulled Dom closer. After the talk they'd had recently, Seth thought this was a done deal, that it just wouldn't happen with Dom. He slid his hand down Dom's back, touched his ass, and reached all the way to the top of his thigh, squeezing it in awe. It was freaking steel. Domenico let out a sharp breath. Let's just get it over with, and tomorrow we'll be off.
I can't wait for you to meet my friends.
Seth couldn't help himself and slid his fingers between Dom's buttocks, massaging him there through the fabric. He was all out of cum and energy, but he still felt a spark of excitement at the warmth he sensed. Domenico gasped, tangling his fingers into Seth's shirt, but he spread his legs a bit to leave him room for movement. So he did like it. Seth bit his lip with satisfaction. He slid his other hand into Dom's pants, gripping the hardened dick, while with the first hand he kept petting Dom's ass. He was all too happy to feel the cock in his hand twitch when he stroked deep between the buttocks with his finger. So freaking hot and tender. He couldn't wait to bury his cock in that lean ass. Careful with the suits, muttered Domenico, holding onto Seth's shoulders. His hips were moving back and forth in a familiar rhythm as his body arched against Seth's. Big guy. You are so freaking hot, Seth groaned, reaching up to catch Dom's lips into a kiss. He settled for massaging Dom's ass and jerking him off quickly. Good things come to those who wait. And it wasn't just hard muscle in those buttocks either. There was a tenderness that was so squeezable, Seth couldn't wait to exercise his new privilege. That was all the apology he needed. He didn't even care about what happened yesterday anymore. It was all about here and now. I know, snorted Domenico. He was breathing harder and faster with every second. The floor was cool and smooth, but it all died in contrast to the heat of Domenico's skin. Seth kissed him all over the jaw and lips, eager to show his affection. He would give Dom the best fuck of his life. It would be so amazing he'd be begging for more of Seth's cock. Like I was meant for you, like God made you for me to stare at in awe, Seth babbled, caught up in his daydream. Domenico jerked in his arms with a growl, trembling as he came, spilling seed into Seth's palm. It was a moment of satisfaction that was bound to carry Seth through this whole marriage thing. Seth kissed the arched neck and licked Dom's Adam's apple with a sigh. This was a man he was willing to give into. He breathlessly mouthed another confession of love into Dom's skin where he wouldn't see it. As they lay in post-orgasmic haze, letting their bodies cool down on the floor, Domenico turned his head back to look at Seth again. It was a moment so strange, yet so familiar, as if they had been waking up next to one another for years. It felt so right. Seth reached up to the desk, and after a few attempts managed to pull down a box of tissues. They needed to get ready, after all.
"You'll need to do my tie again."
Seth kissed the side of Dom's head while cleaning them up. Domenico chuckled. "I would even tie a tie for Lucrezia." A violent knock on the door was a harsh wake-up call. "Seth, where are you? You'll be late!" Father's yell got Seth up to his feet in no time.
"I'm coming, just sorting out my tie."
Domenico jumped up to his feet, closing his pants. He ran for the cupboard and sprayed Seth's deodorant all over, wide-eyed. Seth stood there watching him with a silly grin, arranging his clothes. They hadn't taken off much, so it wasn't that bad. "Seth, I'm not joking. If you embarrass me today, we'll be talking differently." Seth ran for the door as soon as Domenico got his suit jacket on. Father frowned when he noticed Seth wasn't alone. He scowled. "Seth, do you know the meaning of the word discreet? You're going to smell like a perfume shop. Is that what you learned in the States? And what are you doing here?" Father turned to Domenico with a frown. Domenico nodded, tying his tie. "I tried to repeat the lessons in tying we were having back in Berlin."
"Yeah, I kept doing it wrong."
Seth raised an eyebrow at his reflection. Too elegant for his own liking. Father turned his attention to Dom. "Why do you look like shit on my son's wedding?" It was a gross overstatement. All that was wrong with Dom's pristine appearance was the hair, loose and out of order. But Domenico knew how to handle his betters. "I'm very sorry, sir. My hairband broke and I need to find a new one." The Don took a deep breath and turned his accusations to Seth. "And you, tie like from a catalog and a wrinkled shirt? Is this another American fashion?"
Yeah, it's called city chic, so, a bit elegant, a bit chilled out."
Father stopped him and shook his head. "Let's just get on with it." Domenico looked at Seth over Father's shoulder, slowly combing his fingers through the sleek hair. "What are you two waiting for?" growled Father as he stormed out of the room. It was only then that Domenico stepped close enough to whisper into Seth's ear. "I will be in the gardener's home."
"Okay, I'll try to find a moment to sneak out."
Seth took a deep breath of Dom's scent. At least he would feel Dom all over himself today. Their colognes melted together, and he barely even knew which was his anymore. "I'll be waiting all night." Seth looked back just one more time, letting his gaze rest on the bright eyes before following Father. This man would be his downfall. Chapter 8. Domenico. Domenico was pacing in the single room of the gardener's house. He kept the lights out, careful not to attract any attention, as the house was deserted for the wedding night. Even with the music buzzing in the background, he could clearly distinguish the creaking of wood beneath his feet, and for a moment he entertained the thought that he'd turn into a walking corpse while waiting for a man who might as well never come, too busy cementing his new, proper family. Domenico's thumb touched the next bead of the single-decade rosary he always carried. The fragrant wood was pleasant against his thumb, smooth from years of use. Words of prayer left his mouth, but he couldn't help be preoccupied with something else. Throughout the ceremony, Seth had been eerily calm, with a small smile constantly on his lips whenever he looked at his bride. It was Dom who was crumbling with each gesture Seth made toward her. Too preoccupied with the events, he couldn't pay much attention to his mother, and eventually deserted her under the pretense of duties he had to attend to. Slowly he looked through a tear in the curtain, watching the lights of the main villa. His fingers went to the signet on his index finger for the 1,000th time this evening, and he stroked the metal, smiling at how thick Seth's fingers were that this monster of a ring fit on them so well. He wondered whether Seth would keep his new signet while he fucked his wife. When Domenico finally saw a wide-shouldered figure walk in the direction of the house in the darkness, his skin tingled. A tiny orange light to the side indicated that Seth was smoking, and when Dom looked to the filled ashtray on the table, he realized he'd been here far too long. And when his man finally came, the fucking cell phone rang. He pulled it out of his pocket in a swift move, while his body was already being pulled toward the door by an invisible force. Luigi. He never ignored his mentor's calls, and it took him several seconds to come to a decision. Tonight, he wouldn't be on call. He switched off the sound and put the cell phone on the table, walking through the herb-smelling room to unlock the door. His heart quickened its pace as he leaned against the wooden frame, listening. The door handle moved and Seth came in with a short creak of the old wood. Before even uttering a greeting, Seth closed his arms around Dom with a loud inhale. He was still in his wedding suit, though his tie hung loose under the collar. Dom blindly slammed the door shut and locked it again before embracing Seth with a loud sigh. He put his face against Seth's shoulder and breathed in his smell, instantly calming down. "You're here." "I couldn't get out sooner." Seth slid a hand into Dom's hair, keeping his head close. "It took forever," he whispered. "Yes, it's past 4. 1 more hour and it would be too light for you to sneak through without being noticed." Seth hid his face in Dom's neck and put out his cigarette before wrapping his arm around Dom's waist. "If you were a woman, I'd marry you." Domenico groaned, pulling him even closer. "Well, you did put the ring on my finger." He prayed Seth wouldn't mention Lucrezia. He had been pressured to marry her, which made the union invalid anyway. Any church court would recognize that. Seth snorted and hugged him tighter, kissing his neck. "Yep, you could always try and hide your stubble underneath a veil." "I'm afraid someone else would be wearing the veil." Dom gave him a gentle headbutt, fishing for his hand. He wanted to check if Seth still had the signet. For a devastating moment, he couldn't find it on the small finger, but then realized Seth moved it to his ring finger. It only fit beyond the first joint. "See? Not gonna happen." Seth stroked Dom's head. It was worth all the hours Domenico had spent here all alone. "We're leaving at midday, and I plan to fuck you on the plane," he whispered. Seth kissed Dom under his jaw. "Hasty? I don't mind, but I'm not sure I'll fit in the lavatory with you all that well. Let's sit down." Domenico chuckled and pulled him to the narrow bed, which he'd covered with a set of fresh sheets so that they wouldn't have to lie down on the gardener's bedding. It would be inappropriate to leave traces on the old man's things. "You weren't looking at me at all." He poked Seth in the ribs and laid his head on the strong shoulder. From up there, he watched a large old closet, halfway open to reveal some work clothes. Everything was so eerily quiet, as if the owner of the house had disappeared without a trace. Seth sighed and opened the top buttons of his shirt. "I didn't want it to seem weird. I keep stressing out that someone will find out and it'll all go to shit. She seemed so frail." He still wasn't looking at Dom. As if she was made of meringue. Domenico couldn't help the scowl on his face, so he looked to the side. "Someone already knows," he snapped. Seth turned to him wide-eyed, tightening the grip on Dom's hand. "What?" Domenico cleared his throat. "But he won't say a thing. I know too much of his vices for him to risk it." "My uncle? He knows? How? We were so careful," Seth hissed, squeezing Dom's hand to the point of pain. Domenico forced a smile, looking at Seth's handsome face in the shadows of the dark room. "He knows me. Must have noticed some little thing. But that doesn't matter. He won't talk." "I wanted to scrape his fucking face off his skull when he was congratulating me on the marriage. Creepy motherfucker." Seth's frown made his eyes look even darker than usual. Domenico frowned. "Why?" "What do you mean, why?" Seth kicked Dom's ankle. "He hurt you, and then he goes up to me all cherry-faced when he knows I don't even want to be there?" Domenico's stomach clenched as if someone squeezed their fist around it. "He didn't hurt me. It was the way he does things." "Well, I don't like the way he does things." Seth groaned and lay back on the bed. Domenico stared at his own hands, clenching and unclenching in his lap. "Me either." He forced a chuckle. I don't like American pizza either.
You can be such a stupid fuck, you know that?
Seth put his hands over his face and shook his head.
I'm gonna make you a deep dish pizza every day in New York. How about that?
I would start resenting you within a week. Domenico combed his fingers through his hair and looked at Seth, who peeked at him through his fingers.
Don't worry, I wouldn't be that cruel, he said before going strangely quiet for a few seconds. Dom, do we have a job in New York?
Domenico sighed and slowly turned around to lie on his side in one smooth move. He looked into Seth's eyes with their noses merely inches apart. Perhaps, but it's not clear yet. Seth turned as well and smelled a strand of Dom's hair.
So I'll have lots of free time to indulge in my new favorite toy.
Domenico frowned. You're what?
You're no fun.
Seth sighed and cuddled up closer like a giant teddy bear. Did you mean the apartment? Asked Domenico, running his fingers down Seth's side, over the smooth fabric of his suit jacket. It was still cool from being out in the wind. Seth took in a long breath.
Yep, that's what I meant. 'Cause I like to have sex with chairs.
Domenico leaned back, feeling heat bubble up in his chest. Did you just call me your new toy?
So?
Domenico rolled off the bed and stepped back from the bed. Well, I'm not, he growled, crossing his arms on his chest. He was trying to breathe in and out slowly to calm himself down. I see you take quite a lot after your dear uncle.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Seth covered his face again.
That is beyond. I was just joking around.
Do you see me laughing? Spat Domenico, pacing around again. Seth got up from the bed as if his body weighed a ton.
Whatever. I had a shit day, so you could cut me some slack. But it looks like I might as well go back to my wife.
He groaned and had the audacity to go for the door. After Dom had waited here for him all night, after he ignored Luigi's call, he shook his head in disbelief. Sure, go. I can just leave for Minx to assassinate someone instead of going with you. He swallowed, looking straight into the wide shoulders. Seems you took a liking to her anyway. Seth turned to him with that ever-present frown.
Sure I did. I plowed her pussy long and hard, especially that I could hardly hold an erection. There's nothing like getting naked with someone you don't feel excited by. I loved every second of not being able to come for ages.
He clenched his fists and hit the door, making the old thing rattle. Domenico swallowed, keeping up Seth's gaze and trying not to let his imagination go wild with images he didn't want to see. Believe me, I know.
No, you don't know. I went through all that, managed to come here when she fell asleep just to see you, you ass, and I get compared to my uncle for using a word you didn't like? Fuck you, you know? Go to Minsk, what do I care?
Seth spread his arms to the sides.
I have a lovely wife, after all.
Domenico growled. Did you ever pretend you came just to get it over with and have them roll off you? Because I did. Let's compare wounds, huh? He stepped closer to Seth and yanked him closer with his teeth bared. Instead of backing off, Seth squinted and closed in as well.
Yeah, let's. This one time, the guy just wouldn't get off me. I tried to stab him with a fucking fork, but he just held me down and fucked my ass until he forced an orgasm. How's that for a wound, huh? He got so close to Dom he could feel the heat of Seth's skin on his forehead. Domenico froze, squeezing his fingers on Seth's forearms, unable to take a breath as they gazed at each other in the strange silence that followed. Domenico was being sucked into a black hole. It wasn't like that. It was like that and more. Seth tried to pull his arms away, but Dom kept them in place. I'm such a stupid fuck for still being here. No, you are not. Domenico pushed him against the wall with his mind clouded. I did want to give you pleasure. And that makes it okay? And the first time, I was so fucking distressed, I still don't know what to think about it. My mom's funeral was the day before, and I just had my finger cut off with a knife. I was not in the mood. I was scared and told you to piss off. I was hot for you, but just... I don't know. It's confusing.
He looked away and pushed Dom back without much energy. Domenico blinked and stumbled back to rest against the door, his eyes still focused on Seth even as frost spread all over his body. Aye, but things changed. It's all different now. We wouldn't be here if it weren't for that night.
Maybe we wouldn't, maybe we would.
Seth rubbed his neck, standing there stiffly by the wall like a heap of misfortune.
Things have changed, but it is what it is.
Yet he didn't say what it was. Domenico was grateful for that. Slowly, Dom reached out, careful not to move away from the door like it would change something. His fingers skimmed over Seth's hand.
I think I'm not in the right head, you know?
Seth's voice got quieter, but he didn't pull away.
You're my favorite extreme sport. I enjoy the adrenaline, like mountain climbing without a harness. I can take a fall every now and then. I'm a big guy. Just don't pretend you weren't there to see it.
Domenico took a deep breath, clenching his hands around Seth's thick fingers. But you don't hate me, do you? He whispered as the truth dawned on him like liquid lead. Seth kept his head down.
No, I try not to dwell on things and look to the future instead.
Domenico swallowed, pulling on Seth's hand, desperate to fill the void in his chest. I wish I was more like you. That made Seth let out a short laugh.
No, you don't. You wouldn't be in this position. Domenico Acerbi doesn't take people's shit. You'd be off to Kyrgyzstan raising a herd of goats or whatever, not getting married.
Goats go well with Armani suits.
Maybe you would start a new trend.
Seth took a deep breath, and his hands finally unclenched. Domenico took that as a sign and pulled closer, sliding his arms around Seth. I prefer you to a whole herd of goats. Seth took a few more deep breaths.
That is so unimpressive.
Domenico chuckled and sank even farther into that bulky, warm body. His breath was slowly evening out as he inhaled the familiar scent. I know. Sorry. Seth nudged his ear with his nose.
That's not good enough. You could at least say I'm better than coffee or something.
Domenico smiled and placed a soft kiss on Seth's stubbly chin. You are.
And you can't even make a tiramisu with me.
Seth put his hands around Dom. Domenico's mind made a backflip when he thought that Seth could indeed incorporate something of his own into a tiramisu. Are you sure?
I suppose I could smother myself in cake and pour coffee over my abs.
I would lick that.
Of course you would.
Seth leaned closer and kissed his lips. It was all that kept Dom from going crazy with worry.
We can do that in New York, yeah? Don't go to Minsk.
I don't want to. I want my honeymoon. Domenico grinned, nestling his face in the crook between Seth's neck and shoulder.
We'll just have to take things day by day.
Seth stroked his hair.
When I become the Don, I'll keep you close as my bodyguard.
Domenico smiled, absorbing the warmth around him. I would like that.
And I'd keep you as eye candy, 'cause you're such a handsome fucker.
Relief rushed through Dom's body when he saw Seth's smile widening again. And a bed warmer, I presume. It was so easy to lose himself in Seth.
Precisely.
Chapter 9. Seth. After a tiring flight from Italy, they were finally taking a yellow cab down the streets of New York. Traveling with Dom was pleasant. They went to a restaurant, joked around, not once mentioning Seth's wedding. Flight attendants always made sure they had everything, and waitresses seemed to draw straws over who would serve them. Dom was good at creating an illusion of not being a dick in public places. And they did have sex on the plane. It was comfortable to fly first class. But as the cab dove deeper into the city, Seth realized they were going through a familiar neighborhood. Domenico had told him he used to stay in a safe house with a view of the flat where Seth used to live with Peter.
Dom, are we going where I think we're going? Is New York City, or even Brooklyn, really so small?
He moaned, looking out of the window. Domenico slid his hand over Seth's shoulders, ignoring the fact they weren't alone. He must not have considered the taxi driver a threat. It's a nice place to live with a big kitchen. You'll like it.
What if Peter sees me?
Seth rested his head on Dom's shoulder. If Dom wasn't hiding, he wouldn't either. Does that matter? Domenico leaned forward, making their lips meet for the briefest moments, but the short time didn't make it any less explosive. It really was like having a boyfriend.
Yeah, it would be weird. I don't want him to feel awkward.
I lived here for 4 months and you never recognized me, so don't worry, said Domenico.
I didn't know you back then. I mean, I didn't know how grown-up Domenico looked like. Otherwise, I'd have recognized you.
Domenico's mouth spread in a toothy grin. Yeah, but you would have ogled me if you met me. Seth's smile widened, even though the cab parked right behind the building he used to live in with Peter.
I would. I'd be like, I'd do him.
You are doing me all the time, said Domenico, handing a note to the driver. He left the car without waiting for change and went straight for the trunk. Seth followed, feeling light as a feather.
That's why I'm such a lucky guy.
He only had a small suitcase, which was kind of depressing. His life fit into such a small space. The dark, heavy clouds above suggested it might snow later, but Seth preferred to be cold in New York with Dom than warm in Italy with his wife. He looked up and realized Dom must have lived in the newly built apartment building across the street from Peter's apartment. He was already excited about sharing a home with him, one with lots of space, a bathroom door that actually closed, and without a holding cell. He really hoped this one didn't have a holding cell.
We're gonna have so much fun.
Seth followed Dom into the modern building and to the elevator.
I bet you were feeling lonely stalking me for so long.
I became a keen masturbator, confessed Domenico with a smug smile. He walked into the elevator and pressed the button to the top floor.
All that unresolved sexual tension.
Seth mocked him, taking off his scarf. Dom looked mature and delicious in the tailored coat that stressed his manly figure. I still can't get over it. I think you need to help me get some closure. Domenico wiggled his eyebrows.
I can't. You'd get rid of me then. I'm never giving you closure.
Seth grinned, stroking Dom's back. Now that they were alone, without anyone to monitor them, he could finally relax, even with the tension stirring whenever they touched. The elevator opened, and Dom put his hand on Seth's shoulders and pulled him out into the corridor. The key's in my right pocket, he teased. Seth shook his head and put his hand into the flap of wool, stealing a chance to kiss Dom's cheek and grope him through the coat. Being with him was like being on a constant high.
I've got it.
Seth couldn't wait to have a locked door behind them. There were only 2 entrances facing away from each other in the small hall, which meant their apartment could be massive. Don't worry about the mess. I'll get us a cleaner to freshen things up, said Dom as Seth entered a vast, modern space which led his eyes straight to an endless floor-length window.
Wow, this is amazing.
Seth dropped his luggage to the floor and rushed up to the glass surface ahead. He looked down at the seemingly endless stream of cars and streets. Someone afraid of heights wouldn't be impressed, but he was ecstatic. He'd bungee jump from here if he could. And to the right, he even saw a balcony. Not that they would have much use of it in winter, but who knew? Maybe they would return when it got warmer. There was so much space in the living room that the modern, sleek furniture didn't seem to clutter it at all. It reminded Seth of one of those classy hotel lobbies, but with more privacy and fewer children. You like it? Asked Domenico, following him in just his elegant suit.
It's fantastic. So spacious.
Seth turned back to look around the living room. It was massive, 4 times the size of his bedroom back at home. A grand flat-screen TV hung on the wall in front of a black leather sofa and a set of armchairs. When Seth pushed off his shoes, he realized the floor was heated. The whole space was like out of a catalog. It did seem a bit bare, more like a hotel than a home, but he could work with that. He threw his jacket to the armchair. There, That was better already. There are hangers by the door, Dom reminded him, walking to the side where Seth was delighted to see a bit of kitchen space. It was too laboratory-like for his taste, but he was sure that fresh produce and nice dishes would warm it up. Some dried herbs would make the space smell of home. Seth ignored Dom's comment and walked right into the kitchen, which was a mix of black marble, steel, and glass. He ran his fingers across the large island countertop. There was so much space to work here.
How long can we stay here?
All his nerves went alert when Domenico approached him quietly. His warmth made Seth's skin tingle even before they touched, but he couldn't help a sharp intake of breath when the gentle movement of Dom's lips yanked at his toes, making them curl. I don't know. Seth turned around and gave him a kiss, but too excited to stay with Dom, he moved on to look through the cupboards, only to find a bunch of DVDs in one of them instead of food.
Has someone else lived here in the meanwhile?
Seth asked, pulling out a DVD of A Streetcar Named Desire. He didn't think it would be Dom's first choice. He expected a documentary on guns or something, since he already knew Dom hated modern action movies. He complained about them being not realistic enough so loudly that it was impossible to watch any. I don't think so. Domenico put his hand on Seth's back and pulled the movie out of his hand with a smile. We could watch that.
What, are you saying these are yours?
Seth snorted, pointing to the old Godfather box set. This was rich.
Are you an old soul?
Domenico frowned. I'm not sure whether that's supposed to be an insult or praise.
I'm afraid it's an insult, Mimo.
Seth patted his cheek. Domenico groaned. Don't call me that. Sounds like you're expecting me to take my bucket and go play in the sandbox.
What can I call you then?
Seth asked before pulling out another Marlon Brando movie.
I'm sensing a theme here.
Domenico, or Dom. It sounded as if the latter option was an unwanted eventuality, but Seth knew he'd use it anyway.
Does Dom have a dead celebrity crush?
Seth teased him, pointing to yet another Brando movie. Domenico sighed, pulling Seth closer. His nose brushed up and down Seth's cheek, awakening a tingle that was already familiar, and so Domenico-specific, Seth wouldn't confuse that feeling with anything else. He was such an incredibly talented actor.
So you like old movies?
Dom didn't strike Seth as such. It was a funny revelation to find out these simple things about him, but after all, even someone whose job was to stalk other people needed time off. Dom shrugged. They're not made for idiots. Except maybe for musicals. Those were shit. Brando only starred in one.
Yeah, not like all those modern movies, right?
Seth mocked him, trying not to laugh out loud. Disgusting New World filth. Domenico grinned in acknowledgement and poked his fist into Seth's chest. You're going to love Marlon, he said, as if he knew the actor personally.
Oh, yeah? If you say so. Is he sexier than you?
The kitchen became silent, and Domenico's forehead wrinkled. I come second, he eventually said, completely serious.
Where am I, then?
Seth cupped his cheeks, following up the stubbly shadow on Domenico's face as their eyes met. Dom bit his lip. You're a bit less sexy than me. Seth raised his eyebrows.
You're such an ass.
He let go of Dom and walked off back to the living room. He wondered if it was Domenico who picked the furniture, because the clean modern lines and just a splash of color seemed exactly like him. Are you hungry? We could order something or go out. Seth stopped mid-stride, looking at a bin full of sweets wrappers and cookie dough ice cream tubs.
Is this what you've been eating here?
He couldn't believe his eyes. Dom, who always claimed that American food was the bane of his existence, binging on junk food? Before he could even think, Domenico ran, yes, ran, over to the bin and kicked it behind the sofa. Fucking cleaner. What does she think this is, a place to live through her PMS? Seth blinked in shock.
Come on, chill out. Maybe she forgot to take it out.
Domenico groaned, shoving the bin farther away. She probably had her girlfriends over, too.
I suppose, This is a nice place.
Seth wanted to change the topic. Domenico rolled his eyes. Of course it is. What do you think I did when I was watching you for months? Seth's eyes widened and it finally clicked.
Is this it?
He pointed to the professional-looking telescope by the window. Domenico nodded. Yeah? Why, you want to try?
No! You can't just spy on people, you perv!
Seth crossed his arms on his chest, eyeing the instrument. Domenico watched him, completely expressionless. Good. I don't want you watching anyone's junk. Seth rolled his eyes.
Oh yeah? What if I see some now?
He walked up to the telescope and peeked into it. He wouldn't normally do something like this, but he wanted to tease Dom, who instantly moved over and pulled him into an embrace. Don't you have more interesting things to worry about right now? He asked, pulling on Seth's lip with his teeth.
All right. I forgot my prize is awaiting.
Seth wrapped his arms around Dom. Domenico blinked, still smiling. Yeah, you explored the whole apartment?
I think I still have the bedroom to explore.
In one swift move, Seth slid his hands to Dom's thighs and picked him up. He was far from light, and the way he tensed up like a mannequin didn't help. Dom stared at him wide-eyed, but didn't make a sound of protest. He didn't hold on to Seth either. Seth snorted and walked into one of the rooms he hadn't explored yet. This, too, looked like the interior of a modern hotel, which seemed to be a theme with Domenico's taste in interior decoration. He dropped Dom to the huge bed and climbed on top of him. The bedding was smooth black silk, but all he had his mind on was the hard, stiff body beneath him. Domenico's chest was moving quickly, pumping shaky air in and out as he lay on the bed.
All this peace and quiet. No rush, no fear, just you and me.
Seth took a deep breath, sliding Dom's thighs apart to lie in between them. I'm not afraid, muttered Domenico as his legs fell to the sides to accommodate Seth. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down.
Yeah, right. I wasn't the one spraying deodorant all over the room as if I was 15 again.
Seth slowly ground his hips into him, sliding his hands down Dom's sides and loving the feel of muscle under the shirt. The room smelled of cum. Dom looked at the ceiling, his hair spread all over the bedding like a demonic halo.
Well, now it doesn't. We have to amend that.
Seth pulled off his t-shirt and bent down to kiss the vein on the side of Dom's neck. He wanted to suggest exactly what he wanted to do to Dom. He loved the way his lover smelled even after the tiring flight from Europe. Earthy, rich, with a hint of musk still present from the cologne Dom used. And now Seth was ready to unwrap his present.
Now you're gonna be mine as well.
He licked Dom's neck all the way to his jaw. It pulsed with heat.
You like that?
Seth rocked his hips into Dom with a harder push, teasing a sharp intake of breath out of his lover, who remained motionless, spread out on the bed like a rag doll thrown to it. It's nice. Seth raised his eyebrows and sat up on Dom's hip, unbuttoning his shirt and working his way down.
That's all you've got? Pretty exciting. Who knows, maybe someday it will even be okay.
Domenico smiled, though it didn't reach his eyes, which were wide and pale. It's been a long time. Seth sighed and moved his palms all over Dom's chest and down to his stomach. So fucking lean, and with just the right amount of hair. He ran his thumbs along each ridge of muscle.
Too long. I've waited too long.
He bent down for a kiss and moved down Dom's thighs to unzip his pants. As he looked at the fly, he couldn't miss Domenico's hands clutching at the comforter on both sides of his hips. Those damn pieces of cloth were getting more touch than he was. Seth frowned in annoyance, slowly pulling down Dom's pants. What was going on?
This would be the moment for you to unbutton my jeans.
Domenico cleared his throat, untangling his fingers from the bedding. His hands moved with a purpose, but there was no breathless lust behind the act. It was nothing like Seth had come to expect from Dom in bed. He didn't get it. It was Dom who had suggested this in the first place. Maybe he just needed to get worked up a bit more. The lack of erection in Dom's pants wasn't all that promising, though. Seth managed to get half hard just from grinding and kissing.
"You're so gorgeous,"
he said, pulling on the waistband of Dom's briefs. The warm skin was as delicious as always, but there was something unnerving about the way Dom was lying there, completely passive, as if he were thinking of Italy on his wedding night. The mere thought of marriage deflated Seth on the inside, but he pushed down his pants and jeans, hoping that seeing how excited he was would get Dom going.
"Is everything all right, handsome?"
"Yeah, I'm fine," whispered Domenico with that strangely bland voice, moving his hands up to rest on both sides of his face like a puppy submitting to the dominant dog. His bare chest was rising and falling like an accelerating machine. This was not what Seth had wished for. He had imagined Dom excited, telling him how much he wanted his dick, but it just wasn't coming.
"Come on, Dom. I don't want to make love to a log,"
he sighed, stroking that sexy stomach. Domenico gave him a wide-eyed stare and nodded, moving his hands to rest on Seth's sides. They were simply there, like a warm compress. So achingly unexciting, Seth wanted to howl.
"Am I doing something wrong?"
Seth took a hold of Dom's hand and pulled it to his dick.
"I love it when you touch me,"
he tried. "I know. It's just so weird." Domenico bit his lip and, worst of all, turned away his eyes. Seth sat up, taken aback.
"What's weird? Me on top is weird?"
Anger started simmering under his skin. Why the fuck was this happening? Why wasn't his cock nestled between Dom's buttocks yet? What the fuck? Domenico turned to his side, trapping Seth between his thighs. "I know you're capable of topping."
"Capable? Hell yeah, I'm capable, so what's your problem?"
Annoyance was making a steady way up his body, and he pushed Dom to his stomach, hoping if he gave Dom's ass more attention, he'd get into the mood. But all it did was to make Dom even more stiff-jointed. It was like moving around a dummy. He didn't even answer the question. Seth looked down at Dom's delicious body, the wide shoulders, the gorgeous ass. He didn't want him just lying there. He wanted every muscle simmering with pleasure. Fuck that.
"Seriously? Seriously? I'm so fucking done."
Seth pushed the jeans to the floor but pulled up his pants, embarrassed to be the only one excited. He got off the bed, anger steaming off his skin. This was what he was getting? A fuck me if you really have to? Well, fuck you very much for that. He didn't need some charity fuck. Domenico pulled up his pants as if he was being threatened. Yeah, right, like Seth could ever pose a threat to him. Seth.
"What?"
Seth hissed, wishing his erection away.
"You don't want it, I can see that. What the fuck is that supposed to mean?"
"I did want it." Domenico was arranging his clothes in sharp, nervous moves, with his eyes fixed on the wall.
"Yeah, right. You're already getting dressed. Is there something wrong with me? You don't like my dick all of a sudden?"
Seth raised his voice, heat circulating through his body and finding no way out. This was so humiliating. "Of course not," muttered Domenico, getting up from the bed. He crossed his arms over his chest and fixed his gaze on the floor. His face was like a mask without emotion, but with a red flush on the cheeks. "You know how much I want you."
"No, actually, I don't."
Seth gave Dom's crotch an expectant look. He knew that was below the belt, but he was fuming.
"It's like having my dick cut off."
"You know I love to suck your dick," snapped Domenico. He grabbed a cushion and sent it flying to the nearest wall. "I can't help it."
"So what's wrong with it now, huh?"
Seth spread his arms, standing there in just his briefs. He felt ridiculous and betrayed at the same time. Domenico buttoned up his suit jacket, staring at the fallen pillow. "Nothing. I just don't feel like it now." Seth saw red.
"You don't feel like it? Fuck you!"
He came closer and pushed at Dom's chest.
"Maybe I should just take it, huh? Domenico Acerbi style."
Domenico inhaled what must have been a gallon of air. "Don't touch me."
"Oh yeah? Or what?"
Seth pushed him again, cocking his head to the side. Why couldn't he get what he wanted? Instead of answering, Domenico rushed to the door.
Where the fuck do you think you're going?
Seth followed wide-eyed.
We're not done.
Dom growled, butting his head against the doorframe. What?
Why don't you want me?
It turned out to sound more hurt than Seth would have wished. Domenico slowly turned around, his eyes still firmly trained on the floor. It's not you. Seth took a step back, more emasculated than ever before. That's what anyone would say to make their partner feel better, yet it was rarely true, and he damn well knew it. Did he turn out not good enough at it?
Okay, whatever, he muttered.
It was only then that Dom raised his eyes at him, expressionless and blank. I do want it, just not now. Seth raised his hands, giving up.
I'm done. Not gonna try to get rejected again. If you want it, tell me. If not, whatever.
Even the heat from the floor couldn't warm him up. Domenico swallowed and slowly made his way to the window, his hand never letting go of the wall.
I should be more like you, just going for whatever I want at the time.
Seth followed him with his gaze. He didn't really mean it, but Dom's silence was fueling his fire. He needed to squeeze out some kind of reaction. Weren't you the one to cheat on me with a waiter? Rasped Domenico from the window.
I was drunk. It was a misunderstanding.
Seth couldn't believe Dom would bring up that shit.
You should have just punched me so we could get over it, not do what you did.
Maybe you should just punch me then for not putting out. Domenico's stare hardened. Seth screamed in frustration, raising his arms in the air. That was not the point.
Maybe I should just finger rape you and see how you like that, huh?
I wasn't resisting.
I was.
Dom turned his back on him.
Why do you not fucking listen?
Seth started hitting the wall with his fists, frustrated to no end. If he didn't let this anger out somewhere, he'd hit Domenico in a matter of seconds.
You had no right to do that. You did something so intimate and used it like a weapon.
Domenico placed his hands on both sides of the window with a sigh so low it threatened to break the glass. You cheated on me. I was so angry I didn't know what to do with myself. Seth ran his hands through his hair. At least he got something honest out of Dom for once. He didn't want this argument to last forever.
You can't use sexual stuff for punishment. You just can't. I'm sorry about that guy. I promise not to do anything like that again, but you have to promise that to me too. You can't abuse me like that. Promise.
Domenico's silence was a bit too long for Seth's liking, but he eventually uttered, Promise. Pushing himself away from the window, Domenico stepped back and sat down on the bed, with his face still turned away. Uneasy, Seth climbed on the bed and hugged him from behind, kissing the warm nape, so pale in comparison to the hair. As much as the sexual rejection hurt, he was happy to get some of the air between them cleared. Domenico instantly clutched Seth's forearms, leaning into the embrace like it was the only thing between him and the electric chair. He turned his head and nuzzled Seth's cheek. I'm not some rapist, he whispered hoarsely. Seth took a deep breath and kissed his temple. I know. Dom chuckled all of a sudden, forcing Seth to embrace him even tighter. You're so big. What size do you even wear? Seth smiled and kissed Dom's ear, holding him close.
Differs. Large, mostly.
Domenico snorted. Large my ass.
What? I like them tight.
Nothing. I like to see bits of your stomach when you move. Domenico's body gradually relaxed against Seth, and he rested his head on Seth's shoulder with a small smile.
I know something you like more, but it's a secret.
Seth gave him one more kiss. I had to hide it at the airport to get it through in my cabin luggage. Dom blinked. You can get sex toys here.
Idiot. It's something better. But you're gonna have to wait to find out.
Seth smiled and pulled away, stroking Dom's back once more. He didn't want this sexual fail to escalate into a black hole in their relationship. Peter was having sex across the street. His new boyfriend was a good few steps down from Seth, and that made Dom smile, Yet they did seem to have fun with the guy. They had to use condoms, though. Not like him and Seth, barebacking their way into oblivion. Domenico straightened his back and stepped away from the telescope. He knew he should remove the instrument to prevent Seth from ogling his ex-boyfriend, but was there really so much to watch when Seth had him at hand? The apartment had been a bit quiet since the sex fiasco an hour ago. Seth took a shower and then retreated to the kitchen, but now that it was beginning to smell nice and sweet from there, Dom's interest was rising. He moved the telescope away from Seth's former flat and walked toward the kitchen, already getting drunk on the fumes of butter and lemon. Seth was dressed in a pair of jeans, which hung low on his hips, revealing the white waistband of his briefs and a black t-shirt, dirty with flour. He stood with his back to Dom and mixed something in a bowl. Whistling beneath his breath, he was an image of domestic bliss. Domenico sighed, hardly noticing when his mouth curved into a smile. "What are you making?" Seth looked at him over his shoulder. "Oh, hey, cupcakes, but with a special ingredient." Now that he stepped slightly farther away, Dom could see a whole tray of cakes growing in the oven. So that was what smelled so good. "Lemon? My favorite," he muttered, slowly walking through the room to join Seth at the island. "This is what I smuggled in. I wanted you to have the authentic experience." Seth grinned and picked up a lemon from a basket on the counter. When the kitchen timer rang, Seth moved away to open the oven. Domenico looked over his shoulder, his body hair bristling at the delicious smell that filled the air with thick, buttery goodness. Enough goodness, in fact, to clog Dom's heart if it weren't for the sweet confession. He watched Seth pull out the tray with a wide smile. "Is it ready now?" "No, it needs to cool down. Then I'll put the frosting on, and I've got some white Belgian chocolate to top it off." Seth put the tray on a rack by the window, where they looked beyond perfect in their white wrappers. Little lemony hills ready for him to sink his teeth into. "Can't I have one without the frosting?" His hand was reaching for the cake on its own accord, but Seth grabbed it and pulled it back. "No, they need to cool down. I want them to be perfect. Don't spoil it. They will be so delicious. I'll fill them with lemon curd." Domenico swallowed, giving the treats a longing look, but eventually clenched his jaw and nodded. "Okay, but maybe you could put them into the fridge?" Seth shook his head with a smile. "Dom, you can't put hot cake in the fridge. That's not how it works. It's my mom's recipe." "My mom's such a great cook," murmured Domenico, reaching out to the bulging muscle of Seth's arm. "You'd like her." "I know what I can give you, though." Seth's eyes lit up, and he reached for the bowl of fluffy cream. Domenico's mouth watered, and he leaned against Seth, sliding his hands around his midsection just in case Seth wanted to get away and take that buttery bowl with him. "Yes! But only a little." Seth teased with a grin and delved a finger into the cream before putting it against Dom's lips. It was so delectable. Dom took half of the finger into his mouth and let the sweetness melt on his tongue. Sugary buttercream with a tangy lemon background, and all that served as the most tempting lollipop in the world. "You look very happy right now." Seth laughed and kissed the ridge of Dom's nose. "I will be even happier if you give me more of that," declared Domenico, gently moving his hands up and down Seth's sides. "I told you, only a bit. I need the rest for the cupcakes," Seth said, but did delve his finger in the mix once more. "You're torturing me on our honeymoon," moaned Dom, but moved in to kiss Seth before grabbing his wrist and licking off the frosting. "Maybe that's my thing and you didn't even know it. I've coerced you into a relationship, and now I will show you my true colors." Seth kept looking at him with such warmth it was making Dom melt at the edges. He opened his mouth, but closed it, not sure what he wanted to say. He cleared his throat instead and pointed at the fridge. "What, you're hungry? Again?" Seth raised his eyebrows. "No, put that away, and we can do something with the time until the cupcakes are ready." Seth pulled away from him to fulfill the request, smiling over his shoulder. "Oh yeah? You want to watch a movie?" Domenico bit his lip, tracing Seth's back with his gaze all the way to the shapely ass. What a prize this man was. As soon as Seth put the bowl on the counter, Dom made his move and aligned his body to Seth's, making sure his hips were at the right angle. Breathing in the scent of male skin and shower gel, he brushed his fingers along Seth's arms, down his forearms. I have a better idea. Seth stiffened for a second before relaxing against him.
What are the ingredients?
He asked and raised his arms slightly to let Dom under his own. Dom rose to his toes and nipped on Seth's ear, nestling his face in the freshly washed hair. You, me, come, and a little bit of oil, he whispered, moving his hands to Seth's pecs. He squeezed them, and the way the flesh gave in made Dom gasp. Seth slowly stirred against Dom's hips, and his nipples hardened under the expert touch.
I like that recipe.
He tilted his head, offering up his neck for petting, which Dom took advantage of. Lavishing the skin with kisses and licks, he pulled Seth away from the fridge and stumbled, unwilling to break the embrace for the sake of balance. It's going to be a very juicy spit roast. Seth snorted and put his hands against the counter of the kitchen island.
Oh yeah? You invited a friend?
Domenico frowned, trying to shove the vision of group sex with Seth on the receiving end of things out of his head. He'd enjoyed the fling with Spadaro, but things were so different then. Back then he thought he wanted the danger that was the Barracuda just as much as Seth's submission, but Dom didn't want Seth to accept other men the way he accepted him. He didn't want him to even look at other men. No, it's my spit roast. You know how hungry I sometimes get, he whispered, pushing Seth over the counter. His warm skin was such a wonderful contrast to the cold marble. Seth grunted but lowered his body to the surface without complaint, ignoring the flour scattered all over.
In need of beef.
I'm not sure if it's beef or pork, whispered Domenico, eagerly starting to unwrap his meal. He pushed up the shirt, groaning at the rippling muscle underneath. He leaned in and licked along a pronounced valley of flesh.
I'm not pork,
Seth complained, but arched his back like a happy cat. No? Domenico nuzzled his face against the soft skin. Seth's smell alone was enough to get him going. There was something incredibly fresh and welcoming in his lover's aroma. I guess that's right. You're a young calf, juicy and sweet. Seth's laugh against the counter left a layer of steam on the marble and made some of the white dust fly.
I'm a filet mignon. You must be rich to afford to hold 200 pounds of it.
Domenico sighed, straightening his back. He looked down at his fingers digging into flesh. His own cool olive against Seth's burnt sienna. I could afford any piece of beef, but I want this one. A very particular Sicilian breed, you see.
And only the best cut for Mr. Acerbi.
Seth's voice became a bit raspy, and this time Dom was sure Seth rubbed his ass against him on purpose. Oh yes, not even an ounce of fat on that fillet. Domenico rolled up Seth's shirt, exposing his shoulders and urging Seth to raise his hands. He never stopped staring at the beautiful muscle. Seth raised his arms. It only got the muscles on his back working in that dance Dom admired. He pulled Seth against him and bit into the meaty shoulder blade, breathing in the fresh sweat and the sweetness of the cake Seth had been making. Grinding into his ass, Domenico was already getting hard. He didn't even have to undress Seth. His lover was getting rid of his t-shirt himself, and as soon as it was off, he rubbed right back against Dom in a languid, circular movement of the hips. Domenico groaned as his pelvis pushed forward on its own. He grabbed the sides of Seth's hips and moved his mouth down the soft ridges of Seth's back, digging his teeth in gently, just to have a small taste. Every little sigh he got from Seth was a reward for the most pleasurable job in the world. Domenico looked at the expression of bliss on that handsome face as Seth's breath created a white dust storm on the counter. Dom's hands went for the buckle at the front of Seth's jeans, and he could already sense the heat underneath. Seth looked back at him with that hazed, half-lidded gaze. The blush on his cheeks indeed reminded him of the rosy center of a filet mignon, perfectly lean and juicy. "And how do you feel, my beautiful chunk of beef?" he uttered, lowering the zipper of Seth's pants with his hands slightly unstable with lust.
Good. The counter's a bit cold, but otherwise I might boil. And I imagine you like your meat tender?
Seth smirked and arched his ass up. Dom could have a meal like that every day. Still alive, yet already wishing to be on his plate. Unable to help himself, Domenico lowered Seth's jeans and let them fall to the floor, looking at what had to be the most perfect ass in New York City through only a layer of white cotton. The way the undergarment contrasted with Seth's dusky, warm skin made him want to just dig in already, but he liked his meals properly heated. Suddenly afraid to just grab the buttock, he slowly cupped it with one hand and gave it a soft squeeze. Seth slowly backed into the touch, but hid his face in his forearm. Dom couldn't believe his lover was still shy about this. It was so cute. Seth was begging to be teased, and Domenico knew just the way how. With a smile already spreading on his face, he hooked his thumbs under the waistband of Seth's briefs and pulled them lower, very slowly. He watched the waistband stretch as it passed the curvaceous ass to reveal a light dusting of dark hair on the perfect skin. Seth's breathing hitched, and Dom could see his sack pull up. Being able to once again take his time with Seth, with no rush of being found out or trying to scrape the time for a meeting, with his man in full view, illuminated by the afternoon light from the kitchen window, was making Dom's heart ache with joy. No hiding in the shadows anymore. As he pulled the briefs farther down the log-like thighs, Domenico lowered himself to his knees, ready to worship that perfect set of buttocks and the pleasures they hid in the cleft between. Dom let out a sharp breath, kneading the soft flesh in his palms.
Dom? What are you doing?
He heard the raspy voice from above. Seth's buttocks clenched as if he tried to protect himself from what Dom had in store for him. Domenico smiled and stroked the buttocks with the backs of his hands, enjoying the fine hairs tickling his skin. Tenderizing the meat.
Come back up?
Seth's body was so hot Dom could feel it on his face even without their skin meeting. "I'm good, thank you," he said, parting the butt cheeks with his thumb. There was a gasp and then silence for a longer moment when Dom took his time adoring the flesh in front of him.
Are you sure? I don't know,
Seth uttered, the muscles in his thighs tightening under Dom's grip. His words were like ambrosia poured right over Dom's heart, only to trickle to his dick, pulling it to full attention. "Oh, you never had anyone rim you?" he breathed, more hoarsely than he expected. His thumb kept stroking Seth's cleft without digging in too deep.
No.
Those perfect buttocks clenched again, trapping his finger in their warmth. Dom could hardly believe no one had ever tried to feast on an ass this perfect, but that was only for the better. Seth would be all his. The thought made pride swell in him, and he kissed the side of the butt cheek, squeezing it at the crease where the soft mound met thigh. "Looks like I'll be taking another kind of virginity today." He got no answer except for loud, quick breaths and Seth slightly rising to his toes. That was hardly a protest. Domenico smiled and lapped at the cleft, enjoying the salty aroma hidden deeper between the buttocks. He reached between Seth's thighs, drawing circles on the inner side, so close to his balls it had to be a tantalizing experience. "You will be so soft and welcoming for my cock once I'm done here."
"Oh, Dom!"
Seth actually whimpered and curled his toes. It was unbelievable that this guy claimed to be a top only when they met. Dom was happy to have proved him wrong. "What is it? You like it?" whispered Domenico with his throat slightly choked as he traced his lover's scrotum with just the tips of his fingers.
"I do. Oh, God."
Seth's thighs trembled and he wouldn't keep still. Domenico grinned. He moved both hands to the ass in front of him, and without further ado he pulled the cheeks apart, revealing the dusky skin in between. Breath caught in his throat when he gazed at the puckered circle of flesh, clenched tight to instinctively fight off the invasion that was to come. With a groan he wasn't able to keep in, he tickled the sensitive skin with the tip of his index finger. Seth moaned and writhed in the grip, pulling his thighs together even though it wouldn't help, like an animal yet to be tamed.
Oh, God, Dom.
That was exactly what Dom wanted to hear. His name came right after God's. Yes, he whispered, circling the swirl of flesh with his finger.
Slide it in, maybe?
Seth said in a trembling voice as goosebumps started appearing over his skin. Instead of obliging, Dom leaned in and brushed his tongue along the crack, pushing Seth into the table so that he wouldn't jerk too hard. He loved seeing Seth actually request to be fingered, though. That was what Dom called progress.
That feels good,
Seth said in a small voice. I know. Domenico smiled, enjoying the way Seth's cheeks threatened to squeeze his face hard, held back only by Dom's own fingers. He started teasing the opening with short, lavish laps, groaning at the saltiness of the musky flesh. The thighs, which Seth had earlier pulled together, were now parting again before Dom's eyes, as if Seth was opening up to him in all ways imaginable. Every touch of Dom's tongue provoked a new moan, and he could hear Seth sliding his fingers along the marble counter. Dom was ready to conquer. Pulling the buttocks as far apart as he could, he pressed his face deeper into the cleft and pushed the tip of his tongue right into the clenched opening.
Oh, fuck. Yes, like that,
Seth muttered, rising to his toes again. That was exactly what Dom wanted, having Seth admit how much he wanted it, having him ask for it. So he pushed deeper with a slow stabbing motion, screwing his tongue into the tight, smooth channel. He couldn't wait to embed his dick inside as well. It would be hot, soft, and tight. He would be milked, and he'd love every minute of it.
Yes, please. Wow,
came from Seth as he slightly rocked his hips back and forth. He sounded a bit choked, but nonetheless eager. Seth's muscles relaxed, ready to take whatever Dom was willing to give. Cheered on by Seth's openness, he soon went into the familiar rhythm of licks and stabs, reaching to his lover's front without hesitation. His whole body melted when that beautiful dick twitched in his hand, spilling moisture on Dom's waiting fingers.
Oh my fucking God,
came from Seth.
Do that! Do that!
His cock throbbed with excitement, and he arched up high on his toes, giving Dom the perfect angle of his ass. It was such a treat to have him soft, begging, rolling his hips into Domenico's face with unabashed pleasure. And on top of that, to know Domenico was the only man Seth ever did this for. Only his, again. Without warning, Domenico slipped a bit of a finger into the warm hole, gently stroking it from the inside.
Please, please,
Seth raised his voice, pushing back, all needy and trembling. What do you want, sweet cheeks? Whispered Domenico, gradually pushing his finger deeper.
I want you,
Seth whimpered, stirring his hips. What a lovely euphemism for Dom's cock. Breathless, Domenico pulled away the puddle of fabric around Seth's ankles and got up, kneading that fantastic ass again. Lie on your back, he whispered, moving his fingers up Seth's back. If he wanted Seth to look him in the eyes as they fucked, he needed to say goodbye to the shapely shoulder blades. He would still listen to those sweet indecencies that Seth only ever dared to say when he let loose in sex. Seth was wobbly on his feet when he had to stand up to turn. When he faced Dom, his cheeks were red like a glorious Sicilian tomato, grown in the finest sunshine on the planet. Seth's lips parted as he gasped for breath and sat on the countertop. He was ripe and ready for being picked off the bush. So beautiful, whispered Domenico as he stepped closer and spread his lover's legs to the sides to make room for himself. There was a white dusting of flour all over Seth's torso, and even on his handsome face, clinging to the stubble. Seth looked into his eyes and wrapped his legs around Dom, lying back on the marble.
I want you to come inside me.
It was barely audible, but Dom soaked up every syllable of that confession. It seemed that all his blood sped right to where it was most required, leaving his head empty and tingling. He moved his hands over the beautiful, lean flesh of Seth's torso, dry with flour, some of which created white dots on the puckered nipples. It was such a breathtaking sight Dom could hardly wait, so he opened his pants and lowered them, along with the briefs. Letting his hard cock breathe was a relief, but all he cared for now was putting it somewhere warm and tight. For now, he settled on aligning it with the cleft of Seth's ass. "Yeah? You want me to feel you again?" Seth's gaze wandered off to the side, but his thighs tightened around Dom's hips. "I want to feel you come," he uttered, and his cock, proudly arching against his stomach, did a tiny twitch. Domenico reached out for the olive oil, standing in a basket next to them, and poured a large dollop into his hand before winking at Seth, beyond excited. "It will feel like the first time again." Seth pouted, which didn't make him look any less horny. "Because it's extra virgin?" Dom pulled his hips away, only to replace his cock with the oily hand. First, 2 fingers went in as if Seth's ass were soft butter. "You are my only virgin." Seth grunted, sliding one of his hands over Dom's forearm, all laid out on the countertop to be devoured. He looked back into Dom's eyes again, wiggling his hips on the fingers, looking greedy for more. "You're my only top," he uttered. Domenico's cock threatened to burst at that confession, but he got his emotions under control and started screwing his fingers in Seth's ass, spreading the oil in the smooth channel. "Tell me what you are to me." "Your lover." Seth's flower-brushed stomach and chest rose and fell rapidly with each moan at the finger-fucking. There was no resistance in his body, all relaxed and open. Dom groaned. "Yes, but I mean what you just said. Say it again," he pleaded, feeling his balls pull up. His whole body was loaded with a high-voltage charge. "That you're my first?" Seth swallowed, and even his asshole throbbed with heat around Dom's fingers. Domenico caught himself uttering a whimper, but he didn't care. He nodded, pulling his fingers out, only to smear the remaining oil on his oversensitive cock. "I'm no longer a virgin, though. I'm all dirty now," Seth said with a little smile, just his top lip curling. He arched his head back on the countertop, lying there like an offering to Dom. "You're not. You're my virgin," whispered Domenico and led his cock to its goal, not yet entering the tempting heat. He moved the head up and down, forcing his breathing to calm down. Seth was too beautiful, too delicious. It was hard to think straight with him so open and willing. "Yeah, do that." Seth sighed and closed his eyes, rocking against Dom's erection and evoking dreams of having Seth ride his cock one day. His buttocks were so hot and slippery around the cockhead, and Seth clenched them as if urging him in. "I can be a virgin for you any time." Domenico sank in. It was a slow, languid push that required all of his self-control, with that incredible body writhing under him, clenching around his cock like a hungry mouth. He curled his toes inside his shoes and closed his eyes to keep his body on a leash, because all it wanted now was to fuck. And that wasn't exactly what his mind intended. He wished to make Seth feel so good he'd never even think of looking at another man. "Oh, Dom!" Seth got louder, tightening the grip of his legs around Dom. His eyes flew open to look into Dom's while he arched up a bit to reach the buttons of Dom's shirt. "It's the perfect size for me," he rasped, setting Domenico's skin on fire. Once he was fully embedded in Seth, Domenico leaned forward and gathered some flour from the tabletop, only to spread it all over the meat of Seth's thighs. It was like kneading dough, so incredibly sensual and sweet at the same time. "You feel so good. I'd never want to leave." Seth must have gotten frustrated with the buttons on Dom's shirt because he ripped the last one off to slide his hands up Dom's sides. "It's your choice, because I'm yours," he whispered, never looking away from Dom's eyes. "Yes, Yes, you are, gasped Domenico, sliding his hands up Seth's sides, desperate to claim his mouth again. So beautiful, soft, and tight.
Oh, yeah?
Seth bit his lip and clenched his buttocks around Dom's cock. Dom didn't even realize he was moaning until he heard himself. Seth slid his hands to his chest, tracing Dom's nipples with his thumbs. Yes, whispered Domenico, pulling Seth into a semi-sitting position and putting his arms around him as he withdrew halfway, only to settle back into the warm hole, kissing Seth again. Shivers were running up his spine like motorcycles up an empty highway. Seth's mouth was just as inviting as his perfect ass. They found a rhythm that suited them both and filled the kitchen with moans. Seth held on to Dom's neck so they could hold each other closer. The scorch between them surely matched the heat in the oven. It was slow. Dom wanted it to last, so he made only sparse movements, resting his cock in the sweet juiciness of Seth's insides as they kissed. Passion crawled all over their bodies as fingertips brushed over heated skin, dry from the flour, a bit rough. Just the way Dom liked it. The muscle he could feel with every touch was making him shiver. He was inside such a beefcake. And he wasn't breaking in to eat it anymore. He was invited for a meal and to stay the night. It made him realize that it hadn't tasted as well stolen as it did now freely given. Dom didn't want to ponder a sour taste, though, when he had the sweetest lips to sample and a tongue exploring his mouth in return. Seth wasn't just a good kisser. His mouth was hot and heavenly. It was easy to forget the whole world when Seth's tongue slipped under Dom's top lip and traced his gums. Every moan into Dom's mouth was a prize for keeping his self-control. He pulled Seth's head back by the hair and bit into his throat, overwhelmed with joy at the way his partner obliged to anything he came up with. His other hand kept squeezing and massaging the flour-covered thighs. If he were a cannibal, this would have been his dream meal. Juicy and tense even after the careful tenderizing Seth was getting. He almost wished he could see all that muscle bare, moving with Dom for mutual pleasure.
Dom, I need to come,
Seth whimpered, rocking himself onto Dom's cock.
I want you to do it.
He tightened the grip around Dom's neck. It was as if someone added rocket fuel to Dom's system. He grabbed Seth's nape and pushed him back on the table, setting a hurried rhythm. Seth's flesh was massaging his cock with such care he could hardly breathe when he took his lover's dick to return the pleasure. Time after time he buried himself in the sweetest hole he could remember.
Oh yeah, fuck me like that.
Seth was getting loud and shameless, writhing against Dom's cock and hand, chasing his orgasm. He laid his arms behind his head so his hands hung down on the other end of the kitchen island. His reddened chest was exposed in full glory, rising quickly with every breath.
So fucking good. Slam it in there,
he muttered and put an arm over his face in perfect dichotomy of sluttiness and shyness. His dick was dripping pre-cum, and Dom knew he hit the right spot when Seth's thighs tightened around him, and another few jabs later Seth's dick spurted cum all over his chest. Domenico grabbed Seth's hips, breathless with awe. His body was steaming hot as it pushed against that willing hole, pounding it like a machine gun. "Look at me," he whispered, grabbing Seth's pecs. "I'm going to shoot in you." Seth's ass throbbed around his cock, gripping him in that post-orgasmic haze. Seth pushed his arm back over his head and looked at Dom with his cheeks burning red. His body didn't move much, just Seth's chest when he took deep breaths. Other than that, and an occasional muscle twitch here and there, Seth was turning into goo. It didn't make his ass any less tight and hot. Dom's eyes went wider when, looking into his eyes while being fucked, Seth gave him a tired smile and licked his top lip from one side to the other. Domenico came violently, bending over Seth with a sharp cry. Thousands of sparks ran throughout his body and into Seth, leaving Domenico boneless and incredibly sated. He stumbled forward, keeping himself on his feet by sheer willpower. "You're so fucking hot." Seth reached out to stroke the side of Dom's face, his hand radiating unimaginable heat.
I own you.
Domenico blinked, looking up to his handsome face in confusion.
What? When you come in me, I own a piece of you,
Seth whispered and never looked away, even though his gaze became half-lidded. For once, Domenico was at a loss for words, so he leaned in and pressed a soft kiss to the center of Seth's chest. That was the appreciation he wanted from a man he just fucked. With a slow nod, he withdrew his cock, wincing at the shock of cool air on his scorching hot dick. But without wait, he climbed onto the counter to join Seth. This was the first time he was actually grateful the kitchen in this apartment was so huge. He used to only heat up food in the microwave here, never knowing what future pleasures awaited him. Seth let his legs flop down from the counter as his breath slowly steadied.
I think the cupcakes cooled down now,
he chuckled. Domenico pressed his body against Seth's side and rested his head on his lover's shoulder. His blood was still pounding in his head like a mountain river somewhere in hell. Why, you rested enough to frost them now? He muttered, personally preferring to stay in the horizontal position for now.
Nah, we'll just do it the lazy way.
Seth yawned and reached out to fetch the bowl of cream.
If I can only reach...
When he got the bowl to them, his next attempt was the cooled-down tray of cupcakes. With him arching and turning to his stomach, it would have probably been easier to just get up, but in the end he did manage to pull the tray closer and grab it. With a grunt of satisfaction, he peeled the paper case off a cake and dipped it straight in the bowl of cream. Domenico chuckled and kissed Seth's arm. This is the perfect afternoon.
Not yet.
Seth put the cupcake against Dom's lips, surprising him with the gesture. He'd expected Seth to leave Dom to help himself. He opened his mouth and bit into the sweetest, best sponge cake possible, lavishly covered with a smooth buttercream, served on a bed of hunk right after orgasm, with the room smelling of cum. Oh, God. And just when Domenico thought it was the most perfect moment of his life, it turned out the cupcake had a tangy lemon curd inside that evened out the sweetness, making it even better. Domenico slid his arms around Seth, clinging to him as he ate. His mother would say Seth was a keeper. If he weren't male, that is. I'm really going to marry you if you keep that up, Dom said with his mouth full. Seth grinned and wiggled his eyebrows before feeding Dom another bite.
You're assuming I'd say yes.
Dom nodded and bit into the cupcake, eating away all the cream with a smile as wicked as he could muster.
Is it because you think no one else would have me after I lost my purity with you?
Seth lay closer and stroked Dom's stomach. Sure, that's all I'm thinking about. Domenico pulled on the dark hair on Seth's stomach. He'd love to bury his face in it.
Shotgun wedding, I suppose,
Seth said, but didn't seem all that upset about the concept. Domenico stroked his chest with a smile. That would have been nice. Your father forced to give his consent.
Seth laughed out loud. So not gonna happen. We're bound to live in sin, I'm afraid.
Domenico sighed, gesturing for more food. That didn't sound all that good, but he knew God would understand. He smiled at Seth. Chapter 10. Seth. 3 weeks together passed as blissfully as a honeymoon should. Even when compared to Seth's first months of freedom after moving to the U.S., he felt more relaxed than ever. Of course, it wasn't all a bed of roses, unless one took into account that a bed of roses has thorns. As much as Seth enjoyed Dom's company, cooking for him, spending time together, silly arguments over non-issues kept popping up, like the fact that Dom would never let him pay in a restaurant when they were supposedly equal. And now, back in the U.S., Seth had his old credit card after all. He could have paid, but no, Dom wouldn't have that. He had to be the provider. At first it was kinda sweet, but when they actually argued over it so bad that Seth declared he didn't want to go to restaurants at all, things got ugly. That declaration never lasted, though, because they liked going out too much. Seth could hardly believe just how angry Dom got over some stupid thing like that. What was he thinking? That he was the man in the relationship or something? But every time an issue like that would come up, the make-up sex was paying for the damages so fucking well, Seth couldn't complain in the long run. And then there were all the other nice things. Watching movies together, chatting about all sorts of things that didn't involve killing, the family, or the unmentionable Lucrezia. Seth talked to her every now and then, but he didn't sense she was all that interested. He wasn't sure whether he should hope that she didn't get pregnant, or the opposite. They still trained as well, not as intensely as in Berlin, but they did go out to shooting practice, and Seth was fond of wrestling, which got him many happy endings even when he lost. Especially when he lost. Dom started saying that he needed to come up with a proper penalty for losing, but he never got round to it, since Seth always managed to distract him. After 3 weeks, though, it was time to face the world again, and Seth was tying the laces on his boots, ready to go out clubbing. Clubbing was an overstatement, though. He only wanted to catch up with friends for a few hours, not get drunk, and come back home in the morning. Footsteps echoed through the corridor, and Seth noticed Dom's bare feet on the wooden floor. "Where are you going?" Seth looked up at him with a smile. Just out to meet some friends. I suppose it's about time to stop being a hermit." Domenico frowned, crossing his arms on his chest. "What do you mean? You didn't say a thing." Yeah, you were busy jerking off to Marlon Brando." Seth snorted and got up. "By the way, a streetcar named Desire is not a porno." Domenico straightened up, opening his eyes wider. "It is far sexier than many porn movies." Seth scratched his chin before closing the distance between them. He gave Dom's cheek a peck. "So you can stay with him when I go out." "No," groaned Domenico, taking hold of Seth's arm. "You can't just sneak out on me like that." Seth raised an eyebrow at the hand. I'm just going out. That's hardly sneaking out." Dom's eyes narrowed. "Are you ashamed of me?" "I just want to get my friends ready. If I come in and they just see you, they're gonna ask questions." Seth pulled Dom's fingers off himself. "I can hardly be ashamed of all this hotness." He grinned, but honestly, he was afraid it would all blow up in his face if Dom just came with him. Sometimes Dom could come off as tactless, so he wanted to get the ground ready first. "You can't just leave me alone. I had things planned for us." Domenico moved to stand between Seth and the door. "You didn't tell me that either, so we're even." Seth frowned at him and crossed his arms on his chest. "Well, we're together every day. Of course I'm making plans that include you," growled Domenico, giving Seth his frown number 5. Seth rolled his eyes, already seeing where this was going. "Oh yeah? What did you plan?" Dom spread his arms, stepping closer. "I wanted to order some food and have a quiet evening at home watching something you'd pick. I organize my life around you, but you ignore me." "You organize your life around me?" Seth couldn't believe it. "How about that time I wanted to go see Harry Potter, and you said it was shit even though you hadn't seen it? Or when I wanted to go to a diner, but you said all American food is shit, so we never went?" Domenico shifted his weight, looking at the floor. "But it's true." "It's called an opinion, just like I prefer going out to a club to, say, ballroom dancing." Domenico shook his head. "You love dancing with me. How could you prefer this whole bouncing mess to the elegance of a waltz?" "We only did a few seconds until I realized you were making me do the woman's steps." Seth frowned, annoyed at how much tenderness that memory brought up in him. Domenico rolled his eyes. "It's a waltz. The steps are essentially the same. You put your hand on my arm yourself." No, was all Seth had. "No?" whispered Domenico, stepping up to Seth in 2 smooth glides. He entwined the fingers of his right hand with Seth's, while his other hand rested on Seth's side. The position begged for Seth to put his hand on Dom's arm, but he forced himself to just stand there. "Whatever." Domenico's hand inched farther onto Seth's back, a gentle yet somewhat arousing presence right above Seth's ass. A small smile spread over his handsome face. I'm sure you want to show me off. Seth shook his head even though he didn't move away.
You're so full of yourself. You think you're such a catch? Anyone who thinks that should spend a week with you in a small room.
Domenico stepped back, pushing Seth away. I see. You only need me for my cock, then? Seth rolled his eyes.
Seriously? It's not like you're the hunchback of Notre Dame. I don't need to keep you locked away. I just need to, lay the ground for my friends.
Obviously, I'm not the hunchback of Notre Dame. Domenico shook his head in disbelief. I could be a male model, easily. I don't understand why you need to prepare your friends to meet me. Seth sighed and rubbed his nape.
'Cause I can never predict what you'll do. I need to tell them some story about my finger. I'd disappear, dump Peter, and then all of a sudden come back with a new boyfriend. I don't know how this will pan out.
Just tell them the truth. Domenico shook his head. You had been kidnapped and I was there to save you. Seth pursed his lips.
What? You didn't want me saved. You just came with my father's money.
Domenico crossed his arms on his chest. Your father's money saved your life in Berlin, and in the airport restroom. I was just standing there and handing over the bills. He leaned in, baring his teeth. Fuck you. Seth did an internal cringe. If it wasn't for how awful it sounded, he'd admit it was funny.
Oh, come on. I'm sorry. I didn't think you'd want to go anyway.
He took a step closer, fueled by guilt. Of course not. Why would I want to go out with my lover? You'd have more fun without me anyway. Seth slid his hands around Dom's waist.
It's not like that. Okay, I'm scared you won't like my friends. They're not like you.
Domenico grunted and slowly pulled Seth against him, making his heart a ton lighter. It's quite likely, but I like you, and I don't want you to wander around alone.
Poor little Mimo, all alone in the big city.
Seth smirked and wrapped his arms around Dom's neck, feeling up the soft fabric of his shirt.
Better get dressed then.
Domenico chuckled, moving his hands to Seth's buttocks and squeezing them hard enough for Seth to get to his toes. I need to dress to impress so that you can be jealous of me for once. That got Seth's attention.
No flirting,
he said, serious within a nanosecond. Dom raised his eyebrows and poked Seth in the chest. No flirting, Mr. Villani, unless it's with me. We don't want any bloodshed.
Oh my God, don't remind me about that poor guy.
Domenico rolled his eyes, as if Seth was bugging him about not washing the dishes. Could have been worse. If I broke his nose or knocked out his teeth, wouldn't it be much worse? Seth couldn't believe this guy. He raised his hands in the air, stepping away again.
That's not the point. The point is that we weren't even a couple. How was that his fault?
As soon as he finished that sentence, Dom yanked Seth forward by the front of his shirt. Don't you dare understate how slutty that was. I was in the same fucking house. Seth swallowed, adrenaline flushing his body.
So what? You're gonna cut my ear off now?
He gave Dom a light push. Domenico bit his lip, looking at him with that strange intensity Seth never saw in any other man's eyes. No, but if I see you fucking another guy again, I will take his balls. Seth took a deep breath.
Okay. So that's sorted? No flirting? I can get pissed off as well, you know.
Yeah? Domenico brushed his fingers under the underside of Seth's jaw, tickling him. Yeah, what would you do if you saw me with another guy?
I'd smash his face in and kick your ass, so don't patronize me.
Seth gave Dom's hand a slap. Domenico chuckled and patted his back. Good. Give me 5 minutes, he said, trotting to the bedroom like a happy foal. Seth took a deep breath and shook his head. This was going to be a long night. He needed to make sure Dom would go to the club sated, so a blowjob was in order, just to be on the safe side. They were sitting in an exclusive black car they rented along with a chauffeur. They could have taken a cab, but Dom wanted to make an entrance. Dom couldn't believe Seth flat out assumed his friends wouldn't like him, and supposedly he was the rude one. He made sure he looked amazing so that Seth's interest wouldn't stray. A sleek black Armani suit with a thin tie and a light gray shirt should do the trick. He loved how this new one had an especially angular design at the shoulders, and the slim cut emphasized his shape. Judging by the way Seth looked at him, Dom wouldn't have much trouble getting laid tonight. Not that it was difficult in general. Seth had found a new calling in bottoming, even if he wouldn't admit it. Domenico was good at observation. It was part of his job. He noticed how sometimes in the morning Seth would roll over to his stomach, stretching, yawning, and showing off his body. It was an invitation extended to Dom for something Seth wasn't willing to ask for. He wasn't fighting it off anymore, though, eagerly spreading his thighs as soon as Dom lay on top of him. The way Seth arched his ass for the perfect angle was heaven embodied. That trail of thought was stopped short, though.
Maybe I could say you're a funeral director.
Seth pondered with a deep frown, as if it took a lot of effort for him to come up with that stupid idea. With the amount of asshole-ish things he'd said earlier tonight, the only thing saving him was how hot he looked in a leather jacket, even if he did wear a t-shirt with a person of nondescript gender underneath. Dom couldn't understand why a guy like Seth would even own something with a print like that. It had to be some band he liked because the person looked like she could be in a musician, with their smoky eyes, red lipstick, and cigarette in hand. Or I could say you wear ladies' lingerie. Seth's lips parted, and for a moment he just stared.
The fuck? I'm being serious here.
Domenico rolled his eyes and gestured down his body. Do I look like a funeral director?
I don't know. You could be. Young venture capitalist starting his own business, and you sort of, see people off to the afterlife.
That was a bit morbid even for Dom's taste. He shook his head in disbelief. Is that really the best you've got? It's hardly attractive, or glamorous for that matter.
Oh, I know. Italian male model, travels the world in limos and helicopters, with only his D&G sunglasses to shield him from all the glitz that surrounds him.
Seth wiggled his eyebrows and slid closer. Domenico chuckled and let his head fall back in silent frustration. That's a bit better, he said, putting his arm around Seth and petting his nape. But that's not the career I'd pursue. I'd choose something classy and low profile.
You're the one who wanted glamour.
Seth sighed, stroking Dom's thigh. The suit was doing its job.
Let's just go with banker. No one will want details about that.
Domenico grinned and played with the styled ends of Seth's hair. People would ask me finance questions. I'd go with antique dealer. Seth leaned into Dom's neck with his face, scratching him with stubble.
I can go with that.
Domenico smiled, hugging him. Seth was getting very touchy-feely, which had to be a good sign. Gold digger.
That's me. All about my sugar daddy.
Seth's breath tickled Domenico's skin. The experience elevated to something out of this world when Dom felt a warm palm on his dick. It was a mouth-watering experience, and Dom immediately spread his thighs wider. I see that this style does always win.
It looks good on you. Like you know shit.
Seth pulled away to push a button on the side of the door. The dark glass between them and the chauffeur slid up with a quiet buzz. Now this is getting interesting. Domenico looked at him with full attention. What would it be? He wouldn't mind fucking in the car, but they would both get sweaty. I do know shit. As soon as the glass was up, Seth bent down for a kiss, still rubbing Dom through the fabric.
It reminds me just how cool and collected you are.
And you want to change that? Guessed Domenico, nuzzling Seth's nose.
Yeah, I'll make you forget who you are. You'll admit you're a funeral director when I'm done.
He grinned and slid to his knees in the cramped space in front of Dom and pulled down the zip in Dom's trousers. Despite his best efforts, for a moment Dom had trouble breathing. Anticipation crawled up his spine as he angled his hips forward and rested his arms on top of the backrest. I'd say you just want to get a discount on a Renaissance painting. Seth wasn't exactly the master of blowjobs, but he was learning. Too bad he wasn't all that eager of a student. Since he started finding pleasure in bottoming, he was actually more willing to give up his ass than his mouth. Dom didn't really understand what was going on in that handsome head of his, and with Seth not talking, working out what turned him on was a series of trial-and-error experiments. Domenico let his head fall back and enjoyed the sweet, sinful heat of Seth's lips. It didn't matter all that much what put Seth into the right mood, as long as he continued sucking on the head of Dom's cock and taking in half of it with each bob of his head. He chuckled. "Mr. Driver's gonna have nightmares, you seducer." He groaned and pushed Seth's head closer, unable to help himself. He needed to feel that warm throat constrict around him. Seth gripped Dom's thighs and gagged every now and then, but wouldn't pull away. "You like that?" whispered Dom, giving him just enough slack to breathe with his mouth still on his cock. Seth became all red-faced, and with the wet glimmer in his eyes, he was absolutely stunning. Seth sighed through his nose, backing off for a breath before swallowing more of Dom's cock once more with trembling lips. His stubble scratched Dom's skin, only reminding him what a hunk he had between his legs. Domenico closed his eyes for a moment, melting into the gentle suction. He had to watch out so that Seth didn't actually drain him. The thought made him smile, and he pulled Seth off his cock for a kiss that tasted of Domenico's own meat and tea. Seth arched up breathlessly and stroked Dom's naked hips. "I'll always have you sated," he whispered, and Domenico bit his lip, looking into the determination in Seth's dark eyes. Why would it be there during a nice blowjob? "So, you fucked the guys we're going to meet?" he asked eventually, nipping on Seth's plump lip. Seth blinked a lot too quickly, slid back to his knees, and kissed the head of Dom's cock. "Huh? I'm sucking your dick here. Where did that come from?" Dom smiled. "I wanted to catch you off guard, big boy." He moved his fingers over the delicious stubble, sorry he couldn't hear how it brushed against skin. "Just one, but I won't tell you which." Seth grinned widely, and Dom could hardly believe his audacity. He ignored the pang of jealousy stabbing him in the side. "Oh, make that the challenge." "I wouldn't hand the guy over into your hands." Seth gave Dom's cockhead a teasing lick. "I can handle a limp wrist any day." Domenico breathed in a huge gulp of air, squeezing his hand on Seth's shoulder, only to stab his cock deeper into the tight cavity hidden in Seth's mouth. Seth gagged but didn't protest, bobbing his head like a good boy. Every time he managed to let Dom into his throat, it was like getting closer to heaven. He moved his hips to the edge of the seat to take more control. He decided to screw Seth's hair, they could deal with it after. With that in mind, he clawed his fingers into the styled hair, eagerly thrusting forward time after time. Seth looked up at him, his eyes glossing up as he gave his mouth over in surrender. He let out a grunt with every jerk of Dom's hips. "Love that hole," whispered Domenico, looking into Seth's eyes as he forced his cock balls deep into the welcoming throat. His body was hot all over, already closing up to the finish line. A tear dripped down the side of Seth's temple, but he didn't back off, letting Dom enjoy that hot tightness. It didn't take long for Dom to spill his load, clinging to Seth's head for dear life. Even his toes became strangely tense with the sudden jerk they made. "It's all yours," he whispered, dropping to the seat, pumped out of energy. It was a delight to see Seth swallow the spunk and gasp for air, his chin all wet. "Oh, fuck," was all he managed, getting some tissues from his pocket. "Up," muttered Domenico, diving in to pull Seth back on the seat. He was feeling lazy, but he couldn't leave Seth hanging with so many temptations on the horizon. "I'm good," Seth said quickly, cleaning his face. "Like halfway. I'll cool off till we get there. I'll be more horny by the time we get home. You happy?" Domenico looked at him, stunned. Seth was never big on delayed gratification. "Why would you wait?" Seth bit his lip. "To build up tension and stuff like that." "We're going to a club to meet your friends. You will get enough tension watching half-naked guys on the dance floor. We both know how it is." Domenico snorted and pulled Seth close, putting his hand on that hard cock. It was all ready for the taking.
Maybe.
Seth looked up at him and leaned in for a kiss. He was so easy. Domenico opened Seth's pants and pulled out his cock, feeling up its pulsing length with raising excitement. It was so smooth, so warm and alive. I don't want you distracted.
Afraid my cock would guide me?
Seth arched his hips toward Dom. I want you to only have eyes for your man, muttered Dom before stifling further conversation by putting his mouth to good use.
My cock would always guide me back to my man.
Seth grinned. Dom finished right on time, and when they exited the car, Seth's legs were still a bit wobbly. The place wasn't what Dom expected. He stuck out like a sore thumb in the bar full of guys in regular clothes, some even scruffy looking. It wasn't like the clubs he was used to. There was some graffiti on the walls, the brown floor was made of some nondescript resin, and the whole place looked like a pub that hadn't been renovated since the 1960s. The music had a lot of guitar in it, and with his leather jacket and stubble, Seth fit right in with the college crowd. Domenico raised his brows but chose not to say a thing and followed him inside, grabbing his hand as soon as they were past the door. The rhythm was loud and unpleasant like a swarm of hornets, but he could cope with that as long as he had Seth close. His new man was a provider of endless entertainment.
It's not a big bar, but I like it. I used to come here with friends all the time.
Seth squeezed Dom's hand and they instantly started getting checked out. No wonder. They were both very attractive, masculine, and well-dressed. Domenico supposed many of their admirers would do a lot for a prospective threesome. Unfortunately for them, that wouldn't happen. The place reeked of beer rather than expensive drinks, which Dom wasn't sure if he approved of or not. His peace of mind was shattered when someone stumbled into Seth from behind, pushing him forward. Dom's hand instinctively moved under the jacket, but he slouched, letting it hang by his side when he noticed the attacker was neither tall nor wide. He reminded Dom of a fish skeleton dressed in a bodysuit of human skin. Dom let go of Seth's hand and backed away, scrutinizing the young man. From legs clad in skin-tight jeans that were clearly meant for a female to the red-rimmed glasses he was wearing. Ignoring Dom, he clung to Seth like a lost child.
Seth, you're alive!
Seth looked back and his face instantly lit up.
Georgie!
Domenico frowned, watching the tearful reunion of his lover and another limp wrist. Was this the person Seth was talking about in the car? The one he fucked? At any rate, Dom decided not to tempt fate and put an arm around his partner. Georgie stepped back, adjusting the crooked glasses, and winked at Dom, whose throat squeezed in horror.
Won't you introduce me to your friend, Seth?
Seth cleared his throat and introduced them to each other.
Oh my God, he's so handsome!
The guy giggled and poked Seth in the chest.
Is he single?
Domenico stared at him, trying hard not to laugh in the guy's face.
No.
Seth rolled his eyes.
Can't you see he's with me?
Georgie shifted his weight with a smile.
Oh, so where's Peter?
Domenico frowned as anger stirred in his chest. Seth, let's meet the other guys as well, shall we? Seth sighed and walked along.
Yeah, Georgie, I'll tell you everything. I don't want to repeat the story.
Georgie started making his way through the room, and Dom groaned, pulling Seth closer. Please tell me it wasn't him. The way Seth rolled his eyes suggested it wasn't.
You will never know.
Georgie grabbed Seth under the arm as they approached a table of guys already greeting them with a howl of Seth's name. Why is he so clingy? Asked Dom, ignoring the fact that Georgie was right there, though with the noise it was possible he didn't hear a thing.
It's just the way he is.
Seth laughed it off, just fueling Dom's annoyance. He hated not getting the attention he deserved. He should change then, because it's fucking pissing me off, he said into Seth's ear as they approached a large circular booth in the corner, with 6 people already seated with their drinks. To Domenico's relief, most were ordinary guys, 2 of them quite good-looking. But something stirred in Dom when one of them stood up. He noticed the guy was wearing the exact same t-shirt Seth was.
"Look who I met on my way to the bar. Seth and his new boyfriend," Georgie said in a high-pitched, excited way, and the guy in the t-shirt almost stumbled over someone else's feet in a hurry to get to Seth. "Seth, where have you been? No one could reach you." He spared Dom a glance that carried Dom's answer. The guy was stiff, his face tense as he put his arms around Seth. Attachment was plainly visible. "That's him," he told Seth, squeezing his lover's hand tightly. He didn't like this kind of closeness at all. Seth didn't look Dom in the eye, but only gave the guy a short hug. "Hi, Robert. I'm good. It was complicated." Robert was quite handsome as well, short with a bush of curly dark hair reaching below his ears. "You smell so good," he had the nerve to say despite Dom's presence, and Domenico Acerbi wouldn't be made into a cuckold in public. He leaned in and pushed Robert away with a frown. What was that? The guy looked up at him with big brown eyes, the face of innocence, only that he knew goddamn well what he was doing. Sorry, got overwhelmed. And it's a nice cologne." He punched Seth's arm. This is Dom," Seth said, and Domenico seized the opportunity to display just how much Seth now belonged to him. "I'm his fiancé." The whole table went quiet, and Seth looked at him with eyes wide as saucers. "He's kidding," he finally said with a laugh, never looking away. Robert knew what to search for, though, and gazed down at Seth's hand. Domenico smiled, knowing what the fucker would find there. The rings were even on the right fingers, since they had their sizes adjusted. Dom pressed a soft kiss to Seth's jaw, mentally rolling his eyes at the typical male reluctance to commit. But what happened, happened. No reason to be shy. "Domenico," Seth hissed at him, only causing more of his friends to laugh. Georgie even clapped. "No, really, guys, it's not like that. He's just got a poker face." Robert kept staring at Seth's hand, though. "Oh, God, Seth, what happened to your finger?" He grabbed Seth's hand and pulled it up to have a better look, but Domenico was too focused on his lying partner's face. The fuck was that? Making him look silly among all these people? Were Dom any less in control, Robert's face would already be bleeding after being smashed into the table. "I was kidnapped," Seth said, and did finally pull his hand out of Robert's grip, all too fucking reluctantly. One of the guys at the table started choking on his beer. "Really? What? Oh my God, tell us everything!" Georgie exclaimed and made room for them in the booth. "That's how I met him," said Domenico, letting Seth sit between Georgie and himself. He couldn't stand to have that fucker Robert touching Seth's thigh. He smiled at the other men and went on. "I was there by accident and helped him flee." Seth's lips parted, as if he wanted to take Dom's cock in again, but before he managed to say a thing, Georgie butted in. "Oh, that's so romantic!" He looked at Dom like a love-struck chihuahua. "And dangerous," Robert muttered, and Dom was satisfied to see that Seth moved his hand away when Robert tried to touch it again. "You don't think of danger in this kind of situation," he said, challenging Robert across the table. "There's someone who needs your help, and you either move in and save their life, or you just ignore it and pretend you haven't chickened out." Seth took off his jacket and leaned in to kiss Dom's lips. "I could have lost a lot more than a finger." It was enough to make Dom's stomach fill with butterflies. He wanted Seth to never forget what a prize he got. "But all these months? What happened?" Robert's face tensed up. "Turned out we come from the same region, so we went home, and we had time to get to know each other better," said Domenico, playing with the hair on Seth's nape. He needed more of that admiration in Seth's eyes. He earned and deserved it. "It was a hard time. My mom died, and all sorts of shit happened." Seth sighed and leaned under Dom's arm for the protection he needed. "I'm sorry to hear that," Robert said, but Georgie was already interested in something else. "You've been to Italy? That's so cool!" Domenico wanted to roll his eyes. If someone smacked Georgie's head with a spoon, they'd probably hear a hollow sound. A red-headed chubby man in a sweatshirt sighed.
Peter was extremely worried about you. Maybe you should let him know you're all right."
"He knows."
Seth sighed and rubbed his forehead.
"He's got a new boyfriend as well. Not as fun as you, though."
Georgie petted Seth's forearm. "He must be busy. Haven't seen him in a while," said the ginger guy, sipping his beer with a sideways glance at Seth. "But he's safe, and so is Seth," said Domenico, deepening his claim on Seth by pulling him to lean against himself.
"Does anyone know anything about this new boyfriend of his?" Seth insisted. "You know, I want to know he's in good hands." "Oh, yeah," Georgie spoke instantly. "They work together at the clinic. His name is Zach, and he's training as an assistant."
Domenico frowned. He never really cared to check what Seth's former girlfriend did for a living. "Did you two meet during a prostate exam?" chuckled Domenico. Seth gave him the glare of death, even though his friends started laughing. Robert's big grin suggested he was imagining Seth bent over the exam table.
"He's a dentist, and we met at my university campus," Seth said through gritted teeth.
"Tell me more. You never talk about him," said Dom, moving his gaze to Georgie, who would probably prove to be a more reliable source of information. Seth rolled his eyes as Georgie's face lit up with a smile.
"Oh, Peter's a nice guy. He loved going on bike rides with Seth." "Aren't you talkative today?"
Seth hissed, but Domenico's heart quickened its pace. Seth did look amazing on his motorbike, dressed in leather and arched on top of the machine like it was a lover. "Maybe you could take me for a ride sometime." Seth raised his eyebrows, finally looking less grumpy.
"Maybe I could."
"Seth is a bit of a reckless driver." Robert laughed, poking Seth's finger. Dom swallowed, tightening his grip on Seth's arm. "If that's so, maybe I should be the one doing the driving."
"Not on my bike."
Seth crossed his arms on his chest. "Once we went to this abandoned runway and drove so fast I thought my heart was going to stop." Robert looked at Seth in awe, successfully making Domenico want to knock his teeth in. They were surely fake anyway. "Too bad you're now banned from riding with him," he said, smiling at Robert. Robert finally looked at Dom as if it was the first time he'd noticed him. "I think Seth can make his own decisions. It's just a bike, not a sweaty ride in the sheets." He rolled his eyes. "I think someone's dying for something he can't have," Dom said. Robert's face reddened. Bingo.
"Guys, come on. Let's just talk about something else, yeah?"
Seth nudged Dom under the ribs.
"Peter always said Seth is a fantastic cook," Georgie suggested, and to his surprise, Dom discovered he was starting to like the little wimp. It was like occasionally petting your neighbor's chihuahua only to fall asleep next to your own St. Bernard.
"Seth is amazing. Some of his dishes could put my mother to shame," Dom said, pulling Seth close for a kiss. He got it, but it wasn't as enthusiastic as he would have wished.
"It makes me sound like a wife," Seth complained. "You're preparing for the role, though, right?" Georgie giggled and pulled Seth's hand up by the ring finger. "Marriage and all?"
"There will be no wives in this relationship," said Domenico, mentally groaning over the very existence of Lucrezia. They had to get rid of her somehow because Seth wouldn't have his peace until then.
"Really? You're gonna stereotype me like that because I cook?" Seth raised his eyebrows at Georgie. "Ah, Seth, I'm just kidding. I know you're a big butch top. You even have a new scar to prove it." He laughed and pointed to the scar on Seth's arm.
Domenico leaned in and kissed the healed wound. "He wants to say that our relationship is nothing like you imagine it," he said, grinning at Georgie. Sour-faced Robert butted in.
"Ah, Seth, what happened to you?"
He tried to lean closer over Georgie, but it was no use. Served him right.
That's just... it's nothing."
"It's a memory of the kidnapping," said Domenico, gently urging Seth to turn his face toward him. He wanted to look into his eyes and make Seth remember how he dealt with shit that night. The moment their eyes met, Seth's became hazy, and he brushed his lips against Dom's.
"So what exactly happened?" the ginger guy asked. They thought I was someone else, held me for 2 weeks.
Seth squeezed Dom's hand under the table, and the amount of pride it poured into Dom was immense. He bent, pressed a kiss to Seth's hand, and cradled it against his chest. He's like a rock, though.
They cut off my finger,
Seth said with a grim expression on his face, one that would make Seth the funeral director in their relationship.
That's so horrible.
Robert reached out over Georgie's lap and stroked Seth's forearm. But he's tough, just like a man should be. Domenico kissed Seth again, but his eyes were fixed on Robert's fingers, rubbing the hair on Seth's forearm like little disgusting spiders. Made him want to buy antiseptic wipes. His declaration made the table quiet down a bit, but he ignored it, never stopping to pull Seth's attention away from his ex-fuck.
You want to get me a beer?
Seth asked with one more smooch. The soft, warm lips did something strange to Dom's stomach, but he chose to ignore it and nodded. What kind would you like? Seth's smile widened.
Anything you choose.
All right. He got up with as much grace as possible and grinned at the other men. What about you guys? Anything you'd like? It's on me. He loved the cross look it got from Robert. The other men eagerly ordered shots. As he was walking off to the bar, he heard them chatting.
Seth, your new boyfriend is so cool. That suit is so sharp it could cut my fingers.
If this were a movie, he'd be walking off with his shades on, with an explosion in the background. Unfortunately, it was too dark in here, and Domenico didn't want debris to wreck another suit. The bar wasn't too crowded, so he soon returned with a tray of shots, beer, and a Coke for himself, eyeing Seth with a smile.
Seth was just saying you work with antiques?
A long-haired man who had sat still so far seemed to become more attentive now that he got a free drink. Yeah, I'm a self-made man, said Dom, sitting in his former place and handing the beer to Seth. He took the one the bartender assured him was the best. Is that a euphemism for being an escort or something? Robert laughed at his unfunny joke, but Seth the traitor snorted into his beer, spilling some over his jeans. Domenico's eyes went wide. It was so absurd he didn't know whether he should laugh his head off or slam Robert's shitty face into the table. If it is, you wouldn't be able to afford me. Seth leaned into Dom and kissed his neck.
You can only buy him with homemade lemon cupcakes.
He slid his hand under Dom's suit jacket and rubbed his side like the happy husband-to-be that he was. Robert sighed and slouched in his seat. Finally, it took him long enough to learn his place. The fucker should go back to licking his own ass. Seth actually brought some lemons from back home just to make me the proper version. Isn't he the best fiancé ever? Domenico wiggled his eyebrows at Seth because it was actually him he was talking to. He got a shy smile, but in the end Seth looked away.
That's so sweet.
Or sour, since it's lemons. Georgie tried, but no one laughed. Robert was quick to change the topic. Are you coming back to university? He asked, ignoring Dom's presence. Oh, right, said Ginger, leaning in over the table. Did you actually inform the university of your situation? Seth cleared his throat.
I don't know if I'll be going back. It's all up in the air right now. I might be leaving New York any time because my dad keeps pushing me to go back to Italy.
That sucks, said Ginger. Is he worried for you because of that kidnapping thing? Domenico glared at him but chose to say nothing and watched Seth instead. Yeah. Seth took a gulp of beer. You shouldn't give in to pressure like that, Rob said. At the end of the day, it's Seth's decision what he wants to do. I can live anywhere, declared Domenico, enjoying his lover's hand which was still resting on his torso.
I might finish school in Palermo.
Seth looked up at him with a smile and leaned closer, his warmth seeping into Dom's skin. That was it. Domenico was the king of the world, the most eligible bachelor of the gay underworld, and the future husband of one Seth Villani, who looked at Dom with so much tenderness everyone could see there was no other man for him. Seth didn't really need any of these people at all.
So, you're looking for a job now?
Asked Georgie. Seth looked back at him and pulled away from Dom with a silly expression,
lips parted like a fish. I was, recovering and stuff," he uttered, and Dom hoped he wouldn't now come up with some guilty idea that he needed a job. "Come on, Seth," Ginger laughed. "You can't live off Daddy's money. You're 26. Domenico cringed. The hell was this guy thinking? "I think anyone would need some time to get over such a traumatic experience. Seth will know himself when the time is right." He knew he said the magic words when he saw Seth smile back at him. "Yeah, I'll sort something out in the future. For now, let's go dancing." He finished off his beer in one gulp. Domenico chuckled. "You mean actual dancing, or those pelvic movements they make in the clubs?" "Yeah, the funny movements." Seth snorted and already got up. "I won't force you, you know." Domenico wanted to say no, but then he noticed Rob's body becoming all tense in anticipation, which sealed the matter. He did not want to move like an ape in public, but he'd do it just to piss off the bastard. "You don't need to." Seth's face lit up in a way he didn't expect it to. "I love this song." He pulled on Dom's hand when a mix of guitar riffs and a male voice came on. It was shit, but Dom just followed, spinning Seth back into his arms. Maybe he could teach him a dance move or two in the process. He could bet Robert didn't know ballroom dancing. Their whole group poured onto the dance floor. It was nothing like the techno club in Berlin. The music had a lot more of a rock influence and some oldies. Not much to Dom's taste, but Seth looked as happy as ever, jumping around to the song. Robert lingered around at all times, trying to catch as many smiles from Seth as he could, as if he were a plant which lived off Seth's attention and was on the verge of dying. At one point, they all went to the bar to do more shots before going back on the dance floor to the sound of some German rock band. Seth got all sweaty, shaking his head and jumping to the beat. At one point, Robert leaned over to his ear and they shared a joke that Dom didn't get to hear through the music. His eyes lingered on the matching t-shirts, and all of a sudden he wished he had drunk some wine. But when Dom stepped back to the bar, he took another Coke to keep his senses alert, wary of anything he could consider breach of premarital contract or stepping into someone else's territory. The music was pulsing in his ears unpleasantly, and he already knew he'd have this horrible sound in his ears when they left. The next song was slower and gentler, but still so loud that Rob had to stand close to Seth to talk. But when he put his hand on Seth's hip, that was it. Dom walked over to them and stuck his fingers into a vulnerable spot above Rob's collarbone. He pushed him away with anger threatening to boil and spill through Dom's lips. Robert looked back at him and spread his arms to the sides. "What the fuck, man? Get off my case! Seth's my friend, we're talking!" Seth slightly pulled Dom his way. "Chill out." Domenico snorted. "I was chilled out until he started touching you where he shouldn't have. What's up with that?" Robert crossed his arms on his chest with an angry pout. He reminded Dom of an upset little bulldog. "No, we were just talking about New Year's." "I bet you wanted to search for Seth's New Year's wishes in his pants, but they actually come out through the mouth." Seth wrapped his arms around Dom's waist. "Dom, no need to be rude." "No, I was saying there's going to be a good gig at Bazaar." Robert eyed Domenico without even a hint of kindness. Dom ignored him and frowned at Seth. "I don't like him feeling up your hips. Don't you see this fucker's just jealous he can't get into your pants now that I'm in the picture?" "Stop pissing me off," Seth hissed all of a sudden as if he had the right to, and turned back to Robert. "Yeah, we'll come. We don't have other plans yet." Domenico grabbed Seth's nape and dragged him back to growl into his ear. "What did you say?" "Hey!" Seth tried to weasel out of the grip. "I said stop being an ass. He barely touched me." "No, he did not, and you should know that. Stop pissing me off." "What is your problem, for fuck's sake?" Seth gave his chest a little push. Domenico shook his head. "I have a problem with the fact that you fucked this guy, he still wants you, and you let him touch you. Are you sick in the head?" "He's my friend, not a romantic partner. What the hell is wrong with you? It doesn't matter what happened before because I'm with you now. I make the decisions about what happens, and nothing will, so get off my case.
Seth's frown deepened with every word. Domenico chuckled as anger spiraled down his stomach. I see you're planning to get another ear for Christmas. Seth's face went blank and he took 2 steps back, and then 2 more. And then he turned his back, pushing through the crowd to God knew where. Domenico looked at Robert and gave him a vicious smile. You can be proud of yourself. He then followed Seth, ignoring whatever the other guy had to say. Seth was tall enough to be an easy target to stalk, even with the crowd and noise. Seeing him disappear through the exit was a strange reminder of Berlin. Idiot. He'd left the jacket inside and only wore his t-shirt. When Dom walked out to the street, he saw Seth walking away in the snow and trying to catch a cab. He didn't waste any time and caught him within seconds. What do you think you're doing? He asked, turning Seth to face him. Dom's wrists got a slap.
Me? Get the fuck away, I'm not in the mood.
He snarled with his nostrils flaring. You're the one who treated me like dirt in public. Dom grabbed the front of Seth's shirt and pulled him close, baring his teeth. Don't fuck with me. Seth swallowed and pushed at his chest.
Or what? You gonna cut my ear off? When did I treat you badly, huh? You're the one offending and then threatening my friend.
Domenico rolled his eyes. You know I'd never hurt you, and I wasn't offending him. All I did was fight off his slimy advances. Are you blind, or are you just pretending not to notice how improper that fucker was being?
Slimy advances? Seriously? He brushed his hand against me. Am I not allowed in public transport either, in case someone stands too close?
Seth hissed at Dom, and instead of pulling away, he pushed at him with his whole body like a bull. Dom couldn't help himself and put his arms around Seth, mesmerized by the powerful muscle bulging beneath that perfect skin. He was trying to offend me all evening. What he did on the dance floor was just the fucking last straw. He breathed. Seth put his arms up, confused by the hug.
You're better than that. There's no comparison in what you two are for me.
And yet you stood by him, growled Domenico.
Yes, because you have no right to threaten him, or me for that matter. One more time I hear anything about this ear, and we're fucking done.
Seth pushed Dom and took a step away. There were goosebumps all over his forearms. Domenico pulled off his suit jacket and swiftly put it over Seth's shoulders, trying to ignore the cold that turned their breath into vapor. He knew there was no way Seth would make his threat real, but he chose not to argue over that. And he had no right to offend me. Shall I remind you he suggested I'm whoring myself out?
Yeah, it was pretty fucking ridiculous. Like a joke should be.
Seth slouched with a frown but didn't throw the jacket away. Domenico crooked his head, letting his hands rest on Seth's arms. Seth, you know it wasn't meant as a friendly joke. Seth gave him that confused llama look.
Robert wouldn't do that.
Dom groaned and let his forehead hit Seth's chest. He was trying to undermine me all evening. If he could hypnotize you to go to bed with him, he would. Not that it's surprising. Seth looked away.
I think he's just worried, and now you gave him a reason to be. And don't flatter me when we're arguing, he added with a scowl.
No, he was insulting from the first word. I was trying to be polite and not knock his teeth in.
And here it is again. Threats. Can you even deal with people without bloodshed? It's all force with you.
I did deal with it, all evening. You were next to us. Domenico crossed his arms on his chest and frowned at Seth. He needed a cigarette, but he left them in his coat. For fuck's sake. You just chose not to see how aggressive he was. Seth sighed and ran his fingers through his hair.
I'll talk to him, okay? I knew this would end badly.
Stop saying that as if it were my fault, growled Domenico. All your other friends fucking loved me. Seth hugged himself under Dom's jacket.
It sucks that I can't tell them what happened.
Domenico shifted his weight and sighed. Don't insult me in public. Seth kicked the slush forming on the pavement and huffed. Domenico shook his head. Let's go inside.
Why do you make fun of me? Call me your fiancé.
Seth didn't look up at him, standing there in the melting snow like a snowman at the brink of spring. Domenico gave him a sideways glance. Because you are my fiancé.
What does that even mean? When did that happen? Was I conscious?
Domenico grabbed Seth's hand and held it up so that Seth would see both of their rings. This was unbelievable, and it was Seth who came up with it in the first place.
I didn't... Oh,
Seth muttered, staring at their hands. Domenico smiled to himself, brushing his fingers over Seth's signet. It was quite a romantic moment to surprise me like that.
It was the best part of that shitty day.
Seth's lips finally started forming a smile.
I'll tell Robert what's what, yeah? Don't worry.
He bent down to Dom and kissed his lips. Dom stiffened, unsure if they should be doing this in the street, but couldn't bring himself to move away, and tasted those sweet, luscious lips. Even through the tang of beer, they were pure nectar. All right.
And no more ear stuff, yeah?
Seth moved on to hug Dom, and the Armani jacket fell into the slush. Domenico reached his hand out and froze, as it was too late anyway. For fuck's sake. That's my newest suit. Seth chuckled. I love you. Domenico's chest tightened. It was impossible to be angry at someone who just confessed love to you. Then pick it up. Seth grinned and bent to get the garment. Before Dom knew what Seth was doing, Seth put the wet, dirty thing over his shoulders. He brushed some slush off Dom's shoulder. There. His smile widened. Domenico cringed, looking at the dark stains on his shirt. The cold wetness seeped through and was now making his whole body stiffen. You're doing this on purpose, he said through clenched teeth. Seth blinked a few times and shook his head. I would never. He took a step back, and to Dom's surprise, sprinted down the street, splashing dirt all around him. Some people looked back at him, but Dom wouldn't let that stop him, and followed, bringing his body into the perfect position for maximum speed. Seth's silhouette was still ahead of him, but he wouldn't lose him. This was insane. Dom felt as if someone had dumped him into a strange movie where chaos reigned over script, and Seth was the god of chaos. Seth laughed, running down the street in the middle of the night, uncaring of the snow or cold. At one point he almost fell over, but only laughed harder. I'll pay for your dry cleaning, he yelled. Domenico didn't bother to try to understand his lover's reasoning, speeding up to catch him. The bastard deserved a spanking, and Dom deserved a chance to knead that juicy ass. As soon as he got a hold of Seth, wrapping his arms around Seth's waist, his lover stopped and gave him a kiss. I lost. What's my penance? Dom drew in a sharp breath, mesmerized. Wide-eyed, he looked around for a semi-private spot. I'm going to fuck your ass, come inside, and then put your briefs back on without cleaning you up. Seth bit his upper lip, but that still couldn't hide the smile on his face. Oh, no, he exclaimed and pulled Dom into a back alley. The god of chaos was the best fuck ever. Chapter 11. Seth. Yeah, I've been quite busy lately. Maybe I'll manage to get back in January, Seth told Lucrezia from his spot on the sofa. This was his least favorite part of being away, having to report back every now and then. He hated how it reminded him that what he had with Dom couldn't last forever. That they could joke about being engaged but would never get married. Not that he wanted to, but he enjoyed it as a concept. That would be sweet, Seth. It must be cold out there. Ah, the weather talk. He missed that. Not. Yeah, we keep having snow. He frowned when he noticed Dom walk over to the telescope and look into it. Seth threw a t-shirt at him. I think you'll relax once you come home, she said with just the right amount of enthusiasm. Thank God there was no sexy talk with her. I chose all the furniture for our home. Would you like to see the photos? If you give me your email, I could send them to you. Yeah, sure, I'd love to. I know yours, so I'll email you first. Can't wait to see them. He wondered if this conversation was as tedious for her as it was for him. He needed to go anyway if he wasn't to be late for meeting with Robert. And as if his day couldn't get any worse, Domenico started grinning at him and pointing to the window, which meant that he probably saw Peter and Zachary having sex again.
The only thing I didn't yet pay for is the furniture for your office, so maybe browse the internet to choose something? Sure, I'll have a look and email you about those as well. I gotta go, or I'm not gonna get to the stores on time. Always lovely to hear from you, sweetie.
Seth mentally slapped himself. This was so wrong. As soon as they ended the conversation, he looked over at Dom. Stop perving at them. But they're hilarious. I wonder how your ex can even breathe under his new bull. He grinned and yawned. Seth bit his lip and got up to get a bit closer.
It's none of your business, nor should you be watching them.
Dom dropped to the couch with a smile. Shouldn't they close the curtains?
No one expects to be freaking spied on the 5th floor.
Seth casually bent down to have a peek. It was too tempting. Zach was no Mr. Universe, but Seth had fucked chubby guys like him, and it was all right. His gaze moved to Peter's smiling face, and that was it. He moved away from the telescope. I could make you some coffee, said Dom, already filling the room with swirls of smoke. Seth hadn't even noticed him starting.
Why are they still using condoms? Do you think he's ill or something?
Seth paced back to the couch in annoyance. Domenico shrugged, opening his mouth and releasing an elegant swirl of smoke. Could be anything. Some people just use them every time, no matter with whom.
So, how often did you use them exactly?
Seth leaned down to stroke Dom's hair. It was so silky and smooth it was hard to believe he didn't do anything special with it. Dom leaned into his palm with a pleased smile. Most of the time, with strangers. Seth gave Dom's temple a kiss and sat down next to him.
So when's the last time you got tested?
For what? Domenico's arms pulled him closer for a hug. Seth cleared his throat.
You know, anything someone else's genitals can give you?
He felt uncomfortable at the thought that Dom hadn't given him the choice to use them or not, but he felt like now it wouldn't change anything anyway. Domenico closed his mouth and shrugged, staring at the window as if there was something fascinating outside. I'm fucking healthy people.
You can't exactly see that, you know.
Seth pouted. I feel well, though. Nothing's happening to me. I'm good, Dom announced, gently tickling Seth's nape as they lounged on the couch.
Could you go for a checkup anyway? I'd feel better if I saw it on paper.
Domenico bit his lip. Maybe, if we have some time to spare. His amber eyes turned to Seth like a pleading puppy's. He so didn't want a medical examination.
You know, 'cause anyone could have HIV, and I kinda...
Seth took a deep breath. He didn't like thinking about these things. The mere idea had him feeling queasy.
I'd rather know.
Domenico groaned. Come on, it's easiest to get it with needles. I never use dirty needles, and I'm neither a junkie nor a whore.
Dom, I'm not kidding.
Seth pulled away.
Am I a fucking joke? You never cared if I had something. I could have infected you. Fuck, now I'm gonna be afraid to get tested.
Come on, you're healthy, like a young bull. Domenico took Seth's hand and massaged it with his thumb.
No, Dom, I'm serious now.
He pulled away.
If you kept avoiding protection like you did with me, then we could both be screwed and not even know it yet.
Domenico groaned. Who do you think I am? I was using rubbers when I fucked some random guy in the club.
Who didn't you use them with then?
Domenico spread his arms and moved his gaze over the room, clearly frustrated. Friends? Seth counted to 10.
Okay, so when's the last time you got tested?
Dom's arms dropped by his sides, and for once he looked Seth straight in the eyes. 1.5 years ago. Seth took a deep breath. Could have been worse.
Okay.
Yeah? Domenico's face relaxed, and he pulled Seth closer into his warmth, close to the smell of smoke, skin, and cologne Seth could not resist.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Seth hugged him, ready to forget the whole thing as fast as possible. Domenico sighed and pulled him into a kiss. Since they unloaded the stress of the fight in the club in a dark back alley, it had been a bed of roses until Lucrezia's call. The fact that he didn't even know where he and her were supposed to live made him both gloomy and angry. But he didn't bother asking her. It would make the prospect more real. "So, what's for dinner?" asked Dom against his skin.
"I left you 2 choices in the fridge. I'm going out for a few hours."
His cell phone beeped, but even before he had a chance to look at the message, Dom's body blocked the light. "Where?"
"I'm seeing Rob. He's got my jacket."
Seth looked up at Dom, raising his hands.
"And before you say it, nothing's gonna happen."
Domenico's nostrils flared and he shifted his weight, squeezing his hands into fists. "The fuck? Can't he just send it over?"
"Why would he send it when we're in the same city?"
Seth frowned, already knowing where this was going.
"Dom, you gotta trust me."
"I don't trust him," growled Domenico. "I have no idea what he'd do to have you again." Seth bit on his tongue not to swear.
"You really do think I'm some airhead who anyone can charm into bed?"
Domenico rolled his eyes. "No, but what if he spikes your drink? Maybe I could just go with you and watch over from afar."
Seth poked him in the chest. "Are you out of your fucking mind? Robert, drug me?"
"You may never know what a person is capable of. Just think of your uncle," said Domenico. Seth's eyes went wide.
"How dare you bring him up now?"
He raised his voice. He could never scrape the image of Domenico under Federico Villani out of his mind, and a young and vulnerable Domenico at that. Dom narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean, how dare you? My point is that you'd never suspect him."
"I'd suspect other shit from him. This is Robert. He's normal, okay? Don't treat me like a baby."
"Well, I don't approve of you meeting up with him alone." Dom crossed his arms on his chest with an air of finality. Seth gave him a malicious grin.
"Well, newsflash, I don't have to do what you tell me to."
Domenico's face reddened, as if it was going to burst, and he stepped forward, pushing at Seth's chest like the embodiment of fury. "You will not see him. I'd rather cuff you to the radiator." Seth ended up hitting the wall with his back and blinked in surprise. He kept forgetting just how strong Dom was.
"You wouldn't. People don't do things like that in relationships."
Domenico banged his hand on the table, making the cutlery clatter. "Do people in relationships meet up with their exes?"
"Sure they do. It's normal."
He took a step back.
"They're not radioactive. He's not even an ex. We just slept together."
Domenico gave him an accusatory stare. "That makes it even worse."
"How many guys did you sleep with? 2?
He couldn't believe they were having this conversation. Dom drew in a sharp gulp of air. "I'm not meeting up with them for fucking coffee and cake."
"'Cause you don't want to, not because I say you can't."
Seth slid on his shoes. "Oh yeah? Would you be happy if I were to meet up with my past lovers behind your back?" insisted Dom, stepping up as close as if he wanted to push Seth with his own body. Seth groaned at the idea, but this wasn't about him. This was about principles.
"Not behind my back, but I trust you."
"Why can't you just drop the idea?" roared Dom before Seth even pronounced the last syllable. His eyes were those of a raging bull, ready to put his horn through the matador's body. Seth took a step back, suddenly feeling a strange clench in his stomach. All of this made him feel sorry about how he had treated Peter when they were together. He never imagined he'd be on the receiving end of this kind of treatment in a relationship.
"Stop yelling at me! I have personal stuff I want to talk to him about. I can't just live in this bubble."
Domenico cursed and started pacing in front of Seth, all tense. "What kind of stuff?"
"Just life stuff, for fuck's sake. I've got shit going on, changes, a new boyfriend. I want to chat about it."
Domenico turned his back to Seth, walked to the table, and in the most surreal moment of Seth's life, knocked it over, sending both the furniture and all the polished cutlery to the floor with an ear-splitting racket. Seth yelped and jumped back.
What the fuck?
His eyes went wide as he watched Dom's tense, broad shoulders rise and fall with every deep breath, and he actually stepped back when Dom moved toward a set of shelves. A glass vase flew across the room and broke into tiny pieces where it hit the floor. I don't want you to go!
Seth couldn't believe this shit. Well, you don't always get what you want, he screamed back. And you better clean that before I get back.
He rushed for the door, grabbing a scarf on the way. He didn't expect being pushed face first at the door, but that was exactly what happened. Get lost, growled Domenico. Seth grabbed his nose, shocked by the impact.
I'm going, can't you see?
He elbowed Dom and opened the door. Get out of my sight, rasped Domenico, repeatedly slamming his hand against the wall.
Asshole!
Seth yelled at him and walked out. Go on, then. Go to see your so-called friend. Go! The door was indeed soundproof, as once it slammed shut, Seth didn't hear Dom's barking anymore. He shook his head, going right for the elevator. He couldn't believe this. What was he, some abused teenage girlfriend? What the fuck? He could go where he wanted and when he wanted. Dom didn't have him on a leash. Chapter 12. Seth. Rob had asked Seth to meet him in a small cafe on the east side. In the summer, they used to sit by a round table outside, in the quiet street between former tenement houses, but with the weather as it was, he went straight inside, smiling at the pink-haired girl behind the counter. Apart from a young hipster couple by the window, Rob was the only guest, but instead of waving at Seth from his spot in the back under a stuffed deer head that had been dyed pink, like he usually would, he got up and rushed toward Seth.
Hi!
Seth smiled at him and gave Rob a hug the moment they were close.
How's it going?
Rob held on a bit too long, but he let go just before it got awkward and gave Seth a tight smile. Maybe we could order first? My treat.
Oh yeah? I'm gonna have 2 sugar daddies now?
Seth laughed, and they went over to the counter. It felt like it was a universe away since they had been here, just chatting about university stuff before life blew up in Seth's face. Rob swallowed but never stopped smiling. Is he your sugar daddy?
Oh, come on, Rob, Seth groaned. It's not like that at all. We're still working things out, but I've got my own money as well.
Rob nodded in acknowledgement, and they soon returned to the table carrying 2 plates of cake. He sighed, tapping his fingers on the tabletop. Seth, how long have you really known this guy for?
You know, a while. Since September. He's really nice when you get to know him.
Seth slouched over his coffee. Did he really believe what he'd just said? Nice wouldn't be the adjective he'd use to describe Dom. Intense, unpredictable, and dangerous would be more like it. Rob cleared his throat. It's not that I underestimate your judgment, but he seemed like a very aggressive type. Seth looked at his cake with a pout and lost his appetite at the memory of their last fight.
He can be a bit brash, but he means well. I'm sorry if he offended you. We're still working out boundaries and stuff.
Rob leaned back in his chair, watching Seth with a blank expression. I don't know what he told you, but with the way you just stormed out without a word, it couldn't have been anything pleasant. Seth felt himself flush and hid his nose behind the fork. It was hard to explain that Domenico lived in a world with a completely different set of rules.
Yeah, it was rude, I suppose, but I told him what I thought about it.
Why are you defending him? Rob raised his hands but immediately slouched when the pink-haired waitress brought over their coffees. Seth looked up at Rob in surprise.
'Cause he's my boyfriend. What goes on between us is a bit different.
Shouldn't he treat you well, then? You're so early into the relationship. All people watch what they're doing at the beginning. Rob sipped from his large mug of black coffee. Seth licked his lip. There was no way for him to explain just what he felt for Domenico. It was so overwhelming he got out of breath when they were together. He couldn't tell Rob what they'd gone through in Berlin. It was like a wall between him and his friend that wasn't there before.
I know. But, I have a temper as well. We try to make it work.
Rob swallowed, picking at his cake with the fork. admit I was expecting you to leave Peter, but this guy, I'd never think you'd go for someone like that. Seth couldn't help a small smile. I kinda like that he's so intense. Makes me feel more alive. You sure? He seems so pushy. Rob chuckled, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. What is he, a top by day, bottom by night? Seth paused for a moment, chewing on his cake. He could lie, of course, but wouldn't that be perpetuating the macho attitude he was trying to get rid of? No, I bought them, he said flatly. Rob gave him a blank stare. You? Yeah, me, okay? What's the big deal? He groaned and poked his cake. He wasn't sure why it was so hard to admit. Wasn't he the liberated, modern gay man who didn't care about labels and wouldn't feel emasculated just because someone knew he was submissive in bed? Rob spread his hands. You've always been very toppy, and I remember you saying you're not interested in anything beyond that. 'Cause I wasn't. I kinda never imagined what it could feel like. I thought all feeling was in the dick, and the getting fucked would be like, I don't know, serving someone in a way, and only getting a handjob in return. Rob stared at him. Seth bit his lip. What? I know. Did you think I was serving you when we fucked? Rob pinched his chin. Seth frowned. How did he always get himself into situations like this? No, I thought that about me bottoming. You seemed into it, so... yeah. Rob shook his head. You're gay and you never bothered to read about it? Or, I don't know, talk to your boyfriend about how it feels for him? Seth felt like an idiot. He shuffled his feet against the floor and sipped the coffee, which seemed more bitter than usual. I was more into actually doing stuff. So now you're a converted bottom. You don't have to be mean. Seth looked up at him grimly. He wouldn't describe himself that way. Let's just say the way Dom does it blows my mind, okay? Rob's Adam's apple bobbed and he closed his hands around his cup, slightly tense as he lowered his gaze to Seth's chest. He does look good. The side of Seth's lips lifted in a smile he couldn't help. That was definitely a constant. Dom always looked so fucking good. And the way he smelled had Seth going in no time. His hands knew exactly what to do to Seth's body, where to pinch, where to press. Seth loved Domenico's weight on him after they fucked, with Dom's cock still in him. It's not about looks. What makes him so special, then? Asked Rob, starting to eat his cake. Seth looked to the people walking outside. He just goes there, you know? Like a human equivalent of a bungee jump. Won't it be too much at some point? He's more like a corporate shark than an antique dealer. You could say he's an antiques shark. Seth chuckled. I take it one day at a time. When we fight, I don't have to worry I'd break him. I can let loose. Rob blinked. Are you saying you actually use violence? He paused, unsure of how to answer. What would a normal person say? Not much. We're Italian, so we talk with our hands. He laughed it off. So he's pretty much the perfect guy then. Rich, handsome, good enough to get a fuck out of Seth Villani on his knees. Seth cleared his throat. He's definitely not perfect, and he's on his knees a lot as well. Rob stuffed his face with cake. I hope you won't disappear on me again. No, we'll keep in touch. You've got my email and all. I'll actually start checking it again now. I deleted my Facebook and stuff after the kidnapping. Rob reached out and put his hand on Seth's. Things got a bit mental when everyone realized no one could get in touch with you. Seth wasn't sure what to do. Dom would definitely not like it, but wasn't it just normal? Gay friends touching? Nothing out of the norm. Oh, man. I'm so sorry. I didn't have much contact with the world for a while. His phone buzzed so hard he jerked in his chair, snatching the hand away. Were you in witness protection? Asked Rob. Yeah, until they caught the guys. Just a sec, Seth said and picked up the phone. Yeah? Are you going to fuck him? Growled Domenico, his voice crawling down Seth's ear canal like a viper. Seth rolled his eyes. Sure, on the freaking coffee table. Rob crooked his head and fed himself more cake. You actually thought about your answer? Hissed Domenico. Because it's absurd. Let's just talk when I come back, huh? Seth wasn't looking forward to that chat. If you come back, replied Dom before cutting the connection. Seth frowned. The fuck was that supposed to mean? What were you saying? Was it him? Rob hid his face behind the coffee cup. Yeah, he's, scared for me after the kidnapping. Yeah, that's what was sort of bothering me. Rob pointed his finger at Seth. He's an antique dealer. How could he have dealt with the mob? Oh, lucky thing. He grew up in a small village, knows how to use a gun. Rob frowned. Even if he was hunting from a young age, it's still one businessman versus the mafia. How exactly did that happen? I can't talk details, Rob. The less story, the easier to stick to it. Dom had taught him that. Rob leaned back in his chair. Sorry, you probably don't even want to remember it. I'm such an ass. I do want to forget it. It was horrific. What about you, though? When Seth felt a vibration in his pocket, he reached in and turned off the phone. Seth looked at the steel door of the elevator as he went up to their apartment. When he finished talking with Rob, his cell phone had 7 missed calls from Domenico. But when Seth tried to call him back, all he got was voicemail. When he got to the door, though, he frowned at the black lock in place of the golden one that they had there before. He was getting a weird gut feeling that maybe something happened. Maybe he missed an important call. Seth put his key in the lock, and as he was beginning to expect, it didn't turn. All the hairs on his body bristled. Seth whacked the door with his fist, uncaring of what the neighbors would think. He didn't even know who lived next door. Domenico, you prick! Open up! After several seconds, all he got was a bang from the other side, and Seth's phone vibrated again. He picked it up with a groan. What the fuck is this? He punched the door again, relieved that it didn't seem to be anything else than Domenico going mental. Did you honestly think you can meet other guys behind my back? Growled Domenico. Seth took a deep breath. He couldn't believe this shit. Of course I can meet with a friend. What is wrong with you? No, you cannot. The yell was accompanied by an aggressive banging on the other side of the door. Why not? Seth put his forehead against the steel. Was this the man he fell in love with? Because I won't allow you to make a cuckold out of me again. We talked about this already. Stop bringing it up. Nothing happened. It was actually quite weird. Seth looked away from the door. Who is he supposed to talk to about his problems? Why am I still standing here? Dom, open up! Dom sighed, making the line croak. Because I want you to think about what you've done. I'm not going to tolerate this. Okay, whatever. Seth hung up and made his way back to the elevator. He couldn't believe Dom would lock him out like that. What a fucking brat of a boyfriend. How old was he to throw such tantrums? Seth hadn't even reached his goal yet when Domenico called again. What? Seth yelled into the speaker, his hand shaking as he pushed his button for the elevator. When Domenico spoke, his voice was a tone quieter. Where are you? Going on another date, since my ex-boyfriend clearly doesn't want me at home. Don't you dare! Domenico yelled so loudly Seth had to move his phone away from his ear. Come home right now. My keys don't fit the lock. Seth stepped into the elevator as soon as it opened. Doesn't matter. I've got a new key for you. Domenico cleared his throat. You can come back. I won't be angry. I don't want to. You're crazy. I'll come back tomorrow when I cool down. I'm gonna stay in the hotel. I've had a bad day and you only give me shit. Seth slammed the elevator door as it was going down. Come back, or I won't let you in at all. Then don't. Seth hung up and banged the back of his head against the metal wall. He was happy no one joined him on the way to the underground parking lot. He didn't even know why he went there instead of to the first floor. Must have been a reflex from a life long gone. Seth didn't even manage to put the phone back into his pocket before it rang again. "What do you want from me?" Seth yelled and put his hand over his face when his voice echoed between the concrete walls. At least there didn't seem to be anyone there to witness his meltdown. There was a moment of silence, but then Dom spoke again. "Come on. Come back home." It didn't sound threatening anymore. Could the softer tone be a sign of Seth having tamed the mad Domenico Acerbi? Seth took a deep breath and leaned against the wall. "You come out and meet me." "All right. Tell me where you are." Domenico didn't hang up, and Seth could hear rustling in the background. "I'm coming up in the elevator." Seth walked back into the elevator and pushed the button again. "All right." There was a hint of defeat in Domenico's voice. Seth wasn't sure whether he liked it or not. He had been looking forward to seeing Dom in the afternoon, but he wasn't so sure of it anymore when the elevator door opened. Though the white wife-beater Dom was wearing exposed his tan arms in a way that had Seth reconsider yet again, Domenico pulled him out of the elevator, his jaw set, eyes dark and wild. "I just don't want you to go gallivanting with other people all the time," he said as if the conversation never stopped. "All the time? It's the first time I went anywhere," Seth hissed, already regretting that he came back. Dom's pleading voice had fooled him. Domenico sighed, and for a brief moment there was a hint of guilt on that handsome face before he pulled Seth close. The moment his scent enveloped Seth, it was a lost game. "Isn't your place by my side?" "I just wanted to speak to him." Seth sighed and slowly hugged Dom, closing his eyes. There was nothing as comforting as the addictive smell of his hair and skin. Why were his arms so strong and hard? "You don't seem happy." Domenico rested his arm across Seth's shoulders and pulled him close. "Did he say nasty stuff about me?" "No, only the truth." Seth looked into his eyes. Dom frowned and pulled him to the apartment. "What does that mean?" Seth followed, holding on to Dom's hand. "He says you seem dangerous. He's not right, though. You don't just seem so, you are dangerous." Any other person would be insulted, but Domenico grinned at him and closed the door behind them, spinning Seth into his arms again. He was so warm, so inviting. "Not to you, though. I'm your protector, aren't I?" The way he was proud at being called dangerous stirred something in Seth, and it wasn't anger. There was a thrill to this joyride Seth was taking, and he couldn't help loving that self-satisfied smile. He'd go into the arms of that predator willingly. "I suppose." "Do I hear doubt?" Seth ran his hands up Dom's arms. "He can't understand what's between us." Dom's amber gaze became even more intense. Holding Seth close, he pulled his hand up to his lips and kissed each finger. "No, I suppose he can't. No one can understand people like us." "I can never go back to who I was." Seth watched Dom, lowering his voice. "You're happy that he doesn't get me. Me? I don't know. It was like I talked to him, but I couldn't explain how I felt." Domenico's nostrils flared. "Would you like me the way you do if I wasn't the only one to understand?" "I'd like you differently, but this meetup today, it sobered me. You'll be satisfied to hear I won't see him again." Seth looked away but didn't move away from the touch. "So, you don't like him anymore?" inquired Dom, all serious. "I like him a lot, but I can never be honest with him. It's just, it sucks." He pulled away from the hug and took off his leather jacket. "So you won't be meeting any other guys?" "Is that all you care about?" Seth threw the jacket at Domenico so he wouldn't have to see his handsome face. "I'm trying to tell you I feel like shit." "Sorry." Dom sighed and put the jacket down on a chair. "Can I do something to make you feel better?" Seth ran his fingers through his hair and walked off farther into the living room.
Tell me it's gonna be fine. Please. I don't even know what will happen. We could be leaving New York at any point, and what then?
Why wouldn't it be fine? Seth was certain he could only hear Domenico's cat-like steps because Dom wanted him to. He walked up to the window and looked through the wooden shades at his former apartment building.
Because as soon as we're back, there will be no more playing house. This is all an illusion, and it won't last.
The warmth of Domenico's body behind him gave Seth a sense of comfort. Arms hard like those of a marble statue snaked around him, pulling him into the cocoon of elusive safety. Before that happens, we could go to Paris. I wanted to tell you in the last moment, but I booked us a stay over Christmas.
Seth blinked in surprise. You really are like from a rom-com, aren't you?
Domenico chuckled and pulled him even closer, nuzzling Seth's shoulder blade. When you become the Don, it will all be in your hands. You could keep me close.
Seth sniffed and held onto Dom's hands. I will. I'll try to work something out for us. Maybe an apartment in Palermo where we could go sometimes?
Can't I be your bodyguard? This way I could keep an eye on you at all times, whispered Domenico as his arms tightened around Seth.
You will be. Only you can guard my body well.
Seth finally managed a small smile.
But we'd be watched all the time. I thought if we had a little place somewhere, we could have weekends away every now and then.
He turned in Dom's arms and hugged him close, smelling the spicy aroma of his skin. But Domenico's next words chilled his flesh and trapped his heart in ice. If I die before that happens, will you visit my grave every now and then?
Seth took a step back, but then punched Dom's arm with all the force he had. Do not say that!
I just want you to know I'd like that. Domenico cleared his throat and looked out the window, his face blank. I won't have anyone holding my hand when I die.
Seth dropped to the armchair, struck by a pain that went through his heart and held his lungs tight. He shook his head. He didn't want to think of things like that. For him, Domenico was made of steel, invincible. I'd carry a bit of your hair, so you'd never be lonely.
Dom stared at him in silence, his strong body looking otherworldly in the cool light coming through the blinds. He approached Seth and sat down in his lap, pulling his arms around him. Thank you. Seth swallowed and put his arms around his lover.
We will find a way to be together.
Domenico smiled at him, and the shadows on his face made his features seem softer than they were. He leaned in and pulled Seth's head against his chest. His heartbeat was frantic, like that of a hummingbird. Chapter 13. Seth. Sunshine woke Seth up. It was rare for him not to find himself hugged by Dom in the morning, and he looked around the empty bedroom. Dom was in the habit of exercising in the morning. Then he'd take a shower and go to an artisan bakery down the street to get them fresh juice and pastries for breakfast. Seth was getting used to this house, so much so that he bought a few things to make it more homely. A poster of Marlon Brando for Dom, and one of Brian Molko of Placebo, just to piss Dom off. Seth also got a few new dishes the other day, nice brown ones, handmade pottery, even though it was well past New Year's. Lucrezia didn't put much pressure on him to come back, so the stay in New York was feeling less like a honeymoon and more like a new home.
Dom,
he asked after another yawn. You awake? He heard from the living room, and within seconds Dom popped his head in through the door.
Slowly getting there.
Seth grinned and stretched in the sheets. Domenico opened the door wide and strolled inside a sleek dark steel suit. He was someone who could con you into anything, thanks to his looks alone. Did you forget we were going shopping today?
Are we?
Seth rubbed his face and followed Dom with his gaze. He'd love to grab Dom's tie and pull him into bed. Domenico gave him a tight smile. Yes, we are. Shower.
Okay. Where are you taking me, sugar daddy?
Seth grinned and gave him a kiss on his way to the ensuite bathroom. He anticipated the pat on the ass, but it still gave him a pleasant shudder. Armani, I need a new suit.
Do you need one or do you want one?
Seth snorted and looked over his shoulder before walking straight under the shower. Both. A man needs to look smart, answered Domenico. Come on, come on, come on.
Don't waste time and make me breakfast then,
Seth yelled from under the shower, grinning to himself with his eyes closed. The water woke him up in no time. He made the shower a brief affair and put on a pair of pants, trotting to the kitchen with his hair still wet. He wanted to see what Dom made for him. The smell of espresso was unmistakable, and while Dom generally considered cooking a chore not suitable for someone like him, he was the master of coffee in their house. When Seth entered the kitchen, Domenico smiled at him and gestured to a piece of toast covered by a layer of ham, with a splash of color in the form of a lone cherry tomato. Seth lifted the ham and noticed there was no butter under it either. Impressive, he said, and when he picked up the toast, the cherry tomato rolled off to the floor. The bread wasn't even toasted. It's so late, Domenico sighed, making his intentions clear. We could eat something else on the way if you don't like it.
Yeah, I suppose you gave it your best.
Seth snorted and gave Dom one more kiss before running off back to the bedroom. He put on a t-shirt with a skull and quickly blow-dried his hair. He hated hats, and with the New York winter outside, his hair would freeze if he didn't dry it. He needed a haircut anyway, as his hair was getting too long on the sides. He put on an extra hoodie under the leather jacket to keep himself warm, and topped it with a thick black woolen cowl Dom got him the other day. It was by some brand Seth couldn't pronounce. It sounded French, but Dom assured him that the garment itself had been made in Italy.
Ready?
He came back to Dom sipping coffee and reading news on his phone. He gave Seth a sunny smile and put an arm around him, pulling him to the door. They chose to travel by subway to get to Manhattan as quick as possible. After picking up croissants from the local bakery, they walked down the street, and Seth couldn't help but glance at the stores they were passing by, at the reflection of himself, and the handsome beast in a tailored coat walking beside him. He wished he could put an arm over Dom's shoulders just to stake his claim, tell the world that the man next to him was his body and soul, suggest to anyone with an imagination that they had sex. Lots of it. But it seemed risky, so in the end, Seth just stuffed his face with a croissant and warmed his fingers with a cup of coffee.
Getting just a suit or something more? Can we go somewhere normal later, too?
Seth asked. There was a light snow that kept falling to his face, and he caught some of the flakes on his tongue. They melted into cool drops in his mouth. What do you mean by normal? Asked Domenico, and did just what Seth had stopped himself from doing. His arm was heavy, but oh so comforting across his shoulders.
You know, like just regular stuff for me. Not super expensive.
Seth instantly leaned closer and brushed his hand over the front of Domenico's woolen coat.
You think it's safe? I mean, what if someone saw us like this?
We're in the street. People will see us like this. Fuck them. Domenico grinned at him and leaned in to kiss Seth's nose. Seth smiled, all warmed up inside.
Domenico Acerbi doesn't care for the opinion of peasants.
He slid his arm around Dom's waist. It was nice to have only a slight size difference. Peter was so small they could never have walked down the street like this. Exactly. I know what's right better than any self-righteous prick we could encounter, he said and poked Seth's cheek with a gloved finger. Seth wanted to lean down for a kiss, but before he could reach Dom's lips, a snowball hit the side of his head so hard he wobbled to the side.
Hey!
His eyes instantly spotted a small boy, who was already making another snowball, laughing as if he had just made the funniest joke ever. A woman in a colorful jacket, who had to be his mother, was standing next to him and loudly pleading for him to stop without actually touching her child. It was so surreal, Seth wasn't sure what to do. "Hey, boy," called out Domenico, with that cool, authoritarian tone that sent chills down Seth's spine. "You will put that back and apologize, or I will be forced to discipline you." The boy's mother looked up at Dom with an expression that mirrored Seth's. Eyes widened, lips open without a word.
"You will not be disciplining anyone," she finally choked out. "Who do you think you are?"
"I'm a Catholic. Strict discipline makes a man out of a boy," said Domenico, straightening up. Seth stood back, interested how this would play out.
"Discipline your own kid, then, Mr. Catholic," the woman hissed and held her boy closer.
But he wrestled out of her grasp and ran at Domenico, sending a snowball straight at his face. It was a game lost before it even started. Domenico ducked so that the snowball would miss him and ran up to the kid in 3 strides. Seth didn't know whether he should laugh or fake anger when Dom grabbed the kid at the ankles, moved him head down over a low fence, and stuck him into a fresh pile of dirty snow, which was still soft enough to give. The kid barely had the time to squeak, and Seth decided it was, in fact, laugh-worthy. He couldn't believe Dom did that, but loved how he had the balls to do what everyone else wanted to, but never did.
"How dare you!" the woman yelled. "I'll call the cops! Don't you dare touch my baby!"
She seemed torn between wanting to hit Dom and running to help her son.
"What's going on here?"
An onlooker came closer, bristling up like a charging badger.
"Much-needed lessons," said Domenico, adjusting his gloves like a man proud of the job he'd done.
"Fucking faggots gonna teach others lessons?" The guy growled at him from under his furry hood as the mother pulled her son close and started cleaning him with her own scarf. The child wouldn't stop crying.
"Please, sir, there's no need for this," she quickly said to the stranger.
Domenico didn't stir. He didn't step back or even raise his voice. He just stared at the guy. "What did you call me?"
"You heard me. I saw you kissing the other fag. You think the street is a place for this, where kids can see?" He pointed to the young boy clinging to his mother's leg. "That was a well-deserved fucking snowball."
Domenico moved like lightning. The guy reacted, immediately sending his fist toward Dom's face, but he was at least half the speed of the professional killer that was Domenico. In the strangest of dances, Domenico grabbed his opponent's hand, kicked his legs from beneath him, and, in a graceful pirouette, pushed him into the same gray pile where he'd deposited the kid before. Seth bit his lips in quiet satisfaction. This was exactly the kind of bodyguard he wanted. The mother looked to them with her eyes wide open, grabbed her howling child, and walked away so fast she had to haul her kid behind. Seth walked over to Domenico and put his arm over Dom's shoulders, just like he wanted to in the first place.
"So, how does it feel to have your ass kicked by a fag?"
Seth cocked an eyebrow at the guy, who pulled himself free and moaned, holding onto his nose. Dom grinned at him and kicked the guy's butt with the wet, dirty sole of his shoe, making him fall down to his side. "This, my dear disciple, is how you use your surroundings to your advantage when you fight," Dom told Seth, already leading him away toward the subway station.
"I'll try to remember."
He laughed and gave Dom a kiss on the cheek. No one could fuck with them, literally and metaphorically.
What was up with the kid, though? It was no big deal.
Domenico frowned. No big deal. He was out of control. His mother wouldn't move a finger to make him behave. That's not how you raise a decent human being.
Why do you care, though? Except that it's annoying.
Domenico grunted, turning his head toward the staircase as they started descending to the station. I will never have a son of my own, and it's just so fucking upsetting when breeders can't get their kid right.
You never said you wanted kids.
Seth followed him farther along and gently touched the endings of his hair. Domenico stopped, looking at the tiled wall as they were passed by a group of Amish women. Every man wants a son, don't you? Seth swallowed, unsure of what he wanted.
I don't think I'm ready for kids, or if I even want one. Why do you want a son? Can't you just plant an oak or something?
Domenico spread his arms, slowly tagging along to the stairs leading to the platform. I can't want a son when I know I'm never going to sleep with a woman. It's out of my reach.
But why? What would you do with him?
Seth continued, baffled. Dom didn't strike him as the eager daddy type. Dom shrugged as they made their way along the platform, past two chatting grannies in colorful clothes. I think it's just something within me that calls out for me to leave a legacy. A young man, beautiful, smart, well-educated, strong, a proper man that I would shape. Seth cocked his head to the side and finally looked into Dom's face when they stood in place.
But what if he didn't end up being the way you wanted him to? As much as I claim otherwise, you're not God, you know."
He stroked Dom's fingers through his leather glove. Domenico sighed, closing his fingers around Seth's. "I know, but at least he would be equipped with everything he'd need in life. He'd be loved wisely, no discipline. I'd give him all I never got." Domenico looked up with a tiny, oddly shy smile.
"I'm sure you'd make a good father,"
Seth said and leaned over for a kiss as the subway train rolled onto the platform with a deafening rattle. It turned out Domenico was so eager to be out soon because he had booked an appointment to be measured for a made-to-order suit. Seth didn't quite understand the appeal, but the way Dom's eyes lit up when every part of his body was carefully written down was worth the speed. He looked as proud as a cock on Sunday when the shop assistant, who was obviously flirting, told him that his measurements were Italian perfection, whatever that meant. Seth, on the other hand, felt awkward and didn't quite know what to do with himself. Nothing he saw was his style, everything more expensive than he'd want to pay. The surfaces were so clean, Seth started obsessing about not leaving any fingerprints.
"Does it take long?"
he asked, glancing at Dom again and playing with his cowl. "No, I'll be done here soon. Why don't you choose something you'd like to see on me in the meantime?" asked Dom. A silly grin bloomed on Seth's lips because all he could think of were the Armani briefs. They made Dom look expensive.
"Is there anything you'd like, sir?"
Another shop assistant walked up to him with a welcoming smile.
"I don't know. I don't really think... I'll just look around. Don't worry."
"I'll see you soon. Pick at least 5 things," said Domenico, tensing his muscles. Seth knew for his viewing pleasure.
"Where will we meet?"
Seth asked, already walking off. When he thought about it, he did like one of those casual V-necks with a few buttons under the collar. "Second floor. That's where I shop most frequently." Seth smiled at him once more before going on the amazing winding stairs, which made his mind swirl. He looked up, trying to work out their structure, but all he got was that he almost tripped. The space was a bit like a museum, but he could give the scavenger hunt Dom assigned him a shot. He definitely wanted to get Dom new leather gloves, and those were hot. He got a thrill every time Dom touched him while wearing them. Seth picked up a fitted t-shirt from what seemed like the Armani sports section and ventured to Armani Exchange, where he felt much more at home than on Dom's beloved suits floor. Seth got a slim black shirt he thought Dom might like and a fitted black hoodie made of soft cotton, curious if Dom would scowl at him for the choice. Everyone needed something casual every now and then. But before he would go meet Dom where they arranged, Seth found the one perfect thing he was sure Dom would appreciate in the Armani Dolce shop. He bought him a box of chocolate pralines, some of them already from the Valentine's Day section, heart-shaped in red wrappers. He was ready to go looking for his boyfriend when he got a text message from him. Domenico, of course, got tempted by so many things on the way that he ended up in the fitting room already. Seth lost his way a few times, but finally decided to relinquish his dignity and ask for directions. There was only one fitting room taken, so Seth sneaked closer to surprise Dom. He opened the thick curtain with a wide grin, holding the box of chocolates in front of himself.
"Look what I got."
Seth's eyes fell on the wrinkled face of Luigi Tassa.
"For my wife."
The earlier twinkle of humor was gone from Dom's face, replaced by the frightening, icy facade he knew all too well from the beginning of their time together. Domenico was worried, very worried, but still managed to smile. "I'm sure she'll appreciate it."
"Am I interrupting something, Mr. Tassa?"
Seth looked at the man who leaned against the wall. "Not at all, Seth. I was just chatting to Domenico about the store."
I brought some of the clothes I told you about," Seth mumbled, passing the pile to Domenico.
"Ah, thank you. I couldn't find this department," said Dom, taking the garments as if having your male friend choose clothes for you was the most natural thing in the world. "We'll be out soon. Wait for us?" he asked with his eyebrow crooking. He was as tense as a Victorian maiden on her wedding night. Seth's stomach was clenching and pushing his breakfast up to his throat.
"Yeah, sure. I'll have a look at the shoes and stuff."
He closed the curtain faster than he even opened it, and rushed out of the fitting rooms. But then curiosity got the best of him, and he tiptoed back, hiding behind the last stall and trying to hear something. If something bad was happening, he didn't want to be left in the dark. "Is that how you're training him, to be your errand boy? He sure seems eager," he heard Tassa's stern voice. "We're shopping. I don't see what's the problem," replied Domenico, and Seth heard a rustle of clothing. "We're shopping as well, and you don't see me asking Vincenzo to bring me shit. He's not your friend." "Isn't he my brother?" Seth covered his ears for a cringeworthy moment. This was possibly the last thing he wanted to hear. "Not the same thing as a friend. Remember Dino Villani's brother, Massimo? He was a traitor. My brother, on the other hand, will be the Don. What harm is there in fraternizing with him?" asked Domenico calmly. Seth knew it was all a game, a pose, but he still didn't like how that sounded. Nor did he like the memory of Massimo's brain all over the basement floor. It had been years, and it was stuck in his mind forever. "Remember, things can still change. Don't get too caught up with the wrong brother." Domenico snorted. "Wrong brother? He's been chosen." "Let's say so. When Vincenzo visits, don't you dare brush him off. Make friends. You never know what might happen." Domenico answered after a short pause. "Are you spying on me on his orders, then? I don't appreciate it." Seth knew that cold voice. It never led to anything good. If it was them talking, Dom would probably be holding Seth's jaw as he spoke in a voice like that. "Spying? Not really, no. I don't need to, do I? Just a coincidental meeting in a store we both like." "Of course. It's a shame Vincenzo didn't let us know he's visiting. We'd invite him for drinks." "You'll have a chance for drinks and fraternizing. He's on his way to your apartment because he wants to leave his shopping and luggage before doing anything else." The blood froze in Seth's veins. Vincenzo was going to their house? There was a fucking bottle of lube on the bedside cabinet, and clearly only one bed used. There was history of gay porn on his laptop, a post-it note with a heart drawn on it stuck to the container with the last lemon cupcake, a few gay magazines lying around, and no sign of any interest in tits and pussies. If Vincenzo made it to their home first, they could as well tell him they'd been invaded by the gay village and forced to have sex. "I should make my way home then and prepare it for him. I'm sorry to say we got a bit messy in recent days. Seth isn't a good influence on me," said Domenico, and the curtain moved as someone put his elbow into it. Seth hid farther behind, ready to follow up as soon as Tassa was gone. What a fucking cock-up. "You do that, Domenico," said Tassa without a hint of smile in his voice. He was the first to leave as well. His stiff, broad-shouldered figure was still visible when Dom got out, his eyes frantic. "Seth, where are you?" Dom was walking out to look for him outside, so Seth quickly got out from behind the curtain and grabbed the back of his shirt. Dom swallowed hard and grabbed his wrist. "Let's go. You heard it all right?" "Yeah," he whispered, following with his knees soft as butter. And for once it wasn't because Dom got him so horny. His dick couldn't be softer. Motherfucker could have emailed. "Yeah, he probably got some news from your father. Just don't show any weakness when you meet him. Got it?" asked Dom as they walked down the white stairs. Seth put on his cowl and gloves, bristling up. "Of course not. Fuck." Domenico sighed as they moved toward the exit. "What are those chocolates for me?" The question got Seth so out of balance that he didn't know what to say. "Duh, who else? The fantasy of having you eat them off me is long gone." Domenico nodded and raised his hand for a taxi as soon as they were in the street. Seth couldn't care less about the chill and snow. His body was getting so sweaty with panic under the jacket that it wasn't even funny anymore. Chapter 14. Domenico. "Just put it into the drawer," growled Domenico as he pushed the spunk-stained bedding into the trash bag. Both the master bedroom bed and the single one in the guest room had been appropriately rustled, and Dom moved his things into a pile in the living room except for a half-used pack of cigarettes he left in the second bedroom as if by accident. They were running around like headless chickens, and he didn't like the sudden presence in the city one bit. Luigi must have watched them, which gave Dom a very unpleasant sensation in the stomach. Just in case, he hid a few weapons on himself. Seth rushed over to the kitchen but stopped to pick up a few magazines. He stuffed them into the freezer, of all places. There was no time to argue with that idiotic move, as they already heard a key in the lock. They should have rented an apartment that wasn't paid for by the family. Domenico fell to the couch, on a pile of bedding he stained with tea earlier, and looked at the door as it opened, revealing the self-satisfied smirk of Vincenzo Villani. He walked in with a dark piece of luggage, dressed in a dark blue polo shirt and jeans under a short woolen coat. "Missed me?" Seth gave him a faint smile from the kitchen.
"You should have warned us. We'd have ordered some food."
He looked into the fridge, pulled something out of there, and threw it into the trash. "Mr. Tassa surprised us in the store," added Domenico and walked up to the newcomer. All his senses were alert. "But I prepared the room for you."
"Oh, cool."
Vincenzo pulled out his fist to the front.
"We're gonna have fun tonight."
Domenico stared at the hand, but decided this wasn't the moment for him to die, so he pushed his own fist against Vincenzo's. "Why? You have any plans?"
"Hell yeah! I'm taking you guys to my favorite titty bar."
He looked around the apartment with a grin.
"Where do I leave my shit?"
Domenico gave a mental groan. Titty bar. How old was this idiot? "Just across the door. I moved out and gave you clean bedding."
"Great stuff, Dom."
Since when was he Dom?
"It's a shame, though. Shouldn't my brother show some hospitality?"
Vincenzo looked toward the kitchen where Seth was pretending he didn't exist.
"Sure, you can take my room if you want. I'll just take my stuff."
"No, that's all right," said Domenico. "I moved out, according to my rank. Please, make yourself comfortable." He entered the second bedroom and switched on the light, pointing to the ensuite bathroom door. "You could freshen up for the girls."
"I'm planning to take one home tonight, so I better."
Vincenzo wiggled his eyebrows.
"Can't wait for some American pussy."
"Yeah," Seth uttered, following them.
"You have to keep it in your pants so I don't tell your wife."
Vincenzo snorted. "You should tell on him already, then," chuckled Domenico. The joke did actually make him smile. "Before he puts it into one, she needs a cavity search for security reasons. But I'm happy to help." The scowl on Seth's face could break a mirror.
"I'm faithful."
"Look at him, all defensive as if I care." Vincenzo poked Dom with an elbow and laughed. Domenico gave him a tight smile. "You want some beer?" What was up with this fraternizing? Vincenzo had never missed an opportunity to push Dom into the ground, and now he was even friendlier than the last time they'd met in Italy.
"Yeah, sure. More fun for us then if Seth can't join in. Where do you guys go? You've been here, what, over a month?"
Seth stroked a lampshade.
8 weeks.
Domenico shrugged. "We devote most of our time to training. As you know, I'm very serious about orders, and Seth does need some polishing," he said, glancing at his lover across the room. He was a sad sight, with his shoulders slightly hunched.
"I'm good. I'm getting really good at wrestling."
"We should spar." Vincenzo grinned before walking off to the bathroom. Domenico swallowed. "Shall we order some food?"
"I'm not hungry,"
Seth whispered as they heard the water start in the shower.
"But we can get something."
Dom closed the door to Vincenzo's room and hurried toward the lone figure in the kitchen. Something wasn't right.
"Fucking pizza for all I care,"
Seth hissed and started taking out food from the fridge. Domenico grabbed the shutter control and pressed the button, enveloping the living room in darkness. What if there was a sniper on the roof nearby?
"I'm not giving him my food to eat."
Seth growled and dumped a whole plastic box of lasagna in the trash.
"Stop!"
Domenico grabbed his arms and turned Seth toward him.
"Calm down, okay? No, he came here just to fuck with me, and not in a good way."
Seth looked into his eyes with a sneer. Anger boiled up in Domenico's chest, and he grabbed Seth's nape in warning. You will calm down and trust me, okay?
I am calm. I'm just saying that I'll fucking spar with him, and we'll see who's better at wrestling. Who will smash whose face in.
He'll break your nose or worse. Domenico shook him, desperate to get through to his stubborn lover. You will not wrestle. Do as I say. The hurt look Seth gave him was ridiculous in these circumstances.
You don't believe in me.
Domenico groaned and rested his forehead on Seth's shoulder, breathing in his salty scent. I do, but he's been training for far longer than you. You don't stand a chance at this point.
Okay, whatever. I'm calm. Order food.
Seth turned his back on Dom and reached for the next box in the fridge. Seth, no. You made those for me, pleaded Dom, pulling him against his chest and burying his face in the fragrant neck. Seth took a deep breath that expanded his whole chest and pulled at Dom's arms.
He's gonna make fun of me for cooking, he said as if they were teenage boys, not potential targets for murder.
Tell him we bought it at the deli. Come on. Dom spun Seth around and gave him a quick kiss, savoring as much of those sweet lips as he could. Don't let him provoke you. Seth reached for one of the boxes and opened it in a rush. He pulled out the last lemon cupcake from the batch he'd made 2 days ago.
But you eat this one, quick, before he comes back.
He pushed it against Dom's lips as if it were a matter of life and death. Domenico opened his mouth to avoid having the frosting all over his face, and God, it was so good he wanted to float in the air. Or eat it and have Seth suck him off at the same time. That would have been perfect. He moaned, brushing his thumb over Seth's side to calm him down. Things were moving far too quickly, and he wished Luigi had actually told him what was going on. Seth moved away just in time when they heard footsteps in the corridor. Vincenzo came round in just a towel.
So, what did you guys order?
He asked, walking into the kitchen. Domenico pushed the cupcake sponge farther into his mouth and waved at Vincenzo. His mouth was so full he wasn't sure he could utter a proper sound, but he wouldn't spit the cake out. It was almost as good as Seth's dick.
I got some leftover food from a local Italian place, Seth said reluctantly.
I'm starving and need the energy. Vincenzo wiggled his eyebrows and made a few suggestive thrusts with his hips. Nice hips, and from what Domenico knew, there was a decently sized dick hidden under the towel, but he wouldn't fuck Vincenzo even if he were the last man in the world. Disgusting, pussy-eating lowlife. The music had no melody whatsoever. It sounded like a bunch of unrelated items thrown together into a sack that was being rhythmically shaken over the head of a mad whore. And speaking of whores, there were plenty all around him in the darkness of the shabby nightclub. If this was Vincenzo's idea of entertainment, Domenico felt sorry for the bastard's actual friends. With most of the lights off, the place seemed tolerable, but Dom wouldn't like to see it in ultraviolet, or even with regular lights on. Seth had in fact calmed down, if getting drunk could be considered that. He sat slouched over a bottle next to Vincenzo. A dancer walked over the counter that doubled as the stage and smiled at the men sitting at her feet. The metal pole at the end was where she was headed. She spun around it, ignoring any beat the music had, but no one seemed to care. Her fake boobs covered with a tiny golden bikini top were everything the patrons wanted to see. Well, except her pussy. Domenico wasn't sure what the state law said about such displays, but he hoped the sparkly thong would stay on, soaking in her juices. He didn't want to even think about it, but at least with Vincenzo's attention occupied, he was free to gradually spill his drink on the floor. The last thing he wanted with Vincenzo around was to lose awareness of his surroundings. The dancer started swirling around the pole, exposing her crotch, hidden only by a tiny strip of fabric, and Domenico did whistle. He did groan and adjust his pants like all the other men did. He needed to blend in. He didn't appreciate the way Seth looked at him every now and then. The fucker even laughed when the stripper kneeled in front of Dom and rubbed her breasts in front of him.
Over here! Over here!
Seth laughed and waved a $10 bill at her. Domenico leaned in, holding up a note between two fingers as he called her over with the other hand. He knew what would happen. She'd squeeze his face between her tits and he'd pretend he loved it.
You trying to outbid your friend?
She laughed as she leaned over, and when her tits rubbed Dom's face, he could swear her nipples brushed against his cheeks.
I think I like you better, though.
Yeah, sorry, babes, this one's married. Vincenzo laughed and pointed to Seth. Domenico ran his hand over her ridiculously smooth skin and slipped the note under the waistband of her thong, pushing it down toward her pussy. It was just for Vincenzo's viewing pleasure, but still made him cringe as he leaned back. Seth raised his bottle with a sneer and downed it in one go.
My bad. I think her pussy's all wet for Dom. Maybe he should get the proper lap dance? Do you like that, Dom?
Vincenzo laughed, already taking out his wallet.
My treat.
Domenico gritted his teeth behind the smile he sent them. He leaned back in his chair, grinning at the dancer who approached him in cat-like moves. Her bright smile was almost fluorescent in the darkness.
Yeah, handsome? You want to feel me all over?
She wiggled her drawn-on eyebrows and held out her hand to him.
Let's go somewhere private.
Seth booed and slapped the counter.
I want to see it.
Domenico snorted and slipped his hand to her round ass, squeezing her through the fishnet tights. This was like what being taken for a vasectomy had to feel like. His balls were already pushing up against his body like two frightened kittens, but he would hold his head high and do whatever was necessary. Fuck off. Get your own lap dance, he said, watching as Vincenzo pushed the money into the woman's hand. She giggled and wrapped her arm around Dom's waist. It felt like a snake sliding behind his back, and the flowery scent of her perfume was already making him sweat.
I'm Tamara. You?
She asked as she led him to a dark velvet curtain. I'm Dom, was all he could squeeze out as his head spun from the various colliding ideas of how to get out of this mess. He couldn't just tell her he was gay. She led him through a corridor with narrow doors. Each had a metal plaque hanging from a hook to indicate whether a room was vacant. With the deafening noise of the music that could hardly talk, but when she finally led him into a dimly lit room with a leather couch in strategic proximity of yet another dancing pole, it became oddly quiet, and Domenico's lips zipped up.
So, Dom, you seem tense. Need to unwind after a long day?
Tamara said with a smile, squinting slightly as she put her hands on his shoulders and guided him to the couch. When he sat down, she straightened up and pushed a button on the wall. Sensual, slow music enveloped the tiny room, gluing him to the seat as the woman began circular movements of her hips as she stroked her own barely clad body. Domenico swallowed, leaning back as far as he could from the pussy hidden behind the tiny piece of fabric. He was so not ready for this after being put on the spot. Seth would pay for this. He took a deep breath. Could you sit down next to me?
You sure? I know how to make a man happy.
Tamara tipped her body forward so fast Dom had to stop himself from reaching for the gun, but all she did was put her hands on the wall behind him, so her big breasts almost touched his face. Domenico had to stop himself from pushing her away, but instead he gave a low sigh and smiled. I'm sure you're beautiful, but I'm really not in the mood for that tonight. This was probably the first time he declined sex, ever.
Oh, what is it, sweetie?
Tamara stroked his cheek and slowly sat down next to him. Domenico slumped in relief and gave her a tight smile. I'm sorry. I know my friends do their best to make me feel better, but it's just too soon for me. My wife just left with our kid 2 days ago, and as lovely as you are, I really can't, he said flatly, hoping it was enough. The way her eyes softened had him sigh in relief.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that.
She grasped his hand.
You can talk to me about it if you need to. Nobody needs to know.
Domenico bit his lip and clasped his hands between his thighs, staring at the floor. I'm traveling a lot because of my job, and it seems that she got bored with spending so much time alone. But you know, she never really spoke to me about this. One day, she just left. Tamara nodded and looked at him with compassion, which felt extremely uncomfortable in these circumstances.
I understand. My ex-husband did that. Just walked out one day and I never saw him again. He left me with 2 kids without even thinking how I'll make ends meet.
Domenico glanced at her and slowly patted her upper back. He supposed that would be the most appropriate and non-sexual place to touch in this situation. Now that he was away from immediate danger, he could start being uncomfortable with the role of a confessor. That's awful. What a dick. That would keep her away from sexual topics. The next 15 minutes passed on Tamara revealing her real name, telling Domenico about her children, and a tip of $200. That should keep her mouth shut about what they actually did during the private time. She gave him a red kiss on the jaw, and he smudged it a bit just before returning to the Villani brothers.
You took forever!
Vincenzo laughed and patted Tamara on the ass when she passed them.
She must have liked you.
Domenico gave them a smug smile and sat down in his seat, slouching in the pose of a sated lion. I gave her a tip big enough to get whatever I wanted. Seth wasn't even looking his way, just downed his drink. Of course, why would he after sending Dom into the hell of plump, smooth thighs? When the music got even louder, a total of 3 dancers ascended the catwalk to perform in what he supposed was a pole dancing competition. The roars coming from the men who gathered around the stage only confirmed his suspicions.
Hey, Dom, as I said, my treat.
Vincenzo yelled with a loud grin and passed him a credit card.
Go get us the most expensive champagne they've got.
Domenico patted Vincenzo's back and made his way toward the bar, making sure that his gait was not completely stable. He didn't want Vincenzo to know he hadn't drunk throughout the evening. Having passed a spill and a half-naked waitress on his way, he eventually reached the counter, toying with the credit card as he watched the bartender's ass wiggle to the beat. Dom would do him after the horror he'd been through at this den of debauchery. The bartender spun around to the music and sent him a wide smile as he reached for the card.
What can I do for you, Mr. Tropico?
He laughed, but quickly covered his mouth. Sorry, no disrespect. Blood froze in Domenico's veins, and he pulled the credit card from the bartender's hand, frantically looking at the name on it. It was only when the name trembled in front of his eyes that he realized his hands started shaking. It was the name from the printed-out email he got off the Chinese who attacked them back in Berlin, the name Angelo mentioned. The buzzing music seemed to stream between his ears like a drill that prevented him from thinking. Fucker wanted them dead all those months ago, and Seth was just sitting there, laughing with Vincenzo, drunk like a sailor. Seth couldn't be an easier target right now. It looked like they had all underestimated Vincenzo. Not such a dumbass after all.
Mr. Tropico?
The bartender waved his hand in front of Dom. He must have been asking something before. Domenico handed him the card.
Sorry, I thought they gave you the expired card,
he said with a brilliant smile, but his mind was already swamped with calculations. He needed to get Vincenzo a woman. The sooner the better. A bottle of your best champagne.
Of course, sir. Would you like the girls to bring it?
The bartender kept smiling as he swiped the card. Dom smiled. One of my friends should be celebrating tonight. Any chance one of the girls would give him the slutty girlfriend experience? The bartender fanned himself with the card.
Mr. Tropico, with this piece of plastic, your friend can have whatever he wants.
Still having in mind all the obscene stuff Vincenzo said on the way here, Domenico sighed. She'll have big fake tits, a shaved crotch, long fingernails, and blonde hair. Very slutty and loving an Italian accent, Dom said, smiling at the waiter. I'd have you, but I'm very faithful. The guy's eyes sparkled with interest, his pupils widening.
Your girlfriend wouldn't have to know,
he said quieter, leaning over the counter. Domenico mentally rolled his eyes. Boyfriend. Now, I'm telling you this because my friend needs to be distracted so that I can actually fuck my boyfriend. I'm sure you understand, he said and winked at him.
Oh.
The bartender sighed and swiped the card once more. Okay, I'll try my best to arrange things. One blonde hot cake coming right up. He seemed disappointed but still smiled at Dom. Thanks, I owe you one in the future. Domenico grinned, reaching out in pretense of brushing dust off his shirt. He knew from experience a little dose of his interest could do wonders. "I'll be waiting then." The guy beamed at Dom but already turned to get the champagne and gestured to a girl at the back. Domenico hoped Vincenzo would be pleased with the last position on his credit card statement, whatever the bartender put on there in place of one blonde hotcake, but he looked at their table, checking out whether Seth was safe. He needed to focus and think of something. They should somehow make use of the time alone because one thing Domenico was certain of was that Luigi would know about a plot to eliminate Seth, and Dom wouldn't have it. For a bystander, there would have seemed to be a sense of camaraderie between Seth and Vincenzo, laughing, drinking together, clinking their glasses. When a voluptuous blonde came over to them with a bottle of champagne, Vincenzo got her into his lap and poured them all a generous amount. Domenico gave one more grin to the bartender and walked back to their table, the card burning his hand like a glowing piece of coal. He couldn't believe Vincenzo was reckless enough to use the credit card with the same name as on the damn email. But maybe he was far too drunk to care. "Enjoying your American experience?"
"The hell I am!"
Vincenzo laughed and grabbed a fistful of breast as the girl in his lap giggled and ground against his crotch. It had to be a pretty low-grade place for this to go on in public. It might be why Vincenzo had recommended it. Seth downed his drink. Domenico dropped to his seat and put an arm around Vincenzo. "You like her?" he asked, glancing at the busty blonde.
"I could ride that pussy all night."
He laughed and slid his hand between the girl's thighs. She laughed and started whispering into his mouth. Dom stole a glance at Seth, who raised an empty shot glass at him with a grim expression and tried to drink from it.
"You know what? I might actually set off somewhere with Angela here."
Vincenzo laughed and licked his fingers.
"I got a special room you might like,"
she teased and bit into his ear. She then lowered her voice again, but judging from Vincenzo's expression, it had to be something he found very hot. Probably something as elaborate as "fuck me into the mattress."
"Can we go?"
Seth whispered to Dom. His words were slurred, and his half-lidded eyes were an invitation to bed. Domenico groaned and leaned into Vincenzo. "Take care of the girl while I take your brother to bed. He's done for the night." "Have fun babysitting," Vincenzo said quietly, presumably so Seth wouldn't hear it. Dom gave him a swat on the shoulder and got up, gesturing for Seth to do the same. "We're going." Seth nodded and patted Vincenzo on the back. Dom had to help him walk. Some of the girls waved at them, and Seth waved back with a stupid grin, as if he really were a part of this. Domenico sighed and pulled Seth toward the door. They were lucky this was a pretty run-down part of town, which meant there weren't as many cameras everywhere. They needed discreet transportation.
"Oh my God," Seth laughed loudly, supporting himself on Dom's shoulder. "I couldn't believe your face when Vincenzo bought you a lap dance. Such utter dread."
"Shut up. You're not coming today for what you did," growled Dom into his ear. He couldn't be more glad to leave a building as they went out into the cold.
"No, not fair," Seth moaned and stumbled forward. "I'm gonna come like 4,000 times.
"Right, we'll see about that. I'm going to deny you all night, idiot." Domenico breathed in the cold and briefly scanned the low buildings around them. Nothing worth attention. A store on the other side of the street, 2 young men walking into the distance. All he needed was a quiet street and an old car. The problem was he wasn't getting a quiet Seth.
"No, don't. You know I hate that."
Seth grabbed his arm.
"I was just kidding."
"Yeah, right. I'm wondering whether I can ever get a hard-on again," Dom said, walking away from the pulsing club. Seth stumbled along as if he were competing in an invisible slalom.
"You just need encouragement. Have you washed your hands?"
he snorted. "No, but I didn't touch her there," groaned Dom, turning into a small alley where he saw several cars parked on the sidewalk. It was late enough for no one to notice.
"There? Come on, say it. Pussy,"
Seth hissed, emphasizing the double S's. Domenico dragged his fingers down his face. Fuck you, Seth, that's gross.
I can't help my brother's generosity.
Seth spread his arms, chuckling and grabbing onto a metal fence to keep himself on both feet. Shut up, or I'll never fuck you again, muttered Domenico, approaching a car that looked promising. Seth started laughing so hard he fell to his ass in the snow.
Yeah, like I'll believe that.
Better do. Dom pulled out his trusty lock-picking set. No one should see them, but he covered his face as he started the machine nevertheless. I could just fuck your throat till the end of this affair.
Huh?
Seth looked up with his lips parted.
No, that's so unfair. You can't do that.
He moaned, trying to get up.
It's not like I need fucking,
he babbled. So keep quiet. Domenico wasn't usually doing work as vulgar as this, but it was a useful skill, so he opened the car door without much trouble. He leaned in to open the passenger door as well and invited Seth in, diving lower to start the car. He was glad portable phones had flashlights these days.
Dom? Why are we doing this? You want to do it in someone's car?
Seth snorted but came closer.
I don't believe you could survive on blowjobs, though.
I'd have to find another guy for ass-fucking, groaned Domenico as he got access to the wires.
No!
Seth moaned again, diving in to lie in the back seat.
I wouldn't let you do that. I'd dump your ass. It's not like I'm just available for whatever.
Isn't your mouth available? Asked Dom, trying to distract Seth as he was working. I like how wet it is.
No, it isn't. I do what I want and when I want, mumbled Seth into the upholstery.
Domenico groaned, stuck in an uncomfortable position. I'll fuck you if you hide your face in the cowl.
You don't want to even see my face,
Seth complained, slurring as he went along.
You're horrible. You just want my ass. You don't love me at all.
Domenico looked at him from beneath the dashboard. That was the last thing he wanted to deal with right now. We're stealing a car. You don't want to be caught on camera, do you?
Not really, no. Not my thing. I like to keep you secret.
The car started, and Domenico struggled into the driver's seat, finally closing the door. It was only now that he noticed the car was even more soaked with cigarette smoke than his favorite pillow back at home. Let's stick to that, he said and pulled up his scarf. He didn't get an answer this time, and it was for the better. They had a long way to go. Chapter 15. Seth. Seth's head was spinning when he opened his eyes, trying to figure out what happened. He was in a car. It was dark. The car just parked. Had he been kidnapped again? He broke out in cold sweat and yelped, waving his hands in front of himself to check if he wasn't tied up.
Dom?
Yeah? A knock on the car window rose Seth to a sitting position. It was very quiet, with just some background noise of the city far away. He looked up at Dom and slowly opened the door. His lover was smoking, melted into the darkness in his black clothes.
Where are we? Are you dumping me?
Domenico sighed, playing with his cigarette. The red end was creating the illusion of a pattern in the dark background. Where did that even come from? Seth sat up, for a moment seeing 2 red dots instead of 1.
You were unhappy before, with the lap dance and stuff, complaining I was too loud.
Domenico reached out his hand to help him up. That's hardly a reason to dump such a prime piece of ass.
You said you'd put a cowl on my face,
Seth moaned, though he didn't exactly remember all the details of the conversation. He wrapped an arm around Dom, still dizzy. As long as you don't puke all over me, we're good, said Domenico as he threw the cigarette butt into the dirt and stepped on it. You want to see a secret hideout of mine?
Where are we?
Seth looked around the empty area. 1 abandoned building, 1 road. No lights, no people, no civilization in sight. The snow wasn't falling anymore, and a clear sky was a background to a whole sea of stars. You don't need to know, said Domenico, and his smoke-stained lips were like the sweetest candy to Seth. Dom petted his arm and then pulled him along toward the old disintegrating house made of red brick.
If you wanted private time, we could have gone to a hotel.
Seth clung to Dom with a smile, liking all the balance he got from his lover. He didn't even feel the cold when they hugged. Domenico let his head fall back with a groan. There might be private time, but we need to do something first. If you want sex, be good. Seth bit his lip and nodded, being led into the building. It smelled of dust and stale air.
Do we need to do something illegal?
Seth whispered, his heart rate already picking up. Dom always had something exciting in the pipeline. A smile spread across Seth's lips, and he slid his fingers between the buttons of Dom's coat. We stole a car, said Dom, walking up to a steel door, locked with a huge metal lock. To Seth's surprise, Dom produced a key and pushed it right into the hole, like he would push his dick into Seth later. Seth sucked his bottom lip into his mouth at that thought. Domenico had a way of fucking him that defied all logic.
And now we're breaking in somewhere?
No, I have the key, but don't tell anyone, said Dom just before he gave Seth another kiss. He turned the key in the lock and it opened without effort. Very soon, Dom pushed the door and invited Seth inside with a gesture, even though the damp darkness didn't seem like a good place for sex. It felt like entering an old fridge.
You have the key to everything. Tonight you even had the key to pussy.
Seth chuckled, hugging Dom closer. I don't need one. What I need is a skeleton key to male ass. Dom shut the door and put a piece of wood across metal hooks fastened on the inner side of the door to keep the house safe while they were inside.
You already have one. It's in your pants.
Seth laughed and slid his hand to cup Dom's cock. Fuck, it was a glorious thing. The space was a large empty hall with broken glass in the windows and a few structures that looked like deserted shops. Old posters peeled off the walls. Seth had no idea what this place was. An old bus station, maybe? Domenico grabbed his hand and took it away from the best sausage he'd ever had. I'm being serious here. We'll fuck once we're done, said Dom as he switched on the flashlight in his cell phone and moved across the hall, careful not to step into one of the piles of rubble. Seth sighed, not used to this sort of rejection. He followed in silence 2 steps away. He wasn't even sure what they were doing anymore. There was a pleasant buzz in his head, so it was hard to focus. And then there it was, in the cool light of Domenico's flashlight. A photo booth.
I don't get it.
Seth spread his arms, discouraged by the lack of Dom's interest. We're gonna take some pictures, said Dom as he knelt by a large device connected to the photo booth. He grabbed his phone with his teeth and opened the machine. Seth frowned and crossed his arms on his chest.
We went all this way to take dirty pictures?
It will be clean pictures, or no sex, warned Domenico, who already wore leather gloves.
Oh, come on, this is some shit.
Seth turned away, scanning the area again. It had to have been abandoned ages ago, like in the 70s. And with all windows completely covered by wooden planks, it was dark as a monastery cellar. What's not to like?
You take me to some cold shithole after we spent the night with Vincenzo, and I don't even get to rub your dick? Fuck that.
Seth walked toward the door, but stopped midway when he remembered that, unlike Dom, he wouldn't be able to start the car without the keys anyway. You're welcome to rub my dick, but pictures come, and it's working, said Domenico with a smile in his voice. The air filled with a low humming sound, and when Seth turned around, the photo booth was illuminated, a pretty woman with perfect teeth staring at him from a poster on its surface. She didn't have a 70s look. Something was off, and he couldn't put a finger on it. Seth came closer to the machine. The motor was actually giving off some warmth, as if the photo booth wanted to invite him in.
Are we high? Is this like the hot tub time machine but with a photo booth?
What? Domenico frowned and shook his head. No, but you had lots of ethanol, said Dom, pulling off his coat despite the cold. Seth touched the machine, smiling at how it warmed in his hands. The pink light it gave off seemed as alien in the run-down building as a luxurious pool would be in the middle of the highway.
Is this a prank?
No. I just want to take some photos to send your father, so that he can be proud of how we're doing, said Dom, adjusting his hair in the faint light from the open booth.
Why don't you just use your cell phone?
Seth hugged him, smelling Dom's hair with a smile.
I don't look so good now anyway. I'm drunk.
Don't worry about that. I'll go first, okay? Give me a second, said Dom as he pushed Seth out of the booth. Seth pouted, trying to hold on to Dom's shirt.
Don't go.
Calm down. I'll be just behind the curtain. Stay there and I'll suck you off after we're done, okay? Said Domenico, drawing the plastic curtain shut. Seth took a deep breath and leaned against the booth. Dom was making a lot of hot promises today and not backing them up much.
This is stupid,
he muttered, staring at the metal scaffolding that supported the ceiling. I know, but he'll like it. It's going to be a surprise, said Dom after the sound of a photo being taken.
He's not gonna like it.
Seth shook his head, trying to hug the warmth from the time-traveling machine. Dom pulled the curtain away and climbed out. Your turn.
Okay.
Seth moaned and sat in the plastic chair, faking a wide smile. He really wanted that blowjob, and for that he'd stand the too bright light and the uncomfortable tightness of the booth. He imagined that was how astronauts had to feel right before launch. All right, but it needs to be done right, so focus, Domenico told him. There was a pattern for the position of the head on the screen, and Dom seemed determined to make Seth comply with it. With his hand on the button, Dom pulled the curtain shut.
Why would I sit with the face of a grumpy cat?
Seth rolled his eyes. Keep your face neutral. Imagine we're making this for a passport. If it's all right, you'll get your blowjob or whatever else you like, okay? Buzzed Dom from behind the curtain. Seth took a deep breath and got into the right position.
This is not sexy.
It's for your father. I'd be worried if you wanted to look sexy for him.
Let's just get this done. My dick is soft like a marshmallow,
complained Seth. And that got his picture done. One more and Dom gave him a thumbs up, commanding the machine to print. With Domenico satisfied, Seth could at least relax. The curtain was pulled back again and Domenico gave him a wide smile. Good. Now we're back to business.
Are we?
Seth pouted, looking up at him, lost in the situation. Domenico leaned down, his hair again hanging freely down his shoulders. It was such a tempting sight. What did I promise you?
I don't want it anymore. Let's just go.
Seth got up, trying not to think about how good Domenico smelled. You don't? Domenico dropped to the plastic seat with a frown. The fake lights gave his skin an unnatural glow. Vincenzo will likely be home already.
I don't want him in our bed.
Seth groaned and rested his palms on the wall over Dom's head. Me neither, said Dom, opening Seth's jeans. That's why he's sleeping in the second bedroom and I'll be on the couch.
No, don't be on the couch.
Seth slowly rocked his hips against those skilled, tempting hands. With Dom, even a simple hand job would be exciting. He can't see us in the same bed, come on. Domenico smiled and pulled Seth's soft cock free. His touch sent millions of butterflies all over Seth's skin.
I know.
A rush of heat spread over Seth's body.
I thought you said you weren't interested after all the pussy you've seen tonight.
That fucking lap dance, it was your fault, growled Domenico, pinching the head of Seth's dick. Seth smirked.
Guess you need something to bleach your brain?
He took off his jacket and straightened up. Interest flashed in Dom's eyes. That would be helpful. There was a pleasant lightness to Seth's head as he started rocking his hips.
A lap dance you won't have to fake your reaction to.
He looked down at Dom, eager to see more skin. Right now, Domenico was encased in a thick gray pullover, well-fitted jeans, and the leather gloves he put on again after having his photo taken. His eyes were darkening at an incredible speed. You want to give me a lap dance?
Maybe. Wait, I should pull my pants up, right?
Seth slapped Dom's hand away and let his jeans fall to his ankles as he pulled up his briefs. He felt dirty standing like that in a public place, even if it was abandoned. But it was a good dirty, a sexy dirty that had his blood pumping faster. Dom wouldn't judge him for it. "That is something I want very much," muttered Domenico, whose eyes widened as he watched Seth get ready.
"Oh, do you? Can you afford it, or have you spent all the money on whores tonight?"
Seth snorted and did a turn in front of Dom, showing off his ass. It got his skin tingling where it was naked. He slowly pulled up his hoodie halfway, presenting more flesh. He shivered when soft leather traced the backs of his thighs and then slid along the curve of his buttocks. The touch was punctuated by a soft baritone sigh. "That is unbelievably erotic." The doubts that Seth had about showing himself off in this way drowned in the alcohol running in his veins and the excitement in Dom's voice. It was a cocktail he'd drink any day, not to mention the touch of leather against his skin.
"Yeah, you like it?"
He took a deep breath and pushed back slightly, arching his ass into the touch. Domenico surprised him by grabbing the sides of his hips and pulling him deeper into the booth. With Dom's knees pushing at Seth's thighs, they were now well aligned for what they both wished would come next. The denim was rough on Seth's skin, only heightening his arousal. "You have the ass of an underwear model." Heat swamped Seth all over, and he pushed the jeans off one of his legs with the shoe, so he could properly spread his legs. He could barely breathe when he thought about how exposed he was, in a well-lit photo booth in the middle of a huge dark bus station. Domenico was the only person Seth would show himself to in this way. He put his hands on the walls for better balance and slowly rocked his ass to the sides while flexing his buttocks.
"Pull my briefs down if you want to see more."
Dom's hands, clad in those warm leather gloves, cupped the sides of Seth's ass, squeezing it gently. They reminded him of Dom on the job, built out of efficiency, made for aggression, and possessing everything he touched. "Not yet. It looks so hot in white cotton," Dom whispered, suddenly pulling the buttocks apart. Seth's cock stirred when the fabric brushed over his anus.
"Oh, fuck,"
he hissed in excitement and ground against the fingers.
"So fucking hot."
Seth leaned to the side and pressed a button for a photo. It got him bending over even more, and he couldn't help how his cock throbbed in his briefs at Dom's touch. One of the warm, large hands slipped under his hoodie, awakening every nerve in its way, while the other cupped Seth's buttock, a thumb rubbing Seth's hole through the layer of cotton like it was licking him.
"So good,"
Seth uttered, grinding against the touch. He felt like a bitch in heat, but couldn't help himself. Since he'd learned how good it was to be fucked, the pull was too strong and made him lose all shame. Domenico knew exactly how to touch him and had the confidence to do so. Seth slowly bent over all the way to touch the floor with his fingers, but he quickly moved them to the polished leather of Domenico's shoes. They looked amazing, even with the slight trace of drying wetness. "My cock is growing for you," whispered Domenico, rocking his hips up and rolling Seth's flesh in his hands, just as lovingly as Seth when he was kneading bread dough. Seth made circular moves with his hips and slowly lowered his ass into Dom's lap. Oh, fuck. He could feel that stiff dick under his sensitive asshole even through the layers of fabric they were still wearing. It was freaking throbbing to get some cock. The way Dom's cock fit between his buttocks when he rubbed against it rhythmically was the stuff wet dreams were made of. He arched his back and wrapped an arm around Dom's neck, taking another photo with his free hand. The skin on his head and neck tingled from the side where it brushed against his lover, who didn't waste time. His soft mouth, the sharp teeth were enough to make Seth moan within seconds as the gentle nips trailed along his jaw. Domenico was slowly moving his hands over Seth's torso, rubbing and petting the tense flesh with his gloved hands. No one had ever touched Seth quite like him. One brush of fingers was sometimes enough to pull out the lusty part of Seth and refuse to let it subside. "You're so big," whispered Domenico in a voice as hoarse as if Dom had wood chips for dinner.
"You're not so small yourself."
Seth arched his neck to the petting, and never stopped sliding his ass over Dom's thick cock. He spread his thighs wider now that they'd left the cool air behind the plastic curtain. It was like the photo booth became their own hot, lusty cocoon. "Yes," breathed Domenico, moving his hips in the familiar rhythm, matching it to Seth's. His ragged, low gasps were all the music Seth needed for this dance. His chest was swelling with pride at how much pleasure he was able to give Dom. Breath caught in his throat when Dom pulled down the waistband of his briefs, never stopping his thrusts. Seth swallowed to give the side of Dom's head a kiss and pushed the button for another photo. He lifted his hips to let his lover slip off the briefs. Seth loved the feeling of being naked against a dressed man. It gave him a thrill that went right to the tip of his stiff dick. Domenico grabbed his jaw and forced Seth's head back for a wet, aggressive kiss that left him yearning for more before it even ended. "I've got lube," whispered Domenico against his lips.
"Then use it. I'm all up for that,"
Seth rasped, all pliant in Dom's arms, with his lips already searching for Dom's. He was beyond denying it now. His whole body throbbed for it, and those leather gloves were driving him right off the horny cliff. "I will," Seth cried out when Dom bit into his stretched-out neck while fumbling for something in his jeans. "I'm gonna make you sit on my cock and ride me." Breath caught in Seth's throat, but he already knew he'd do that. Ride it until Domenico came in him. He ground his naked ass into Dom's crotch in circular movements, shaking with desire.
"Your cock,"
was all he could say. "Yeah," whispered Dom. It was followed by a ripping sound, and before Seth knew what was happening, slick, leather-clad fingers moved in between his cheeks, pushing right into his hole. The gloves made the fingers seem thicker, and with Dom's other hand firmly on Seth's thigh, a feeling of being owned wrapped itself around Seth's throat. He let out a moan, hugging Dom's head closer.
"Oh, God!"
The feeling of being stretched, filled, was all Seth yearned for. It made him become Domenico's complete possession, his missing part. Not to mention it had him panting and holding back a whole world of obscenities. Somehow there had never before been a man who made him feel that he wanted it, but now it was hard to deny that he needed those moments of being owned, pinned down and held so tightly he could barely breathe. The fingers were moving in his relaxed anus without any trouble, playing with the flesh, stretching it with their irregular moves. "Tell me when you want it," uttered Domenico as he lapped at Seth's ear, making his head rattle. Seth moaned and dragged his feet over the floor, pushing his hips against the fingers.
Fuck, I've been wanting it since forever."
He grunted once more when Dom pushed 2 fingers in up to the knuckle. "Yes, but not here," gasped Dom, removing his fingers much to Seth's dismay. He lifted Seth up and pushed him out of the cramped space, following suit with the light from inside illuminating their bodies. Seth knew he should be ashamed, but he wasn't. He still panted, standing there with his pants pulled down and his naked ass exposed to the chill.
"Where? I want it in me. When you said you would fuck me, you lied, right?"
Seth looked at Dom with his eyes wide. "Yeah, I can't wait," said Dom breathlessly. Seth understood what he wanted to do when Dom sat down on the dusty floor next to the booth and raised his arms in invitation. He didn't have to ask twice. Seth straddled him, hugging Dom tightly and already rubbing his ass against Dom's hard-on. So stiff for him, so ready. Seth's whole body was like a radiator, begging to share his heat with Dom. "Let me just get my cock out," chuckled Dom, pulling Seth up by the hoodie. The sound of a zipper opening sent a wave of shivers cascading down Seth's body. Then there was the familiar hardness at his entrance, and he melted, letting it in.
Oh yeah, slide it in,"
Seth moaned, cupping Dom's cheeks and pushing down on the cock. He wanted it so bad it was like an ache in his body, which he eased only when they connected. He forced his eyes open to watch the bliss relax Domenico's usually stern features, his eyes glazing over, mouth going slack, and it was all because of Seth. "You like being so full, don't you?" asked Domenico, putting his leather-encased hands on Seth's ass and opening him up even more.
Full of you. Only you,
Seth mewed, rubbing against the touch and bending to kiss Dom's lips. He loved how they tasted. It was like having his first kiss every single time. Sometimes sweet and gentle, sometimes penetrating him with his tongue as if their mouths were fucking. In the position he was in, Dom's cock was reaching really deep into his body, moving with every stir of their hips as if to drive Seth mad. With a low groan, Domenico grabbed him close, stabbing his dick in time and time again in series of harsh thrusts. It was turning Seth's stomach into warm jello, all ready and eager to accept Dom's orgasm. Seth hugged him tighter. Every time he rose on his knees and the cockhead slid out, ready to ram back in. His face was hot, but he stirred his hips shamelessly, taking that beloved meat in. Even when all the muscles in his legs had been reduced to an aching, tense, shivering mess, he couldn't help himself and went on, urged on by the obscenities spilling out of Dom's mouth. I love it when you hug me with your ass. It's so tight and soft I can barely stand it. Seth clenched his buttocks over the cock, looking into Dom's eyes.
I can never go back to not having it in me.
He panted and hid his face in his lover's hair. It always smelled so good. With the buzz in his head, it was hard to make the choice between being close to Dom's face and having most of that glorious dick slip out and deep penetration. You don't have to. I'm happy to provide it to you. Dom bit into Seth's neck again with a low growl. How much do you want it? I want to hear it. Seth yelped at another jab of Dom's cock. He was done being mild. He pushed his ass onto the throbbing cock, riding it with a vengeance, pushing back and forth. Every time the tip hit his prostate, he got louder.
Good. So fucking good. What the cock?
No one would hear them, so Seth let his enthusiasm flow against the strong body underneath him. He slid off completely, panting pure arousal instead of air. Seth's dick pulsed with molten lust and twitched when Dom turned his body round, rolling him to the ground, into the harsh grime that was so uncomfortable on Seth's back. But the moment that glorious cock slid back home, all complaints ceased to mean a thing, and he threw his arms around his lover's neck, letting him lead the last mile to orgasm. Dom's body stirred over him, pumping Seth with abandon, so hard and fast Seth found it hard to breathe. Sweet, soft hair teased Seth's face and neck with each move.
Love it like that,
he squealed with the thrusts bordering on pain. It was the touch of leather on his ass that sent him over the edge.
Motherfucker!
His anus tensed over the cock and he only hugged Domenico tighter, clawing his fingers all over his back. The way that dick twitched in him was magic. The world seemed to slow down, and he could sense Dom's arms tightening around him, digging into his flesh, the animalistic, desperate thrusts that stung in a way that was perfect. Domenico came, erupting deep inside Seth and arching over him with a low groan. It's in you now.
Oh, fuck, all mine,
Seth babbled, holding on to Dom as if his life depended on it. Only now the pain of little rocks digging into his back started to matter, especially since Domenico rested his weight atop him. His hair was snaking all over Seth's chest like an invitation to petting. It took a good minute for them to rest enough to speak, but Seth's body still felt heavy, tired, and pained from the hard work this act required of him.
I'll shower in the morning, because I want a piece of you in bed with me tonight,
he whispered into Dom's ear. That declaration roused Domenico from his post-orgasmic nap, and he looked at Seth, dark-eyed, with a sheen of sweat on his face and lips still red from kissing. He was an incredible sight. Oh, fuck. You make me so hot. Seth just smiled and kissed him again. Chapter 16. Domenico. Domenico looked out of the window, slowly moving his index finger throughout the pages of the book he was just starting to read. This gesture reminded him of lazy kisses, and always managed to bring him some peace of mind. With Vincenzo always there, always pushing his ugly, crooked nose where it wasn't wanted, he was having a hard time dealing with all kinds of shit that suddenly fell on his shoulders. But picking bits and pieces of time off here and there, he was able to keep everything under control, as he always did. Some of the private photographs they'd taken in the photo booth he burned. Some he sewed into the collar of his coat because he couldn't bring himself to see their faces disappear in the fire again. The night before had been both nerve-wracking and sensuous. As bad as it was, every time he thought of the name on Vincenzo's credit card, he was also picturing Seth's face as he rode Domenico's cock like he was in a rodeo. So shameless and beautiful. Vincenzo was already in when they returned in the very early morning, and Domenico had been napping throughout the day to make up for the loss of sleep while trying to keep watch over Seth's door. At least he did leave something of his in Seth. Vincenzo couldn't be trusted, and he talked to Luigi about it as soon as it was safe. Seth sat by the window, pretending to read a book, though his eyes kept drooping. At least he didn't look as pale as he had in the morning. "I'm feeling better," he muttered and gave Dom a small smile. "Want more painkillers?" asked Domenico, walking up to him. "Nah, I think I'll take a shower, shave, get refreshed." He got up, and for a moment it looked as if he wanted to lean forward for a kiss, but they both knew it couldn't happen with Vincenzo in the room next door. Domenico gave him a smile and lowered his voice. "Why? You still feel me inside?" Seth bit his lip and started playing with his fingers. "You're always here, inside." Seth pointed to his heart, and it was so sweet, Dom hardly recognized the horny beast hidden behind that facade. He stared at Seth, unsure how to react to such honesty in reply to his dirty question. Eventually he just smiled and brushed his fingers over the back of Seth's hand. "Can't wait till he's gone." "Me too." Seth took a deep breath and walked off to his bedroom. The sway of his shoulders made Dom sigh. He rolled onto the couch and covered himself with the blanket, closing his eyes again. His body needed sleep. The nap had to have been short because Seth was still in the shower when he heard Vincenzo's voice. "Domenico, let's talk." Dom squeezed his eyes hard until the tightness around them lessened and looked up at Vincenzo. "Are the girls gone?" Yeah, fun time's over." Vincenzo crossed his arms on his chest, his face without much expression. Unwilling to test Mr. Tropico's patience, Domenico sat up and lowered his feet to the floor. "Shame." "Exactly. Come with me." Vincenzo gestured to his bedroom. "It was good, though. Thanks for your choice. Hope you had good pickings?" "Not as glamorous, but it was a good night out," replied Domenico, watching Vincenzo's every move as he followed him to the smaller bedroom. His mind was on the knife he kept by his belt. If in danger, he could make good use of it. The whole situation got even stranger when Vincenzo led him all the way to the small bathroom and turned on the water in the sink. "I have a hit for you." Domenico straightened and gave a polite nod, even though there was something about the tone of Vincenzo's voice that he didn't like one bit. "How soon?" "Tomorrow, at noon. Tassa arranged it. He's got another gun for you as well to leave less of a trace." He spoke quietly, tense and slightly hunched. "Will he tell me who it is?" asked Domenico, leaning against the wall. Vincenzo smirked and pointed to the wall with his thumb. It was as if Domenico's heart started pumping bleach through his veins instead of blood. He hardly stopped himself from letting his choked throat betray him. Oh. About time, right? You spending so much time around him, you're probably the one who knows best how useless he is. We can't have a don like that. Can't even shoot a fucking rabbit." "Yes, he is no use to the Villanis," agreed Domenico, pushing all his energy into staying calm and not betraying his distress. Being tired didn't help. Noon. Tomorrow at noon. It made his knees go soft. "It's gonna be a new start, brother." Vincenzo kept that disgusting smile on his face and patted Dom on the arm in a way that threatened to burn through the fabric like sulfuric acid. Dom still remembered how it hurt to burn off his fingertips. "You're the best man we have. There will always be a place for you." Domenico knew it was just an act, a crude way to make Domenico feel special, but he couldn't help it from getting to him. Vincenzo might have been, and still was, a ruthless, distasteful man, but he would need Domenico around. And being called a brother by a man from the Villani family was what he always wanted, what he had been working for all along. I'm doing the best I can to benefit my family. You are. Trying to punch some sense into that stupid head of his couldn't have been easy. I'd be pissed off. We're gonna get a drink after it's all sorted out. Vincenzo nodded vigorously, looking straight into Dom's eyes. Domenico forced a smile just as brilliant as the dark he was feeling inside. Seth didn't deserve this. He never even wanted a position within the family. Why would the Don first elevate him and then order a hit on his head? Was it Dom's fault for not being as pushy with the training as he could have been? Good. Call Tassa. He'll tell you where he is, and you can meet up with him. I'll have that moron take me there, chuckled Domenico, nodding to where Seth's bedroom was. He needed to take him out of the apartment, just to be on the safe side. Yeah, keep him busy. We need it to happen tomorrow, not today. Vincenzo turned off the water in the sink. A special occasion? Asked Domenico. Oh, yes. Tassa will fill you in. Enough is enough. It's time for people who are actually capable to run this business. Vincenzo nodded at Dom. I'm at your service, said Dom as he put his hand on the door handle. It wasn't only Seth who needed to be out of the house. His feet led him back to Seth's bedroom on their own. All of Dom's muscles were stiffer than usual, and even Seth's bright smile when he came out of the shower didn't help. The target on Seth's back couldn't be more permanent if it were tattooed. It was right over the heart that always kept Dom inside. Domenico made him smile, even though gravity was working against him. He closed the door and walked up to Seth, pulling him in for a kiss. Blood was rushing in his head so loudly he barely heard his lover's surprised chuckle. Is he out? Seth asked and instantly pulled Dom toward the bed, still naked and glistening with water. Domenico grabbed his hands. No, we are going out. Come on. Seth sighed but nodded and started toweling off. He must have just shaved because his face was smooth, as it rarely was. Where are we going? He asked, pulling his pants on. We need to visit Mr. Tassa. You still have your bike? Asked Domenico, watching that beautiful body disappear before his eyes. If he did the hit, he'd never see it again after tomorrow. Never bury his cock in it or hear Seth whispering all sorts of obscenities and love confessions. Hell yeah! Can we go for a ride? I've been waiting forever. Seth jumped with joy and high-fived the ceiling. It's in a garage under the building on the other side of the street, but I bet you can break in. He grinned with such glee his nose wrinkled. Domenico swallowed and smiled at him. Of course. Seth gave him a quick kiss before pulling on a hoodie with a skull on it. Usually Dom didn't notice, but this time it only reminded him of death. He bit his lip, backing off into the corner. The bright modern room somehow looked like it was out to get him. He needed out. And most of all, he needed to talk to Luigi in person. So where is it? Asked Domenico as they entered the oil-smelling garage. He looked around the cars dotting the grayish concrete. Seth grinned at him and stroked Dom's hair in passing. Here. He paced over to a black Suzuki motorcycle and pulled off a sheet of plastic protecting it from dust. The vehicle was all steel and black, sleek and modern, with 2 helmets hanging from the handlebars. Domenico swallowed, letting his gaze trail up Seth's legs, from the motorcycle boots to the leather jacket he was wearing. Looks good. Seth looked over his shoulder and frowned at him, already touching the leather seat. Are you talking about my ass? Look at my bike! He demanded and stepped away, showing off the machine. It had a massive exhaust pipe and a kanji sign over the engine. Domenico snorted, breathless, and walked up to Seth, pulling him close by the waist. It is a great bike. How long have you been using it? Oh, I started with bikes back in Italy, but I got this baby when I came to the U.S. He stroked the top of Dom's hand with a smile. I hope you're man enough to ride with Seth Villani. He wiggled his eyebrows and propped up the collar of his leather jacket. I keep riding Seth Villani, said Dom, watching his arms shift. Seth opened his lips and closed them like a dying fish, his cheeks turning a lovely shade of pink. That's not what I meant, he grumbled. No? Domenico petted the seat of the motorbike and smiled at Seth. His heart was beating like crazy. Seth shrugged, looking into Dom's eyes.
I suppose you'll never learn what a wild ride it can be under Seth Villani.
He wrapped his arms around Dom's neck, trapping him with the smell of oil and leather, which now got a sinister edge when Dom thought that, indeed, he might never learn if he killed Seth tomorrow. The thought twisted his stomach, and he buried his hands in the safety of the jacket. Let's go with behind Seth Villani for now.
Yeah, it's your favorite spot, isn't it?
Seth sighed and gave him one last kiss before pulling away. Not really, but I'll go with it for now. Domenico gestured at the bike.
No? I thought falling asleep on my back was your new thing.
Seth snorted and hopped on the bike. For a horrible moment, Dom imagined lying on top of Seth's dead body to keep it from cooling down. It wouldn't help. Sort of. Domenico put on the spare helmet, glad he wouldn't have to smile anymore. He didn't feel like it one bit. Seth's body felt so warm when Dom wrapped his arms around his waist.
Put your gloves on,
he instructed, as if Dom didn't already know that. Dom complied and buried his nose in the leather, savoring the mixture of tempting smells. He couldn't get over what was to happen at noon. Why did he always have to lose what he grew fond of? He could bet Federico had his dirty fingers all over this hit. That was why he'd wished him a happy honeymoon, the bastard. The roar of the engine clouded Dom's mind for a moment, and it was bliss to just feel the thud of Seth's heart against his cheek as they left the garage with tires screeching against the asphalt. For a second, it crossed Domenico's mind that if they died out there in the streets, he wouldn't have to put his gun against Seth's head. Dom wouldn't kill him any other way than giving him the foolproof, instant, and suffering-free kind of death. As they rushed out into the streets, Dom remembered how Seth asked him once to keep him from pain. That if Dom was to kill him, if he could please avoid torture. He looked so scared when he made that request all those months ago. Seth wasn't the toughest of men, and he certainly wasn't Don material, but it wasn't his fault. He didn't choose to be in the family. He ran all the way across the ocean to avoid being a part of it, and now he would die over a job he never asked to get. Domenico closed his eyes, pressing closer against Seth's broad back and letting the bike carry them. He could feel every shift in gravity, the smells of oil and sewage, of the dirty snow. He could only hope Luigi could shed more light on it all. Maybe Vincenzo was acting alone, and this was his way of killing two birds with one stone? They had a long way ahead of them, with Luigi staying in some dingy motel called Midnight Blues. Seth speeded constantly, as if he couldn't help himself from attracting danger, just like he drew in Domenico against any man's rational decision. But apart from going too fast, he didn't do anything too crazy. He had to have some sense left in him, after all. Still, the speed had Dom's heart beating faster. He enjoyed the ride, even though his clothes were too thin for biking in this weather. He shut his senses to it, resting all his attention on the body in front of him. He had lots to think about before Seth pulled over to the parking lot by the motel, and he was sorry to let go. Shouldn't take long.
No problem, I'll wait.
Seth smiled and got off the bike after Dom.
Maybe I'll be able to pick up some guy hot for a biker.
Seth took off his helmet and lit a cigarette. Domenico reached into Seth's packet and took one for himself. Already bored with me?
I'm kinda done with brunettes. Looking for a blonde now.
Seth took a long whiff of smoke. Domenico swallowed, resting his hand on Seth's hip. Blondes are boring.
I'll just have to see if this brunette can entertain me for a week or two longer.
He looked so cocky in the darkness, with that smirk and a cigarette, leaning against the wall by his bike. Or rather, till tomorrow. Domenico gave him a tight smile and put the helmet on the motorbike. Just watch me.
I will. Turn around and my eyes won't leave your ass alone.
Then watch, said Domenico and moved straight to Luigi's door across the parking lot. He was very aware he had provoked Seth, but that would keep him occupied while Dom got to the bottom of things. He rapped on the wooden door, heart already up his throat. Luigi opened within seconds, his dark, wrinkled face with no expression whatsoever. Come in. He frowned slightly at the sight of Seth, but Domenico ignored it and entered the small bedroom. It smelled of damp walls and cheap cleaning products, with a double bed and a bathroom in the background. "Are you alone?" Luigi's frown deepened at the question, and he closed the door. "Who would I be with?" Domenico shrugged, trailing his gaze over the old wallpaper. "I don't know. A woman?" "Not at such a tense time." Luigi sat in the one chair by a tiny table. "Is that how you relieve stress?" "Sometimes," said Domenico, pacing around the dirty carpet. He didn't understand why Luigi wouldn't stay in a better place. "Are you stressed, Domenico?" Luigi watched his every move and lit a cigarette. There was already a heavy smell of tobacco in the air. "How can you tell?" muttered Dom, retrieving a lighter to smoke the cigarette he took from Seth. "This isn't good, Domenico. This isn't like you. There's a job to be done, and you always do your job." "Yes, but what happened? Why would the Don change his decision?" Domenico walked up closer to look into Luigi's face. So Luigi really did know about all this. It doesn't make any sense. Luigi sighed before taking another big breath of smoke as he relaxed into the backrest. "I know it doesn't. We aren't the only ones confused, but it wasn't Dino's decision. What I think, though, is that Dino put a death sentence on Seth the moment he appointed him. What happened next, I don't think he expected." Domenico frowned, though his stomach clenched with a queasy feeling. "What happened?" Luigi looked to his watch and frowned. "Damn time difference. Give me a sec." He mouthed something to himself. "Yes, Dino should be dead by now. There are new forces on the move. Dom, take a seat." It was as if the floor shook beneath Domenico's feet, and he was glad for the invitation. "And you know this, yet do nothing?" he asked, dropping to the bed. "It's not my job to interfere. I follow the lead of those in charge, and those in charge have changed. Vincenzo is backed by the consiglieri." Luigi's voice was monotonous, but he never took his eyes off Dom. "We all swore our allegiance to the Don. This isn't right," uttered Domenico, filling his lungs with warm smoke. He was getting stiff and cold. His father was dead, without ever acknowledging him. "The Don is dead," Luigi repeated, spreading his thick hands. "We have to be smart about this. What do you think about Vincenzo? He's surely better suited than Seth." He looked out the window, but Dom refused to follow his gaze. "It's hardly a reason to kill him. Why not let him disappear?" "He was appointed. People would find him and try to reinstate him, use him like a puppet. Anyone could use him this way." Domenico set his jaw and looked at his hands. He instantly uncurled them and stretched his fingers. The signet from Seth stabbed his eyes like acid. "You have a Snickers? I'm starving." "I might have something." Luigi reached to a duffel bag on the floor and pulled out some chocolate bars. "You shouldn't have gotten so friendly with Seth in the first place. The man had a target on his back from day one." "You honestly think Vincenzo's going to make a good Don?" Domenico snapped open the nearest chocolate bar and bit into it, with smoke still filling his mouth. He was too embarrassed to admit to Seth that he had a weakness for this sort of crappy food. Domenico Acerbi wasn't supposed to have weaknesses. Luigi slammed his palms on the table so hard the ashtray rattled. "No, I don't think he'll be a good Don. He's selfish, crude, brash, and stupid. He only made it this far because the consigliere sees him as a better puppet than Seth." Domenico swallowed, stuffing his face with the sweet, creamy chocolate. "Why not get rid of him, then? That would leave Seth to be the puppet." Luigi shook his head and let out a big puff of white smoke. "Men don't trust him, don't respect him. Some men aren't for this, and after months of babysitting, you should know better than anyone what he's made of." Domenico gritted his teeth. The world seemed to crumble at his feet. The one world he knew. Luigi's sigh gave him the chills. "Wouldn't it be better if there was someone capable of not being the puppet of old men, someone who can actually deal with shit?" Luigi put out the cigarette in the ashtray. A shiver ran down Domenico's spine. "Federico? Domenico, don't test my patience!" Luigi's fingers trembled, and that didn't happen often. You could do it. You have the strength, the respect, the intelligence. Get rid of the excess weight and take it."
Domenico stared at him, his breath getting shallow. That was the last thing he'd expected. Luigi, of all people, pushing him to take the absolute power as the head of the family. It was unthinkable, yet it was happening right now. But would I be accepted? The Don never acknowledged me as his blood. There are people who know you're his son, and we could spread that information in the future. The family needs a strong leader. I would back you. With Vincenzo and Seth dead, Federico would too. He's too opportunistic to get his own hands dirty. He knows a lot. He would help as long as he gets something out of it. What he really wants is a good position for his son in the future. But with time, you could put muzzles and spiked collars on them both. Luigi tapped the table, his frown turning his forehead into a tangle of deep creases. Domenico, my son, I taught you everything you need. A moment like this might not come again. Luigi's breath sped up. Domenico was torn between gratitude and panic. This was what he'd always secretly wanted, what he'd risked everything for as a child. He had been ready to sacrifice Seth then, but times had changed and he wasn't so certain anymore. Luigi lit another cigarette. Show your power in one swoop. With the Don dead just today, you could even take that on yourself. Men would think you had it organized. You know the drill. Better to be feared than loved. The cigarette smoke was turning into thick, tangible tension. Domenico exhaled, watching his mentor through half-lidded eyes. Even with him, he couldn't be completely honest. There was no one like that in the world, except one. Midday. Both or one. I need to know, Domenico. Luigi straightened up in the chair, slowly moving his hand from beneath the table. He placed a gun in the middle, right next to the scattered chocolate bars. Domenico swallowed, grabbing onto the comforter. Both. Luigi's lips spread into a smile, a rare sight. Some things just need to be done. Sorry if you got attached to Seth. He might be a fun shopping companion, but you would soon find out he'd be a burden at war, and a liability. I know. Domenico pinched his chin and leaned forward to rest his elbows on his thighs. 2 sons would be gone tomorrow, that was for certain. Luigi stood up, which had to mean the conversation was over. Unanswered questions about Dino's decisions would stay that way. Maybe he'd even take some of the answers to the grave. You are young, but vicious. I believe in you. Domenico gave him a smile and got to his feet as well. I'm going to enjoy my last night as an Acerbi. Do that. Just don't get drunk. But I probably don't need to tell you that. Luigi patted Dom's arm. What about you? I will need a new apprentice, to keep myself busy in my old age. Dom smiled. Shouldn't you just enjoy yourself? Maybe I will. Find a woman and only take the occasional job. Who knows? You might actually be a father, chuckled Domenico, already putting his hand on the door handle. I've got the son I need. Luigi smiled at him and turned around toward the bathroom. Domenico watched him disappear, and just for a second he wanted to talk to him again. But what Domenico could propose as a good compromise, Luigi wouldn't accept, so he went outside. Seth was in the same place Dom left him, not smoking anymore, just standing by the bike and looking into the dark, cloudy sky. He couldn't know there was something wrong, could he? Ready to go? Dom asked, strolling across the street with a smile, even though he was feeling more than hopeless. His chest was one big hole. Seth turned to him with a smile. Sure. What did he say? Nothing special, boring killer talk. Domenico swallowed as he walked up to Seth, his skin getting tingly already. Seth snorted and punched Dom's arm. Idiot. Hop on. Where are we heading? Want to grab some food? Don't want to be stuck with Vincenzo. Domenico swallowed, discreetly brushing his fingers over Seth's stomach. He was standing too close to him, but couldn't help himself. You know any nice remote church we could visit? Oh, come on, Dom. Can you get any more boring, choir boy? Seth took a deep breath, but got on the bike. I'll bore you to death, muttered Dom as he put on the helmet and got on behind Seth. New technique. You need to patent it. Dom couldn't answer. The roar of the engine was too loud. He pulled close to Seth, resting his head on his lover's shoulder blade. It was only at the last moment that he saw a face in Luigi's window. It's been too long since I've seen you, whispered Domenico, who watched the wooden figure of a crucified Christ in a side chapel. As much as he appreciated the grandeur of basilicas and cathedrals, he never considered them suitable for personal meditation. A place like this one, with a small altar and just a bunch of seats, was much more to his liking. Already on his knees, Domenico lowered his forehead to touch his entwined hands and searched for the voice that only came to him through his own thoughts. They were lucky. The church had already been closed for the night, but they broke in without much trouble. Alone in the safety of its stone walls, neither him nor Seth could have anything bad happen to them. God was here to offer protection and guidance. Only his answers were yet to come. The smell of dust and holy water, always present in a church, calmed Dom down, but he knew they'd have to leave the safety of this building soon. Seth had hours to live, and Dom was still at loss about what to do. There were quite a few options, but each was flawed. None of them would leave him satisfied. He looked up into the stained glass of the window, a scene depicting the martyrdom of Saint Sebastian. The saint looked up into the heavens, seemingly ignoring all the arrows perforating his abdomen. It was as if the scene was there to mock Domenico. Saint Sebastian was his patron, the one he swore his loyalty on. Dom didn't even know back then, at 16, that Saint Sebastian was a homoerotic icon. Kind of ironic. Already on your knees, choir boy? He heard Seth whisper from the side before coming into Dom's line of vision, his heavy boots first. Domenico couldn't fight the shiver that went all the way from his neck to his toes. He glanced to the side at the broad-shouldered silhouette of his lover. That seems to be a reoccurring topic tonight. 'Cause I don't get it. It's kind of funny. Seth shook his head and leaned against the small altar in front of Dom. The light from the street, coming in through the stained glass, gave Seth's skin an otherworldly glow, like he was already going translucent, like a ghost. Domenico swallowed and slowly rose from the seat. What's funny? That big bad Dom is on his knees like that. Seth let his body slide down the altar, and he sat in front of Dom, right there on the polished pink marble. Because one should only fall to one's knees before God, smiled Domenico, slowly walking up to him. This could as well be their last night together. Is that why you do it so often in front of me? For the sacred staff? Seth chuckled, looking up at him. Domenico's breath became shallower, and he slowly lowered himself to the ground, kneeling in front of Seth. With a cold queasiness in his stomach, he looked him in the eye. What? Am I sacrosanct enough? You ready for the rod of God? Seth reached out and pulled Dom's hair with a grin. Domenico cleared his throat but didn't resist being pulled. His stomach melted as the smell of leather and male sweat reached his nostrils. It's not that funny. Why not? Little Mimo, I remember when you were little and served in church in that white apron thingy. Only boy with long hair. Seth pulled him closer for a kiss. The priest didn't molest me, thank you very much, chuckled Domenico and rested his hand on Seth's chest. Good. More for me, the evil atheist. Molesting good Catholic boys in between eating babies. Seth leaned forward and pushed on Dom's arms, clearly trying to get him on the cold marble. Dom resisted, only to shrug off his woolen coat, but he complied as soon as it was on the floor. The cold hit him, but with stress and rising arousal, he would not stay freezing very long. Though I'll take a bad Catholic boy as well. Seth smiled into Dom's lips and planted another kiss on them. Domenico arched into it, already sheltered by the bulky arms, thighs, the gorgeous torso that was slowly lowering itself on top of him. Seth's eyes never failed to give him a thrill, and now that he was willing to take the plunge, it had a whole new meaning. And who are you in this story? The devil, I suppose, tempting you into sin, Seth whispered into Dom's ear before kissing it.
He slowly set his whole weight on Domenico, pushing him against the stone floor. He took off his gloves. Funny to be on the other side for once. Domenico exhaled, resting his hands on Seth's shoulders. His lover was heavy enough to push the air out of his lungs. Funny. Seth smirked and gave Dom another kiss, sliding his hands down Dom's sides. His touch seemed greedy, like he tried to touch as much as he could at once. He never had that much control when it came to lust. Even at the beginning, there had been fear, anxiety, shyness, but never much control. Domenico smiled at him and discreetly pulled out his knife, only to put it away on the marble. He raised the one knee that Seth's body wasn't blocking and pressed it against his lover's side. So what does the incubus do? Domenico whispered, looking straight into the dark brown eyes. First, he'll get you all hot and sweaty so you don't freeze your ass off on the floor. Wouldn't want to nurse your back problems in old age. Seth grunted and ground his hips into Dom's as he licked all the way up his jaw. It was like having a snake make its way up one of the most vulnerable places on Dom's body. Domenico chuckled and raised his hands to embrace Seth's neck. Barely able to breathe with nerves, he hooked his knee over Seth's hip and pulled him in. No. No? Don't want to get hot and sweaty? Seth laughed and slid his cold hands under Dom's shirt, teasing his skin and making him hiss. Dom already felt him going hard, his cock pushing against Dom's thigh. Make me, whispered Domenico, teasing the seam of Seth's lips with his tongue. Seth's breath hitched, and his hot hand traveled all the way over Dom's stomach and chest, teasing the nipples. Oh, I can make you moan. Open my jacket, I'm too hot already, he whispered, even though vapor left his mouth in the chill. Dom reached for the zipper, frustrated when it wouldn't give right away, but when it did, it was as if a door opened to all the warmth in the world. Yeah? How? You love touching me, I can see that. You can't keep your hands to yourself. We'll just see what happens. Seth kissed Dom's jaw and sat up on Dom's hips, his ass close to Dom's hardening dick. Now open my hoodie. Domenico swallowed and moved his palms up Seth's thighs, all the way to the hard chest, and did as he was told. He would deny him nothing tonight. Good. Seth put his palms over Dom's, encouraging the caress and rubbing that hot, juicy ass all over Dom's groin. No other man ever got me so hot. Domenico nodded and let his hands wander. He loved to feel up the curves of muscle beneath the fabric of Seth's t-shirt. Each one made his cock even harder, and he rocked his hips up with a soft sigh. Yes. I miss you in my bed, Seth whispered, lying back down on Dom with those pounds of flesh. He propped himself up on one hand to reach for Dom's fly and unzip it slowly. I'd rather sleep on the street with you than deal with all this shit, he whispered, and the warmth of his breath got Dom's lips pulsing. Domenico stared at him, chest clenching. Why was the world so harsh and unforgiving? Someone as sweet as that could easily disappear into some remote place, and he could come over a few times a year. Then sleep with me now. Seth caught his lips in a kiss, and his moves became more heated as he unzipped Dom's pants and pulled them down to let out his cock. It was like a lid open on a steaming pot of man. Oh, I will, Seth whispered. Take out yours, asked Domenico, digging his fingers into the delicious meat of Seth's thighs. In the faint light, he could already see the bulge beneath the zipper. Hell yeah, Seth groaned and arched his hips. The sound of an opening belt buckle and a zipper was just as celestial as a choir of angels, and Domenico reached for its contents right away. Is it ready? He asked, breathless. Are you fucking kidding? I'm as hard as the floor you're on. Seth chuckled and slowly ground his cock into Dom's hand. It was so good. Dom pulled the jeans down, eager to see that lovely meat in its full glory. And there it was, so warm and smooth, so ready. It made Domenico both nervous and exhilarated. What shall I do? Seth swallowed, his voice raspy as he bent over Domenico in the light from the stained glass. Can I grind against you? On your back? I won't do anything you don't want, I want to feel you closer. Seth looked straight into his eyes, licking his lips nervously. Domenico swallowed, feeling his body tense as his fingers around the dick in his hand. What if this was the only chance he'd get to feel Seth inside? Do me. Seth's pupils instantly widened. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck yeah, I live to please, he whispered, his voice deep and warm, like a dive in the Mediterranean. He straightened up on Dom's hips again, rising to his knees. Roll over, he ordered, barely breathing. Domenico took a deep breath and did as he was told, suddenly feeling completely naked despite only having his hips and upper thighs on display. His ass broke out in goosebumps, but he arched it up towards Seth, unable to speak. If there was something he dreaded, it was doing this again. And yet he would go through with it. Before he could get cold, Seth's heat covered him, his stiff dick sliding right into the crack of Dom's ass. Seth rocked his hips into the buttocks, his cock sliding back and forth, petting Dom's sensitive flesh. You are all I could ever want, Dom heard a whisper into his nape, followed by a kiss. Domenico arched into him, torn between arousal and that tingly feeling at the base of his spine. He moved his hips, whimpering when the smoothness that was Seth's cock moved between his buttocks. It was such a perfect feeling, suited for the divine setting. Then take out the lube. My pants. He didn't have to ask twice. Seth's hand went straight to Dom's pocket. His body was like hellfire on top of Dom, Seth's cock throbbing like a separate living being. There was a moan when Seth pulled back, only to spill a generous amount of lube between Dom's buttocks. A shiver ran down Dom's spine, and his hold twitched as he leaned down to support his weight on his elbows, bracing himself for what was to come. It was only then that he remembered he had the coat under his hips, and clumsily pulled it away, resting on the hard marble. There were no fingers coming, though, just Seth's cock again, this time all slippery and already pushing gently at Dom's anus. Seth wrapped one arm around Dom's waist, making him arch up his ass, and slid his other hand into Dom's hair, twisting into a knot what was easy to hold. I'm gonna fuck you so hard you're gonna believe this church is heaven. Domenico's mouth fell open and he groaned, opening his legs wider. Oh, God, he whispered, unconsciously moving his hips back on the hard prick, nestled between his buttocks. It was so very welcome. And there it was, the slippery, throbbing cockhead pushing in. Even though it was only the tip, Dom could feel the coarse, short hair on Seth's stomach brushing against his ass and back. There couldn't be a better reminder that the man on top of Dom was boiling with testosterone. He curled his toes with an involuntary gasp as he squeezed his eyes shut to control the burn in his ass. He refused to back away from the pain that circled around Seth's cock as it pushed its way in by force. It was a good kind of pain. All Dom needed was for Seth to go all the way in and give him 10 seconds of rest. It would all pass then, leaving only the excitement and pleasure. He was taking sharp, shallow breaths, arching his back into Seth's torso as he steadied himself to take it all. At least there was a hell of a lot of lube. Seth hugged him close with that thick, strong arm under Dom's stomach, and when he did the last push, he strengthened his grip on Dom's hair, pulling his head back slightly. Seth was an unexpectedly rough bastard on top, and it made Dom's knees go soft. A moment, he gasped, willing himself to relax around the thick base. Seth's pubes tickled Dom's skin, as did all the remaining body hair on that meaty, heavy body. His own cock was so engorged, Dom was afraid he'd come the moment it brushed against something, so he pulled his thighs even farther apart, shaken by the continuous waves of hot and cold shivers. All the time you need, Seth groaned into Dom's neck, tickling him with his hot breath. His hard stomach muscles moved against Dom's back with each deep breath. He gently shifted, holding onto Dom's arm, but stayed put. The rapid gasps echoed in the silence of the church, and with sweat already soaking into his shirt, Dom felt unreal. Domenico breathed in the heavy scent of the marble. It had been so long since he'd last been taken, but it all came back to him now, only intensifying the mind-numbing tension in his stomach. Spread open, unable to stop his body from trembling, he leaned his head back so that it touched the big, warm fist that held his hair. No. At first, it was a slow rocking motion of Seth's hips against Dom's ass, but moments later, the cock slid out halfway just to push back in again. And again, each thrust faster and stronger with a slap of skin against skin and a background music of groans.
Fuck, yes!
Seth hissed after another thrust, which pushed Dom right onto the floor. Falling face first into the marble under the heavy weight of Seth's upper body, Domenico let out a soft whimper before biting his lips shut. It was much more intense than he remembered it, but then again, maybe it was Seth. Big, bulky, yet tender despite the rough treatment. Dom didn't need to check to know Seth would comply if he voiced some kind of protest. He wasn't mean, commanding, or cruel like Federico had been. He was just a man who needed to claim the man he loved. Domenico shivered when he realized Seth would eventually come in him. With Federico, he'd consider condoms a blessing he never got, but now he wanted to be as close as possible to his lover. The sheer contrast between the impossible heat against his back and the freezing hardness of the stone against his chest was throwing him completely off guard. Seth's thrusts were becoming heated, each one awakening a new nerve in Dom's body. He bit down on Dom's neck as if having his ass wasn't enough. He wanted to have all of Dom, every last bit of him. Seth sucked the skin where he bit Domenico while sliding in repeatedly, jerking into his ass in an unstoppable fury. Dom pressed his front thigh against the floor, shuddering with each forceful thrust that softened his insides. Each push and pull was coaxing more pleasure to the surface, and Domenico had to bite into his hand to keep from crying out every time Seth's powerful hips slammed against his ass. He was taken. There was no other way to describe it, and somehow he didn't mind the idea, as long as only the two of them knew. The smell of holy water, dust, and wood mixed with Seth's sweat and cologne, making the experience of being sprawled on a church floor all the more divine.
So fucking good.
Seth rasped and pulled Dom's hair back to force up his face and kissed him, never stopping the predatory fuck. Seth's hot tongue trailed the top of Dom's palate, penetrating his mouth as deeply as his cock did Dom's ass. When Seth came with a hot spurt of spunk, his grip on Domenico got even tighter, and he moaned into his lover's lips. Domenico held onto him to prevent Seth from pulling back and fucked himself on the hard cock. His body was burning up, and he needed his release, so he arched into Seth, bucked his hips, and moaned. His mind was one big mess, and all he knew was in him, on top of him, making him immune to the hard floor digging into his bones. Before he even knew it, Seth raised his hips enough to slip his hand lower and grab Dom's cock.
"It's so freaking alive,"
Seth growled, and Dom could hear the smile in his voice. There was no more wait, though. Seth jerked him off with violent strokes, just the way he'd fucked him, and it didn't take more than a few movements for Dom to shudder and collapse, mind filling with warm glow.
"Oh, God." "What, you praying now?"
Seth snorted and kissed his shoulder, lying on top of Dom, spent and trembling. Domenico swallowed, and despite the pleasant haze on his mind, reality was seeping through, pushing his rapidly cooling flesh hard against the floor. His gaze settled on the small knife he'd put away earlier, and it crossed his mind that he could do it now. One stab into the temple and Seth would die in peace, having done something he'd dreamt of for so long. It would have been a merciful death. Domenico would stay under him and feel the limp body cool, with the lifeless cock still embedded between his buttocks. Dom swallowed hard. "Yes."
"To me? Praying for another fantastic fuck?"
Seth chuckled and slowly slid his cock out with ease. Domenico smiled into the marble, already missing the strong presence inside. "Yes."
"Meeting you was worth losing a finger,"
Seth whispered with a sigh and rolled over to his back, with a deeply satisfied smile on his face. He spread his arms to the sides and gave Dom one glance before looking up into the painted ceiling. Domenico turned his head toward him, still too tired to move properly. His ass was burning, and it seemed only the sperm that was slowly oozing out brought a bit of relief, but he was sated. He was calm. "What are you thinking about?" he asked, putting a hand on Seth's stomach.
"About how awesome your ass is."
He snorted, with a smile so dreamy it deserved a kiss. Seth didn't expect any danger. He wouldn't see it coming if it burst through the main entrance to this chapel. But this wouldn't be where Seth died, It would have been ungrateful. Domenico leaned closer and kissed his cheek, resting his face on the floor right next to Seth's head. So is yours. We're a match made in heaven, then. Seth looked back at him, the lights from the windows reflecting in his dark eyes. Domenico swallowed, unsure what to say, and moved his hand up Seth's torso to rest on his cheek. Look, Seth pointed up to the ceiling. There's more arrows coming. When Dom looked at the painting, illuminated by the otherworldly dots of color, he saw a flood of arrows flying at St. Sebastian across the ceiling. He snorted. It's never going to end as long as they have him. Seth squeezed his hand. They're all frozen in time here. I could stay here forever. Domenico pulled closer and let Seth put an arm around him as they curled up together. One thing he was certain of. He would not accept any more of those arrows, even if God didn't answer him anymore. Chapter 17. Seth. Seth woke up stiff and cold, just the way he liked it, with Domenico hugging his back. They were on the cold floor, under Dom's coat. He had to take a second to remember where they were, but when he did, his smile widened. Dom was the best fuck he ever had. He stirred when something made noise, echoing through the church, and Dom instantly sat up with his shirt and suit jacket all rustled. What was that? Good morning. A stern voice came from a few meters away, and when Seth looked up, he noticed a police officer. A young priest was hiding behind his back, all agitated. Uh-huh. Seth sat up as well, making sure he was dressed. Fortunately, he had taken the time to clean up yesterday. Domenico grunted next to him and got up first. Good morning, officer. The policeman frowned. What are you doing here? The church was closed for the night. Domenico shrugged, donning his coat. Of course it wasn't. How else would we have made it inside? Seth barely contained a snort. Just get out before I charge you with trespassing, said the policeman. Show your pockets so I know you haven't stolen anything. Domenico sighed and politely showed both the contents of his trouser and coat pockets. Fortunately, the officer didn't push for having a more thorough look. With a gun definitely somewhere on Dom, it could have turned ugly quickly. Seth pouted, showing the policeman a used packet of lube. Out! Screamed the priest. Out! This is ungodly! I thought it was pretty divine, Seth said with a grin on his way out. They fortunately didn't leave the bike right by the small church, so the policeman wouldn't be able to check out the registration plates. Domenico looked at his watch as they were preparing to go. It's still early. You want to grab breakfast? Seth said before hopping on the bike. Yes, we still have time, muttered Domenico, taking his seat behind him. Seth gave him one last smile before starting the engine. He was one satisfied man. Yesterday's night made him complete, sealed his relationship with Dom in a way so eternal he couldn't have expected it. It wasn't about who topped, who bottomed, who had the upper hand. Just the two of them having the time of their lives, grabbing any moment they could get, because they never knew when it would all end. It was also exhilarating to know that Dom let him in like that. Not just into that tight ass, but into an intimacy Seth would never betray. They had a nice, slow breakfast at a cafe in Brooklyn. Domenico ate just eggs with black coffee, which was slightly odd for a man who liked his meals varied and large, but Seth amused himself with the idea that he wasn't feeling hungry after all the protein he got last night. They got home somewhere between 11 and 12 and slowly made their way back to the apartment. Vincenzo wasn't there, so they had time to shower, and Seth was already thinking about cooking something nice in the evening. We could go back to Armani, pick up the things you wanted, Seth said from the bedroom, drying off his hair. Domenico sighed and looked out of the window. I don't know. I think I'm too tired for shopping. We could go to the park, wear those boots and jacket again, he said with a small smile. Oh yeah? Seth grinned. You like that? I think Vincenzo's gone, you know. His suitcase is gone. How fucking rude is that, not saying a word? Domenico scratched his chin. Fuck him. I have something better to fuck now. Seth walked up to Dom and hugged him, but Domenico twisted in his arms, turning it into a friendly gesture rather than one of lovers. Give me a second. he said and walked out onto the corridor. Seth pouted, wondering what the hell that was. Was that a way of Dom saying he didn't want to talk about it? Okay. Get ready, come on, came from the living room, and Seth groaned when he was about to answer him, but was cut off by the sound of the clock. It was noon already. Okay, I'm coming, he moaned and put his boots back on again. He donned the leather jacket and slowly moved to join Domenico. The open blinds were covering the whole room with stripes of light, even though it wasn't nearly as sunny as he'd like for a walk in the park. Domenico was standing by the window, already fully dressed in a pair of dark jeans and a white shirt underneath the coat. Seth frowned at him. Well, you're not very chatty. Did I say something wrong about yesterday or something? About what? Asked Domenico, looking outside as if he were searching for something. About the sex, Dom. Are you with me? Seth snapped his fingers and hoped for Dom's attention. How can you be sure you love me? Domenico finally looked back at him, the light illuminating the lower part of his face while his mouth and chin were in the shadow. How do you know it's not some fleeting fancy? Seth took a step back, hurt by the accusation in his voice. What is that even supposed to mean? I'd give my life for you. No one can ever see me the way you do. You seem to be confused, though. Did my fuck feel like a fleeting fancy? He bristled and folded his arms across his chest. Domenico raised his head just enough for Seth to see his mouth twitch with the ghost of a smile. No. Good. Why the questioning, then? Seth shrugged. For a moment he wanted to ask where his I love you was, where Dom's declaration was, but he didn't want to pressure him. The only time he wanted to hear it was when Dom would actually want to say it out of his own will. But when he looked up, his feet froze to the floor. Dom was pointing a gun at him. A big black gun polished to perfection and ready to be used. Dom's face was like carved in stone. Seth raised his hands in panic, with his eyes wide. He knew damn well Dom didn't play around with guns. What did I do? He whimpered, his heart slowly ripping apart. Go down, was all Domenico said before he fired, and the room filled with the smell of gunpowder. Seth screamed, his mind in a frenzy, but then it all went dark and he hit the floor, out of breath. For a moment he thought he was dead already, but when Domenico fell on him like a harpy, he knew it wasn't the case. Don't kill me! Seth cried out, trying to crawl away, his body cold with sweat. I don't deserve this! Domenico pressed against his back and stifled his words with one hand. Seth could actually feel the gunpowder on the meat of the palm. Calm down, Seth whimpered, unable to stop the shivers going through his body. Dom had shot at him. He actually shot at him. Seth tried to pull away, but there was no use. I didn't kill you, did I? I'm saving your life here, so calm the fuck down, growled Domenico, forcing him to a standstill. Seth's eyes were still not used to the darkness, and his senses were completely out of order. Is it the Chinese? He whispered, though he had no idea how shooting him could help with the Chinese. His mouth froze in an open position when they heard a rapping on the door. It didn't help that Domenico turned into stone beside him before suddenly pressing his lips against Seth's ear. And it was sweet poison. Hide. I'll kill them all. Seth's eyes were wide open, and he could finally see the shapes of furniture in the darkness, brought about by the closed shutters. The words pounded in his ears, and he gave Dom one more look before running for the bedroom and rolling under the bed. His body was on fire. What the fuck was happening? The carpet smelled of dust when he lay under the low mattress. For a surreal moment he thought how displeased with the cleaning lady Dom would be if he knew, but it died in his mind when he saw Dom's perfectly polished shoes in the corridor. He passed the open bedroom door, and Seth heard the front door being unlocked, followed by a bit of commotion. "Where's the body?" someone asked in Italian, and Seth's blood ran cold when he realized it was their local accent. What was happening? Was someone out to get him? "I put him into the shower. It's right through the bedroom," said Domenico. He was such an excellent liar. Seth's body hair bristled when 3 pairs of feet appeared in the doorway, strolling through the room so close to him he was afraid to breathe. "Where?" another man asked, and Seth's stomach shrank to the size of a ping-pong ball. He couldn't believe this was happening. He followed the 3 pairs of shoes along the length of the bed, all the way to the door. Domenico was closing the funeral procession, walking slowly and confident. He was in no doubt about what he needed to do, and it both frightened Seth and gave him hope that whatever was going to come, he could count on Dom. There was a gasp, followed by a hollow sound of a slumping body, but it wasn't the end of it. 2 pairs of legs emerged from the bathroom, Dom's and someone else's, tense as the men locked in a deadly embrace. "Why?" the unknown man hissed, and for a moment Seth considered going out to help, but his body was frozen in fear as he watched the trembling calves. Dom had told him to stay put. Dom had to be able to take care of this. He had to. The confrontation ended with a low gurgle, and the man Domenico was fighting with fell to the floor. From where he was, Seth could see his lover pull the man's hands back and tie them with rope. He then hooked his hands under the unconscious man's armpits and started dragging him to the corridor. "Seth, come on." Seth swallowed at the smell of blood, bringing up too many memories. He tried to say something, but couldn't choke out a word, his body as stiff as if his joints were filled with lead. Domenico grunted, slowly pulling the dead man out of the room. "For fuck's sake, there's no time." Seth fought back the wetness in his eyes. "I'm coming," he whispered, but his body was cramped in panic. "What's happening?" "I'll tell you when you come over." Did you kill them?" Seth uttered, but started rolling from under the bed. It was like a crawl through the Sahara. "They're our men." "Yes, one's alive," said Domenico, and Seth heard a rattle in the living room. Seth sped up, shaking all over at the blood on the floor. He held out his hand to Dom. "What's happening?" Dom pulled him close over the unconscious body. The man had short gray hair, but Seth didn't see his face yet. "I was meant to kill you," whispered Domenico. "Why? Who ordered it?" Seth clung to Dom tightly and looked into his eyes. "What did I do? Dom?" "Nothing," whispered Domenico, his face suddenly going slack. "I couldn't do it." Seth swallowed and started planting kisses all over Dom's face, savoring its warmth and slight saltiness of sweat. "My father said you'd do anything you were ordered to." "Your father is dead," whispered Domenico. "We need to go." "Huh? Who? What?" Seth could barely catch a breath. "Focus." Domenico squeezed Seth's shoulders. "Is there anything you need to take? Ignore documents and money. And no cell phones or computers." Seth looked toward the bathroom where a piece of brain was sliding down the mirror. Breakfast came up his throat. He turned away instantly and rushed to the kitchen. His mother's cookbook? It wasn't big, he could take that. "Dom, what now?" "We go next door," said Domenico and gave him a single key along with a pair of gloves. "Don't turn on the light." "Oh, okay." Seth nodded and put the handwritten cookbook inside his leather jacket, along with a gun Dom had had him practicing with before. It was burning through the fabric of his hoodie. He looked back at Dom but went straight for the door, stiff and empty-headed. The elevator wasn't moving, and he could hear nothing from the staircase. But even so, the decision to exit the relative safety of the apartment felt like going out of a trench at the front line. His mind was telling him someone was waiting for him to make the wrong move, and this time it would be his brains splattered on the wall. When Dom joined him at the entrance, though, he made himself take a step forward. Nothing happened. Another step, and still nothing. He swallowed hard and rushed to the only other door, pushing the key into the lock at a frantic pace. It was so graceless with his hands trembling he wanted to swear. He eventually breached the door, and Dom followed him with the body, dragging it all the way through the apartment, which seemed to have the same layout as their own. It was semi-dark with the shutters in the living room closed, so they should avoid being noticed from outside. "What now?" he muttered, going into the empty kitchen. Even here it felt like the safest place to be. The man dragged by Dom burst out with shaky, muffled laughter. "What's so funny?" Seth hissed, holding onto the tap. "Luigi, sorry about all that," said Domenico, walking up to an antique cupboard. Only now Seth noticed that unlike in their own apartment, everything here was far from the quality he'd expect Dom to prefer. Most items looked second-hand at best, but he supposed they were only there to make the apartment look normal from the outside. Dom started throwing out towels and leaned inside the cupboard. Seth looked at the man with his eyes wide.
Luigi Tassa?
The man had his arms tied back and a gag in his mouth, but Seth knew him from his father's home. His stomach clenched with nausea, but he didn't have much time to think. Domenico pulled out a broken piece of plywood and threw it on top of the towels before ripping a leather suitcase out of the double-backed cupboard. I lied, Luigi, because I wasn't sure what I'd do. But I'm not doing this. I'm not betraying my Don. Seth looked at the suitcase, mesmerized and feeling out of place at the same time. Dom had this planned? He slowly walked behind the kitchen island, too stressed to breathe. Luigi let out a grunt through the gag, following Dom's moves with clear amber eyes. Seth could almost see the cogs moving in his brain. Domenico slowly pulled on a pair of leather gloves, approaching their prisoner. I'm gonna remove the gag now. Don't scream. Luigi glared at him but didn't raise his voice. You are out of your mind, he said calmly as soon as Dom pulled out the piece of cloth, releasing his mouth. Domenico watched him, expressionless, staying in the crouched position. I'm loyal. Loyal to who? There are orders from the top of the family food chain. How can you hesitate, Domenico? Seth swallowed, watching them both with his nerves in bundles. His life was about to fall apart yet again. Domenico sighed. I swore to protect him, and I'm not going to stop just because of betrayal at the top. You need to understand that, Luigi, insisted Domenico, and for the first time Seth noticed something strange. The way Domenico leaned forward, the lower tone at the back of his throat, his eyes. He was trying to actually convince the other man, instead of just forcing his will. But Luigi Tassa wouldn't have it. He gritted his teeth like a madman and stared straight at Dom. You're not. I know why you're doing it. For that piece of ass. Is it worth your position? Your life? I've known you since you were a little kid. Do you think I'm blind? Luigi looked at Seth in a way that made him go farther behind the kitchen island. He'd just hide behind it if it wasn't beyond childish. Dom's face froze. What? Luigi groaned. I've never approved of it, but I tolerated your weakness. I knew you had a man in Paris. I knew you went to clubs in Berlin. You weren't as stealthy as you thought you were a few years ago. But this... Domenico bit his lip, shoulders tensing. We may be blood, but not brothers. And if you knew, you could have foreseen that. I know this is some twisted, modern fancy. I even thought you might fuck him just to mess with that jellyfish of a man, but this... You'll find another pretty face to fuck, Domenico. Be sensible. How did you... Seth started, but Luigi shot him down in an instant. Shut your cock-sucking mouth when we're talking. Dom grabbed the front of Luigi's shirt and shook him with a growl. Don't test me! I already did, and you failed, Luigi hissed. I'm giving you another chance because you're like a son to me. Get rid of him, and we'll blame the other dead on the fight. I'll cover for you, like I did all those years. Domenico snorted and shook his head, but his hands were so tense they seemed ready to burst. I'm not feeding him to the wolves. I'll never find another man like him. Seth would have smiled in any other situation. Now all his muscles, including the ones on his face, were completely stiff. Why not? There's 100 men like him in Palermo. Soft-hearted, ready to spread their legs for a real man. Luigi, don't fuck with me, growled Domenico, and in one rapid move smashed his fist into Luigi's face, knocking him to the floor. He's mine, and I'm taking him, he said, straightening his shoulders with a deep frown over the intense eyes. Seth shuddered at the sound of cracking bone, though it could have been Dom's words that caused it as well. He wasn't like Luigi said. He wasn't just spreading his legs. There was so much more between him and Dom. Trust, love, secrets. Seth was Domenico's. He'd go wherever Dom chose to lead him. Oh yeah, Luigi rasped through his broken nose. What the hell do you think you'll do now, huh? They will find you. They'll make him suffer, make you watch, and then kill you so everyone else knows you don't give up loyalty for pussy. He is my Don. He is my man, so don't fucking dare talk to him like that, Luigi, growled Domenico, grabbing the other man's throat in an iron grip. And for your fucking information, he has a great cock. Seth sucked in his lips. As much as he felt offended by Luigi, getting to watch Dom defend him like that was better than doing it himself. The smell of blood in the air wasn't all that scary anymore, and the sight of Dom's leather-clad hand squeezing Toss's throat, combined with his words, actually sent a shiver all the way to Seth's cock. It was beyond inappropriate, but he could do nothing to stop it. Luigi rasped under the grip. He will never be a Don. He will be mine, and you need to understand that or I'll have to make you quiet, whispered Domenico, his Adam's apple bobbing. Luigi got up to his knees even though he looked shaken. He had to be at least 50 after all. You won't kill him? You are defying the new power? I will not be Federico's lapdog again. Domenico bared his teeth. And you were the one to propose defying them. So don't you dare to lecture me. I'm not a boy anymore. I told you what your options are. It was your choice. Federico is a necessary evil. Vincenzo isn't. Seth looked at them, unsure what it was about. Domenico laughed out loud in a way that chilled Seth to the bone. Necessary evil? Were you telling yourself that when he was fucking me? For the first time, Luigi's mask fell, and he paused, with blood dripping from his crooked nose. What? Seth looked down at the countertop, unable to look at Dom. Don't act surprised. You seem to know everything else about my sex life. No, I didn't know that, Luigi muttered. When? Domenico's breathing slowed. Long ago. Only stopped when I turned 20. Luigi kept silent for a while. I'm sorry. We can't deal with it. Maybe we could let go of him after all. Give a better job to Santo to keep him quiet and loyal. Domenico shook his head, squeezing his hands into fists. Doesn't matter. I told you, I'm taking him and we disappear. That's my final decision. Before Seth could even understand what was happening, Luigi got to his feet and shot at him. It had to be instinct that helped Seth duck fast enough, but when more bullets blew through the kitchen island right next to him, he screamed. Seth's world narrowed to the horrendous pulsing in his own head as he curled up to protect himself from the falling debris. But there were no more gunshots. What he initially took for his own heartbeat was a rapid bludgeoning sound from behind the island. Seth got on all fours and looked past the counter of the cupboard, with his heart throbbing like unstable clockwork. His chest emptied. There was a finger lying at the edge of the carpet, but it wasn't nearly as frightening as Domenico, his white shirt sprayed with blood, hand falling down to the pulp that now was Luigi's head. He was holding the gun in his hand and smashed its grip into the corpse's skull over and over again, even though Luigi gave no signs of life. Seth gagged at the sight of the open brain, blood all over the carpet. He tried to take a deep breath, but the air stank of blood, making him even more nauseated. When Dom finally stopped smashing Luigi's head and slumped back to his ass, Seth saw the full extent of the bloody mess and threw up over the kitchen floor. Fuck, muttered Domenico, watching the body uncharacteristically pale. Seth wanted to crawl closer, but when he saw more fingers on the carpet and Luigi's stump of a hand, he gagged again. He wanted it all to end. We need to go. Domenico slowly got to his feet and walked through the room, but the earlier confidence was gone from his gait. It might have been Seth's imagination, but it seemed that Dom's fingers were shaking. We need to go, now. Seth got up on wobbly legs and poured himself a glass of water. He needed to calm down. What do I do? Domenico bit his lip and called him over with a gesture. We hide, wait 2 days, and then I'll pick up our new passports. I got this friend at this veggie Indian place in Williamsburg. He's doing them for me, and then we go south to Mexico. You planned this? Seth uttered, carefully stepping over the body while avoiding to look at it. He needed to be hard. Be the man Domenico needed him to be. Yeah. Domenico quickly pulled off his shirt and tried to clean himself up with it, but only smeared the blood all over. Dom looked like a butcher, there was no doubt about that. A very sexy one, but a butcher nevertheless.
Where will we go?
Domenico looked back at him, closing his suit jacket over his bare torso. We'll work something out. He opened his mouth to say something more, but a silent beeping made him freeze. His eyes widened. Shit.
Is that your phone?
Seth whispered, looking around in panic. Domenico pulled the device out of his pocket and ripped it open, dumping the battery to the floor. He was squeezing and opening his hands. Someone just entered our apartment. We need to go, now.
Where? Talk to me,
Seth whimpered, grabbing Dom's hand. Domenico bit his lip and opened a side compartment of the suitcase, pulling out something that looked like a bundle of straps. But Seth soon realized it was a climbing harness. Put that on, hissed Domenico and tossed a pair of gloves on the bed. You know how to rappel?
Yeah, I did that with my climbing course,
Seth uttered, and Dom nodded. Good, because you're gonna use those skills now. He was looking through the contents of the pocket when another phone rang, this time by Luigi's body. Domenico pulled Seth into the bedroom that didn't even have a bed. The window faced a small alley, and Dom opened it as wide as he could, getting plenty of cold air inside. I hope you trust me, he said, pulling out a thick rope.
With my life.
Seth kept close, looking at the door in panic, but started quickly putting on the harness and gloves. Domenico swallowed and put the strap of the suitcase over his chest before wrapping some of the rope around the radiator. He then scooted down next to a thick metal ring which was screwed to the floor underneath and attached the rope, securing it with a carabiner. There was a feeling of relief to giving himself over to Domenico. Not a way in hell Seth would be able to do all this himself under stress, with mafioso going after him. Dom was his ticket to life. Luigi's phone kept ringing in the room next door, and cold sweat covered Seth's back every time he heard the sound. His stomach plummeted when Dom called him over with a gesture. When you're down, hide and get the harness off as quickly as possible. Have the gun ready, Dom said, expertly attaching the rope to a carabiner at the front of Seth's harness. Even having done this so many times, Seth was a bundle of nerves. Doing this with a group of friends was nothing compared to a quick escape with people possibly willing to shoot at him while he'd be at his most vulnerable. He swallowed, but the rattle at the door made him take a few steps closer to Domenico. Fuck. Hop on. Domenico was like made of stone, completely focused on survival, and it gave Seth the confidence to climb on the windowsill. The first step was always the most difficult, and he had never rappelled down a wall this tall, but he needed to vacate the way for Dom to follow him. In a moment of absolute dread, when he thought of Domenico fighting for his life while he was downstairs, unable to help him, Seth hugged his lover as tightly as never before. All muscle, all safety. Those wonderful lips lingered on his for just a brief moment, and then Seth made the step into emptiness. His stomach went up to his throat, but the gravity went back to normal, pulling him down in a way that was familiar. The rope was holding him, as it should. Seth focused on getting down as quickly as possible, so he resisted the urge to look up at his lover and stared at the wall, making big jumps with the rope secure in both hands. Each time his feet left the safety of the wall, sending him into empty space, he felt more confident about what he was doing. He let out a sigh of relief when his feet sank into snow, only to stiffen a bit when his landing was followed by a hollow sound. It was as if joy was making his knees soft. He leaned against the wall, realizing he'd ended up on top of a large dumpster. A short laugh escaped Seth's lips, but once instincts hit in, he detached himself from the rope and made a few energetic pulls to let Dom know he was free to use it. He looked to both sides with his stomach clenched to the size of a raisin, but all he could see was trash and 2 stray cats. He jumped off the dumpster, ducking to hide at least from one side, and quickly pulled off the harness. Only after kicking it underneath the container, he looked up, and relief flooded through his body, making his limbs soft. Domenico was close, sliding down almost without touching the wall. It seemed he had himself entangled in the rope to create a mock harness. Even watching it had Seth's heart in his throat. When Domenico's feet hit the dumpster, Seth hardly restrained himself from climbing the container to join him, But Domenico freed himself from the makeshift harness and joined him, his face stiff like a mask of wax. As much as Seth longed to hug Dom, there was no time for tenderness once they heard screaming from the window upstairs. Seth's eyes reflexively followed the noise, but the moment he saw a gun, he threw himself toward the nearest escape, a narrow walkway hidden in the shadow even more than this one. He didn't look back, but heard Dom's steps behind him, thudding on the asphalt. It was like hearing the cavalry come to your rescue. But even Domenico's presence wasn't enough to stifle Seth's fear when a bullet hit the wall all too close to his head, making it explode with dust and plaster. Dom pushed him behind yet another container, and just a split second later there were several metallic clangs from bullets hitting their hideout. Seth would have laughed at the irony of being saved by trash if he wasn't so frightened, even with his face hidden against Dom's chest and a gun in his sweaty palm. That dumpster was a steel shield protecting them from bullets, but he had no idea how to get out of there. His brain was scrambling. When the shooting stopped, he didn't have the time to take a breath of relief because Dom pulled himself up and rasped, "Run." Seth crouched as he sprinted, holding his gun for dear life as if it were an amulet preventing him from getting his brains blown. He stopped at the end of the alleyway, shaken when he heard a loud thud behind them, followed by heavy footsteps. One of the mafiosi were already on their track, and Seth had no idea where to go. Domenico straightened up and shot, making the shadow on the other side of the alleyway stumble to the side. There was shouting, sounds of rubber soles squeaking against metal, but all of Seth's focus was on Dom. "Where?" Seth screamed to Dom, for once not trembling in the slightest. An empty stomach after vomiting was actually helping. His lover gestured to the same narrow passage Seth had initially rushed for to the left and stepped back, shooting into the sky. It was a signal for Seth to go. He made a run for it, listening to his ragged breath as his whole world narrowed down to the exit of the alleyway. They would surely be safer in a larger street, but his hopes died when the open space ahead was blocked by a car that pulled up with a screech of wheels. Before Seth knew it, someone fired at him. He fell back against a group of trash cans and shrieked when pieces of cardboard and plastic exploded all around from a pierced trash bag. But this was no time for fear. Domenico was depending on him. A heartbeat later, he looked out and shot at the car a few times. The kickback from the shot ran through his arms, but he ignored it and started reloading. "Seth, cover me," shouted Domenico from behind him. Seth didn't even look back, drenched in cold sweat. He acted immediately, going back out and shooting at the men again. One of them got hit in the chest and fell back against the car. Blood rushed in Seth's veins, and he hid from the onslaught of bullets from the one man left standing. The sound of bullets bouncing off the metal made his hairs bristle. Even with the suppressors, it was hard to miss the noise, so where was the fucking police? Was no one worried there was a gunfight going on in the neighborhood? He turned his head back when the rain of bullets turned into a storm, just in time to see his lover stumble into the alley with a low groan. In one horrifying moment, Seth saw him twitch and jerk, holding on to his thigh. "Fuck. Come over," Seth gestured to Dom, but the moment he said that, Dom stopped the shooter with one bullet. They were safe for now, but who knew how many men there were? He needed to clear the way, so without another look at Domenico, he peeked out from behind the trash and trusted his hands to do the work. He could barely believe how steady they were, and he had Domenico's training to thank for it. He would never complain about being forced to visit the shooting range in the morning ever again. The one shot he'd fired earlier had gone straight into the target. Domenico pulled on Seth's collar, already running toward the car blocking their way. Adrenaline rushed through their veins like a waterfall, but just as Seth was ready to take the plunge, a strong pull threw him down. His body turned to ice when the car that he would have been climbing over by now acquired at least 10 holes that hadn't been planned in the design. Seth hissed when he fell to the dirty asphalt, but there was no time for thinking about pain because Dom was busy with 2 men chasing them from the other end of the alley. One fell with a scream, thrown back by the impact, but the second one got a chance to shoot. In the blink of an eye, Dom pushed Seth on the hood of the car, making him tumble over to the other side. One gunshot later, Seth stared at the back of Dom's head as his lover stumbled, breaking his fall on the hood. He looked up, wide-eyed, with his face covered in red. Catching his breath, he managed to roll over the hood, leaving a wet trail on its body, and pressed against Seth, looking around as if he expected someone to attack from above. And this was when Seth heard police sirens.
Fuck, we can't go to the hospital.
Seth tried to find the amber of Dom's eyes and the bloody mess on his face, but there was no time for it. They couldn't walk around like this. They couldn't get themselves arrested, and even in the labyrinth of back alleys, someone would eventually spot them. With Dom's body becoming an increasingly heavy weight on his shoulder, he looked around, frantic with panic. It was only when his gaze stumbled upon a round manhole cover a few steps away that Seth's chest filled with hope. Even though he had no idea if picking it up was doable, Seth ran over to it and hooked his fingers into the hole on the side of the cover. Hair bristled on his body when Domenico slumped to the ground and hung his head with a moan. Seth tensed his whole body in an attempt to raise the cover, but it was no use. The metal kept sliding off his sweaty fingers. Why wouldn't the fucking thing budge? He ran over to the car, time slipping through his fingers like water. The police signal was getting closer. Domenico was shot and bleeding on the asphalt. It was all too much. Nothing would stop him, though. He got to the trunk of the car and hoped to find something useful, only to spot the one thing that could possibly save his ass: a crowbar. His relief was hard to describe when he grabbed the bar of steel along with a flashlight and got back to the manhole. Fuck, fuck, fuck. He chanted the magic word in hope it would help him open the cover. Time was snaking out of his hands. "The police is coming," mumbled Domenico, slowly dragging himself up the wall. "I forgot to pay my taxes, I think." With a strained groan, Seth lifted the cover and pushed it aside. "It's not funny. Come on, let's go." He rushed over to Dom. They needed to be quick and close the cover from the inside before anyone found them. He hoped escaping through the sewers would be too surreal to be anyone's first guess. Domenico's face, now obscured by all too much blood and hair, turned to him with a slight smile. He reached over, grabbing Seth's hand, and approached in a half-bent position. There was something so odd about his behavior, Seth wasn't sure what to think, but this wasn't the time for questions. He got in first, trying to ignore the stench as he descended into the darkness with only the metal ladder as his lifeline. Halfway down, he looked at Dom's face, surrounded with light as if he had a halo. "Come on!" It took a moment, but Domenico eventually managed to get onto the ladder. His moves were slow and a bit off, but contrary to Seth's worries, he did go down safely, if slowly, to join Seth on what felt like a narrow walkway on the side of the underground stream. Seth pulled him close and extended his leg to the side, using his foot to check how much space they had. It was 3 feet at best. "Wait here, I need to close it," Seth rasped, surprised by how exhausted he was. But he found the strength to finish the deed and came back down in the darkness. When he turned on the flashlight, for a moment he regretted he did. Domenico looked like a dead man walking, face pale and bloodied, limping. He was leaning against the brick wall in a large sewer channel. It was as far removed from his usual glamorous style as it could get. Dom swallowed, looking at Seth wide-eyed. "Go. I'll fight them off," he said, even though he looked as if he could fall down into the dark river of waste any moment now. "No way. Let's go. Are you able to? What's with your leg?" Seth wrapped an arm around Dom's waist and kissed his temple, ignoring the coppery taste. "Doesn't hurt," muttered Domenico, embracing Seth's waist and pulling close. Only now did Seth realize his lover was shivering. "Please, go." No. We'll get out. Find someone to fix you up. Come on." Seth made a brief move with the flashlight, over the darkness between some pipes above them, then lower, spotting 3 round corridors. One was so narrow they'd have to crawl. Another one didn't seem to have a dry walkway, which left corridor number 3 as their best option. Decisions had to be made, so he pulled Dom forward, his insides getting frosty with fear. "Sweetheart, please." He wanted to say more, but the moment Dom put more weight on his injured leg, he stumbled with a low hiss, and only Seth's quick reflexes saved him from falling over. "I can't run," he whispered in the darkness. "That's fine, I'll help you. We'll get through this," Seth assured him, but truth be told, he had no idea where they could get out. The smell was getting him nauseated, and he was running out of options. His feet kept slipping on the walkway, but he never stopped pulling Dom along, farther into the filthy tunnel of his choosing. It could as well end up being their coffin. Even the illumination from the flashlight wasn't stopping it from feeling like a march into a hell frozen over. The channel echoed each of their steps as they laboriously went on. Seth was a strong guy, but even for him, dragging Domenico along wasn't a walk in the park. The guy was heavy and could go from steady to limp within a single step. His breath echoed in Seth's ears, getting lower and raspier with each passing minute, though it was hard to estimate time. A steady whisper of water resonated hollowly through the channel, and Seth tried to focus on it instead of the growing sense of panic at the idea of getting lost in the sewage system, dying somewhere in a puddle and getting eaten by rats. The mouth of the corridor reminded him of the throat of some snake-like monster, with white teeth of small stalactite-like creatures hanging from the ceiling, but he had to dive in deeper. He was illuminating the walkway in front of them, constantly stopping to listen if they were being followed. He was getting his nerves so tense he could practically feel them pulling his body into a hunch. They got to another crossroads, and to go farther they would have to cross the disgusting black water at their feet. Seth let Dom sit by the wall and kneeled to him. He leaned down with the crowbar and put it into the liquid to check how deep it was. He needed to carry Dom over if he wanted to avoid an infection. To his dismay, the dark water wasn't nearly as shallow as he had hoped, and he let go of the crowbar, leaving it beneath the surface. He couldn't risk Dom falling in there while wounded, so in the end they carried on, taking yet another turn. He swallowed, praying the battery in the flashlight would last. And to make matters worse, Domenico seemed heavier with each passing step. "Seth, rest," he suddenly muttered, slumping on his arm. Seth took a deep breath of the filthy air and helped Dom sit down. His muscles were strained, but he wouldn't give up. "Show me where you're hurt," he said between one breath and another. His arm was tingly and almost numb when Domenico let go of him, falling to the ground like a stone. Dom grunted and pressed his hand to his thigh. His hair was obscuring his whole face. "I'm bleeding," he whispered. Fuck, we have to put something around it." Seth huffed and took off his leather jacket and hoodie to get to his t-shirt. It was sweaty, but it would have to do. "My pants are fucking wet," whispered Domenico, and as he pulled his hand away from the leg, Seth shuddered at the bright red on the glove. "Oh, God." Seth's stomach plummeted. "We'll take care of it. You will be fine." Seth helped Domenico up and pulled off his pants. He hadn't noticed how much Dom was bleeding because of the dark fabric. Seth's mind was focused only on getting Domenico to safety. He tied the t-shirt around the tender flesh of Dom's wound, trying to think of a way out. He made sure to apply extra pressure above and help Dom into his pants again. His throat was clenching at the stickiness on his bare hands. Domenico let out a bone-chilling laugh, as if reading his thoughts. "We're not gonna make it together." "Don't even say that." Seth grabbed Dom's hand with a steel grip. He refused to let go. "We ran away. All we need is to push forward for a while longer." Domenico shook his head, but it was hard to read his face with so much hair obscuring it. "You can't travel with me in this state. I'll slow you down." "We'll think of something," Seth said, though his mind was blank. They were in a dark tunnel, with Dom wounded, no idea of where they were, and on the run from the mafia. And the police. The epitome of fucked. "What? You can't get me to a hospital, and I know no independent doctor around here." Domenico's wet, copper-smelling hand went around Seth's throat, but it was more like a hug than anything else. "I won't make it." No, Seth sniffed and his voice became shaky. "You're strong. There must be a way out somewhere close." A few tears ran down his face, so he turned off the light. He needed to be strong for both of them. When Domenico spoke again, his voice was as calm and steady as ever. "I love you. You need to go." More tears streaked down Seth's face. Why now? He couldn't breathe. This was all too much. He hugged Dom tightly, shaking with the amount of stress twisting in him. "I love you too. That's why I'll get you out."
he whispered and kissed Dom's lips gently not to hurt him. "I know someone who can sew up a wound." Seth got up and slowly pulled Dom up with him. Domenico's muscles were even laxer than before, but having finally heard those 3 words he longed for made Seth feel invincible. "I love you so much." "You can't," muttered Domenico, letting his head fall to Seth's shoulder. "In Williamsburg, ask for the elephant in a place called Monsoon Cat," he uttered against Seth's shoulder. No, you don't have to tell me this. You'll be with me." Seth started pulling Dom forward for an eternity of steps. In the end, they reached a ladder in the wall and he took a deep breath. He didn't hear any cars, so maybe he wouldn't be decapitated when he tried to push up the cover. Dom attempted to climb up, but he swayed and almost fell back into Seth's arms with a grunt of pain. He was becoming increasingly boneless, and Seth had to act fast if he wanted to fulfill his promise. "Go on first," Seth urged. "I'll be right behind you." Domenico hugged the ladder but tried again, struggling up step by step. Seth followed him right away just to make sure he wouldn't fall down. With Dom caged against his chest, they slowly made their way up, step by painful step. But what would await them above? He only hoped they wouldn't emerge from a manhole in the middle of the street surrounded by cops. It didn't seem to be the case, though. The street above them was completely quiet. Seth pushed out the cover, which was a lot easier from down in the sewer. Some slush fell on them from above, but it didn't matter. He gave it his all, and even though his muscles were screaming with pain, he eventually pushed the metal plate all the way off the manhole. "Crawl out," he whispered when he realized there was grass under the snow. It was difficult to hold on to the ladder with Dom moving up, but he bore it, and eventually even helped his lover onto the surface. Dom rolled onto his back, and only now in daylight could Seth see how pale he was in contrast to the red and black mess on his face. Seth hardly cared about the possibility of anyone seeing them, especially since they were somewhere between tall buildings on a small patch of ground behind a bush. He climbed out and quickly pushed the cover into place. There was no time to lose. Seth looked around, hardly able to get up. But when he realized where they were, he wanted to laugh. They had to have been walking in circles down in the sewers because they'd ended up only across the street, behind the building Seth used to live in with Peter. This was the Christmas present he didn't know he wanted. Maybe there was a God after all? Now only a harrowing trip up the fire escape and he would get Dom to the only person whom Seth trusted enough. With the best of intentions, but Rob would give them up. "Let's go, Dom, we're so close." Domenico glanced at him and nodded, slowly rolling to his hands and knees. It was painful to watch him so weak. Dom was unbreakable. He was supposed to be. Seth helped him to his feet and looked out from behind the bush. The tiny square was empty now that it was too cold for the local children to play in the sandbox, so he half led, half dragged Dom toward the emergency stairs. Hidden in a narrow alley between 2 buildings, they should be safe, especially at this time of day when most of the residents were at work or hiding from the cold. For a moment, Seth left Dom so he could pull down the ladder. He had to move a dumpster and climb on top of it to reach the bottom rung, but he dealt with it as quietly as he could. His heart was pounding in panic that someone would see them, but it was sink or swim. He helped Dom into his arms and picked him up. Step by step, they climbed up the ladder as quietly as they could. Seth pulled it up the moment they reached the bottom platform. He used to love that Peter lived on the last floor, but now he detested each flight of stairs with a passion. Domenico was trembling all over, and eventually stumbled over the railing, falling to his knees with a low hiss. "Wait," he pleaded, reaching out to grab the hem of Seth's shirt. "We need to go up before someone sees us." Seth quickly rubbed his eyes. "My head's fucking spinning," mumbled Dom, pulling himself to all fours and moving up the stairs in that position. "I'll help you." Seth shook his head and scooted down for Dom to climb on his back. When he was sure Dom was holding on tightly, he started a march up the never-ending stairs. He didn't stop for a second, afraid that if he did, he wouldn't be able to continue. While he was keeping noise to a minimum, there was always a possibility of someone calling the police, but he couldn't let himself be distracted by fear now that Dom needed him so badly. Seth's muscles burned, but all he could think of was Peter helping Dom survive this.
sewing up the wound with those dainty, skillful fingers of his. The moment he stepped on the landing by Pete's window, he wanted to cry with joy. He put Dom down and knocked on the window. Tuesdays were Peter's day off, so there was a fair chance he'd be in. The spare room was so familiar, Seth hardly stopped himself from attempting an entry, but that was when he saw movement inside. Peter looked at him wide-eyed, with perfect blonde hair and a smooth chest showing from underneath a light pink robe.
"Peter, open up!"
Seth hissed, knocking at the window again. Dom was bleeding so bad all Seth could think of was getting him in, getting him safe, stopping that fucking blood draining from the beloved body. Peter bit his lip but walked up to the window. He raised his hand, and watching it levitate over the handle was one of the most excruciating sights in Seth's life. "What's wrong?" he asked from behind the glass.
"Peter, come on, open up!"
Seth slammed his palm against the frame, but it only caused Peter to step back. Seth wasn't waiting anymore. He pulled out the gun from his jacket and pointed it straight at his ex. Seth wouldn't hurt him, but he needed to push the guy into action. All he could think of was Dom's life on the line.
"Open the fuck up!"
he rasped. Peter opened his mouth and his chest expanded, but he quickly unlocked the window and stumbled back, his eyes on the barrel.
"Seth, why are you doing this?" "I'll explain everything, just help me, Peter, help me."
Seth was shaking as he pulled Dom inside. A chubby man in just his pajamas came into the room. He looked a bit scruffy with his brown hair in a mess. He rubbed his eyes, but the moment he saw the gun, he was wide awake and pulled Peter close. Seth couldn't care less. He dragged Dom in, catching his legs at the last moment to prevent them from hitting the hard floor. His senses were in havoc, and he barely registered the gasps coming from behind his back.
"God, we need to call an ambulance!" No, Peter, listen."
Seth pulled the blinds shut, dimming the light in the room.
"We can't go to the hospital. Oh, God, please help him. I didn't know where else to go."
He put the gun away and kneeled by Domenico to stroke his blood-clotted hair. But Peter pulled closer to his new boyfriend, who watched the events with a cow-like stare.
"What is this? What did you get yourself into?" "I'll tell you everything. Just please help him first. I beg you, Pete. He's dying."
Seth rubbed his eyes, crying again. This was all too much.
"There's nowhere else we can go."
"Why not to a fucking hospital?" muttered Peter, but bolted out of the room, his footsteps echoing down the hallway.
"Peter, if you have any friendship left for me, don't call the police,"
Seth yelled, absent-mindedly stroking Dom's hair. It was in sticky streaks, like the fur of a dead sewer rat. "You're Seth, aren't you?" the new boyfriend asked, standing there awkwardly instead of fucking doing something.
"Zach, bring some hot water and clean towels,"
commanded Peter on his way back with the biggest home-use first aid case Seth had ever seen. Peter, being a bit of a hypochondriac with relatively easy access to medication, had its advantages sometimes. "Are you sure it's fine?" Zach asked, but already stepped toward the door. He turned on the light, and Seth stiffened at the mess that was Dom's face. He wasn't even sure what had happened to him.
"Please help him,"
Seth whispered, tearing up again.
Domenico?"
His breath hitched and he pulled some of the hair off Dom's face, only now realizing Dom hadn't said anything in a while. He was limp in his arms, and when Seth frantically leaned down to listen to Dom's chest, all he got was a strangled, shallow rhythm. His mind filled with dark fantasies of himself being forced to leave Dom's body somewhere, only to flee, all alone and hounded by the family to the end of his days. Dom would have wanted him to at least try to escape. He couldn't stop the big tears spilling down his cheeks as Peter opened his magic box and pulled on a pair of latex gloves. "What's wrong with him?" Seth sniffed and started pulling Dom's pants off with shaking hands.
"He's been shot, and I think a bullet grazed his face. What can I do?"
Oh, fuck. Peter was blinking rapidly as he watched the mess. Peter always had a tendency to overreact, but the low edge in his voice didn't mean anything good. "Is it still inside?" he whispered, trying to push Dom to the side to gain access to the back of his leg.
"I don't know."
Seth swallowed, gently patting Domenico's cool cheek and hunching over him.
Dom? Come on, sweetie, are you with me?"
Zach came back with 2 bowls full of water and a set of bandages just as Peter exhaled, his face relaxing. Thank fucking God. It went through and the blood is clotting, but he's still losing some because he's been moving, I assume. It doesn't seem like it's an artery, he said, fumbling with his kit while giving orders to his new boyfriend. Within 2 minutes, Domenico's unconscious body was resting over 2 clean sheets, and Peter was scrubbing his skin with vodka. Oh God, don't hurt him. Are you sure you know what you're doing? Seth's voice was shaking as he watched on. Peter slowly raised his head and arched an eyebrow at him. Shut up, he muttered, raising a curved needle and thread. Seth took a deep breath, then another, but stayed silent. He had to trust Peter knew what he was doing. As a dentist, Peter had sewn people up, had training in it. He was the only person who could help. And on top of that, Peter was someone the family knew nothing about. He knew Dom had made sure they didn't know Seth's former real address. Seth felt nausea curling around his throat when the curved needle went into flesh, only to emerge and dive again. Zach followed Peter's orders and helped out without complaint, like a good nurse. Seth kept checking if Dom was still breathing. As much as he tried keeping quiet, he couldn't help the tears streaking down his face every now and then. Dom had to live. Seth couldn't carry on all alone. He needed Dom, needed his strength. Even thinking about losing him now after the chase, after the escape through the sewer, made the hole in his chest broaden, ready to swallow him and lock him forever in his grief. It didn't help that he was watching Peter repeatedly pierce the skin with a needle, sewing the flesh together like a torn jacket. It wasn't good enough. Nothing was. Zach's big hands, though, were surprisingly gentle for a guy of his size. He cleaned Dom's skin with warm water, his moves steady and calm. It's gonna be fine. Peter will help you, Seth whispered over Dom. He exhaled in relief when he noticed the bullet didn't go into his head, though he had to avert his eyes when something pinkish and white loomed from underneath the flap of ripped skin between the eyebrows. He can't hear you, muttered Peter, completely absorbed in the task at hand. His forehead was as marred with wrinkles as the knee of an elephant. I didn't want to drag you into it, Pete. Seth looked to his ex, unable to communicate how grateful he was for the help. Domenico was his life now, his only future. Save it. Tell me I won't have the police on my doorstep, growled Peter and finished the exit wound. You won't. I promise this will all go away. Zach, thank you too. Zach looked at Seth, his face pale. Yeah, it's the right thing to do. Seth nodded and gently used the warm, wet towel over Dom's hair and forehead. It took agonizingly long in Seth's mind, but Peter managed to patch up Dom's leg and dressed it in a clear, pressure-packaged bandage. It was when he progressed to putting Dom's other wound together that Seth had to look away again. He was afraid to watch that perfect face being hurt even further. So what happened? Spill it, grumbled Peter. Seth never stopped stroking Dom's hair. God, he loved that hair so much. If Dom died, he'd keep some, just like he promised. But as soon as he thought that, he let out a sob again, already feeling guilty for that idea. My family, they're not good people, Peter. They're after us, but we managed to lose them. You probably heard the police sirens before. What does that even mean? Do you realize how fucked up this sounds? Said Peter as Zach excused himself to make some tea. Seth tried to think of something sensible. They're really homophobic. I mean, really. They actually tried to shoot us. That's a fucking good reason to go to the police. Seth swallowed and stroked Dom's hand. We shot some of them. We need to run. I don't want the police involved. Seth looked down at Dom's face, even though its sight physically hurt him. Domenico is kind of on the wrong side of the law. I mean, not totally. He's like, on the gray side. He could fucking die here because I don't have any blood, no IVs, no proper equipment. Who knows, maybe something's damaged on the inside. Must be a fucking big problem if you still want to stay, snapped Peter. They want to kill us, so he is fucking surviving this, you hear me? You're not leaving me. Seth hissed at Dom but squeezed his hand tighter. Domenico didn't even twitch as the ugly blue stitches lined up on his cheek, nose, and forehead, patching the torn skin into one swollen piece. Great. Now make an unconscious man swallow antibiotics, grumbled Peter. Seth envisioned passing them in a kiss, but he knew it was a stupid fantasy. How do we do that? We don't. He could choke to death. Peter leaned back and pulled off his gloves, just in time for Zach to bring them tea. Zach, could you see if the stairs are clear? Yeah, I'll do that. The guy lowered his head to quickly kiss Peter and rushed out again. Seth looked at Dom's handsome face, now marred with the scar and all the swelling. I can't promise you he'll be pretty after this, said Peter as if guessing Seth's thoughts. It's nothing. As long as he lives, that's all I want. He'll be perfect. Seth watched Peter dress the wound and cover the horrific sight. Peter fell back on his ass, watching them with his lips pressed tightly together. When he finally spoke, it was only a rasp. How long had you been cheating on me? It was the strangest thing to ask among bloodied pieces of cloth, and with an unconscious man right next to them. Seth glanced at him. The question came like from another life. No, don't even say that. I met him later, after I left for Italy, after the kidnapping. Why would I believe that? We hadn't been getting along well for the last few months of the relationship, muttered Peter, reaching out to grab a cookie from the tray. Seth leaned closer and embraced him with one arm, but Peter immediately pulled away, hunching his bony shoulders. He seemed so tiny after the months with Dom. I have no reason to lie. Whatever. I hope he lives. He's a strong man. Seth got up and started getting the dirty clothes off Dom. He checked again if his lover was breathing, and yes, warm air grazed his ear. Can I do the laundry? Put them into bed? Do you have any of my old clothes, or did you burn them? He tried to make it sound funny, but he couldn't force a smile. Peter slowly got up and sat down on a chair. He poured himself a cup of tea, face tense. Maybe I should have given them to the poor, but they're in the basement. You can use the guest room. Thank you, Pete. Thank you so much. Seth gently untied the knot of the tie under Dom's neck, but his lover didn't move, completely out of it. I still hate you for what you did to me, grumbled Peter. This Zach guy, is he good to you? Seth took a deep breath and started putting Dom's clothes on the side. Peter sighed. He's a sweetheart. Seth covered Dom with a blanket. For a surreal moment, he thought about how angry Dom would get that his clothes wouldn't get the dry cleaning treatment. Are you sure he's going to be fine? Peter put down the cup and dragged his hands down his face. He should be in a hospital. Don't count on miracles. Seth rubbed his eyes and picked Dom up to take him to bed. Limp as he was still heavy. A silly smile bloomed on his lips against better judgment. He's Catholic. God is on his side. Peter raised his eyebrows at him without a word. Seth looked at the clock on the flowery wallpaper across the small room. Curled up under a blanket, in clean clothes, he'd been watching the rise and fall of Domenico's chest. He was tempted to lay his head down on it and listen to his lover's heartbeat, but it could make breathing difficult, so he settled on listening every now and then. Dom's handsome face was puffed up and swelling, the uneven blue stitches hidden under a pristine dressing. I love you. I'll take care of everything, Seth whispered, stroking Dom's hand with his thumb. He just hoped they'd have enough painkillers to pull through this once Dom woke up. Because he would wake up. Peter had even asked Zach to make a dash to the dental clinic for more supplies. They had managed to wake Domenico up with smelling salts. He wasn't fully conscious, but the brief moment was enough to have him swallow some amoxicillin and hot chocolate, which was good enough, according to Peter. Waiting for Dom to get better, Seth had a chance to look into Dom's suitcase and was confronted with more tidy stacks of dollar bills than he could count. That would easily get them a car, or a caravan maybe, so they wouldn't have to sleep in motels. As long as they managed to get out of this city, they could go to Mexico. All Seth needed to do in New York was to pick up the passports. As instructed by Peter, he kept giving his lover small quantities of cocoa, just so that it would gather in his mouth as he half sat, half lay in the bed, under a thick comforter that smelled of washing powder. Seth crawled into bed next to Dom and covered himself with the comforter. Stroking Dom's cool skin gave him peace, reassured that Dom was still alive. Seth placed a small kiss on Dom's pale lips, and when he entwined their fingers, he would have bet his life that Dom squeezed them back. Dom, the most loyal man of the family, the man who had repeatedly shot down the idea of running away together, had refused to hit on Seth, and was ready to find a way out for them both. Seth remembered how all those months ago in Berlin, Dom told him he wouldn't die for him. It looked like now he was willing to risk it. Dom had thrown away the only life he knew to be with Seth, and Seth would make sure Dom never regretted his decision. They were not a part of the family anymore, but Seth would hardly call it freedom. Vincenzo ran up the stairs, out of breath already. No answer from Tassa couldn't mean anything good. Would motherfucking Acerbi betray them? Tassa had said that Acerbi was loyal as a dog, and Vincenzo went out of his way to treat the bastard like family, even got him a lap dance for fuck's sake. If that wasn't camaraderie, he didn't know what was. Emilio, one of his most trusted men, was already there, his ear pressed tight against the door to Acerbi's apartment. He moved back at Vincenzo's approach and shook his head. "Nothing," he said, and reached into his pocket to pull out the tools for lockpicking, but Vincenzo had a hunch and just pressed the handle, pushing the door open. He squeezed his fingers on his gun, but noises from the apartment next door made him stall. A shot, and then another. "We'll deal with this mess later," he hissed, looking around the bloodstains on the floor leading toward the bathroom. He squeezed his hands on the grip of his Glock and stepped inside, carefully watching for signs of someone's presence. Shots fired nearby didn't mean shit. It might have been an accident that someone else decided to deal with their business with a firearm. Acerbi could still be here, and so could that dumb buffalo Seth, although he couldn't possibly be a threat to Vincenzo and Emilio. "Come out and we'll talk," he said, ready to fire at anything that moved. His heart rushed quicker than he'd want to admit. If Acerbi did go against his orders and waited for them here, there could be trouble. Emilio pushed the bathroom door with his foot, the deep frown on his face making him look even uglier than usual. Vincenzo liked to keep the guy around so chicks would see it was him who was more handsome. "Fuck," Emilio hissed. "Too dead." "Tassa? Where the fuck is Tassa?" hissed Vincenzo and dialed the old man's number. As soon as he heard the faint sound of Tassa's phone ringing in the apartment next door, his feet carried him to the corridor, straight for the door opposite Domenico's. Pressure was rising in his head, ready to make it burst when he noticed the door had been unlocked all along as well. "Those motherfuckers don't know who they're dealing with yet," Vincenzo said, walking inside to the cool wind blowing through the wide, open windows. He didn't know if he should be looking at Tassa's brains scattered all over the floor, the man's smashed-in head, or at the thick metal ring in the floor to which a carabiner was still attached with a rope. Vincenzo ran to the window in disbelief, almost tripping on the thick blood. "They're running away! Fucking rats!" Emilio ran past him and looked out the window. "Can't see them," he said, and swallowed a curse when the siren of a police car resonated nearby, approaching with every passing second. He started pulling up the rope while Vincenzo signaled the other men by the building. He leaned out of the window and could see his brother making a run for it down the alleyway. He aimed, but his anger was making the gun in his hand tremble. The uncomfortable way he was leaning out made every single shot miss. "Get them!" he barked at Emilio. "Get all of our contacts alarmed. I will fucking flay that motherfucker if it's the last thing I do." This has been He Is Mine, Guns and Boys Book 2. Written by K. American. Narrated by Nathan Kelly. Copyright 2014 to 2021 by Acerbi and Villani Ltd. Production copyright by Acerbi and Villani Ltd.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.